face on the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice, they're hearing us now. Gina proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. In our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. In our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. In our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us.
we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
It means a lot to me to compete here.
It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
That's going to be the rampage! Overhead. God, collapse! Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Oh, God, you gotta love the hype from those videos as we get ready for the day. Trent, you have a beautiful background right there. We're ready for some Dota 2. How you feeling, man? We're through the first phase of it. The group stage is, well, one of the group stages is done at least.
Mm-hmm.
And some some teams are gone from us now.
We lost a couple. Yeah, they, there was a bit of a sandstorm. It kicked up a bit. It got a little hazy, a bit dusty over there in Riyadh, and suddenly 4 teams vanished. We have sent Slacks out to find them. We figured he was not only the most skilled, but also the most expendable. So we're hoping that he at least brings back Beast Coast. And everyone else, yeah.
If he doesn't, then he can just stay out there and keep looking, and I'm sure everything will be fine.
Right.
There won't be any issues at all. No, but a lot's gone on. We've been able to see a bunch of great Dota over the past couple of days, and a hell of a lot more to come as well, as we're only just getting started. We can take a look at what the format for this entire tournament is. We're in a couple of different stages. As you can see, the play-ins happen to figure out, are you going to be able to make it to the group stage? Now we've seen what the group stage is, and we are well into that, trying to make it through all the way to the playoffs, and then, of course, that grand final. And here they are, the groups. We're getting the pleasure today of starting off with Group A. So our first match here on the stream is going to be Gaimin Gladiators facing off against Spirit, which should be an absolutely awesome match. Cannot wait for that one. But anything real quickly, if we can just stay on these groups for a second, that stands out to you, Trent? Is there a group that maybe you think is a little bit stronger? Maybe a group with some teams that could come in with some big over performances potentially?
Ooh, I don't know. It's I'd say fairly even across the board. No one's like really standing out to me. That's how I would say. Maybe you could say there's like some pretty big heavy hitters over on Group B that does stand out a little bit to me in terms of people who have like already performed like pretty well or like consistently known as like, oh, this is a team that can take anybody or knock somebody out. And on Group A, obviously you have Gaimin Gladiators, who's like the big standout. But then we have these other teams who are like, how will they do here? Like Quest, I think, is the big one. They've done really well so far. They made their way in, and they look solid. It looks like nothing has changed. So we want to keep an eye on them. And Evil Geniuses, they got to carry the banner. We got two big banner teams here. EG, trying to hold out for North America, and as Jenkins said on the mainstream, Shopify NA's last hope. Of apparently forgetting that TSM had also made it through the play-in stage. So Jenkins,
that's good.
He's keeping us on our toes.
Absolutely. I should just real quickly before we move on mention TSM looking good. I'll fully admit when I was coming into this, I was not a believer. I was feeling the noun supremacy after Bali Major, and they were going to be the next team to go up, and TSM were just going to be left by the wayside. But looking very good, and some nail biters of games from them. But we can talk a little bit about what these teams are playing for. It's going to be a big old prize pool. $5 million at the top. Can you imagine the fact that all of these players in like a week and a half's time are gonna, like, one of them is just gonna have like $5 million extra in the tank? That's craziness. That's an insane amount of money. And then some of the teams are gonna be left with a little bit less. Already some of them out with the 50K. Still not bad, honestly, for a prize pool for 17th to 20th. That's crazy, man.
But more importantly, the title of champions of the ESL Pro Tour.
Yes.
So
absolutely,
yeah, that's the big one there. These are our matches though here today. As you can see, if you've been keeping up with your numbers, match 1 will be the first one that we watch, and that's going to be Gaimin Gladiators versus Team Spirit.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have children, so bro, getting past 4 is a struggle.
Well, thankfully we don't have to today.
Yeah. That's where it is. But that's our big one, Gaimin Gladiators versus Team Spirit. Bit of a couple question marks here because neither of them have played so far. Since they're so good, they didn't have to play in the play-in.
That's a good point. Yeah, and then later on, the later one we have Aster versus Team Liquid. We're going to leave at that point that they're going to let a couple other fine gentlemen take on over for the EG versus Spirit match, and then Tundra versus TALON is going to be the last one. I'm very excited to check out the Aster team because I think that's a squad that I have some sort of high hopes for. I know that there's sort of been a mixed bag of results recently, but I believe it can happen, Trent.
You believe?
You know what else I believe?
What's that?
You know what else I believe?
What's that?
I believe we have a draft potentially that could be up in just a second here. It looks like we're just getting ready to hop into it. So pretty freaking cool stuff. The day is starting off right. We're starting off on I wanted to say a hot foot, but really it's the right foot. And we're starting off hot. We're coming in hot. We're coming in on a hot right foot.
Heated.
And we're into the draft.
You know who else is pretty hot? That Bat Rider. A little too hot, apparently. He's gone. Can't have him. And we don't want to see him around here anymore, alongside Broodmother. So keep nerfing, keep changing her. Yeah, we don't want to see these heroes here. So not really any big surprises here. Of course, if you're looking for heroes, well, we're in the land of heroes, I guess. But aside from that, we had some pretty interesting matches the last time that Aster and Liquid were playing. Obviously, we're going to get that matchup later. But did you see the Meepo and the OD? Because we actually had this interaction happen after I saw the Reddit thread where I was like,
really?
I tested it. Yeah, so they actually, Sumail played OD versus the Meepo, did the Astral, canceled the Mega Meepo. Pretty great, gotta say. What was the other hero that
do you want to reiterate? I mean, we are talking about that, but do you want to reiterate it out there for the people just as a reminder as to what that interaction is?
Oh, yeah. So basically, if you manage to make the Mega Meepo disappear, like if you target the main Meepo during a Mega Meepo, if they become hidden, so like if you're put into an Astral Imprisonment then the Mega Meepo just falls apart. It ends. You end that big, annoying, frustrating ultimate. So that's pretty cool. And there's another hero that does it that I can't remember off the top of my head.
Shadow Demon.
Is that what it was? Was it just Disruption? That sounds way too easy.
I think
you're right,
Disruption.
though. I think it was just Disruption.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Although, to be granted, if you're within disruption range of a Mega Meepo with Shadow Demon, you might already be dead.
That's fair.
But man, we've seen this before though. Gaimin Gladiators open IO first, so Team Spirit decide to give it to him. Want to take the Brood and the Timber out of the pool with Snapfire already banned. I'm assuming this is going to be just a straight up Lesh if they don't take it away from him.
Well,
Yeah.
there it is.
Okay.
Yeah, not too shocking. Of course, I'm sure they have a plan for this, because this is definitely the best way to stop someone from picking IO Leshrac, is to thus take it. So let's see what their general ideas are. We've had this discussion before where it's like, there's someone on the team who's obviously extremely familiar with Leshrac when it comes to Quinn, so he's probably going to have some pretty good concepts and ideas of like what makes his game the absolute worst. And it's going to start with Razor, another lightning hero.
Wow. Interesting. I mean, in theory, it is kind of cool against Lesh. I wonder if you go a nullifier build eventually on Razor to try and deal with the Lesh. That sounds kind of interesting. The thing I'm also very interested in is Team Spirit picking up the Elder Titan. Now, this hero did have a little bit of a resurgence at Bali. We saw, I want to say it was LGD. It was one of the Chinese teams. It might have been Aster that was picking this in response to the, it was like Elder Titan Enigma or something.
Can I blow everyone's mind right now? Is everyone's ready?
Tell
Everyone,
me.
hold on to your skulls. All right,
I'm holding on.
Grab on tight. It's about to get hazardous here. The last
Hit me up.
time the Game Gladiator played Razor, it was 7 months ago.
Whoa.
Okay, want to guess what team it was versus?
What team was it against?
We want you to take a wild guess in the dark, my friend.
Team Spirit.
It was against Team Spirit. Now, would you like to guess
Whoa.
why they picked Razor?
Why?
It was because they
'Cause they
opened with
stole
Io
Lesh?
and they stole Lesh.
That's so awesome. Oh my god.
All right, so the time they did it then, it was a complete 23rd pick, almost the very end of the draft, and they grabbed this Razor. But now
Interesting.
immediately they just grab it 7 months later. Do they really have that?
I'm
Do
sure they
know?
do. I am sure they know that. That makes total sense.
Well, they did lose that game.
Oh, they lost with it. All right. Well, maybe not then.
So it's time to find
Interesting.
out if it could work.
Right now, maybe it works better. So the thing that I was going to mention, though, is that this ET combo, it was something that sort of had risen up, but I'm looking through the Team Spirit games, and they haven't played ET in 4 months. So this is maybe some new tech. Maybe it's something that they're hypothesizing as an answer to the IO. But overall, a hero that's kind of been hit or miss, and I feel like more miss than hit, particularly if people are kind of just picking it because it's the new flavor of the month.
Yeah,
Huh.
I was kind of expecting more teams to practice ET coming into this tournament.
Right.
I feel like he is looking pretty strong. I think the issue is that prior to this, before Undying got hit again, I mean, honestly, Undying still seems really strong. I'm kind of surprised he's not getting more attention. But just the pool of fives was so strong that I think it was a little less tempting to practice and get your ET ready. But yeah, I mean, it's AoE control versus the IO. So that feels pretty nice. You're hoping to get both heroes. I think the Shard is looking more and more useful in terms of just ensuring that you're really focusing on getting the armor aura. Ever since they made that change where they separated the aura on the two individuals of the ET, it has been a bit tougher, especially to hardcore counter the agi heroes. So we'll see if we get some good use of the Shard.
ET really got done dirty. That patch he came out, he was looking good. It was like one patch in 7 years where ET was getting played a bunch, and then they're like, nah, you can't have this. Just got rid of him.
And then they killed the refresh on the when you called it back. Nah, that was a good one too.
It's not very nice.
You can still send the spirit through the gate, so that's cool.
Right.
Yeah, that still works. I've tested that still. I thought for sure that was gonna get patched. There's left in there. No, it's cool. Global spirit just coming across the entire map, trying to get as many creeps as possible.
Should also mention that with this now stacking meta, ET feels very good for that, and Team Spirit just gonna drop the lion on him. Okay, so we have our support combination and answer to try and blow up either the IO or the Razor, to be honest, before he gets BKB. A lot of magic damage and magic damage amplification coming out from Spirit right now.
Whenever I see line picked, I just picture like the line dance. You know, it's kind of like the Dino dance in chat right now. You know, that's basically if there was any hero that's doing the Dino dance, it probably is Lion. So
what is that from?
Well, it's the Dino dance. What do you mean? It's I don't know. It's from chat.
Okay, all right. I didn't know. I guess how do these things happen? Who's to say? Underlord gets taken now. Get yourself a pipe hero. Let Ace do Ace things.
Let him cook.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm feeling interesting feelings right now, Trent. Can I tell you about them?
Please do.
Okay. The feeling I'm feeling is fear. Fear that these fights are going to go for a very long time. And I don't know what's going to happen at the end of them. Uncertainty brings me fear.
Hey, you know
Can you
what?
help me with this fear?
Well, I can tell you what Underlord is afraid of. Afraid of Rubik.
What's that?
That's always been like his
Okay.
worst matchup. Look at that. Just taking it together. All right?
Okay.
So they're quelling the fear over here on Game Gladiators. Making sure the Underlord's going to have a good time. Because it's not very fun when Rubik steals your spells and does 1 billion damage. Remember that patch when he came out and he was like one-shotting people when he stole it? That was very funny. That was a great couple of hours.
Insane. For Underlord.
Yeah, because Underlord was just one-shotting, and so the counter was to pick Rubik so that you just had an even more broken version of the bug.
Yeah, that was silly. Thankfully, that did not last for too long. No, I hear you, though, on the Rubik answer for the Underlord. And, I mean, Team Spirit are flexible enough that they could have put that ET into a core role if they wanted to.
Well,
For now, though, they're going to go back for the Drow.
maybe that's
bully the Underlord.
maybe that's the thought of the Underlord and the ETs. The Meepos come out, they're both ready.
That's a good point.
There you go. The precursors to the Meepos that have been popping up everywhere. That is nice, though. Yeah, Underlord lane, not looking so hot. Getting walked down by Drow, kind of a bad experience.
Huh. Can I tell you, though, I remember, I mean, I guess that this was the Wraith Pack time of days when you would just, like, pick Underlord into Drow. You didn't care about the bad lane because you'd get Crimson Guard Wraith Pact and, you know, Guardian Greaves or whatever. I still think with Crimson and Guardian Greaves and then having natural Underlord aura, Drow's not going to be doing that much damage for a while in this game.
There's also the threat of if there's another hero that can like really get in there. I mean, a lot of them are banned. Like I'm thinking something like a Bloodseeker style for Game Gladiators. I mean, they're the ones who've kind of banned out some of these like more in-your-face type heroes. But
yeah, what do you think this could be a Quinn Razor and then they swap it over and take like is Spectre finally going to come out?
I think Team Spirit aren't quite sure either. I don't know if Spectre will come out. That might be a bit out there.
Right.
I'm not sure exactly who they're going to go for, to be honest. I'm kind of curious as well. Because it kind of feels like it would be solid for Duraccio instead. I feel like we're probably getting a different Quinn hero, but I also think they would have been pretty comfortable picking Quinn's hero that early. But maybe they were worried about like potential Leshrac flex and stuff, so...
Yeah.
They might also just keep it open. Maybe they'll get some hero that can kind of do a little bit of both, like a little bit of safe lane, a little bit of mid, something like that.
Right.
They're gonna cover with some classic Quinn heroes that would do what we're talking about, right? Is like getting into the fight. I think with that being the last goal, based on the heroes that Team Spirit have, it's probably more likely we're gonna find a Quinn hero here.
Ooh, what about Sniper? Do they have enough heroes that go in? You could just outrange the Drow.
That's who we played the last time in this matchup.
Is it really?
Yeah, and when they played against them with this whole Razor versus Leshrac thing, it was a Quinn Sniper.
Dude, let's go. That'd be amazing.
The full run back from the 7 months ago Christmas show. I guess Void Spirit still in is one of the ones you could opt for. I really do think that's all they need is just like getting in. Looks pretty solid. But then again, you're also versus a Lion, so if there's anyone too frail, it's kind of scary.
I'm excited. This feels like a very even draft as long as Gaming Gladiators don't get off to a quick lead and then get BKBs quick. What?
Ooh,
The
all right.
Racha Sven?
We're getting the Quinn Razor. He's coming in.
Oh, interesting.
So,
Dude, I mean, even more armor and stuff, too.
Yeah, this has been a classic pick to Drow ever since she got the armor-piercing ultimate. Just this idea of She has the ability to pierce through all of your basic armor, so Warcry helps circumvent that by giving you all plus armor that she can't just cut right through. It's also really good versus ET for the same logic, as he's going to get rid of base armor. So, yeah, this is a lot of defense for the squad. Thankfully, Edict is now pure, so, you know, at least they have some damage that's going to get through.
I mean, that's really my biggest concern right now, is that I feel like they are not going to have the damage that they need. ET does do some interesting things with damage, though. I wonder if there's any way you could like pop that to core so that way he can like stand in the fight and survive. I just don't know if that's gonna happen though.
Have they been practicing the Gabby offlane Winter Wyvern? I mean, I know he didn't invent it. He just played it earlier this tournament.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Razor Underlord Sven. That's kind of hype.
Yeah.
It's like and versus Io. Man, this is kind of like a god tier Wyvern game. And you'd be a ranged hero with the melee 4 of ET if you play it in that setup.
That does sound kind of cool, because I feel like offlane Wyvern has like weirdly a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's universal now. What else would Collapse play? I mean, obviously we think Collapse, we think like Mag, but it's not the best Mag setup.
No,
Bat's all gone. That was gone immediately. I feel like the Bat is the #1 ban versus Team Spirit, because of like we've seen Collapse own, and Laryl's also very good on the hero. Oh yeah, well obviously if there's so much armor, we'll just pick Core Ogre.
Okay,
it's Ogre.
I mean, I'll say this: I think Collapse is one of like the most dynamic, amazing, high MMR, like sick players in the world, and y'all just gave him an Ogre. Like, what are you doing? But at the same time, maybe it's awesome. Who knows? It could be kind of cool.
It could.
Bloodlust for Drow? Sure, why not?
Dude, this Leshrac is looking wild. He's got a crazy hat and everything. All right.
He does.
Have we seen any Core Ogre in a while? I have not been privy to it, I'll say. But benefits, yeah, it's a lot of magic damage. Doesn't care that much about some of this armor bonus that we've been shouting about. The pipe, it is a lot of spread damage too, coming out from Team Spirit now, because like getting pipe doesn't feel that incredible. I don't know, because I keep the cure, but there is Leshrac, there is Ogre. So the thing is that Underlord's always just happy buying all the auras anyway. So it's not like it's one of these offlane heroes who's like maybe they only want to get one aura and then they need mobility items. Underlord, he'll just keep gobbling up auras. So having mixed damage isn't that effective versus him.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a really interesting time, and I'm worried about Team Spirit's damage, but maybe there is something there with the Core Ogre that like we're not seeing. Maybe he gets a Midas and just gets like mega farmed and buys Dagon E-Blade.
Oh, it's coming.
There's a chance. But yeah, I really like the composition of Gaimin Gladiators draft. It feels like I understand it. Team Spirit, a little bit wacky, but maybe wacky's good, you know?
Maybe. We're going to find out. I mean, he just really wanted to empower. That's it. And he was like, I can't play Mag, so I'll just Bloodlust. That's the play, I guess. You're right.
All right. I like that. Well, we'll see what ends up happening. Gaimin Gladiators coming in game 1 against Team Spirit. A tough competitor to fight right out of the gate in the beginning of your group stage for Team Spirit. But likewise, maybe Gaimin Gladiators, they're coming in a little bit too confident. Maybe Quinn's just gonna walk down mid. Who knows? So we're gonna get right on now into this game here. Game number 1. Let's do it.
I can guarantee.
Oh, there he is. He's walking down mid already.
Yeah. It's over.
Can end. Thanks. No, so blood grenades brought out for a couple of these guys. Get some early wardage, and we'll see where everybody goes to.
Is that the proper term? Wardage?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
That's good.
It's like wattage.
Oh, all right.
What do I need to see? I think the other question I have is just about the laning stage and how they're going to try and set this up. It looks like Ogre Lion together against the Duraccio Io. So they probably get away with that, maybe even do a pretty good job.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's, I mean, generally not great for a Lion in a lot of situations, but when paired up with the Ogre, seems pretty solid. Just like stun and do stun and do a little bit of slow action there. Probably going to be maxing out Ignite, I would imagine.
Right.
Hard to imagine another build. I mean, it's definitely possible ever since they made the changes to the percentages and stuff that like having the guaranteed double, basically guaranteed. That's feel pretty nice.
Mira. Oh, he got it. Nicely played. Team Spirit with 3, but Mira, he is going to give up his life. Who did they give the last hit to? Horatio. Easy peasy.
Good luck. Have fun after the first blood. Come on, guys.
That's how they go. And the little tippy tip Maposhka. That's big. That's some mind games right there, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Absolutely.
I'm looking forward to this whole Razor versus Leshrac, because that he just does not care about this link. So you know what? Honestly, it doesn't last that long. I always get the right idea here.
Right.
He just absorbs it, ensures that he's getting a CS the whole time. Quinn currently, so by the time he actually has a chance to last it, he's lost the bonus. Quinn still 0, zilch, nil. All right, 0-1. We're gonna stay here until Quinn gets a last hit. Oh no!
I'll keep an eye out.
Don't leave!
Keep an eye out.
Oh!
Are they doing it? No. That's not what you want to see right there. All right, he's good. He's good. He's good.
That's NA's best, baby.
It's interesting because those buffs in the last patch, which I wasn't fully anticipating, but more damage on the Lightning Storm too makes this matchup like even a little bit worse than it used to be. So, you know, Laurel getting some good value out of this Lesh, and Quinn not really able to stand toe-to-toe with him through the first wave, it looks like.
Yeah, it's surprising how he's able to just like stand just like so tall on this Lesh. Not what I would have expected.
Right. Maposhka, in the meantime, going to try and beat down on Tofu a bit, forcing him all the way on back. One cost of a Fade Bolt there, and Team Spirit seeming to do well in these lanes here.
Yeah, this is a classic versus Rubik. You want to force that Fade Bolt, right? That's the goal. Just like, because Tofu doesn't want to throw it on you. He wants to like rage creep
Quinn?
Oh.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, I was joking about going down mid. Man, big hit. And Laurel now picking up those runes as well. I mean, that's going to be double water rune for him, shoving this wave underneath the tower. This is a tough time.
Yeah, he's getting bopped. He's doubled up on in terms of CS right now. Starting to catch up with a couple there, but this is not how you want your game to start, especially when you're already onto a Razor, right? Certainly a snowball style hero. Well, there was one thing that I was used to talk about with Razor that I've told you before. That was stealing stacks. This hero, great at stealing stacks. Early movements, great at also farming stacks. And we are in a stack meta, so I'll be curious to see just how much that plays a part into this one, especially if you're having a rough start, because your team might be beginning to consider that.
No, absolutely. Well, you can see that, you know, already trying to move on in and contest him a bit. Quinn getting the treatment there mid, but is going to be able to catch back up over the next couple of minutes, most likely. We'll see if they do decide to build up some of those stacks as time goes on. For now, at least, taking a look at the CS, it's really only the Drow that's a little bit behind. Sven having a very good time down bottom.
And then you're imagining that Quinn probably going to get a couple levels into the Storm Surge, because get a little bit of speed going. There's basically like two different builds that we've seen lately, because people have been trying this hero a little bit more. He's being spammed mid, spammed carry, even a couple offlaners in there. So I guess that just means people are wondering, like, hey, is Razor kind of busted? Some people go for the early point in the passive. Some don't, but I like this earlier point. And then the question is, do you want to keep it just as 2 for the static link for the value? Or is there some value in maxing it or on the earlier end here? The only problem is he's kind of got like that old Venomancer problem of you really want to like double up on everything. You want like almost like a 2-2, like 1 style build. It feels kind of ugly. Like he doesn't have a strong enough spell unless the matchup's really good to just like go 3 points into Link without it feeling like terrible at times.
Right.
But we'll see. He might feel like he can actually bully a little bit, because if you take the Storm Surge passive, you're kind of assuming that you're hoping to get the most out of Link in the earlier parts of the game, I would imagine. So
right.
maybe you get a rotation to mid, you slow down Laurel, you get that big damage. It feels very tense. Like I feel like his decisions and the next play for Quinn is really important because like the CS started rough, he's already died. So yeah, I'm very curious to see how they want to play this one out.
Yeah, no, definitely. A little bit of a pause there. It looks like we're back underway and actually moving right on to Dyrachyo. They're getting some good damage out. Dyrachyo in trouble, and Mira does end up going down to Celery. Dyrachyo's still sticking around and deciding to turn on to Collapse. Can they get him fully for the kill? Big plays. Nicely done.
Wow, that was so sick, actually. Because, like, Collapse, it looked so close to getting Dyrachyo, but Celery just gets the full focus on Mira. Takes him down first, and yeah, that is definitely a little bit of redemption here. That's 3-1 then, with that double kill coming up for the bottom.
Yeah.
And then, of course, by now, the CS is fully evened out in this mid lane. And Quinn, he's actually just holding the point still. He's not sure what he wants to do.
Yeah, waiting to see what he needs in this lane here. But he is now top of the CS, and, you know, as he said, after those couple of kills, all of the team on the side of Gaimin Gladiators are leading the charge here. He's going to get a link into a...
Yeah, he took the third point, too. He was like, oh, this is my chance. Takes the third point, goes for it, gets stunned. Big play there from Laurel. Huge because that also puts him at level 6 now, so it's way more threatening if he wants to try and go for a dive.
Oh, Miposhka underneath the tower. It's pulled back in. It's going to take a couple shots on his way out. Ace just farming it up in the meantime. And it looks like they're actually bringing Dyrachyo all the way over to try and secure runes. Mira's over here to the side. It's going to throw out the stun. Dude, they brought their carry to come and help them try and secure the rune. And, well, it is going to spawn down bottom. Laurel misses on that stun, but the stomp from Miposhka, that's going to keep Quinn alive for the moment. And now the turn back onto Tofu, seeing if they can kill him off. Fairy Fire, dodge away. Will it be enough? No. So they take down Tofu. Quinn, in the meantime, it's a little bit of harassment there from Mira. And when all's said and done, nobody really gets a rune of value.
Just getting that raindrop knocked off, huh?
Yeah.
But, I mean, Collapse gets some value, that's for sure. He just gets to chill in the lane for a little bit by himself. So that's somewhat unexpected at this earlier part in the game for that to occur. That is the power, I guess, of like pushing out the lane a little bit actively down bottom. Like, it's not like Dyrachyo was doing that thing where you like hold the points, you don't take the cleave. They were kind of just like swinging away and then moving, and then coming back to the lane, farming it out. Look at this bullying back on this ogre. I did not think they would get that kill.
Oh my god! Just ran him down.
Yeah, I kept expecting him to stop. Oh, Quinn, speaking of being run down though.
Oh no. Yeah, that's a lot of heroes in. Fairy Fire, Raindrop, back up again in a second. But Miposhka has the clicks, so no rotations available. Means that Quinn gets brought down. They are going to rotate over, and it looks like it's going to be a Stolen Wisdom Rune to make up for this.
That is nice.
Nope,
but,
never mind.
It's already been taken. Yeah.
Yeah. Mira was there.
Miposhka also found a ward, I think, based off of the last tower hit that got him, too. Or they might have just seen it get placed because he immediately went deep ward and Ob Sentry combo that GG had in the mid lane too. So that's going to limit their control on that bottom rune.
Right. Yeah, interesting. Well, only 1,000 gold separating these two teams right now. Very even. It looks like Mira's going to try and build up some stacks, and likewise Tofu doing the same. So as you talked about, this could be one thing to watch for, is are there going to be any potential stolen stacks? Obviously, both sides can take them really effectively here, and actually Celery is going to get caught while he was trying to stack up, and that's a free kill.
Dude,
or also gain the illusion.
Yeah, he even brought the creep camp down too. Like,
yeah.
They got some alpha wolves there. That was pretty hype. Yeah, the stacks are kind of crazy this game. Everyone can just farm stacks, pretty much.
Yeah.
Except for Ogre.
Right.
He's like the one core that doesn't get in on this action, but everybody else pretty good at it.
Look at him. Look at Laurel. He knows what he wants to do. Ace is here too, though. This is dangerous. But now they find Laurel, and they're going to move right in for it, but a great stomp comes in. Dyrachyo trying to make up for this. They brought everybody on Gaimin Gladiators immediately, and it looks like Mira is going to go down. But a big rotation for that, and only the one kill. We'll see if they can get anything else of value.
I feel like Collapse are just sitting here like, why am I playing Ogre, dude? If I was anything greedier. Like, I'm getting so much... Yeah, he's got rundown twice, but he's also getting a lot of just, like, freedom. Lots of early XP and pretty good last hits, and he's Ogre. I mean, I guess you're going to get a Midas because of it, so that's pretty sick.
Right.
Ace is going to start out on one of those giant stacks that everyone was just fighting over.
Yeah, this will be nice for him. Get into these items. And I want to see what type of build he's going for. He's queuing up the phase boots right now, but that probably is going to dictate a lot of how Gaimin Gladiators want to play the next few minutes.
I assume it'll just be like the Thanos gauntlet, but instead of gems on each one, it's just auras. You know, so he's going to collect all the aura of Infinity Stones.
Yeah.
I've never watched the Marvel movies.
Are you really not?
I've seen I saw like the first round, and then they just kept going.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think I made it to the first Avengers.
You know what's like kind of sad?
Tell
that
me.
like probably your grandchildren are still going to be watching Marvel movies. It's going to outlive you.
It's gonna be a tough one. Yeah. Gonna sit down with the kids in a couple years after watch those, huh?
Yeah.
Yo, first Iron Man though, that one was pretty legit.
That was
legit.
Absolutely.
First round were real good.
Well, back to the world of Dota.
The real
get
heroes.
our movie soon.
The land of true heroes.
Absolutely.
We're getting a movie now after the anime.
I'm feeling it, man. It's happening.
Can we have John Malkovich as Razor?
Okay, I like that.
I feel like he would handle that character well.
I've heard that name. I mean, we've got voice actors already, right?
That's true. I thought you were going for like a blockbuster style here, though. You know, like Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh, like a live action.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Who would play Ogre?
I don't know. That would be a tough call.
We got to hold off on that because Gaimin Gladiators.
We need two people because they're both heads.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, we could get like Jay and Silent Bob.
I like this. Yadro gets away. Nicely played. All right, so who's the... Oh, it's actually just them, those actors. Yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't remember what Jay's name is. So.
Yeah. His Kevin Smith's name is not Silent Bob.
No, but I don't know what Jay's name is. All right, Ace is pushing the top tower. A team of 3 pushing the bottom tower here. It is a 3K early lead here for Gaimin Gladiators. And nobody really did any major stack thieving in the night here.
No.
There's the Midas.
It's ready. I mean, I think that the stacks being just taken by Gaimin Gladiators is why we're seeing this 3K gold lead. The other ones on the side of Spirit haven't been taken yet, so that could be an avenue for Gaimin Gladiators to go in and steal them. But it feels like they're just pretty comfortable with the pace of this game. I think they're like, y'all got an Ogre. Like, we don't care about anything.
Yeah, but he'll become so powerful from Midasing. That's what my Ogre players keep telling me.
Okay.
Position 5, position 3, you know?
Fair enough. All right, well, a good job so far of Gaimin Gladiators sweeping across the map, taking out the mid tower now. They're starting to just exert their will a little bit on this, and still waiting for what the timing's going to be on Team Spirit. Laurel with Yules is not gone for that early Bloodstone.
Yeah, it'll come out next, but a little bit of combat, right? Pretty solid item, too, versus these heroes, like versus the Razor, versus the Sven. Just that one little brief moment can save you in so many situations versus either of them. So, be it using them or even just using yourself. I do have an update. There's actually a drow in this game. I know many of you probably aren't aware, but Yadro is farming. Unfortunately, he's the lowest core despite being 0-0-0 and having 92 CS. And you're probably wondering, that's crazy, because that's a lot of CS, to be honest. Like, the last are kind of fine. It's not, like, it's not the greatest game ever, but it's also not someone who's been bullied a whole lot. He hasn't died, but he's been forced into the shadows.
Yeah, hiding away. Look at this, though. This big rotation down bottom with the gate. Ace is going to come on through, try and chase down Mira, while on the other side, they're finding this fight onto Collapse, seeing if they can kill him off. Duraccio right on top, kills him dead. Lion already died on the left side of the fight, and then they relocate back to mid. I mean, super efficient fights to take, and Drow is not really keeping up in the farm wars.
It feels like ever since they initially brought Duraccio and Celery to that bottom rune, they're just at every fight. Like, it's everyone's just always there, you know? It's that's the goal that you're hoping for when you're playing an IO draft alongside an Underlord. You don't have to do it this much in terms of like we're constantly there at every single fight, but it does present a very strong front of just like why would you ever want to fight now as Team Spirit? It just looks like you're gonna lose every engagement. But then they get back to farming so fast the game Gladiators that it's very difficult to find the correct answer for them. Like, how do they actually push another objective right now as Team Spirit?
Right. What's the timing that they're trying to fight around? Because it's like God Strength, kind of, but that's 100 seconds. It's not that long of a timing. When Fiend's Gate is down, maybe. But yeah, you mention it. Always willing and ready to fight. Now, they are going to try and come and invade this area again. This is where, as Miposhka's dewarding, this is where they got found out at before by the combo. Mira runs right into Duraccio, but really nothing that he can do. Just has to walk away. So Team Spirit looking a little bit discombobulated at the moment.
It doesn't even bother dropping a ward. He's too worried about getting taken out, so they're not going to have any way to perhaps stalk Duraccio, find some sort of pick onto him, and now they are threatening with relocate. Laurel is moving up and towards the vicinity of Quinn and Celery, but they're not going on a big mission right now. They also have their own defensive ward on top of the mines. Give them an idea if anyone's like cutting through the back. See if they can backstab them a little bit there. Yep. Thank you.
Well, this next couple of minutes here feel like it's going to be pretty interesting because, again, you have a Sven that's about to have a BKB completed. Crimson Guard is already done for Ace, so Drow really does no damage. I'm very concerned for when these BKB comes out. I mean, Spirit already can't fight. What the hell is going to happen when the BKBs are there?
I don't know. That's a great question. I mean, this is Sanj and Yasha now as they're finally getting within range of Quinn, but if they initiate here, I don't know. It doesn't even look like there's much hope of a kill. They also have the backup of Tofu nearby. Of course, Ace will have the Fiend's Gate. He can be there too. And for once, Duraccio is just saying, I don't actually want to be the next fight. I'm just going to farm for a while.
I mean, this is so many stacks that have been taken at this point. He stacked his own Ancients on the left side too and then took them out. Like, his farming is out of this world. 10k net
okay, now look at Yadro hitting
16
Ancients.
minutes.
Yeah, look at the Drow. Look at the Drow hitting Ancients. it's
so
slow.
sad. It's like
yeah. Ooh. It takes so much longer.
I mean, he's trying to get towards an Aghanim Scepter. I mean, we'll see how Yadro does, but this is the farm rate is not. It's just not the same.
It's slightly different, I gotta say.
Again, the X factor that we're going to be looking for in these fights, it feels like, when they eventually happen, is going to be ET. But if this happens, if Miposhka gets found right at the start, there's no way this ends well at all. So they take down the Elder Titan quick and easy.
I feel like Drow is just like a hard-working, honest hero, and I feel like Sven he's got some PEDs. Like, he's not passing any drug tests, you know? You look at this guy, that God Strength, that's not natural, you know?
No,
Drow, she's over there with precision and skill and hard work.
Right.
And where does it get you, huh? Second last on the cores. The only core lower than you is that dumbass guy who came along, who's the Midas Ogre. This guy.
Poor guy.
That's the guy you can beat without cheating.
Exactly. Well, you know, I will say, Yadro, he's going to have his own little solid inflation here for a farm with the Drow Ranger having the Aghanim Scepter done. We'll see if it ends up working out. I mean, again, this is only really scary if Gaimin Gladiators take like full advantage and close out the map right now. If Team Spirit can keep farming for another like 20, 30 minutes, they're going to be in a good spot then. But
just how I love my strategies.
We'll see if Gaimin Gladiators give him that opportunity.
Listen, all you have to do is just multicast 4x a Scythe later on, and life will be good. Right?
Yeah. He's going Halberd, which is kind of interesting on Collapse. It's a great item against Razor.
Yeah. And obviously Sven too.
Oh yeah.
The melee heroes you don't feel too bad about, since he doesn't have, he's got those little brief moments to work through with his stun and everything.
No, but we're big chilling here for a bit. And just trying to have them split the map as much as possible.
Is under attack.
But yeah, Ogre Midas, they did just now finish the Bloodstone on Lesh. So more ability to stay in there. And there's some stuff here, maybe.
That could be huge because they're going to go Roche soon for Game Gladiators. So they just finished Sven's Blink. I assume once they finish these camps, they're just going to start setting up for Roche. Maybe not because they're going to be too late.
Right.
That might be the one thing. They might have to, unless they're just going to immediately start setting up for a Radiant Roche. But like to me, once Blink comes out on Sven, the immediate goal is just go Roche because I just want to get Aegis. I want to move on to the enemy side of the map, and I want to start getting all these tier 2s knocked down.
All right, Ogre's dead. This is the easy kill that they're looking
Bloodlust.
for. Pulls him back in. Wait a minute, though. Hold on. Now, they were holding off on all their big relocate abilities, but Collapse is going to get found, and yeah, they bring numbers. That's enough for a kill. And do they decide to go Roche on bottom, or are they just going to keep chasing? I mean, Quinn wants to go in for the battle, finds Laurel, links him up, the Yule Scepter immediately to disengage. They use the Fiend's Gate, but Duraccio blinks to the side, finds Maposhka. He's getting controlled, but they still have the hero they need to. Laurel is caught. Laurel is dead. Yadaro now trying to escape, but they're going to have the lift. Pulls her back in, slowed down. Yadaro in trouble, going to die. So suddenly, 3 go down. Duraccio blinks forward. Can't quite get onto Mira, but who needs a Roche? Just kill them all.
How did you get the blink out of that? That was crazy. Thought Mira was dead for sure, or at least supposed to get a lot of damage. Moments there. There were moments where it almost felt like something. Sven isolated with 2 supports and Drow hitting, but it's just not enough yet. Like you have the Ags, but it's not quite there. He's kind of huge, and obviously, taking a fight with the BKB made that feel pretty good. But yeah, it's Roche time.
For sure. Yeah, they are ready to go. Maybe they
sorry,
go and take
it's Wisdom Rune time. Yeah.
Oh, Mira, get there, get there! Oh, all right. Pyrrhic victory. Mira going to get out too. That's what you want to see. Do they try and take the Tormentor? They're thinking about it. They're gonna back out first. Go get the tower.
Yeah, no BKB quite yet. Take the easier objectives first.
Team Spirit maybe wanting to take this fight. Kind of bold, walking up the cliff. Walking up the cliff right into Laurel, looking for the stun. They connect onto 2, but do they have enough damage to burst through the rest of them? Celery taking a lot, but heals back up to full. The silence onto both of them. The fight a little bit separated now. They move back in with 8s. Miss on the stun, but Quinn down low. It's Force Staffed away. Finger of Death almost dead. Quinn falling lower is gonna die. This fight is actually working great for Spirit, but can they get away? Maposhka trying to dodge from Duraccio. Duraccio out of there. Laurel wanted to get out of dodge too. Very low on mana. That fight is about the best you could hope for. They will lose Mira off of this, but if the rest of Team Spirit can get away, that's a win.
They spent so long trying to chase Celery too. It's like over and over. They even go for a quick little reload there. See if they can grab Laurel. He's still sticking around pretty low. Oh, it's getting worse.
They get Collapse. Wait, pulls him, blinks in under the stun? What is happening now? I'm not entirely sure. Huh. Okay. Well, I mean, look at the fight recap. They lose 3 heroes for 2, but they still get the gold victory.
Gonna have to take it. Every little thing they can. But they are gonna lose out on this Roche finally, as things are dealt with in the bottom lane. They don't want to just stick around for the tier 2 right now. So a quick and easy one there. And the road to Daedalus for Duraccio here, not too far away when it comes to Sven farming.
So, did that fight give you any more hope for the future here for Team Spirit? Okay.
No, if anything, it made it worse because think about how that fight started. 3 heroes walking up from the low ground. They got a double initial Leshrac stun onto both supports.
Right.
Or maybe it was 2 cores in the support. Either way, Celery was stunned for a second, and I was like, oh, this could be it. But then I'm looking at his items, and I'm just seeing, like, I'm seeing the medallion, I'm seeing the mech, and if they don't blow him up right away, he just gets off to the side.
Right.
He's still holding 3 blood grenades. That's how you know he's a real gamer.
Absolutely. No, I mean, it is definitely feeling a little bit rough right now, if I'm going to be real. Team Spirit, again, like we could see the power of that combination when it all came together. And Quinn's not immortal on this Razor. He is like now because he literally has the Aegis of the immortal, but you know.
Well, I love what they've done here too. Is that they've taken the Aegis, right? They put it on the Razor because it's a transformation hero and a Sven. So like he gets his Blink Dagger. He wants to play aggressive on this side of the map, but you also want to be popping your ulti every single time as Sven as you can. So Quinn goes for this build instead of just going for like an earlier BKB, which I think would have been pretty viable on the Razor. He goes for this Sanjin Yasha into the Hurricane Pike, as he just wants to fully abuse the Aegis when they get it, play really aggressive, doesn't want to have to rely on BKB. It can be a little bit tough, though, because I'm not sure how much IO attention he'll be getting at this point in the game.
Right.
I feel like it's mostly going to be on Dyrachyo, so that can make the BKB a little bit more tempting. Maybe they can take advantage of that as Spirit, but with the Aegis, that's obviously a little bit harder to do. Miposhka should be okay. All right. He's not taking a wrong turn here. Oh, wait. Oop.
I mean, breaking that smoke on Tofu, if you can get out after, that's pretty good.
Look where Dyrachyo is.
Yeah. Well,
He was not with the team, so Miposhka's in trouble. Nice force.
Force Staff
Radiant's
gets up, gets away, maybe a chance. Yeah, Miposhka gets out, but down bottom. Yadaro found, TPing away. Oh, Mira with the save on the Hex. Ace was mid-cast of that pit. Barely saving his buddy's life.
Gonna keep Yadaro going here. Try and increase this damage. Company's lost
Stomp.
121. Oh my goodness, that's a core
good
hero.
Force Staff. Man, the fact that Miposhka gets out right there too, that ends up saving Laurel. Because the stomp on the relocate too. Jeez.
Oh, Yadaro, oh my god, he just blinked on him. I was just farming.
They didn't know what was going on there. Wait a minute. Is this the one Dyrachyo death? Is this the Dyrachyo death? No, he's getting away.
That's
He had
true.
BKB the whole time anyways.
Yeah, you do make a good point, though. They should be concerned that he hasn't died yet.
That's true.
On Game of Gladiators, they should be like, wait a minute. Like,
Doesn't fit our
better
script.
now than later there, Dyrachyo.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, good vision down is going to scout Laurel heading over here, but it doesn't see the rest of the heroes. Ace, Quinn, thinking about it.
Tofu couldn't convince them to come over there, so we denied the DD.
Quinn just runs in like a madman, says, fine, I'll do it. They find Yadaro, but Force Staff pushes him up to the high ground. They get the disarm for a moment onto Dyrachyo. Laurel still dropping lower and lower, but staying alive long enough. That actually is kind of working. They're keeping Dyrachyo off to the side of the fight with Miposhka this whole time. So all that damage for no deaths.
That was the saddest finger of death I've ever seen in my
Under
life.
attack.
He just like zapped celery and just nothing happened. Like the auras are just too ridiculous. His bar is just going across the entire screen. It's pretty much covering the minimap at this point. I've just like buffs the entire way through this IO. And celery barely survives. Pretty sure he went down to like double, if not single digits near the end there. Now they're gonna grab this Tormentor. Who's getting this? Do we have any shards?
Doesn't look like it. Oh, that's an interesting one. The overcharge spell amp. Pretty cool with Razor.
That's actually the first shard in the entire game at 27.5 minutes. Huh. No shard heroes here today.
16k gold lead. Quinn sets his sights now onto this mid-tier 2 tower. Last outer tower remaining for Team Spirit.
Oh.
Well,
You know, this just reminded me. I mean, I know we're in the middle of this game here, but I received some info about Darkseer
Dire's middle tower
oh yeah?
has
What's
fallen.
that?
and Defiant Shell. Have you heard this?
Oh, that it automatically punches back and you carry
Yeah.
illusion? Yeah, that's
if you're
pretty cool.
stunned, it works. What's up with that?
Yeah. Defiant Shell is sick.
That's crazy.
I love
Why does
that
it work
item.
like that? It does that with Tusk too, apparently. You'll just walrus
Yeah.
punch people if you have it on auto attack and you have Defiant Shell equipped.
Well, you need to remain defiant when all hope could be lost. Like Yadaro.
Like Yadaro,
who's
yeah.
going to pick up the Wisdom Rune right now and then try and solo this. Yadaro, my man. Does they have any way to break it? No.
Is Mira gonna escape though? Ooh, the Hex, the TP. Oh, he did the math.
That was crazy.
That
That is why you max Hex, everybody.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if that's not level 4, he's just dead. I don't think 2.8 is enough time.
Oh. 29 minutes in, and more items being gathered by Team Spirit. They're going to find one. Duraccio. Oh, is this the one? He PKBs. Tries to run away. Ogre Seal Totem backing out. And he will get the blink out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's pretty good news, though. Getting rid of that BKB, right? But he does want that in these fights. He doesn't want another situation like last time where he just kind of got kited off to the side the entire way.
Tower has fallen.
It was pretty much the best case scenario that they could hope for on Team Spirit, but they did accomplish it. Maybe they can kite him once more because this BKB's lacking. Maybe they can just blow up the IO. That would be a great start to this engagement. It's something they have not been able to achieve quite yet.
Radiant's middle tower is
Right.
under
I mean, that last time he talked about the finger, Mira finally gets level 12, so level 2 Finger of Death at the ready.
That's right.
You know, these things make maybe a bit of a difference, but they are feeling more confident heading out on the map. We'll see what the next couple of minutes brings for Team Spirit
Radiant's
as
middle tower
Yadaro
is under
continues
attack.
to catch up. And, of course, Shiva's Guard now done on Lesh. That item also is huge, helping to reduce this healing that's been very annoying for them to deal with. Yeah, could see it.
Getting a fight before Quinn's AC would also be really nice for them right now. They got about 1 minute until the potential Roche respawn.
Oh, Duraccio is a harpoon boy. Do they find one? Well, I think he caught sight of Collapse heading by. Yadaro walking into the danger zone. Yadaro stunned right away. They have anything to save him at all. Force Staff trying to get away from it. But no, rooted and dead. He got ogred to death. Good stun. The Ravage, the turnaround, the follow-up coming from Laurel. But I don't know if they have enough damage left in the tank. Eul Scepter to dodge the stun. Quinn's still draining that damage. And it will be enough to force them back after using a bunch of spells.
All right, Tofu got Fire Shield. That's kind of crazy, actually.
Oh, man.
Very useful versus Drow.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So, thanks, Collapse. Doesn't necessarily want, though. He wants maxed out Bloodlust.
Oh, my God.
All right, last time he stole this, it was only level 1. Bit of an improvement this time.
Yeah, that's really, really good. Okay, Quinn AC done.
Minute and a half on the Roche.
Yeah, it feels like the number of mistakes you can make as Team Spirit at this point in the game are so few. And that might have been one too many of Drow walking up high ground, but Team Spirit going to try and head out. That was under a ward.
They scanned that bottom, they scanned the Roche pit and it went red at the last second. So they might think they're in there.
Quinn spots one Hex to start. Can they bring him down? Oh my God! ET Aura, eat your heart out. Quinn gone in an instant. Nice AC, bro. Celery starting to die afterwards. That was huge.
All right, that was 2,783 magic damage, 140 physical. So there you go. That's a big zap. That is what happens when you got hit by the juice. The only physical damage was the half of the ulti from the ET. And that actually just shows the disparity. That's a great example. So ET's ultimate did 507 magic damage and 140 physical damage. So that is the gap that you have to deal with all this armor that they're stacking up on the side of Game Gladiators. And that's why they need this magic damage to come through.
And I mean, maybe somebody just needs a BKB. I don't know. It feels like that might be on the docket next for literally everybody. Yeah, he queued it up. Quinn's ready to get a BKB, guys.
That's what the Aegis is for. It's fine.
Oh, man. A late Roche spawn is really unfortunate here for Team Spirit, though. It's finally going to spawn right now as Drow heads down here. But Gaimin are going to be in position.
It's also Radiant side, too, with the buybacks.
Yeah.
Although Quinn doesn't have it. So if they kill Quinn, they get this Roche. Well, that's not necessarily true, because Duraccio could go ham. But if they kill Quinn and he messes up his initiation with God Strength, they could get it.
Oh, Pit of Malice. They're on to 2. Ace starting to take damage, down to half HP. The Pit of Malice is big, but the turnaround there with the Echo Shell. Now damage on to Quinn a second time. Laura almost gets him, but the double Force Staff keeps him alive. Duraccio chasing down Yadro, but slow down the frost arrows. Oh, the stun in range. Can they slow him down enough? Duraccio, oh, he needs this one hit, but it's not going to be there. They do lose the Drow in the end, but Tofu goes down. So can they hold on to this? Yes. Team Spirit fighting back, down 16K.
Oh, man, losing Yadro does hurt, though. That would be so nice to be able to immediately go back into the rush right now and try and do something about this. But there is double buyback still available if they really wanted to. It's not free yet for Team Spirit, but it's a big claw back into this game because things were looking very desperate.
Are they giving it up? I mean, because, no, I mean, they're kind of just ceding a little bit of ground here to the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Now, Roche is going to head top. And that opens up a whole new window here for Team Spirit to take it once Drow is back up again, but they're going to have to take another fight. Man.
I think they're just going to get it. But we'll see. See if they get the vision down right now.
Well,
they're way back on the side of Team Spirit.
yeah.
They're joining Roche. We're all going through.
Interesting.
All right. Drow will not have buyback. They really don't have any buybacks actually on Dire. The only one they would have would be Collapse. I guess maybe the only one of grave importance. Poshka just got there. Okay. Got a couple buybacks on the Dire.
I mean, so they're smoking over now. Are there any other big pickups that they've gotten yet?
Oh, they caught him.
Oh, find one. There's no follow-up. Nobody else is here. Nobody else is here. They were not ready. I mean, they found the jump, but nobody else was there.
It was a smart idea.
Over is your core.
It was a smart idea, though. It wasn't quite in sync. It was this idea of, like, they saw Sven's respawn
Whoa,
timer.
Duraccio, we found him! Right on the warp, but Pushkat's a dieback! 75 seconds. Oh, man, that ward up on the high ground, exactly what they needed.
Oh, he's so much of their fight control, too, in the Roche pit. Like, it's ET, and the reason they got that kill on Quinn earlier, using that natural order, that being gone, that eliminates any hope they have of turning these tables. You know, ET was hoping to eliminate 16,000 net worth advantage worth of defensive capabilities in that one. And he's just gone. Oh, it was so close, though. Like, the idea was good. You know? Because what's Sven going to do? The second he respawns, he's going to TV that tier 1. Who has a tier 1 still at this point in the game? 36 minutes. They do. They actually almost took advantage of that because it's such like a bold TP of just like, oh, well, you know where he's going to go. Yeah, Yadro wasn't right there immediately. They didn't quickly get it synced up into extra disables into the ET ulti to have some sort of a chance, like a big nuke. It's not quite on point.
Man. Yeah, if they had their full team there, they need Laurel, they need Yadro. Collapse isn't enough.
Good
Man, and Duraccio, like, shout-outs to him to recognize that and just go. Like, blood in the water, shark going after it.
Oh, I was about to say, could we please get 25 on Duraccio? He farms it up. What do we got, buddy? What do we got? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
God, strength double.
He was considering for a second. I was scared. Like, come on now. Give us the big number here. We got Daedalus. We got Swift Blink. I want to see someone vanish. I want to show me a magic trick there, Duraccio.
You're mixing up your DC and Marvel now.
Well, I got to keep them on their toes, you know?
That's fair. Tier 4 neutrals coming out now. Ace picks up the Spell Prism. 20-10. And it's still, like, not completely over. I mean, that age just definitely hurts in a lot of ways, but we saw the power that this lineup can have when they work together in concert. Still no BKB on Quinn. Hasn't been able to farm it up yet all the way.
That's true, but he does have the lore-appropriate Stormcrafter.
Okay. I like that.
No BKB, but has Stormcrafter. Quite key, I would say. It's a Penta Edge sword. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, he is a monster on Duraccio now. That is one scary guy. Okay. 20k gold lead. Again, the big Wombo combo is available if they clump, and they might clump.
Collapse is about to get his scythe if they give him this wave.
Oh.
Scaring.
which it looks
Okay.
like they're going to do. So he's got everything back at the secret shop here. He's going to purchase. As long as his courier lives, yeah, get out of there. Whew. Yeah, they were making their way over there. All right, so simply multicast hex them all. Why hasn't he considered that before? He has 4,000. He's a lot of health.
Wait a minute.
Dracho? That's one.
That's the hex. Mirror there. Force staff keeps him away. Now they have to back out. Laurel pulled back in. Lotus onto him. Disarmed
the
on
eggs.
Sven. Backs away. Is it going to be enough to get Laurel out? He just gets absolutely walloped there. Now the chase forward. Maposhka Force staff trying to keep Collapse alive. Collapse in more trouble and going to die. That's 2 cores down. Do a buyback on Lesh, but these buildings, they're falling. Sleep connects onto 3. They move in
Setup.
now. ET Aura. A lot of damage. Doraccio, he's so low. The heal was there from Celery, but is it going to be enough to get them out? Laura wants to chase. They need to find more. Yadaro, just be careful. Doraccio waiting for a Blink Dagger jump in, but they get the relocate to pull one out. Quinn, he's under fire now, getting hit from the arrows from on high. Goes down once. Can he bring him down again? Tofu mana draining. Mira
they're
has to
backing
blink
out.
back inside the base. They can't go again.
Yeah, Quinn just ran his body in there to burn the Aegis to make sure Ace didn't just get like solo pulled down. There was only a minute-ish left on the Aegis anyway, so
Right.
let that get taken out. Ensure you can retreat back Ace. That Lotus Orb coverage there was great
Yeah.
to help try and create a little bit of distance there for Team Spirit, but it is still a 24k lead. Eggs are still very dicey. And you can see the work that Earth Splitter did too, man. Jeez, they really
yeah.
needed that cheese heal that Celery pulled out.
I mean, there is still just the issue of how hard the Sven hits when you can get some clean swipes on him. It's a serious problem. Doraccio is a monster.
Yeah, that one's pretty hard to deal with. And well, he now has his Nullifier too, which that was the other item that Collapse was considering instead of the Scythe. He kind of had them
Right.
both queued up for a while, decided to commit for the Scythe. But you can see why the Nullifier would be so much value to Team Spirit with all of these barriers.
Right. Poshka drops some ward. Those are scouted. Collapse. Doraccio, he blinked up to the high ground. Flipped himself. Collapse trying to get out now. The Stomp is going to lay down. Hex now under Underlord. Quinn running in. They don't have Ogre for this fight. And in fact, they might not have that many more. But Laurel doing the damage as well as Maposhka. But the turn, oh, Doraccio just absolutely wrecked him. He just does not have enough armor. There's not enough armor in the game.
It's just so tough to get your Drow involved as well. Like, she just cannot find any sort of space that lets her play in these fights whatsoever.
Yeah.
He is really doing some next level stuff there with the Drow right there.
Trying.
They
Okay.
got that
Baited. Stun. On to Drow. Throws out the multi-shot. But that is a full lane of racks taken now as Gaimin Gladiators trying to assert their dominance here, and Team Spirit just holding on for dear life. They're going to use another glyph. Want to buy some more time for Laurel to get back into it. It is not easy. They need the perfect fight. Stomp connects. Buying more time. They're going to have to hold out to try and defend Megas.
Yep. The great defender of high ground, ET. Still has 20 seconds till the ulti's back up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, the smoke's on the far right there. Mira trying to find a lurking spot. Looking for the big
See if he
Ravage
can do
off
it.
this.
Oh, that's a big
triple.
combo.
Just one.
Oh, revealed again for a moment. The hex, the stun, the control, bringing him lower and lower. Celery, keeping his buddy alive, though. Making sure that everything is fine and dandy. Waves pushed out, backdoor back up. They buy enough time for Lesh to respawn.
All right. But if Collapse 4X's this next Midas, they win the game. Right?
Okay. Sure. Why
Yeah.
not?
Okay. Unfortunately, he's... Yo, leave that wave for him. Come on, Collapse.
Touch. Oh, it's only one.
No. He's going to go. He's going to go. Here we go.
Oh, he didn't even get it 2 times.
No, I saw 2. I think he got 2.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I think I saw dubs.
All right, fair enough.
Oh, yeah, they lost. That was it. That was the percent.
Unfortunate. He needs more strength, man. That dumb
Yeah,
look.
it's not quite there yet, huh? Does it actually show you the calculation that he's at?
I don't know if it does.
No, it doesn't actually. So wait, he gets plus 1% for each 20 strength that Ogre has. So he's almost, we can just pretend. So he would get 6% more if he, oh, sorry, it's per 20. So he would get 9% more
Right.
if he got to 180. That's not bad.
Well, Gaimin Gladiators, they're not looking for dumb luck to win here. They're just trying to end this game. Smoke up, head out, find one. Who can they get? Tofu has a freaking Aghanim Scepter right now on this Rubik. But Yadro, he's going to TP out, will not be caught behind. Still, game is looking increasingly dire for the dire. And
I've been seeing way more Aghanims for Rubik lately. I feel like it's gotten way much more popular. But I mean, I remember the number one reason I always liked it was the cast range. It's just ridiculous. Like, especially when you have Blink and Force. Like, whatever spell that you want on Rubik, you are gonna get. Oh, he got a 4x. They're back in. Game's back on. 4x Midas.
there it is. Just keep dreaming. Surely it'll all be fine. I mean, they're like maxing out on these halberds too. I feel like they just need anything they can to just stay the hell away from Dyrachyo. I mean, this man, he's got a 6-second BKB. If they could find a way to just control him outside of that. But it's not easy.
Well, an extremely long Roche will keep them alive a bit longer here on the side of Team Spirit because they are going to wait for it. Game Gladiators. Poshka, well ahead of his crew here, has one OBS. Going to find a Sven and an Io. Immediately is quite scared and runs away with his ninja gear.
Laurel. Ooh. They have great ward in the area here. They spot him. Lifted. Force. No, nothing yet. Laurel needs help. It's not going to be there. BKB used from Dyrachyo. No buyback on Laurel. Trying to slow these heroes down. A good stomp connects. The stuns out. The Earth Splitter. A lot of damage onto Dyrachyo, but not quite enough. Not enough for Ace either. And Mira, he dies to the side to Quinn. They're all so low, but it's just not going to be enough.
Oh, and the ulti too. Retreat. Through the gate.
Oh, stomp. Wait a minute. Maybe. They hex. Oh, they'll lift away. Rubik's so good at that. And collapse. Now under fire. Yadro trying to beat into them. He's just doing nothing. It's not nearly enough here. And they will find more. Tofu does die. The second kill that we've seen in probably 20 minutes for Team Spirit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nonetheless, it is going to be a buyback from Ogre as they try and come and contest this Roche.
Well, that was nice that we got a fun fight instead of just waiting for Roche.
That's true.
He just, how much? 3,000 experience from that kills that I just saw?
Yeah. That's kind of crazy. He's 25 now. What the hell? Oh my god, Yadro. What can they do? In the mid lane, Laurel is trying to push out these waves. Does not have boots of travel, but does have a TP to get to that outpost. ET spots Quinn. Sends it on back home. They are. I mean, they're still somehow finding a way to contest. They're just running in to take it?
All right, this is crazy.
That is all kinds of nuts. Okay. Quinn getting ready to run in. Lesh is still in the pit. Roche down to low HP. They have a refresher shard on there as well as the cheese and the Aegis. Fighting their time.
It's all or nothing.
I mean, you got to do something. Laurel, he gets linked up. Quinn, the Force Staff, trying to keep him alive, but Quinn, he's right on him. Yule Scepter, control. They need some help, but they're not getting it. Dyrachyo finds the backlines on Yadro, but he's missing. A couple key misses, but will he be able to run around? No! But Pochka for the save. They might actually have him here. Maybe, possibly, a chance, a dream. They kill him. He has buyback, though. Oh, no. And now they relocate to the other side. Yadro, he gets surrounded. He gets taken down. None of these heroes have buyback. Collapse is going to manage to TP away. And even though they got the kill onto Dyrachyo, the bigger play was making sure they killed the whole rest of Team Spirit.
Oh, what a backstab there, too. Laurel survived for a lot longer this time because they didn't have Dyrachyo in his face with that nullifier, so it gave him a chance to actually use some of his defensive capabilities. But it was because Dyrachyo was working in the back lines. Agent Sam Fisher there, the Chaos Theory, drops in from behind, tries to get the kill, but despite an excellent effort there of survival, they eventually do lose Yadro. And looks like they're probably going to lose their base here, too. They're buying back. They're planning the great last defense here.
Well, Miposhka has a lot of damage, if nothing else. But they go through the gate and immediately eyes on the tower. Going to take this tier 3 in just a moment. And yeah, that is going to be tier 3 down at Dyrachyo. He's hungry. Hungry for blood once more. He's played a fabulous game on this Sven. As Laurel starts out with the stun, the Hex, the Stomp. Forced away, slept for the moment. Can they find any more? Dual Scepter lift up. KB out. Dyrachyo tries to back away. And Gladiators, giving this team a lot of respect of not just running in at them, covering their bases. They will lose celery behind enemy lines and also lose a gem. Wait a minute. Ace maybe now in some trouble too. Hold on a second now. More Force Staffs. There's a lot of defensive spells used. If they can get a grip onto somebody now, they probably have them. Ace gets slept. They move in. The problem is they're losing their base also. So Ace is going to die, but tier 4 tower is falling. They need to come back and deal with this.
Yeah, and they still have 3.5 minutes left on Aegis, so there's lots of time to just reset right now. Chill out a little bit. Sven got a shield rune. There's been a lot of cheese this game. How about those lotuses? No, there's not many.
No. Well, regardless, it is getting close to that time now with these mega creeps where realistically, if Spirit want to win this game, they just have to hold out for probably another 30 to 40 minutes.
You could see the concern, though, that they have from Game Gladiators. Like you said, lots of respect because they do recognize that Elder Titan is one of those weird heroes. And Drow, by the same logic, bit weird because you're building up all this defense, but there's a chance that it just vanishes in a single moment there. So you have to be a little bit cautious. We need a Veil. Someone buy the cheap Veil. If you don't have buyback or something, so you just grab Veil. That's you,
right?
Miposhka. 1,500 gold, no buyback.
Right.
1,511 gold. All right, here it comes. Look, 4 gold away and buy Veil. Miposhka knows, right, buddy? You got me, bud?
He'll get it. Surely.
Or will he just wait 5 minutes and have buyback?
Maybe he gets
I don't know if this game goes 5 minutes. Ooh, Shard's good. I like Shard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's solid. Desperation Veil, game-ending drums. I love those little cheap items that you see at the end.
Right. Anything that you can get that helps your team out in some way. I mean, the other thing that they'll have going for them is multicast Midas for getting tier 5s if they can hold out that long. But
okay.
You got to hold out before then one push here.
If he just nullifies and then scythes them all.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
do that.
That sounds like a good start to a fight.
Yeah.
Boschka. Force Staff. X. Stun. Backs away. Dyrachyo. BKB. Turns onto the H and says, I'm tired of playing this game. But do they have enough damage to take it out? They will. They smoke in, say, we don't need to kill heroes. Let's just kill the Ancient. And, well, they take the victory. Gaimin Gladiators taking game number 1. Bit anticlimactic, but it's kind of cool. I like that.
It's a pretty solid strategy. Just don't fight. Yeah, hard to lose the fight if you just don't take one. So, destroy the base, easy peasy. This was a long time ago. 21 minutes. I don't remember what happened. Oh, this is when they had their chance. This is when that long fight that started like actually kind of good for Team Spirit when they got the stun onto the low ground, but you could still see that it was going to be a struggle. And the main problem was, too, all these turnaround fights where you're like, maybe, and this one, too, same problem is when they just keep, oh, sorry, not this one, but when they have another fight down there later and Yataro's, like, still just dies. Because, like, if they had any hope, they needed some crazy fight where Yataro just manages to survive. But obviously, he was target number 1 for GG.
Yeah. No, and I think that the thing that just stood out to me was Razor is kind of an interesting answer in general to this Lesh. You know, I think that it shows some ways that it can work. But also, like, a couple of things just felt like it wasn't the greatest from Spirit's draft. The Drow really struggled against the Atrophy Aura, the Crimson Guard, the mech from Io, the shield coming out from Sven even with Warcry, and then also the Core Ogre. Like, it feels a little bit simplistic to be like Core Ogre's kind of bad, but that was kind of a part of it.
Okay, you want to hear a crazy damage number here?
Okay.
RTZ,
You saw the clip
Razor.
right there.
Yeah, that must be what it was. Quinn's Stormcrafter did half the damage of his ultimate. He did 5,000 damage to heroes with just Stormcrafter that game. And he did
That's pretty crazy.
under 10k with his ulti the entire time.
Jeez.
That's a little crazy, actually. I would not have guessed that. You know, it's kind of this like chip damage over time compared to slightly like more impactful damage, but yeah, that item definitely adds up over a long time. But yeah, the big counter, like you're saying, the Leshrac versus the Razor, like he took like 4,000 damage at the most crucial moments just from Eye of the Storm. Just like being in his face, getting on top of him, forcing him back. So it's a pretty cool answer there when they have this idea of like, but what if they steal our Razor or our Leshrac? What will we do? So the Core Ogre, though, do you think we'll see that again?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that was more of a desperation, what the hell are we going to do moment. Who knows, though? We might hear Team Spirit talk about it. They put out some good videos after these series, I feel like, where they explain their thought process, which is a pretty cool thing. Check it out, everybody. But that's going to do it for game number 1. We're going to get ready for game number 2 in just a couple of minutes. Stay tuned, though. More to come out from the group stage for Riyadh Masters in just a bit.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up, then. I'll be ready to bust in. Take every day, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside. Where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Hello and welcome back, all you wonderful people out there. We're getting ready for our second game, and Trentster, it went a long time. Gaimin Gladiators ended up coming out with the victory. They were kind of leading from the get-go, it felt like. In terms of this next game, do you think we just see the IO ban? Because it felt like everything kind of followed naturally in the draft from IO getting through in that first phase. Or do you think that Spirit just trying to adjust a few things and mess with it a bit there, Ryan?
That's a great question. Because first priority for this game is Game Gladiators, and they have chosen second pick. So I believe we're just inversing compared to last time.
Oh, okay.
So it will be second pick. So if they first pick is basically their IO strat, right? Like you just saw.
Right.
Second pick, yeah, you're probably going to see the ban because unless they want to play it on the side of Team Spirit, you definitely don't want to give them the 1-2 punch. I don't imagine, because I don't think they're going to have a significant enough answer versus like IO plus Lash, if that's what they want.
Right.
That's going to be comfortable on that fourth hero pick.
Yeah, I could definitely see, though, Team Spirit playing IO as well if they wanted to. So maybe Gaimin just end up banning that out also. Or maybe they want to try and run their strat against IO. I feel like, oddly enough, I think obviously Gaimin are not really too concerned. They're just going to play what they want to play. But I also feel like Spirit just sort of embody that energy too, where they kind of just focus on their own game. But we do have a draft, so let's hop on into it right now as we get ready for game number 2. Gaimin Gladiators facing off against Team Spirit. And it is going to be the Brood Band first up. I'm just going to open back up in my little notes what the draft was in game 1. God, it's so nice being able to just do this from my own computer. Easy peasy.
You have the power. Yeah, I was about to say, no surprise that we don't want Bat. Again, certainly a very quality hero here for Game Gladiators. For Team Spirit, it makes life easy, and yeah, they're gonna ban that out because although they have played IO in the past, they have not been into it lately. Has not been their jam. No one's banning it versus them, but throughout all of Bali, they were not hopping on the IO train. Definitely some Storm Pugna. That was attempted, but that's not cool anymore. We're off that.
Fair.
And then the Timber Saw will be our other ban, huh?
Yeah. That was taken out in the last game. I haven't actually been able to get Dota Buff open like a little scrub that I am.
It's dead. No, it's
Oh,
down. Yep.
Oh, no.
It's over.
Dang. What happened?
I don't know. There's probably just some API issues, or
all right, fair enough.
Maybe they're protesting. They're just like, hey, wait. Pay us for all this free use, you casters. You know what? Credit to them.
Well, this was let through. This was the ban in the last game. Snapfire gets taken first overall by Team Spirit. They do leave open a lot of other heroes to go against it, but Snapfire's been looking pretty good, at least in the early laning stage. There have been some issues once the mid game comes around and BKBs get out.
Oh, they're back. Floated Dota buff. Phew, what a relief. Yeah, this is very similar to the Batrider. A lot of the same ideas and concepts. Could go to Collapse, could go to Laurel, could just go to Mira. I mean, this was TI 10. This was Mira's best hero. I think without a doubt, he was probably the best Snapfire in the entire tournament when they took that one. So it is a hero that for a long time has done very well for Team Spirit. A beast. All right, bring him out. Ace wants to have some fun.
Apparently.
It's like I just had to play 53 minutes of a winning game as Underlord. I'm bored, guys.
Did they just take Enchantress now?
10 seconds remain.
Feel like
yeah.
I think that's just the play, right? Surely.
Yeah, probably that. Let's be honest.
I mean, Snapfire, I think, does provide some pretty interesting answers to Enchantress. You kind of destroy her a bit, but just all that magical damage coming out. But I don't know.
They're taking much longer than I would have anticipated. They could maybe just be going like techies. I don't know. I guess is that hero still good, or are we just completely off techies? They can go Rubik if he wants to play it again. We'll just play it. Yeah, okay. Keep it simple, stupid.
This is the play. As Team Spirit, you gotta know this is coming out. So what are they gonna pair with the Snap? I personally like it more out of the mid roll, but like you were talking about, Mira obviously exceptional on this as well. Maybe just leave it open for flex.
Yeah, I would be hoping to keep it open to this phase for sure. But the problem is it's kind of hard to counter anything that they have right now on Game Gladiators. Like you could go for, I was gonna say like a support counter like the Lich, but that feels kind of bad to grab on 8th. Obviously we're gonna get that a little bit later, but you're trying to find an impactful hero that doesn't remove Snapfire's capabilities here in terms of a counter pick. They could go for a safe mid like Pango. Look at the Bloodseeker. Okay.
That is not what I was anticipating. Huh.
I guess yeah, here I'm talking about a safe mid that would remove the Snapfire. So yeah, this is a safe carry that does not take away your Snapfire flex. Pairs pretty nicely with Snapfire at most points in the game in terms of the timings that you want to like fight at. So solid. Cookie user as well.
I was thinking maybe Clockwork could have been good too, but this I mean I guess this is just very highly valued. Yeah. Which fair enough. I mean the heroes look pretty crazy.
He gets banned pretty much every second phase, it feels like right now.
Right.
5 seconds remaining.
Our other tournament heroes, though, obviously these two teams didn't play in the play-in, so we don't know exactly about some of their new ideas, like the Meepo.
Right.
Should that be a consideration? Yeah, dude, I told you, though. What did I say about Lich? That hero? Disgusting versus Beastmaster and Edge. That is so funny they actually banned Lich. It's that good. So I'm sure some of you have seen it, but the changes to... what's it called?
Sinister Gaze.
Sinister Gaze. Yes, the changes to Sinister Gaze. Lich is a crazy counter pick to creeps now. It just feels so good. It's 250 damage per second on a creep, and it lasts twice as long. So you just eliminate creeps throughout the entire game. It's very useful.
Yeah, you gobble them up. No, and I think that even on top of that, just the armor too against what is looking very clearly to be a physical draft from Gaimin Gladiators too. It feels like it's kind of a perfect answer. So take that one out of the pool. They're going to take the Jug out. A lot of carries banned. Jug, Faceless, Medusa, Morphling still in the pool, although that here has definitely fallen off a decent amount.
10 seconds remaining.
The Jug is interesting because he still doesn't feel that strong to me. Compared to some of our other big hitters, but the general concept of like Beastmaster and Jug, they are respecting a very quick tempo that could come out here from GG.
Yeah, all makes sense. So first pick out of the next phase for Gaimin Gladiators with their ban right now. Other heroes that they banned out last game too with this was Clockwork. I'm trying to think if there's... Oh, that was actually Team Spirit that banned that. Morph was another ban that they had, but with Bloodseeker already taken, they can change it up to another position.
I think Pango is a good ban here still, because it's like, yeah, maybe the snaps can end up being mid, but honestly, like you have the Beastmaster, which isn't like the best because you're like roaring the thing, but you don't have a chance of the Bloodseeker. It's been taken out. It's a pretty good Laurel hero. They'll just again go for a classic support counter pick and get rid of that Crystal Maiden.
Okay. Take the Lion now.
You thought that looked like a lot of fun, huh?
Apparently. Gets to counter some of those. I mean, I guess there's not really going to be illusion heroes again because you have the Bloodseeker.
Probably the Laurel Ember, I would say. Because like he could just pick a couple different spirit heroes just in case he shifts off of not playing this Snapfire.
Right. Well, good amount of reserve time burned through here for Team Spirit. I still like the clock. Big fan.
Still like Clockwork. Just go ahead and pick it up. I feel like they're going to pick Marana and Pangolier. That's my theory here.
Okay.
I like that a lot better than Marana, I will say. The
Interesting.
arrow was not selling me. But I was thinking about like classic creep counters. I don't think they're even that necessary anymore, honestly. Marana might be out. Moonlight's really cool, but...
Who was it that we saw the other day that played it that did really well with the Shadow Demon? It did SD Marana, and it looked amazing. I don't even remember who that was.
Yeah, no, it was in the play-ins.
Regardless, still a nice combo. All right, big decision time. Mars.
Okay. So this is something that they pick versus Zeus still. They're still Mars gamers.
I mean,
And
that's a
bringing it
really
back.
good combo too. Snapfire Mars, either in core or in support. It's sick. God, the collapse of Mars.
The flex is still really solid at this point because this is either just going to be Mira Rubik, Mira Snap, or like they can easily put this as a Maposhka Rubik. Like this is all looking very good, and they go for one of the more classic heroes versus Mars. I'm just gonna have that Life Stealer. Probably his worst matchup core-wise. I'm trying to think of a worse one. I think that, I mean, overall, it's not like game ruining or ending or anything, but I do think it's the worst one for Mars in terms of the laning stage.
Yeah. Jug often stands out to me a lot too, but Lifestealer's like more consistently annoying, just punching the crap out of you. All right, Puck gets taken out of the pool now. I think Storm is also one that, you know, could be a little bit scary to see come out. Some Lifestealer and Fest Bombs. But man, this Gaimin Gladiators lineup right now is just single-minded. Blow up people, take out towers. They're looking pretty solid.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what Quinn's 10th pick is going to look like. Obviously, it's going to heavily depend on what Team Spirit shows.
Right.
Is there any way that you can... I'm trying to think, is there like a good enough 4 these days that you could still mask it based on matchup, but not really? Like in terms of the Snapfire and then like have like a faux mid or a...
Right.
Or the question is there a 5 that's strong enough now? Like... I don't think Disruptor is good enough. What are our like big clutch 5s? I think like Disruptor, I think Wyvern. Sometimes Silencer can look really good at the end of a draft, but I don't think there's any 5s that look that insane to me right now. That Team Spirit would want to do a full... I do love Clockwork. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's strong enough. Like maybe Skywrath Mage.
Okay.
Could be value enough to make that worth, but it's probably just going to be some Laurel safe hero. I don't know. They're just saying that it's going to be Snapfire because Snap's also a pretty safe mid.
Right.
So that's a pretty good way to look at it as well.
They do take the Storm out of the pool. I think that type of combo is just too strong. But it does also reveal like these heroes that want to find the backline, which again signals either a Snapfire being in the mid position or they take something like a sniper here and just sit behind enemy lines and plink, plink, plink. But they ban the Moran out.
I mean, they're getting low on heroes. I don't blame them.
Yeah.
The more I look at it, the more I kind of like Sky. I could see Sky working here.
Okay.
Or I'm just down for Disruptor YOLO.
Do you know who I like?
Who do you like? Clockwork?
Nah, you got it.
I'm pretty smart. It takes me a couple tries here, but I get there.
Yeah.
Quinn would love to play Pango this game if it wasn't for the Bloodseeker.
Oh, look at that. You talked about it.
She's a snipey 5. She's a good 5. And it
All right,
does have a crazy amount of flex.
Is there any way that this is Quinn Wyvern? I mean,
no,
you said there's
he's on the other team. So.
Oh, there you go. Good call. Is there any way this is a Laurel Wyvern?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
It is definitely possible. I mean, dude, there's a chance that it's a like collapse Wyvern Laurel Mars. Like that's definitely
that's
viable.
a good point. That's a fair point.
Because it's a really nice Wyvern game. I would want to give this Wyvern a good game versus Lifestealer and Beastmaster. The Templar Assassin. Okay, a big final pick here for Quinn. Laurel will take the Snapfire.
All right.
Hope is dwindling. I think that kind of locks it in, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mira Rubik and then Maposhka Wyvern.
Okay. I mean, you can still get a lot done. Not having a Blink Dagger is going to hurt him. But Quinn, the TA actually feels like a really nice matchup probably against the Snap, I would imagine. Because it's going to be hard to burn through a Refraction. You can't sort of punish in that same way that you do with other heroes.
But if
in the lane,
you could take Little Shredder. Yeah, but you can't take Little Shredder, exactly, in the lane. So it's just... because you have to get your cookie and your scatterblast to feel like you're doing anything in terms of rotations. So maybe Larl's gonna have some like next level Giga Brain play where somehow it makes sense to do it with Little Shredder, but that seems pretty unlikely.
Right. Well, if all y'all at home missed it, last game Quinn did get solo killed early on by Laurel. This time they give him the last overall pick. Obviously, they ended up winning the game afterwards, and Quinn played quite well on that Razor, but could be something, some carryover into this next one. I want to see how both of these mids approach it, with one taking their hero first overall and the other one absolute last. How's it going, by the way? Didn't see y'all there.
Hey.
Interesting. So, thoughts on key things to look for in this game? Stuff that you feel like could be an issue for either team?
For me, it is. I feel pretty good about Team Spirit overall. I like Snapfire mid. I'm a pretty big fan of just like getting moves across the map, and I think Mars is a hero that really just wants Arena, just like going. Every time Arena's up, you just want to fight. You want to throw it down, and Snapfire is one of the best combinations with that, be it core or support, like we said earlier in the draft. So that looks pretty solid to me. It does have this burden of movement. It feels like for Team Spirit, they're the ones that have to like get things going and make it feel like they're in control of this game, because you're going to have this like Beastmaster sort of like, he's going to be like rock climbing, right? He's just scaling the cliffs all along the side of the map. He's just mad chilling.
Right.
And you don't want to give him too much space. So, because then obviously he's getting space. You're trying to catch his waves. All the meanwhile, Quinn is just hitting all these stacks. So, yeah. I don't want to be the team that has the necessity of just making the first move all the time, who has the impetus, one could say. But I think Team Spirit kind of got this one. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, I like their draft a hell of a lot more. Ogre was not picked or banned this game, by the way, in case anybody was wondering.
That's weird.
I know, strange. But it definitely it feels like, I actually feel like both teams have a stronger draft than they did last game. The one thing that does sort of weird me out is I feel like having TA and Lifestealer together on a team is sort of a strange idea, because neither of them really want to go in first. So I feel like a lot of this game is going to be up to Ace finding plays, and then later on Tofu with his Blink Dagger. And if they're not doing things, I don't think things are getting done.
It is also virtually all physical damage as well. Like we have Beastmaster, Lifestealer, TA as a Tricore, and they have a Wyvern. So it's the world's greatest Cold Embrace game, as well as Winter's Curse. Definitely the potential for some humongous plays. Unfortunately, they don't have anyone who wants to build a pipe. So someone's building pipe anyway, I think.
Right. Yeah. Oh, nice deny.
Sorry. Obviously, I mean the other one. Yeah, like a Crimson, like getting
Crimson
auras.
Mech.
You know, probably not a pipe, but good auras. Yeah, get Greaves, get Crimson, but kind of hard on their heroes. So
why not get a pipe too? You know.
I mean, you can do Greaves, Laurel. That's not the worst. Right. That's definitely playable. Actually, pretty good this game.
Absolutely. I mean, actually, I don't know. I always feel bad when I get that when I'm playing core Snapfire, to be honest. But maybe that's just because I'm greedy. It's just because I'm greedy. That's the only reason.
The problem is it's all about the bots. You know, you have to give up bots to go Greaves. So it's kind of hard to justify.
Two boots, not so good. Celery pushing back Mposhka, while up top, Mira and Tofu are battling it out a bit. Although actually, Yadro not going to connect. But yeah, it's up here going to be an interesting one to watch. I do feel like having the Rubik helps a decent amount against the Lifestealer. If he gets a little bit too fresh on you, just lift and push him away. And then likewise mitigating that damage and at times securing CS, although that time Tofu was able to move on in for a deny on the range creep.
Yeah, no deny there. No secure there from the Fade Bolt. So a little disappointing there for Mira, I'm sure.
It might have been on cooldown. I couldn't quite tell, but regardless, it didn't happen.
I checked him like right after, and he didn't have it, or he had it, so I don't know. It probably just came back. You're probably right.
Oh my god, Yadro just got his Salve canceled. Ooh.
Yeah, he is pretty low. I mean, they have quite a few tangos left, but gonna take some build up here as he does his ice dancing taunt.
And needs to be careful about this. They do have only the one boar, no points in axes yet, so harder to contest. But Yadro back to the farming. And we'll see how this next couple of minutes goes here across each of these lanes. As Celery onto a Poshka, not sending the boar over to hit him too. Yadro trying to kill off the boar instead. An ace immediately there with the deny. Feels a little rough.
It is worth noting we brought up so many different heroes in this draft, but the classic, if not the standby, if not absolute best hero for Game of Gladiators to me is the Celery Enchantress.
Yeah.
Like, not only because you can just first phase it overall and it feels like it doesn't matter, but I think he's probably the best active Ench player. Like, I think that in terms of Enchantress players today, he is the best. Like, he just seems to get so much more done with his creeps and impact both the bottom lane as well as the mid lane more than any other Enchantress.
Right. Yeah, and
I guess bottom lane this time. Typically, obviously, he's usually up top. But oh! He dropped his blades. He dropped his blades. He got it.
God!
Oh, let's go!
What?
Dude, the courier micro. Oh no!
How?
Oh no!
How? He's gonna get another one. All right. Yeah, Celery Enchantress just gets things done that I've never seen happen in Dota before. Dude, what the hell? All right, you need to take a pause to think about that. My
Ace is
God.
losing it. Ace, he can't play.
What the hell?
Sorry, go. Mic issue. Yeah. I couldn't hear him over the laughter. Yes.
He killed the blades of attack on the ground. What the hell was that? Oh, my God.
I don't know if Yadro was going for some insane next level play where he was trying to drop the blades of attack and then pick them up. Or maybe he was trying to tell Maposhka to pick them up or something. Because like he didn't want the courier to die because he wanted it in lane like really badly to like get the last hits going. But that was brutal.
Dude, new courier bug just dropped.
Yeah, that's right.
Guys, I don't know what happened, okay? It just fell off the courier. Oh my God. All right, well, that'll be a good clip to look at later. Man, as we are just going to get reconnected, don't worry, everybody. You're not missing anything here in the game. Everything is going to be perfectly fine.
Yep.
It's back to
It's
us.
us. Yep.
How's it going? Yeah, don't worry.
I can tell you that no one is dying.
Okay.
The last hits are still chill.
There we go. We're back.
There we go. That was close. I didn't want to have to do Dota radio. That's a tough one.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Yadro trying to recover here after a little bit embarrassing couple of moments there. Oh, and I think now, too, I mean, it's not the biggest deal in the world. It definitely sucks because he's, like, winning this lane pretty hard and not going to get the full advantage out of that you would want to. But Laurel getting some good damage there onto Quinn now and getting close to level 6s on both of them. But Mira, sorry, cameraman, it's my fault. It's going to end up finding the first blood onto Dyrachyo just a bit too far forward.
To be fair, Laurel was also getting a little spicy there in the mid, too. So I was happy to go with either view. Let's see. Did he just get... I can't even get the death summary. I don't even know what happened. He died. That's what happened. And Mira's on the long run back. Maposhka does secure a pull down bottom. But yeah, we're checking this mid lane because Quinn, he's getting pretty low. He's got no mana. He's got no TPs coming mid because it's his core dying, not his support player. Right. So he's doing the run back as well. Gonna miss it on a range creep and potentially the catapult here too.
Yadro wanting to go in again and does need to deal with this Centaur Conqueror. Had Stomp back up in a second, but couldn't get to it in time. As Laurel makes the move up top, waiting for the rune, and is going to be blessed with the regen. Very nice.
Still can't just get over this blades of attack here. Got to recover. Clap stunned up. Got 2 points in the Ghoul Frenzy and 2 points in the Feast, so it hurts. Oh, whoa, the rotation, though.
Oh, that would have been big because he didn't have a point over into Enrage. Or Rage, not Enrage. It's Ursa.
Into Rage.
Into Rage.
Yeah, saved it.
Still get the Lion kill after the fact. So a nice little rotation up there with level 6 on the Snapfire. Wants to get it back on cooldown as quickly as possible. Well, down bottom, Maposhka going for a move. They scan. They know he's over here. Gonna block the Ancients as he passes by. And I don't know if they're gonna be able to get this in time. I feel like this is easy for Tofu every day of the week.
Yeah, you just gotta run. You got no stun. All right, this would be the greatest juke of all time if he had somehow done something there. But now, can he survive in time to deny himself to the dragons?
We'll see if he can make it. No. I think he was going for an Arctic Burn deny on the creep or on the rune, but
yeah, true.
Couldn't quite get there.
That would have been very solid there. Sir, I believe Quinn died while we were watching that magic, though. Yeah, that's important.
Wow. Laurel making it happen even without the Mortimer's kisses. What a freaking god.
Yeah, I don't know. He just I see he took a lot of tower shots. And then he got blasted away, so I guess he was going for a dive.
Rough series so far. It is going to be a rune spawn bottom, so that helps out Gaimin Gladiators a little bit, and it's a DD even. So very nice for them there. Although at the moment there haven't been too many stacks built up yet. Collapse wanting to just sort of zone Duraccio out. He's been having a good time on Mr. Collapse.
That is one other thing Mapochka did before falling, was plant a sentry in there, so to slow down some of those stacks for the Templar Assassin. Because you know they're going to be after those. As a TA, it's a Beastmaster. Stacks are definitely valuable. They also, even just having an Enchantress too, there's so many opportunities where you can just like get a free stack from a creep. Just making our way back there. And Laurel is here, smoked up, has the ulti. Who's dying?
For it now. Roar into Rupture on
you gotta hit those.
Beastmaster. TP's away, but the lift's going to be there. Maposhka, does he end up dying to this? Dropping down somewhat low, but the cookie to force him over the top, and that gets him away. So Maposhka lives, and oh, they even kill the Helm of the Dominator creep. Not bad.
And Laurel's calibrating on these ultis right now. I think he missed half of those, and they still got 2 kills.
Oh, no, they can't do anything there. Yeah, crazy.
All right.
Stun. Hex. Chase. Does have some pretty good damage. Arena and Spear ready. Infest inside of Tofu. Keeps him alive. Now the turn back to the side. Has it ready with a bunch of heroes nearby. They can go for the play. As he comes out, the Spear connects to the tower. Oh, collapse. What a god.
So many Team Spirit, and they don't have a ward on this tower, so when Tofu runs back in with that infest bonus, he's thinking like, hey, we can just get the stun, move in, get the kill on him fast, right? Like, you're going to infest out, we're going to grab him. And suddenly there's just a Rubik and a Wyvern, and after the kill, Mira is now back stacking as well. You know, Maposhka is getting some XP in the lane. He grabs the pull to reset this balance, so it's going to be harder for Duraccio when he returns. And there's a big bank sitting back here to boot. So 7-1 in the kills and lots of gold sitting in the jungles right now for Team Spirit. They're looking a lot better in the early game compared to game 1.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the woes of the Blades of Attack can be forgotten for the moment. And, you know, it particularly... I mean, I think the one thing I'm a little bit concerned about for Team Spirit is if they do lose a fight, Quinn could go in there and steal those stacks. And that's where stuff could get very testy. And you can see already Celery making the move over towards this tier 1 tower.
Yeah.
And they're already hunting for some stacks, right? You can see the way they're trying to play this.
You know what's a great spell versus that exact strategy, though, is stealing Psionic Trap.
Yeah.
Because Mira can actually plant some stuff around now and keep an eye on their rotation through. He can get all these little staircases.
That's a good point. Trap. Taking out the creep, but immediately enchant. Move it away as Duraccio got very low up top. But not going to end up finding him. Now Mira, instead, turned upon, starts to drop dead. Quinn, the haste turn, comes on in and just takes him out.
Just takes him and leaves right after. Meanwhile, Duraccio has jumped into an Alpha Wolf here.
Moves forward. The Hex. Quinn nearby. Trying to run down Collapse. Not going to be able to get away that time. Duraccio cleans up.
Jeez, that was pretty greedy. I guess maybe just not recognizing that the rotation was coming through as well and thought there wouldn't be quite enough damage, but that is no arena for a while. And they had kisses ready, too, with the Atos, right? Like, I feel like this was a moment where Larl would love to either rotate to Collapse or have Collapse rotate to him, but now Collapse is just going to be like, oh, I got no ulti. I guess I have to farm the whole time. And these stacks are still sitting here. It's not like a crazy amount, but it's stacks nonetheless, and Quinn was even close to heading up there.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think that they're also recognizing there aren't great heroes on Team Spirit to take it. So if Gaimin, they're probably going to have access to those for a while if they get a window to take a fight. So while the early game has looked good for Spirit, there are definitely some questions about what happens now. And if you start losing some of that momentum, where do they go to next?
Well, the good news is that Yadra has a Maelstrom, so he can just do whatever he wants now. Life's just good. He can farm up a Storm. Celery canceled his TP, actually, once he realized that he was going to be just fine versus that Bloodseeker, since he does have the early point. A lot of inches skipping the early untouchable, but just recognizing the value in this one.
Ooh, Quinn. In Vizrune. They saw the Lion, but they didn't see TA. Quinn, a little worried about it. Just going to back out, farm, and looks like they're going to give up this tier 1 tower up top. Oh, just a blow up there on Namira.
Yadro has made his way over to those Ancients, though, and doesn't look like they're going to be contested, so some farm for him. There's still quite a few stacks sitting around waiting for Quinn to make his way over there, too. And Celery is just farming the Radiant jungle. He's taking some of this farm away from these Team Spirit heroes. Laro's going to rotate over and see that his camp's now just gone. At least parts of it. Man, Quinn just culls these so fast.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be quick.
He might get the clear before 14 minutes as well, so you don't have to worry about the subtraction. No, he's not going to get it.
Team Spirit. I mean, they're huddling around mid, kind of. You can see that while these stacks are being taken, they've got 3 heroes that are basically doing nothing. They've kind of just been sitting here for 30 seconds, wanting to push the tower a bit, but things just feel a little bit off for them at the moment.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because Quinn was panicked a little bit. That's why he didn't finish that stack in time. He rotated off to the right, and then he scanned the ramp next to the Ancients. Yeah. He thought they were actually smoking in at him because it was a weird move, the way they just, like, sat mid.
Yeah. Well, tower starts to fall. They're getting closer to finishing this one off. Collapse just finished his Blink Dagger, so that's probably what Team Spirit are waiting for on their timing, and they're going to get it delivered right now, although Celery is sitting right in between him and his Blink Dagger.
He's just farming.
See him get it, and I mean, he's just being annoying. He's just being really annoyed.
He's a menace, man. Like, what can you do?
All right, well, I got you.
Bye.
Did they Winter's Curse? Yep, okay.
Okay.
Celery gives him the tip afterwards. Okay, and then Celery eventually gonna go down.
Oh no, they cursed me and I died. Hey, wait, hold on. Both supports though, maybe?
Tofu. Oh, gets out.
Oh, is that how much level 1 kisses have fallen? You can TP out of them. I mean, they actually used to be almost like double this damage. They used to be a crazy amount of damage level 1, yeah.
It's like 300 per glob.
Yeah, it was crazy. Just TP out. Why didn't we think of that?
Oh. Over the last couple of minutes, Gaimin Gladiators have gained the net worth lead back. They've kind of been jockeying for position there. And another stack being made by Tofu. Now a pretty good start to this one as Duraccio and Yadro having a bit of a head-to-head here.
Oh, the bots, though. The bots.
Okay. Going inside the siege creep, wants to run away as the lifestealer. The slowdown is there. Duraccio, he doesn't have rage, doesn't have infest, does have the greater healing lotus. Will it be enough? With the armlet toggle, the turnaround, it's not. They don't have it.
The
Black shows up onto Quinn right there on top of him, but Quinn turns to fight. He doesn't have any other option right now. In super far, wants to get away. The refraction, it's doing some good work, but eventually Quinn is going to go down. Both cores die.
Ooh, so needed here. Great use of the bots early from Laurel. The aggression. This is what we're hoping for with this draft. They know they got to play things a little bit quicker. And immediately moves down towards Ace, but even with the kisses, they can't find a secure onto him.
Right.
Oh, nicely done, though. Man, I thought that
Wow.
when he jumped in there and tried to go for the grab onto Quinn there with the God's Rebuke, but he still had the refraction, so he blinked right back onto Yadro. I thought Yadro was dead for sure. But he survives. They still clean up Quinn. They need Yadro farming. Like, he should be just shooting up to the top of this chart next. Because the Maelstrom on Bloodseeker, you farm so fast. It is insane.
Well, and I mean, they're even getting little things. We saw down there the Helm of the Overlord creep ended up dying. Yadro is just chasing this one down now. Ends up enchanting and taking over some more farm. Celery trying to be as annoying as possible as an edge. But yeah, I'm seeing the way forward here for Team Spirit, particularly if Laurel keeps this type of net worth going. Top of the charts right now, has the Yasha done, and gonna just keep spamming out consistently.
You're just clearing those waves so quickly there. I like the Manta call. A lot of good stuff that you can use the Manta for in this game, especially if the TA just jumps on top of you.
Ooh. Mira? Oh, they dropped out a sentry though, and it's gonna get roared and immediately brought down. Did have the meld there stolen for a second, but get the roar out of it.
That's Tofu's blink too. Big upgrade for the Lion.
Right.
Has 3 points mana drain, so only the single point in the Hex, but obviously even just 1 point in the Hex is pretty ridiculous. And Ace now picks up the drums too, so his army will be beating things up as they beat their drums. And that tier 2 is looking pretty vulnerable as you start to pressure in with the Helm of the Overlord and drums through that bottom lane.
We saw there too, like, one of the great things about this Duraccio pick on the Lifestealer. He's just such a great answer at all stages of the game for this Mars. You know, if that was almost any other carry at that point, that would have been a kill. But just rages, runs away, doesn't do anything to the spear or the Atos. But this is, like you said, the timing that Gaimin would be looking for. If they find a couple of pickoffs right now, that would be huge. So they're going to run right into Celery, cliff her, look for more. They want to find Ace, and they hit him with the scan right away onto this Beastmaster. Can they kill him off, though? Ace trying to get away. Cookie forward, dead. So they leave the Enchantress to TP back home, but they get the bigger kill.
That was a pretty interesting movement, too, because it was Yadro who actually made the call. So he was in the mid lane, and they all wanted to clear that out, and he drew a line. He actually wanted them to smoke in and hopefully get up towards where Quinn's currently at. And then he wanted to farm out the other direction and maybe set things up for a potential rotation with the Boots Travel after. I'm sure he's a little disappointed that he had to use the kisses there onto the Beastmaster, because they were probably close to getting without it. They do use the curse up top, though. Quick rotation across the map.
Laurel ends up dying
so
for
smart.
it. But Duraccio goes down too.
Ah, clever. Okay, so that's the play, right? You rotate down bottom with the smoke, then come through the twin gates with the supports, because Yadro had pushed the waves up top there. And then they have that free setup of Curse into Silence versus the Lifestealer. And he's not going to have a Dispel for a while.
Yeah.
Obviously, that can be used during a Silence, is what I mean.
Right. Trying to get into the Radiance right now on the Lifestealer, actually.
Yeah.
So after Armlet has that one on the docket. But likewise, as you come to expect from a Beastmaster TA team, Roche on the menu. They're going to get this one basically for free. So a nice little move as it rotated away. And get an Aegis. We'll see what Team Spirit try and get on the rest of the map while this is happening.
They do have the 9-second BKB for Yadro, so don't really want to use that in the Aegis fight, but there's a chance that they overextend, maybe not respecting that early BKB here from Yadro. And the Mjolnir coming out here soon. How good? Shard's not great this game, I guess, for the Bloodseeker, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's always kind of nice, but yeah.
I mean, there's some games where it feels incredible, but this game's a little eh.
Yeah. Well, with Aegis, they're going to start pushing down this bottom lane here. And this is really when you're in your element as this draft for Gaimin Gladiators. They have the Radiance done on Lifestealer. got the drums, Helm of the Overlord. TA's stacked out the wazoo, getting towards the Chrysalis next, but Team Spirit willing to fight into them, and they find Tofu off in the trees, able to steal the Hex. Immediately, he gets away. Kisses
like
go out,
20
it's not enough.
He's 20 gold from Blink on Maposhka right now. Like, this is, he wants that so bad. All right, bring it out. Oh, don't die now.
Collapse. Gwen nearby the cookie, but the Doraccio goes for the rage. Slap's still taking a lot of damage. Cold Embrace not doing enough, but the Winner's Curse, the turn on to Ace. Is this going to be enough to bring him down? Not quite. Ace, 40 HP, but they find him with the snipe. Nice play by Maposhka. Doraccio trying to get onto and kill Yadro, and they do have enough to bring him down. Doraccio, too strong. Everything used, but not enough to kill the heroes that matter. Mira is going to drop 4 dead. That's potentially a Rax.
Oh, that was such a good early fight, man. 22 minutes onto the high ground right now. Hour is just gone. Oh, what a fight, too. Despite the great curse, the beginning of the fight, the way Doraccio and Quinn and Celery, they had this perfect triangular position where there was no good curse from Maposhka. He had to retreat back, wait till he got the blink off the courier, and then he does get a super solid one, but you know, at that point, the fight had already kind of broken down because they had focused Collapse. He'd been pulled back out. They couldn't get this nice setting there from Team Spirit. And, of course, that's all into an Aegis that wasn't even utilized, right? So the fight is just so hard for Team Spirit to calculate.
Man. Yeah, and like we said, it was coming at, like, basically the strongest moment for Gaimin Gladiators. They got all of their core items, and even to some extent luxury items, the Lifestealer Radiance being done. And for Team Spirit, just not quite there yet. And now down to Rax. I mean, it's still an amazing Wyvern game for Curse, has a Blink Dagger up and online, but with a 5k gold lead now, we'll see what Gaimin Gladiators can do. These fights don't feel easy for Team Spirit.
Yeah, the Curse is back. So that is definitely what they're going to be playing around. There's the Blink BKB now up here for Collapse. Feels bad that you've lost a Rax before you even get your BKB on Mars, but it's here nonetheless. So perhaps he can set up. There's going to be a lot of lurking, I feel like, from Maposhka because they're very cognizant of this Winner's Curse. They're trying their best to play around it, so he needs the fight to break down a little bit first.
Right.
Oh, they're going to try bait here with the Laurel Snapfire Manta. He's being cute. He's being cute.
Perhaps find Celery. Yadro just dies. Doraccio up on the top side over there while the fight's going on over in mid. So they find Celery, gonna try and bring him down. Do they have enough damage? Dude, this freaking hero, man. Why is this hero a thing? And the Collapse just gets jumped, almost dies instantly. Insult to injury. Celery is the one that lives through it all. Dude, Enchantress is so dumb. Oh, and now they jump for it. They find the Wyvern. Maposhka, Winner's Curse. Take that, Tofu. How dare you come and kill me? Maposhka's going to die nonetheless. The Wyvern, nowhere left to go. It's gobbled up by the Lifestealer. Just like that. 9k gold lead. Gaimin Gladiators, they're all over the place.
But how could they do so much damage and yet get no kills? Curious. Yeah, the Hex into stun set up there, as you can see, though. Bringing down Yadro before things even got started. And what was looking like a pretty good start to this game here, all things clicking for Team Spirit, immediately taken away by the spike. This powerful timing from Gaimin Gladiators. Jumped upon, like you really don't see too often anymore. Like, it feels like teams don't need to hit a timing as hard as they kind of did in this game for Gaimin Gladiators because of this Tricore. Nice.
It's inside. Easy peasy to escape, and not really a great answer after the fact. Lifestealer all the way back up at full HP yet again, ready for a jump if they want it. My goodness. I mean, and again, Team Spirit's early game looked great, and we kind of talked about some of the issues that Gaimin Gladiators draft had. They couldn't get much done until, the Ace was online, until Tofu got his Blink Dagger, and then they just got those items and they did it. Celery made so much happen in the early game.
Yeah, unfortunately, they have not found similar timings with the items on Team Spirit. There was no dramatic blink reveal really for Collapse or even a BKB. I mean, he's had this for so long, still doesn't have a good opportunity yet to use it. What can they do? Yadro's about to be level 18 here with 7 XP. So that's a bit of a bonus here for them. You can find that XP.
He's the one that gets the shards. Now they have open wounds.
Yeah, I noticed he was very poor for a while. He's second now. He was the lowest core in the game before he got that Radiance.
Interesting. Well, gets the nice little boost up. And Gaimin Gladiators, after taking a lane of Rax, likely looking for a pick here if they want. No need to sort of press the gas pedal down yet if they don't want to, but can go for these smoke type of plays, try and catch somebody out of the base. And Yadro is out of the base. So too is Miposhka. The Hawk right on top of him sees Yadro. Looking for a jump with Quinn. A nice surprise. Tofu goes right on top of the spear. It connects only onto one. It was onto Quinn too, actually. So two of them. BKB out. Turns. Tries to do what damage they can. Quinn in trouble.
The heal.
Quinn dead. Tofu gone too. Okay, they buy back on the Rubik. Now Celery trying to do what damage he can. Forcing out the hits onto Yadro. Almost takes him down. Oh my god, freaking Celery. Get out of here. You should die. You should be dead. This hero's not fair. And finally, Yadro gets the triple kill. So a great fight for Team Spirit and not even needing to use the curse.
That was scary. It was pretty close, though. Yadro almost went down near the beginning of that fight. Great save from Collapse, but Yadro gets nice and low, but then the heals start kicking in. Gets a couple of finishes there right next to those opponents, so the Thirst gets him back up, keeps him fighting. And despite being down so much, it takes one Rubik buyback, and they just get right back into this. That was almost a 5k gold swing.
Yeah.
Plus all the farm time they're getting right now.
Yeah. And, I mean, we've talked about how good these heroes can get if they can get to the farm, if they can get to their levels. See if it can happen. This one does not feel nearly as one-sided as the last game.
Did for a second there, though.
Yeah, for a second.
For a second there, it's kind of rough. Well, that was, of course, the last time they had the big win was over spikes of some big items here, and one of those items is now gone. We've lost the Radiance. It's been converted here.
Okay.
So we have the Nullifier, and then the eventual build into the Halberd after. See if they can get a finish on someone utilizing that. And level 20 already on this Bloodseeker, as he was struggling to get level 18 just a moment ago. So he's got the 15% spell lifesteal talent, and he's looking towards the Aghanims, the Blood Mist.
It's spooky, man. That thing is... It's kind of a crazy how good that ability is.
It's a weird one.
I don't know. Definitely. I feel like with all of the, just summons that are going to be sitting around and stuff, it's going to have like a lot of value. Definitely. Particularly with the spell lifesteal.
Yeah, it's a strange one.
So
I just
we'll
like
see
the
what
description.
Yeah.
What was it? Bloodseeker sprays his blood continuously in the area around him. That's hardcore.
Yeah.
That's the most hardcore ability in Dota.
It's pretty gnarly. You would love to have that right now because they are getting ready for a Roche fight, and they're just not going to get there in time. It's just going to be a couple seconds too late. Do they try and take the fight after? It's a tough one to ask for. And looks like they're just going to back out. All right. Well, they will have the Blood Mist back up again, but now another Aegis in hand for Gaimin Gladiators. Of course, handed over to, again, Quinn. I don't know if this is going to make Gaimin Gladiators feel comfortable going high ground, though, to be honest.
This is quite the play here. Yeah, they came up here pretty early with this Infest.
Thought about it. Still thinking about it.
He's whipping. Don't go in. Don't go in. They're all there, bud.
Interesting.
A big crew.
Oh, Blood Mist delivered. As Tofu going to drop Duraccio out of him. We'll see what they decide to do with this Aegis. But buying time as Spirit, you gotta feel more and more happy as this game goes later, I feel like. At least to some extent.
Well, considering it was looking like they were just going to get walked down, yeah. I think, you lose the racks that fast, you start getting pretty concerned.
Right. Of course, that later timing you saw right there as well. The level 20 for Snapfire with the little shredder with Mantodon on top of Gleipnir. There could be some other really big windows coming out when they get those higher level talents on for Laurel. But you got to get there. It's the tough part. Guess
What do you think
they
is,
probably start giving wisdom runes to her.
Yeah. What do you think is the best steal from Mira? Do you think it's just Hex? Maybe Roar?
Roar's pretty height. Actually, I think Infest goes kind of pretty hard. Sounds good.
Get a big save.
Yeah.
1200. I mean, it is a 1200 health bonus at this point. That could be crazy. If you actually infest Yadro, that would be a crazy save.
Yeah.
All right, that's what I want to see.
Problem is, then you don't initiate. So it's like, do you want it for the initiate, or how do you want it? All right, Hawk in the area. They see Yadro. Duraccio chasing. Keeping eyes close on him. Collapse, backs away. Duraccio there. Blinks before he gets too close. And yeah, it's just an open wound steal. Open wounds is also amazing with Bloodseeker, actually. That's kind of cool.
True.
I have to keep so many interactions in my head.
Yeah, you got it. I believe in you.
Thank you. All right, well,
Boots bearing for Ace
Yeah.
soon. That's pretty solid.
I mean, this does just sort of feel like the state of the game at the moment and of Dota in a way. Is you just sit outside the base, wait for them to step too far forward. Gaimin Gladiators is not wanting to sort of push their tempo. They're content just farming up for the moment. But can Spirit find a pickoff here? They step a little bit outside. They don't have TA nearby. Yadro goes for the rupture. The chase is on. Blood missed out. Celery, he's going to die. So with the rest of the team a little ways away and farming out across the map, Team Spirit find themselves a pickoff.
Celery maybe testing his limits a bit too much there.
Can I tell you something?
Please.
So casters aren't supposed to be biased, but I want Spirit to punish this style of Dota because everybody does it, and I feel like there's windows where you can pick people off. We need to incentivize people taking risks. That's what's got to happen.
All right. I'm down. I can get an agreement on that one. I think that that was one thing, like last game, they actually pressured a little bit more than I even would have anticipated in some moments, but then we did eventually hit the cycle of just getting Aegis, sitting outside, waiting for the next Aegis. There's a punishing item, though. You want pickoffs? You grab a Scythe. No refreshers anymore for Mars. A bit too tough to swing, the old Blink BKB refresher. He's going to grab a Scythe first. That's going to help you out. When comes that mana, then he'll get the refresher.
Right. Okay. I like it. Yeah, I think that sounds pretty cool. Was that just Mira using open wounds randomly? That's what that sound was.
Yes, it was indeed.
Well, we will see how this goes, as it is a interesting next couple of minutes here. I think as far as how they want to play the map, since there is no Aegis in hand, they have to play further back. It gives Team Spirit more opportunities. I will say that Duraccio probably is going to just become like this pretty scary hero to deal with. After getting that Radiance, the disassemble into the Nullifier Halberd, feels like he answers a lot of the stuff, and you show this turnaround. Yadro tries to punch into him, not doing all that much. Collapse now. This was a Team Spirit initiation, and it's not really working out for him.
Did he cite the creep?
Yeah, that might have been what that was.
I assume that must be what happened, right?
And Maposhka. Oh, cookie to the low ground. Okay. Lift to get him away, and the blink out. So Maposhka able to live that time. Now, a little scythe on a creep action, not great.
That's my only explanation there. Because I see blink, I see scythe used, I see no death.
Cookie. Gwen forced back with collapse. Already dead. Dyrachyo eats the cheese. They're on to him again. It's the full set of racks. My goodness.
The racks, yeah. By the time the racks went this game, it was just gone. Like, there was just no conversation. Just immediately vanishing.
They do punish mistakes so quickly. I mean, I guess this is the thing, right? This lineup just takes buildings so rapidly that they can just sit back and wait for a mistake.
Bro, guys, how are so many of you in chat falling for the Sold Radiance meme? Guys, come on. This is like the 20th game it's happened. They're joking, guys. They actually know. The amount of people that fall for the bait. He didn't sell it. He disassembled it.
Trent,
like,
what
chat,
are you doing
there's no delay right now. I gotta let them know. I can't see. I just opened chat for the first time all game, and I just see so many people taking the bait. Guys, selling Radiance paid off huge.
Oh, look at this Laurel. They get it. Mira, he's gonna get caught right at the start, and Tofu tries to get out of there. Okay, wait a minute now. No creeps to worry about that time. Kills off the Lion very rapidly. So it comes at the cost of the Rubik. I think they got their gem back as well. They're good to go. Damn, you're just roasting a bunch of people. Unbelievable. So 38 minutes now. A 15,000 gold lead. Collapse eyeing up that refresher next.
It's coming. Oh my.
Can they do it?
Can
Oh?
they? That's the question.
Mafoshka. Well, that feels quite... Oh, wait a minute! How does it feel? Celery just yelled at him. Fusroda to death, but Celery did get brought down by him from the grave.
He got
874 gold from Mafoshka. Oh
yeah, he just
God.
got clapped by Quinn. That's just a smack down. That's gotta feel good, you know, beating up your captain like that. I'm sorry, I can't help it. Cursed me. 30 seconds here,
quote unquote.
yeah, exactly. All right, it's going to be Radiant side. They're already prepped down here. Yadro and Claps hanging out in the zone. They need to get some vision down here. That would be great. But all three cores for Team Spirit are nearby. So if they were to be there at 40 minutes as Roche comes through, this is looking pretty good. Unfortunately, they have versus the Beastmaster. So the Hawk will be out here pretty soon, I'm sure. From Ace, probably going to send the next one. He had the right idea with the Hawk he just sent. Kind of heading down to this zone as to where they were just farming. He's actually going to spot Mira with it.
Okay.
So, let's see here. Yeah, they are prepped for Roche to come through here. Yadro is going to get bopped, though. He stands right there. Oh, here we go.
Quick and
That's
easy. Tofu gone.
The Hexer gets hexed.
Yeah. Roche is coming through.
Look
now,
out,
Dyrachyo is on the... Dyrachyo is on the other side. I think that they just get this. Yeah. Wow, this is huge. This is Aghanim Scepter Roche. Dude, this is such a big pickup for Team Spirit.
Yeah, they were ready. They were sitting here prepped. They understood. They've been down here for a while with the Tricore, so they missed out on a little bit of farming opportunities between Yadro, Collapse, and Laurel, but they sat there, and getting this Aghanim's, like, who do they give it to? They don't have to decide too fast. They pass it over to Collapse. He's taking it, yeah, the Bulwark.
Interesting. How much do you rate this? Because this is one that's always felt very strange to me. Getting the two little guys, though. But it does, like, I mean, I just hope burn through refraction.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, Aster on Celery gets away.
It's not what I would have expected. Obviously, it is it's a pretty crazy Bulwark game.
Right.
So that's pretty cool. Like, it was already solid in terms of the defensive capabilities, but it is sort of like a clumpy thing, right? So he's going to have a lot of these soldiers. They're in there, they're attacking, they're slowing, they're doing their thing versus Lifestealer, maybe Beastmaster in the units, and a TA. Rubik would have been tempting, but it puts a lot of pressure on Mira. It's less likely to succeed, but it could probably have a higher ceiling. Right. If he hits some crazy multiple steals and multiple spells, but I would say the Mars eggs is a little bit more likely to have an impact.
I think the thing that's interesting about this to me is there is an idea of like,
oh, the
wait a
hex,
minute,
they got him this
big.
time.
This is big. Look at him gone. Oh man, Laurel level 20, dude. Team Spirit, that Roche, it gave Collapse the confidence
That's right.
to hit that immediate hex.
He fixed his sensitivity. You know, he forgot he was playing a little bit of CS earlier. You know, he was flicking.
Yeah.
He changed
There
the
you go.
sensitivity. Now it's on the right one. Do you see that flick? That's called a scythe flick. All right, just gone. No creeps.
Dude, if Collapse gets into this refresher, it is going to be a huge problem for Gaimin Gladiators. Because, I mean, the Bulwark's going to rip through it. Laurel's hitting hard. Team Spirit, they might have crossed the boundary here.
Well, one thing that I didn't like about his eggs, too, was like he's lacking damage with his build, but he has the Penta Edge. I didn't notice, so that's pretty cool. That's a lot of bonus damage to the eggs.
Oh my god, they just go high ground. Wait, and Collapse isn't even with them. Trying to get the most possible done.
There
Refresher.
it is.
He's ready at the moment. Now they could go onto Duraccio. Duraccio does not know about this. Does have a Hex, though.
Oh, it's time.
They jump in, find him. They get him. Is it going to be enough, though? Duraccio, he gets the range off in the roar, the turn. Oh, but the save, the stolen roar. Okay, Rubik coming in for the save and the big ol' hit. Tofu too late with the stun. Oh my god, Gaimin Gladiators in trouble, and now they're on top of him. The curse, the kisses, it's falling apart so quickly. Gaimin Gladiators just lost everything.
Duraccio?
Collapse, he doesn't have mana, he needs more mana for the refresher,
GG?
but Celery goes crazy. Is it gonna be enough with both of them gone? I think they have it. Oh my god, he pops it, the refresher out, the Hex, they're on to him. He changed over the cheese so we can get the mana for it. And now
Celery's
Quinn's starting
cleaning
to
up.
fall, but the BKB, Celery is doing a ton of damage. Trying to take him out, trying to get out of there. Laurel brings him solo. It's enough to kill Celery. Celery buys back Quinn, able to get the blink away. Mira, the roar, he has it back up again. With the save, they have some more save. And the mana drain, the back away. Team Spirit, they have 80 seconds with no life stealer. How much can they get done? They lose Mira to the side. Celery is
They have Silver Edge again.
absolutely spamming.
That's what killed him last time.
Laurel has to get away on Celery. But Buildings, they want to go for more. Yadaro, he's not done. He goes in onto one. He goes in onto two. They find them both dead. Buyback comes out from the TA. They throw a spear, try to get Tofu, not going to get it. All right, Quinn, he's got all these refraction instances, but Team Spirit, they want to end this game right now. Another glyph use, Collapse, tanking through this. How quickly things have turned around for Team Spirit. This is how they won TI. As they move in, Quinn continues to hit away. 3 heroes up, 3v5. Laurel needs a couple more cycles of this little shredder. They set their sights onto the throne. Collapse, he's solo. Ace is right on top of him too. The roar. Gaimin Gladiators, they take down the Rubik. Can they find more? Yadaro, he doesn't have help. Ace moves on in. Laurel is there. A couple more hits. They take him down. No more Ace. The Bulwark, it's doing good work, but Tofu getting the connections. Tofu and Quinn, the combo, it's there. But the mass buybacks, Tofu surviving through it, but it's not going to be enough. It's Quinn and Ace versus the world. The rupture is there. Quinn does not have buyback. Quinn is in trouble. Quinn trying to back away, but there is nowhere to go. Duraccio's now back up. Laurel has gotten so many levels in the last couple of minutes. Are they finally going to call it off? With Duraccio respawning, they can't do any more.
And they only got one lane. They went all in.
God.
It's so
Gaimin
much.
Gladiators, they hold. How do you hold that?
Yeah, supports went nutty. Quinao was just being Quinao. He got some hits, I gotta say. Considering there was a butterfly in there, I feel like he did pretty well in terms of the accuracy. Because, like, that is a scary Bloodseeker to try and bring down. Dude, the Silver Edge usage and the purchase there from Laurel just did so much work. Like, Celery was in serious, like, he almost wiped them that first time.
Oh. Dude, are they going to go for this? Are they just going all in?
Is this,
Wait, there's no way. There's no way.
Is this
There's
Boston
no way.
Major? Maybe next time?
There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. There might be a way. They don't have a glyph.
Dude, they're just smoking.
Oh my god, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. They're going to do it. Oh, Celery. Gotta be careful there, buddy. Then he creeps in the base, though. The DD on Collapse. It's running low.
Refresher sight.
This is a bold move. They go for it. Rin immediately. Celery gone. Oh,
Go
my
for the
God.
building.
Trying to end the game. They're trying to do it. Refresher. They find him. Ace. He's in trouble. BKB walk away. They can't get on top of him. Collapse looks for it. The damage coming in from Laurel. They just want to end this game. Try to take out heroes where they can. Ace dodging, ducking, but nowhere left to go. Duraccio trying to hold on to the throne. Can they kill him off? They waited for all their buddies to be back up, and now going for the Ancient. Team Spirit trying to end this game. They catch him. Tofu desperately trying to hold on. Do they have enough damage? They hit heroes hard, but GG is called. Team Spirit managed to sneak one out. What a freaking crazy 10 minutes.
I think that says it all from Collapse. The only one surprised here is you. Never a doubt in his mind. He was like, the second I start hitting these hexes, this game is over. All right. That creep,
Dude.
that was a practice round.
Exactly. We started from the blades of attack and we ended here. What a wild ride of a game. Oh, here we go. This is it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so he put it down so that way he could get it from his courier so that he wouldn't lose it. Oh, God.
I mean, I can see the logic, right? It kind of looks like you're going to get that first, and Maposhka was there, but Maposhka was going back to pull. It just didn't quite work. It was almost a sweet play, and then it very quickly turned. It was very EE 50-50-esque.
Gotta pay our respects to those that are dead.
Yo, shout-outs to Mira and these steals. The roar at the end of the game, like, whew, that went completely nuts here. Is this where it all began? This is where it all began. Down, what, 8K is that? Yeah, around 8K. Started getting these fights. Man, what a turnaround in this game from Collapse and that Hex. It did everything. It started everything back up. Oh, that too. That curse.
Dude,
that was great.
With like 4 minutes to go, 4 minutes till the end of the game, I mean, they were up, how much is this? 15,000 gold at 42 minutes? Gaming Gladiators were? It was like a 20k gold swing over the course of, I think, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
That's insane.
All because they prepped for that bottom Roche and really controlled that space, dedicated themselves to it. The Ags on Mars was great with the Penta Edge Sword. It did. I'm sure if you go back and look at the damage, I guess I can literally check right now because he got it right at that Roche. Does it actually? Oh, it doesn't show individually how much damage it did. Damn.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that would be very useful to know. But it did work.
Wow. Crazy. Absolutely insane. Definitely the type of game that I was anticipating Gaming Gladiators was just going to close it out, easy peasy. But this is a lesson. This is a lesson to everybody. When you take chances, when you put yourself out there on the map, when you don't just AFK farm for like 30 minutes, good things can happen. I like to see this from Team Spirit.
What if they just
surely
AFK
that's
farmed harder?
You know, maybe.
would that have given Team Gladiators the win?
Maybe. There's a
Were
chance.
they too bold?
Listen,
shoutouts.
Go for it.
Shoutouts to late Wyvern picks.
Mm.
That was pretty god tier. That was nice. It was a great Wyvern game. The kisses were great. Sorry, the curses were great rather. And then the use of the cold embrace. The only person who could really cut through it was Celery because he's just like lobbing these pure damage impetuses. But when he was actually pushed back, because there were a couple times where there would be this big save and they had to like drive back Celery, but it worked and got people back up and running. And they were able to really enable Yadro in the late game with these saves too. So very well done.
Well, while you correctly pointed out that Gaming Gladiators probably could have just done that, I'm going to choose just to confirm my own biases and not learn a thing. And we're just going to get ready for our next series. So we're going to get ready for that one in just a bit. It's going to be Aster versus Liquid. A good one. Stick around. We'll be back in a few.
نستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا جيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain,
Welcome back, everybody. Oh, look at that. We've got ourselves an exciting. You said something was going on over there.
I was working hard.
That's good. I like that. That's nice.
I've solved technology.
Well, in case y'all didn't know what it is that we've got cooking for you today, it's going to be a wonderful matchup: Team Liquid versus Team Aster. You know what's interesting is that I feel like, how do I put this? Sumail is obviously this like giant piece of this Aster team, but in a lot of ways they also have their own identity, but that identity's been like shattered and pulled apart in order to like make room for this bowling, like, you know, wrecking ball that is Sumail. Man, coming in like Miley Cyrus. My goodness. They're taking the whole world by storm though. I think Aster can do it. People aren't believers, but I'm a believer by gumption.
Yeah, I thought about doing it with Kaka or someone, and I was like, come on, it's Aster. Like, I know what the people want.
Totally,
they want their guy, and we're here. We got about 2 minutes until the actual draft starts here. Some of you might be wondering, is this a replay? Is it a rerun? This is live. Hello, it is July the 21st. I watched this 20th. Whoops. Oh, it's actually July the 21st. So that's a mistake on my part. And we're playing again. They just played yesterday. They just did this. They had this matchup. There was a Meepo game 1. There was a Pudge for Team Liquid on the same team. That was pretty wild. Now, keep in mind, they also went Muerta in game 2. In game 1 there was Muerta. Game 2 there was the Pudge and the Meepo. But that game didn't actually mean anything. So Aster did 2-0. But there is also a question of just like, but that game they were already both secured through. So was that the real Liquid? Was that the real Aster? We don't know.
Good questions. I mean, what is even reality? You know, Plato's cave.
Another great question.
All the rest of it. Should we unpack that right now, or should we just talk about what we think is going to happen in the draft?
Well, we got about 30 seconds, so I figure we got time.
All right, let's cut through it. Reality is not real. We nailed it. That's good.
Simulation, number 42.
Yep. All the rest of it.
Put that together. That kind of solves it.
Perfect. And the most important thing is just keep playing Dota through it all. Because we know that's real. That's a real place that people play in the virtual world that is Dota 2. And the two people right behind you, they play it better than most. I'm stoked about this mid matchup that we're going to have, and we can already talk about it a bit more as we are into a draft game number 1. Aster facing off against Team Liquid here in the second round of the group stages. And lo and behold, very similar drafts to what we saw in our last series. Broodband, IOBand, these heroes are good.
Quality heroes, indeed. Oh God, my keyboard's dying.
Don't die. Please, keyboard. He needs
danger.
That.
Yeah, what if I... Oh, you know what helps? Is if the thing that you've plugged it into is plugged in.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to give you guys a little hint. Oh, wait, it is plugged in. Oh, no. It's just dead. All right, never mind. We're cool. Sorry, team.
Well, no, you're not cool.
That's actually very bad.
All right, don't worry. It's fine. That's what we have our lovely That's what we have our lovely observers for.
That's right.
You have the PGM. It's going to be great. So Team Liquid, in those series and those games that we had last time around that you were talking about, Aster managed to get the Brood in one of those, and Aster managed to get the IO in the other, and they won both of them. This time around, Brood banned, Aster banned out the IO. It's Liquid with first pick overall, and now they're trying to figure out, do we want to take away the Enigma? Liquid first phased that last time around. Are they going to want to try and take away the Undying's already gone. All right, Timber's what they take. Easy.
Yeah, at least some teams are still putting some respect there on the old Undying. As it was actually, was he totally ignored in our last series? I want to say he was.
I think so.
Yeah. It's kind of wild, huh?
Yeah, a little bit.
10 seconds remaining.
Heroes apparently not too good, according to some teams, but good enough here for the ban. And we have Timber. So this hero pretty confident in certain teams' hands. Liquid wanting to be one of those teams. Quest obviously the one that was probably making the most out of this hero for a while, and enforcing some bans in that first phase, creating awkward situations with the first overall pick. And so they're going to grab it here for Liquid, and then not only is this a very powerful hero, that's why a lot of teams do like first pick, but a lot of teams also like second. I don't know. There's a debate right now. Some teams go first, some teams go second. Our last series, it seems both teams were preferring second pick. I didn't actually check for this one. Probably should have done that, but we got moving a bit too fast here. Why I like first pick is when you get a really strong hero like Timbersaw. Like, Timber's very hard to counter. Like, you have heavy magic damage from Snapfire. That's a good start. But not only do you have this to deal with, but they're going to get this next pick after. And picking two potential supports like this, like, obviously it could just be Core Snap. They have the flexibility. I don't know. It doesn't feel as strong to me.
Right. Well, I don't know. I think that this Snap Clockwork combo, I talked about it all last game. During the drafting phase. I think it's an amazing opening. I really like when I see people do this. Siamese Cat, the drafter, did take a lot of time to take it, though, which is a little bit interesting because they burned through a ton of their reserve time, and Liquid just straight up pick up the bat. Now, this is the type of flex that I like a little bit more. I don't know if I'm up on Snapfire 4 anymore. I feel like I just haven't seen it in so long. Everybody's running this hero core, but they obviously still have that potential to swap it around. What do you think about Batrider picked with Timber? It looks weird to me, but it's probably good, right?
I mean, the classic is obviously Batrider versus Timber. They're often not on the same team. I think the Snap thing is that Aster have definitely been running. They've actually run more support than Core so far at this tournament, but you're right. That is a little bit unusual. It's typically the idea is that you pick it early because you're thinking like, oh, it's going to be solid. But like, for example, when they've done it twice already this tournament, they've done this early Snap when they have last pick, and then they grab a Storm Spirit or an Ember Spirit for Sumail if it's still left in. But then during one of the other games, they got Snap in the second phase and still just grabbed a Phoenix later, right? So this idea of just, obviously they're very happy to run it mid because she is looking like a strong hero like we just saw in our last game. But the support is still there when you have the right combinations. But yeah, I would agree that overall, Bat has been looking pretty hot to me too. Probably just a little bit weaker in that support role, and that's why he's not seeing as much across most of the teams.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, it's still good, though, to be clear. I think it is still a very strong support. I think probably right here, this is likely going to be a support playing with the Timber if it goes offlane.
Well, the Bloodseeker's now banned out along with that Monkey King. Again, looking back to the drafts, the previous games that they played, this was sort of a similar situation. Liquid then went on to ban Snap in those games because it had already been taken, along with some Rubik action there. Rubik still feels pretty good. Trying to think of what else they might want to pick. Like, they have the damage kind of to deal with Timbersaw, but likewise, you know, these are a couple heroes that Whirling Death, the Timbersaw gets on top of them. It's a bit scary to be these other guys here.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Faceless Void lately versus the Timbersaw, so not too surprising with that ban. It's like laning stage is decent enough that you can just jump out of the burst damage, but then obviously like the whole late game idea of just like locking him down in place and getting the burst before he can build up those big stacks with a heavy magic damage, and it's a combo they've already used on Aster with Chrono plus Snap. Just super simple execution there, so that'll be the first thing they remove. But I mean, that's one of the good things about Timbersaw. Like, you can pick the hero early and it still can just look really good. It is not an easy hero to counterpick right now.
Right. Well, and one of the heroes that I think about a lot getting banned in the second phase is my favorite guy of all time, the old Darkseer. But I hate playing Darkseer into Timbersaw. Like, you can vacuum him out of Timber Chain fine, all well and good. Sometimes the punch can be like a lot of magic damage later. But Ion Shell, it just feels so bad against Timber. You're just doing nothing. And that's something that I feel like often would get banned out in the second phase. But now Liquid, they can just take a lot of these other cores and other things. They don't have to worry about it too much. In fact, if they wanted to, they could even take it themselves.
Statistically, you know who the worst hero versus Timber is? As in the best hero, versus Timber is actually...
Who's that?
Is OD. And then
now we're
consider they just played the OD to counter their Meepo, and you'd have Astral versus Lasso.
That's pretty hype.
That could be kind of cool. It would be a late pick for sure for Aster, like potentially like a 10th hero overall, but it could be cool. They're gonna grab the Tidehunter. This hero definitely falling off in my eyes for a lot of teams, but not Aster. They have 1, 2, 3, 4 wins straight here at the tournament. Have not lost with the Tide.
5 seconds remaining.
Interesting.
Of course, they only have 1 loss, so I don't know if that really means much, but they're picking Tide a lot and they're winning games.
Okay, that's always good. I'm curious what the differential is of like win rate on Tidehunter of Aster and then like what it is for every other team. It's probably like a lot worse then. Aster's kind of bullying up the win rate of this old watermelon man.
I mean, I feel like he was having a rough time over at Bali here near the end. Obviously, it started out and it was like, oh, this hero's looking really good. So far, yeah, that looks to be correct. He has a 46% win rate overall at the event. So
and then 5-1 with Aster. Or
no, just straight up 1, 2, 3, just 4-0 for Aster. Yeah.
4-0. Okay, so it's actually like at a 30% win rate or something overall for Tidehunter.
Aster are carrying Tide pretty hard right now.
Let's see if they can do it again or if he's going to weight them down like that. Anchor in his hand as Templar Assassin gets picked up now along with the Rubik. Kind of funky draft from Liquid. Not as like sort of single-minded as I think about sometimes like we saw in the last time from Gaimin Gladiators. But definitely a lot of good heroes that they got working. Medusa, still there.
I feel like they've picked like 3 of the common Timber counters. Batrider, like TA and Rubik, right? Like using the refractions, having some pure damage to try and spill into it. It's a very interesting strategy. But we got a Medusa game. Have we gotten to cast a Medusa yet? I don't think we have. I don't recall watching her quite yet here. In her new era of another round of nerfs.
Yeah. God, I you know what I found myself thinking? I was like, I said this on a stream the other day that like, I feel like I keep wanting Medusa to get nerfed more and more. And what I'm discovering is that I just want old Medusa back. And it's not coming back, you know?
No, she's gone.
It's like there's no bringing back old Medusa. It's okay, though. We'll get through it together.
They have won 2 of their games so far with the Medusa. Overall, the event, though, again, not a successful hero. She's been banned 32 times, only picked 7. And with the 40% win rate, and again, 2 of those wins are Aster. So other teams struggling pretty hard to make the hero work.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, getting it this late in the draft has got to be at least a little bit good in that way. But
yeah, they go for the best core bands, probably Anti-Mage and Pango. The other big support hero is typically the Shadow Demon. Is that worth making? I mean, kind of. Is it worth making that move? You do. The problem is then you're.
I don't know.
Yeah, you would have to do TA
safe.
Yeah, TA safe lane, and then Zai can either play the Bat or the Timber. They have some flex, but then the problem is, of course, they're still going to be the 10th overall for Aster.
I think the only way, I think if you're doing all those move around things and putting CA safe lane, then you just get Dark Seer as an answer to Dusa, and you put Timber mid. But I don't know. I think
still the Dark Seer, yeah.
I think we're probably just looking for a carry at this point. Could go back for more. Oh my God, is it all coming full circle? Oh please, no more, never again.
I don't know. That hero seems to be gone.
Dude, I think they're gonna do it. I
mean, to be fair, I guess he's been played more than Dusa. We haven't had the privilege of casting one yet, but at least he's looking a little better. Probably just because he's being picked in better circumstances.
Not again.
You don't
please.
have to force him as hard.
Please, no more Dusa Liquid. Don't do it to me. I'm begging you. Not Morphling. Please, don't do it. Oh God. Oh no. Is it gonna come on out? Oh, thank God. Oh no, but that's just as bad.
Imagine cheering for Wind Ranger. That's the point you're at.
This is what Morphling's done to us, Trent.
That's a pretty interesting choice. I mean, I think that puts the snap mid and you go for a different support. I mean, unless there's something that they really think counterpicks it that hard. To me, I feel like the snap's been a pretty good matchup when we've seen it. I mean, Puck doesn't look great because it's a TA in terms of just catching heroes.
Right.
You know, Shadow Demon actually is kind of cool for them too. If they want to do snap mid, go Shadow Demon. They'd have it with their Dusa. They'd have it versus the Wind Ranger and versus the TA. Kind of hype. Oh
yeah.
Oh
let's
yeah.
go.
Oh,
let's
get
go.
him. That's a sweet pick, I gotta say. That's a nice grab. Kaka Shadow Demon.
All right. I love it.
I have to go Aster after that. That's, I wanted them to pick it. They picked it. I'm all in.
I think
where are my
also,
channel points? How do I spend them?
I also think that Shadow Demon building up those stacks, eventually getting into an Aghanim Scepter, Nisha's game is just going to be ruined until he gets to the Windrun Dispel. It was Undispellable, rather.
Yeah.
But there's a long window in there where Liquid are going to have to wade through some mucky stuff. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Do we like it?
Well, I got to figure myself out here. We got Snapfire over here.
Picking his nose.
And Wind Ranger.
What are you doing?
All right. That's very embarrassing. I could just floss their teeth instead.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're feeling more the Snapfire. You're liking Sumail this game.
Yeah, I'm over with this guy.
All right.
It's a bit tough.
Fair enough. I think Liquid, the one thing that I'm interested about is I feel like Liquid is one of those teams that has become incredibly good at delaying games until they can get to a winning position. And it feels like when it gets to super late Dota, anything can happen. And I think they're one of the best teams at getting there. So I just find it really hard to bet against Liquid.
Well, you can spend your points right now. It's actually up in the channel. Hurry, quick! I've all my points on Aster.
Oh God, we're betting on games. What have we brought it to?
It's over.
I'm betting on Liquid. I'm going all in. My God, I don't even know how many channel points I have. I have 500. Not so great. It's not a very high number. Wow. Okay.
It's gonna get bigger though, right?
That's true.
Yeah. All right. Nisha with the smoke pop. He's still holding the obs though, so probably gonna be all right. I highly doubt they're gonna drop a sentry on that.
Yeah. No. That one is probably a freebie, I would imagine. As everybody gathering together in the mid lane, Aster not wanting to get him to pick out. Look at this formation that they have. Medusa up front. It's a flying V. Okay, now they messed up the formation. What the hell, Aster? Come on, guys. Make me look bad. Unbelievable. Mr. Siamese Cat himself walking around the corner, running into some danger. Do they have enough for the kill, though? They have no stuns and minimal slows. So, no, not quite going to work out there. But they did give him what's what.
The battle begins.
And will they secure 2 bounty runes? Or can Liquid get there in time? Liquid with the triple. Kaka getting chased down. A second round of the flame break. A couple more punches. The blood grenade down low. Kaka in trouble. Boxy looking for the finish there. Can he quite get it in time? Scatterblast, he's living. Not so lucky is Zai. Siamese Cat picks up the first blood.
Alrighty, Aster. Sorry. Getting in there.
Tell me.
My thoughts. In terms of the setups, the thing I like the most is having Kaka down bottom with the Shadow Demon. It's something we talk about all the time. It's just this idea of Shadow Demon being on this lane. I mean, the setup is proper anyway because you have Kaka playing the Clockwork with the melee hero with the Medusa. This is what you want to see all the time. It just makes it much easier for the Medusa lane. This is what Clockwork wants to have too because he creates the space. She still gets the right click. All's good. But most importantly, it's good setups. This is why I like the Shadow Demon this time because typically I'm kind of against Shadow Demon 4. Shadow Demon support unless you run it 4. I think 5, it's not as good because you don't get the same stacking opportunities. So I'm always looking for that when it comes to this hero, and he's paired with a Tide Hunter. So to me, the stack game looks crazy for Aster, and I'm not sure they're going to hit the same numbers on the side of Liquid because they have Mickey on the TA, but they don't really have the best supports to make the moves and get those stacks going.
Right. The support, like the ability to take them is there to a large extent, but the ability to actually make them is not as much. Yeah, we'll see how that ends up working out right now. Kaka sitting over to the side trying to block out the camp and is just kind of going to get run down, it looks like. Ooh, one more hit, and Sania, the one that actually gets the last touch on him with that. So nicely played. Oh, it does look like they're going to be able to force back Siamese Cat up on the top side.
And our mid lane so far is not looking so good there, bud.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, I don't think this would be a big surprise. I mean, it's definitely a surprise that it's this one-sided, but this has kind of been the norm for Snap mid. Like, I've seen it a couple times versus the Wind Ranger. And, well, I mean, think about what does Wind Ranger have in this situation? Like, what is Wind Run going to do for you? Anything? No.
Right.
Scatterblast, Fire Snap Cookie. Like, the creep control is pretty real there from Sumail, and you can't get these big trades. Like, Wind Ranger can sometimes bully a little bit or do some shenanigans with Wind Run, like maybe under the tower. Not going to happen. So, yeah, Sumail is just crushing.
Such a monster. Like, 16-10 right now versus the 8-2. And, like, yeah, there's a definitely a difference in terms of the amount of, like, last hitting power, you know, 63 base damage versus 71. But, I mean, it's everything. He's just he's taking everything from him. Sumail's a level ahead. Nisha's, like, in danger of dying here. And
it feels like
still can't deny us.
The only good use of Wind Run is that if you are holding it and he tried to cookie you, you wouldn't get hit. Like if he tries to like cookie a creep into you, you could Wind Run out the distance. But right. I don't think you can like hold it. You can't just be holding Wind Run the whole time or you're getting no value out of it. You're trying to like actively use it for the trades and everything. And then missing some of the ones under the tower there too. So at least he gets a little bit of redemption on that. Yeah, it's not looking so great. So we might need some rotations mid. Unfortunately, you have a Bat Rider who's not the best at rotating, especially when there's any sort of mobility from the enemy mid. Like, even just Cookie is enough to pretty much ruin the plans of a Bat. So Boxy's just going to try and get there in time for the stack. He barely makes it. And he'll get that top room covered.
Nisha can't quite get it in time. Sumail picks up the water rune and then heads off the other direction. And in the meantime, Boxy right on top of Siamese Cat, who is trying to back away. And with Sumail rotating over, that gives enough coverage for the Clockwork to get out of trouble. So, 4-minute mark. The lanes definitely right now into the favor of Dire, with that mid being the biggest differential we're seeing.
And then the person who's going to be the siege engine, the thing who gets things moving for Liquid will probably be Zai when he hits 6 in terms of its like top lane, because sometimes you'll see rotations right to your Timber, try and pressure this Medusa, see if he can zone her back into the jungle. He should take some more hits under the tower. Clockwork, not really the best support to just like hold a tower either. So the lane can kind of crumble at that point if you do bring in that pressure. That's when you might see Kaka make the rotation. If he has to do that, he's doing less stacks, so that could be good for them. So far, he's been very busy in the lane. Only got a single stack done so far. Hasn't had a lot of opportunities to waltz his way back, since there is some vulnerabilities here for XXS.
Right.
Speaking of walking back.
No. Has to head over. They are going to make a move, though, now with Clockwork. He drops a ward, waiting to see if anybody steps too far forward, and they can maybe make a play onto Mikair and Sania.
Oh, this is cool.
I think this should be noticed. Oh.
Well, the thing is that... Oh, nice ward. Yep, Insania spots him. That was big.
Right.
Now, mind you, they know because they have a sentry down, but they did this while they were pushing under tower.
Nicely played. The timing, it looks okay here, but, I mean, with the rotation coming in for Boxy, he's going to kill off Kaka. So Aster not really going to be able to get the full value out of this. And, well, we'll be able to get the D ward after the fact, most likely. I think. That's okay.
Yeah, he's just making sure that he's going to run away, I think.
Okay.
Incoming.
Yeah,
oh,
all right.
No, he got bopped, dude.
Yeah, they get the D ward instead.
Oh, but his sentry doesn't hit his sentry. He doesn't actually see the Aster one. So Pichu's still going to get this D ward. Oh, that's frustrating.
God. Just out of range. Okay. Meanwhile,
they get another one too.
Yeah. Well, Wind Ranger is level 5. Sumail is level 6.
He might. Jeez, there was a moment there. That was close. The Wind Run was coming back, but certainly a chance, because he has no raindrops either. There might have been a Cookie Scatterblast play.
Right.
Into ulti.
Now, one thing that is a concern here for Liquid is I don't think they're getting a Wisdom Rune.
Oh, wait, hold.
Insania's heading over.
He has no cogs. He might get it.
Oh, he doesn't have cogs? Oh, Insania. No.
Oh, he didn't get it.
He didn't quite. It might have been a battery assault hit at that point or something, but whatever the case is, that is Liquid not able to pick one up, and just trying to get out. He TPs away, doesn't even die for it. Damn.
Yeah, we're seeing this more and more with Clockworks, the 201 build, and pays off. Immediately grabs the cogs after it for. Heh. So yeah, double wisdom there. Bad start here for Liquid on a couple issues. They do still hold the gold lead, though, overall.
Right.
But it's pretty minimal, obviously.
Oh my god, look at that DD on Snap. It's doing 220 damage for a bit. Does have that cookie ready. Nisha needs to be careful with this about his positioning. They want to go. Oh, cookie, good dodge. And Nisha knew.
The rune will be bottom here, but Kaka's there to secure it. Sumail will be able to grab it here.
Looking for the rundown. Could come out in a moment with the Mortimer's Kisses. Trying to get in range, but the lift back. Kaka in a weird position. Does he get the right aim? Oh, good dodging from Boxy, but one last hit. Sumail able to touch him up. Gets the kill.
I think he was thinking he might get away with it without having to use the ulti, so then he pops it a bit late, but still manages to grab it. Does leave XSS vulnerable down there for a little while, but okay, he doesn't quite have the damage. He's got 2 points Kraken, 2 points Anchor Smash. They also have a ward near these ancient stacks, so they're keeping an eye on that. Might be a move that Liquid goes for, like Wind Ranger coming in, trying to get a bit aggressive, using the TA to maybe steal them, but she's not quite ready. She's only level 6 right now. Doesn't have those mid levels, you know? Not going to be 8 or 9 anytime soon.
No. Wind Ranger had already used Power Shot, so doesn't decide to try and go for Kaka there, but it is still going to be the stacks gotten on both sides of the map. So something to watch for here is where these stacks end up going, because both teams definitely capable of taking them. As XXS takes a couple pot shots there, but they will be able to drive them away.
Boxy doing the long run around here. Stole a bit of XP as Sumail was doing some stacks, but he's going for a big old backstab with the help of this ward.
They see him, though, on the Watcher. And now recognizing what's going on, Kaka heading by, level 5, got some good damage on him. Can they do any more? With Insania moving in, that's actually going to be enough to kill off Kaka. Not bad at all. They bring numbers, though. Monet doesn't want to let Boxy get away with this, but he's moving fast. Dude, this is, I mean, it was 5 heroes essentially from Aster, and Boxy, this is space created. Holy moly. He's away.
He gets hit by the catapult. All right, but they're hammering. They're moving into the ancients. That was a wild one. Kaka was so confident running up to that Batrider. Like, he knew he was there. Like you said, he just disabled the Watcher. Boxy will eventually fall.
All right. And just to get that kill.
All right, well, Nisha going to have to find a path back into this one. Going to try and work towards that Maelstrom here as Zai's dropping items. Kaka not, that was close. We almost had a second item disappear here.
Yeah. That would be crazy. Now, Atos out. Ravage at the ready. Managed to find that stun. Looking for more. Want to save Kisses, and they will. So Aster. Lots of good moves from them.
Yeah, I'd rather spend Ravage than Kisses. I feel like the Kisses are much more likely to secure these kills, and oh yeah, the piggy bank is a little stuffed there.
Yeah, he is. He's building up quite a bit of gold for himself. Yeah.
It's going to be difficult to utilize that gold in some ways, though, for the TA, you know? Like, I guess he's probably going to go pretty aggressive overall with the build. Maybe if you're a pretty active one, because, like, Wind Ranger can't farm those.
Oh, it's going with Zai to take it.
Okay, yeah, that makes way more sense. Because I think it's way too much to have Mickey, like, rotate over and farm those, but Zai, instead of like trying to like keep pressure going up top, he's just going to utilize this instead. He's certainly the hero that's going to get the most done on this map right now with this gold. Like, no question.
Right.
This is definitely the best way to do it.
Yeah, that's what you want to see from them. So clears up those stacks in just a couple rounds and salvos of the chakra. And suddenly, Zai right up there at top net worth marks with the Medusa, who's farming up another stack herself. Monet has been a bit busy. decides to come and grab the creep wave towards mid. Is a lot of just sort of battling going on there in mid lane. But has an ancient stack to retreat to after farming up these creeps.
And they're going to take that newfound golden on Zai and immediately push this tower. Nothing XS can do. It's a bit too low here. I mean, they can throw it a glyph if they want.
Ooh, big move. Fake. Trying to fake the Shadow Demon move over with an illusion, making him think it's just illusions. But it's real. They're in the area. Boxy in trouble and going to go down. Mickey, you get the banishment. Tries to back away on Kaka. Pops the ulti on Nisha, doing good damage with the hook shot. That's enough to take down Nisha, but wait a minute. What did he steal there on Rubik? Got the kisses. Throws him back the other way. Now trying to take down one. Well, Siamese Cat taking some Mortimer shots and will end up dying to Mickey, while Sumail in very far. Zai making use of that gold to get himself a nice pick off. So they take down Sumail to boot. That is a good fight for Liquid. My goodness.
Yeah, I think that Liquid were really happy they decided to defend that and to rotate that many heroes. I didn't think they would bother on Aster. It kind of felt like a situation where you're better off just farming this whole time up, but I guess maybe they see an opportunity as like, if we just shut down Nisha, get that kill, and nothing else happens, then his game's just over, you know? But unfortunately, Zai is still able to take over that fight. He's now top net worth on the board. They get the tower. I think he even got the last hit in the middle of that engagement as well, plus a steal on kisses that they can use again. That's not necessarily something you're going to want to give up right away.
Oh. Boxy. Oh! Sneaky gets out of trouble. Look at that dodge. Insania is liking what he's seeing. So Boxy going for another round?
Yeah, and again, though, more vision over those Ancients. They also blocked it with a Sentry, so they tried to do a stack. It failed. I don't know if they noticed necessarily that's what happened. And yeah, vengeance is swift here from Boxy. He's going to get it.
Oh, man. God. Siamese Cat just sees this little flame wall leave behind, and hell, nothing he can do. Dude, if he didn't smoke, if he didn't pop Firefly, if he didn't do all of those little things, he doesn't get that Wisdom Rune in time.
No. And so, sure, you lost the first two, but you get the next two. That's definitely value. And Insania, he has the kisses back up in 15 seconds, so I'd be looking for a smoke into a focus fire with this fresh Maelstrom. They got big damage available now. That's versus any of these heroes could go down, Dusa included.
Wow, XXS. Yeah, getting jumped on by Zai. Man, Zai is so huge. Kaya Sanj misses on that Chakram and the banish. Okay, things got weird. Zai may be in some trouble, but trying to move in with the Mortimer's kisses. They're ways away for the rest of the team. XXS gets hit by another Chakram. They take down XXS. Can find more kisses coming in from far away. Kaka getting caught for a moment. Boxy right on top of him. Can't quite catch back up to Siamese Cat yet, but will get him with Nisha. Sumail, in the meantime, tries to turn to fight, but they can't do it. Liquid pulling things together here to a 5K gold lead.
And a shackle, too, to make sure he can't hookshot out. Kind of looked like he was about to use that to escape, but locked it down. And, man, you can really see the early points in Arcane Supremacy. He only had 2 points at the start of that fight, with the but 18% spell amp on Stolen Kisses early. Like, you just saw, Kaka just melted.
Yeah.
Cup full of clicks there. And this is, of course, with Mickey having the Deso now done, so they can Roche whenever they want from Liquid and take that away from this Dusa lineup. They would love to get a Roche and just start marching with Ravage.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I just can't help but think how different this game would look if Insania had not Stolen Kisses. You know, that is what enabled so many of these, like, next couple of moments to completely turn around. The Rubik has been a problem for this Snapfire, and they're building off of it.
I like how Rubik was, like, the worst support ever, like, a month and a half ago. It was, like, a completely unpicked, you know, I was like, before Bali, everyone's like, this hero's trash now. He's no good.
Well, and of course, XXS.
At least he bought out.
Yeah, he, again, is in trouble and starting to fall. And, I mean, this hero, it's just not as tanky when you go the Meteor Hammer build. Hard to get away from that one. And, I mean, again, we talked about the Rubik play, but also Zai has just consistently set the tempo.
Mickey has just been mad chill in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Big farm at this point. Into the Roche. Boxy has been a complete menace, like you're seeing down here now. He's doing a great job in the support bat. I think it's a hero that is definitely still valuable in this role. This is why you can pick it up so early. And just fire-flying a wave like that is so frustrating. Just getting away. He leaves the flag bearer, but that's cool. Oh, and the orbit destruction for Mickey. Oh,
dude.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Golly gee. That's a lot of damage.
He's going to be a scary guy. There's no doubt about that one. Blink Dagger done now.
Whew, okay.
Aster, what do you do?
That is the question right now. Sumail is going for the eggs early on this Snapfire. Not going to opt for like some of this damage play or like Silver Edge. He's going to be Goblin. So he's going to be sending in XXS whether he likes it or not.
Well, that'll be good because then he can Ravage and then blink out afterwards.
That's right. or maybe we'll send him Monet. That sounds pretty good too.
Okay. Sounds like fun. Yeah, I guess that is one thing to be concerned about. Like, Aster's basically been throwing bodies. Monet not going for the butterfly build afterwards, instead going the Manta right into Scotty. So a bit of an older school Dusa build.
Yeah, seems pretty good. I mean, you're versus the Timber Saw, you're versus the TA. It's got some merit in this one.
See what ends up happening. 19 minutes in. And it's a 7k gold lead. Liquid just bowling along here.
I think the Shard for Insania would be the best thing to get next for Liquid. I think at 20 minutes they should try and torment it up for him. I mean, he's going to try and save the gold, but ideally you just get it for free. Because I'm looking at who's had the least impact in this game, and I feel like it's kind of been like Pichu, aka Siamese Cat. Like, I think this has not been the best Clockwork performance so far because the targets aren't that easy to grab. Like, if he hops on Bat, he can just fly out, get away. Templar Assassin's a pretty scary hero to hop on top of as well, because unless your allies are there like right away to destroy her, she might just cull you down first. And if they get the Rubik telekinesis shard, then it's just GG. Like, he can't lock anyone down.
Yeah. No, it's a huge problem, that one. And I agree, prioritizing it would be super solid for Insania. But we'll see. 20-minute mark coming up right now, as there is a lot of vision in the mid. Kaka down to half HP. One round of Psyblades, but will be able to get away. The imprisonment buys enough time. Hookshot in, dodged again, but they're able to find him the second time. Pushed back by the cogs, and Boxy finally punished.
Does buy out at the last second there with the Mithril Hammer, so doesn't lose too much at least. Oh, it looks like, never mind, he didn't have enough reliable gold anyway, so apparently he still lost 153 according to the team fight thing.
Zai takes down a tower. Again, structural damage. Liquid moving around the map, pushing people to various areas. They do lose one, but still gain a good go of it. Now, after the Scotty, Medusa deciding to go into the MKB, so wanting to have answers for Nisha. How much do you think at this point Liquid need to keep up the pace? Do you think it's a concern at all, or do you think that like they're going to continue to scale against Aster?
I would be more concerned if Kaka was having a better game. I feel like that is where it's going to start looking a little bit better, but he's pretty poor for a 4 Shadow Demon because these fights started happening. They were losing these engagements. Like, ideally, you're getting Ag's blink at the same time that Medusa's like really ready to start fighting. That's when I think the game's going to feel a lot better for them, but we'll see. Maybe he'll pick up some farm and get some stacks right now. He does get the shard for free, so that's a good start. The cleanse will be there. But ideally, this whole idea of this counter pick, this was a 10th pick support, so that means that you need to have a really big impact in the game, and you're ideally looking to just Demonic Purge and just ruin the game of Nisha, right? That's going to be your goal in this one, as well as getting the saves like Disruption on the lasso and stuff. So he has a lot of potential, but in order to reach that potential, you need eggs, you need blink, and you also kind of want Aether Lens too.
Right. Boxy's been having the game that
Yes.
they wanted for Kaka, and he also just got gifted a shard. So that is one at least benefit for Aster, is that the shard did not go immediately to Insania. But Kaka gonna need to keep buying some extra space for himself and keep farming up at this point. He's 2.5 components to the Aghanim Scepter, so still doing pretty well, but needs more time.
Yeah, and Insania is just fade bolting a wave down here, so he's about to get the gold anyway for the shard. It's not too big of a deal. And Liquid's going to be very ready to move things forward here. There's this big window, though, where there is no Aegis, and that's certainly where you're going to feel the most comfortable, but they could also just go and like flex these BKBs, right? I mean, we're still holding 9 seconds on Nisha, hasn't used it yet, and the fresh one's being delivered to Mickey, so they can just run this map right now.
I am kind of hoping that the team that takes big chances wins.
Yes.
Again.
You're hoping
I want
for
risky
that,
Dota.
That was a hell of a game from Team Spirit, no doubt about that. That was a wild comeback versus Game Gladiators. If you didn't, I mean, spoilers, but if you didn't see it, Game 2, it's pretty good. I'd recommend. You know what else is pretty good this game is Halberd. They got Wind Ranger. They got Templar Assassin, so that's why they're building 2 of them. Sumail considering it right now, as well as XXS. But they're on the move here. They're smoked up. This is their grab. Nice hook.
Big jump. Ravage every damn thing. And then they find Boxy as well. All of a sudden,
BKB.
Aster make a big move. Well, they don't quite manage to get Boxy. Instead, it's Kaka that goes down. My God, they're starting to fall apart a little bit. Mickey hit huge on these guys, and now Sumail forced to TP away. Oh, he hit on a creep instead of Sumail. That might have made the difference. Regardless, Aster get a kill on mid in exchange for the 2 supports.
Oh, I think it was the Gossamer Cape. Okay, I was confused. It must have been the Gossamer Cape.
Was it?
I think. Because I don't think he hit a creep.
Okay.
Because it looked like it was targeting him. But yeah, he's got Gossamer on it. But it also wasn't on cooldown when I clicked, so I'm not sure. Might have been just a little bit too late on my eyes. But yeah, they get out of that one. I like that idea, though, of trying to use the Gobble Up to kill Boxy after, since, like, you know, BKB isn't, like, just total safety anymore, since we just have the magic resistance, but it still wasn't up there. Another hook.
Okay. Finding Mickey, no BKB, he's gone. Mickey just in no man's land and gets punished heavily. Gobble up, chase, hello Insania, but can't quite get him. He lifts himself out. That's why you buy the shard, ladies and gentlemen. Very nice.
I think Mickey thought he was more covered by the Rubik than he actually was. Was expecting that Insania could just save him if something were to happen. Or maybe he didn't think the hookshot was going to be back that fast, because that felt pretty quick to me too. But that last fight was kind of extended.
Well, the timing of this sets up perfectly. If they get a quick spawn on Roche, we got to wait 9 seconds to figure out what the time's going to be. Timber finishes a freaking heart on Zai. So that's quick. And that's crazy.
Oh. Yeah, how are you going to kill him?
Hey, listen, just do it, right? Go for it.
Like I got 2 demonic purges, so just see if we can lock this guy down a bit here and get level 18. Maybe that's it. It is a long spawn. It's about 2 minutes here. The main thing that's good for Aster is that it is guaranteed to be dire side. So they will have the buyback advantage, but there's also just this caveat of, like, when you're Radiant, it kind of feels like you're pushing up this way anyway. You kind of lose this space as the dire, so it's still very contestable for Liquid, especially because they still have a tier 1 tower. So their own TP to this Roche is still relatively close.
On talking about this too, Aster, they really want to hit this timing hard. I mean, again, Monet, MKB done. He's had for a second the butterfly, but now cues up the Daedalus, and Zai kind of in an awkward spot. Hook shot connects. Can they do it? What do they have in the tank? Meteor Hammer, not going to land. They do have Ravage, ready to throw it. Thought about going, but no. The lift again, buying enough space for Zai. So they hold their Ravage, use just about every other ulti.
Yeah, you could see it, though. I mean, Kaka has the Aghanims, right? So the break coming into play there. He was not getting anything going. In terms of the buildup of the stacks, he only had 2 armor stacks.
Into it they go. They pull back and kill the Clockwork, but the Ravage comes out. Great BKB from Mickey. Keeps him alive. And then the Stone Gaze. That's enough. It gets him caught and gonna get the kill. Now they throw Kaka in onto Zai while Monet is beating into it, almost killing Nisha. BKB barely keeps him alive. Now onto Zai, trying to do all that he can. This Heart, it's a lot of work, but will it be enough? As they start to beat into this Timber Saw, those reactive stacks up to 40. Will it be enough? Tries to Timber Chain away. Do they have anything to break it? The cookie! Oh, Sumaili gets there in time. They take down Zai in the end and opening up Roche.
Ooh,
Nice
the turn
play
is
by
here.
Sumail.
Well, they only lose Clockwork, and then the buyback comes through. And that was a bad way to start the fight, to have to focus down the Timber Saw early. But what was so sick was that blinking from XXS, and he didn't let the Ravage rip. Because the BKB, not only did they do the Rubik save, but also the BKB got popped by Zai. So it was almost like a little bit of bait there by XXS. Comes back in, gets the Ravage later. It makes a fantastic play. And then I don't think there's any way they're going to get here in time. Insania is running up here. It's just some vision, hoping to maybe take a fight immediately after if they do a greedy push in. I'm not even sure why they bothered scanning, frankly. But they're going to know it is gone.
Nikkei still farming in this area. Now, again, they have great vision on the side of Liquid, and they are not ones to shy away from a fight if they see an opportunity. Now, Sumail is not with them at all. I don't know if he walked over onto that trap, but they have some vision over there. Liquid looking for an engagement. They might know that Sumail is not there.
They know for sure now.
Looking, wanting to find somebody.
But he has box too, so.
Trying to find an opening. It doesn't look like they're quite going to be able to get him.
And here he comes.
Liquid go in. Zai, first man in. They do have tendrils, but no Ravage. Lasso, that's a good one to get. Can they bring him down in time? Kaka, how is he not dead? How did the disarm? Oh, that disarm. They couldn't kill him off. Now Boxy getting chased down by XXS. Aster are team fighting so well as they take down 2.
Dude, this Shadow Demon pick was so good. It's actually, it's over. Like, they can't fight if they don't take him down early. The break is absolutely destroying them. Like, I don't know if you can really count on break that much with Shadow Demon. It wasn't even in my considerations that much. Like, I was more so thinking, like, saves from the lasso and just purging the Wind Ranger. But the break is just killing them. Like, Zai, he has this heart, but he can't be that tanky. Every fight, he's getting hit, and he's just not building reactive armor stacks.
Yeah. Man, craziness. I mean, this is one of those times now, too, where... I mean, yeah, it's only 1,000 gold lead, but this is Medusa. We've seen this hero go insane so many times and just about has a completed Silver Edge. They're going to start going. Meteor Hammer down. Don't quite connect with that Shackle. I mean, this is before Sumail even gets level 20. They're making it happen.
The flare hits Boxy as he comes out of his TP, too. Like, he was there with the blink and the lasso possibility, but nothing can happen. And yeah, Mickey's farming. They're smoked up. They got to bring Mickey back here pretty soon.
He's cutting waves, so they don't have a creep wave except for this one. If they can finish that off, and they will manage to.
He's going for Kaka.
Going for it. Big play. Kaka hit once, twice. Is it going to be enough? He's burning down to death. No Kaka in this fight. Meanwhile, though, Monet is doing a lot of damage, but they will get the disarm. Zai in on top of him. Now the buyback from the Rubik. Man, that damage coming out. Good Shackle latching on there as Aster walk forward. They're not deterred. Zaya's 40 stacks, and it just, they don't care. Beating into him, hitting buildings.
Sir, you have no creeps.
That's
you
true.
Need to leave. Oh, feeling very bold. But yeah, they got their main target. Great play there from Boxy as well. Like, they used the power shot for the additional vision by the looks of it there to try and get that perfect jump. Grabs him. He dodged the hook shot. You actually saw him do a stutter step. Oh, speaking of dodge hook shot, that one's missing.
That was nice. Wait, throwing one side, finding the back line. In on to Sumail. Sumail, half HP, a couple more hits, takes down one. Siamese cat in trouble. Now Zai being slowed down. The disarm is there as they chase Sumail. I mean, okay, with no Shadow Demon nearby, this is kind of working well. He is now with the rest of the team. Monet starts to beat up on one. Can't break that Blink Dagger, though. And instead, an Atos, Kaka, throws down one salvo, has the Demonic Purge at the ready. Tendrils of the Deep, Zai starting to drop lower, but it's really hard to kill him. Kaka dying. Foxy right on top of him. He just goes down. Wait, what is going on with Aster?
The positioning. They weren't really respecting it there. Tries to get kind of a greedy ward. I feel like he still felt kind of strong. I mean, look at them. They have Aegis and Cheese, right? He's thinking like, oh, we're still strong. We still have these big items. But if Kaka falls, the fights are not easy. And they're not clumping as hard. They're playing a little bit more like pick-off stuff there from Liquid. They didn't have everything there to throw onto that damage because a lot of it has been the purges. It's also been the disseminates because this guy's so insanely tanky on the Timber that you're just boosting up all this damage every time it disseminate. But unable to get the damage in that time. And Zai playing so nicely by disassembling this Kai'Sange into the halberd. He is just putting the body in there and really controlling up this Medusa.
Yeah. No, the disassemble into the halberd has been clutch. And Liquid now going to find themselves another round of the shard. This time given to Zai, so has a little bit more damage to throw it with that flamethrower. I mean, the fact that Boxy was able to get so much farm and has been able to build into like the Blink BKB with the drums, it's really opened up their game more to find Kaka and just jump him at the start of these fights.
Yep. I'm expecting I was going to say Blink for Kaka, but it looks like he wants to go for the Aeon next instead.
Okay.
Why Aeon over Blink this time? I guess because he's not expecting an early nullifier based on their heroes. That's definitely one part of it.
Okay.
There is Bat Rider and like, you know, maybe he's thinking that he can't get the distance. Like if they have a ward, he's gonna get caught anyway. There's Invis consideration later on that he gets caught like hiding with Blinks. I don't know. I feel like Blink looks pretty solid to me.
Yeah, I guess that it's sort of weird when they're all like having to. I mean, they're the ones that want to be on the front foot too, I guess. And so oftentimes he's going to be in vision unless he's smoked. So like he's just sort of accepting that he's going to get lassoed.
Yeah, the number one item that he wants in this game is just ninja gear.
Right.
That's the dream, you know.
Hello, hello. Foxy. Ooh, oh my god. He found him after the blink. Lift away. Siamese cat. Controlled. Push back. Mickey onto him. Mickey gets the kill. Sumail. Zai's on him too. This fight looking okay right now for Liquid. And, well, Kaka throws out one round of the ulti. They get the lasso. Gonna get that kill. Can they bring down Kaka? They will. XXS is gonna end up falling, but the bigger kill is going to be taking down Mickey with Monet. In the end, Sumail turns, finds Boxy, and then Cheese TP out. Not going to happen. The lift was there. Sumail, though, oh, he's just getting burned. The flamethrower throws out another scatter blast, but he's going to be brought down. So 4 go down Liquid. Get the fight they were wanting.
Just a smoldering pile there. Yeah, there's the damage. It's all Zai. He is carrying real hard in this game. And there was a very early purge there onto Nisha. He couldn't really do much in that fight. He kind of got zoned out early. I mean, I say do much. He still did tons of damage. He still did just as much damage as the Deuce and the Snap, but it's all overshadowed here by Zai's ability to just stay in these engagements. Great focus there as well. And now a Lincoln Sphere there, too, for Nisha. He needs this desperately versus the Shadow Demon. It's been being controlled too much, plus the Halberd being there, too. Some great use.
My goodness. Yeah, this is, I mean, this is feeling like one of those games that could go the distance. Based upon how it's happened so far. Obviously, it could also be over in a second. Zai. I really actually feel like this heart is making a huge difference here, too. Oh, miss on the hook shot.
Yeah.
Zai getting out. Tendrils, not going to happen. Yeah, because, like, if he doesn't have that buffer of damage, they might actually get him there. Just such a tanky guy at this point.
Still no Ags consideration here for Nisha. I was wondering if he might be thinking about that this game. Just like the general annoyance of the hero. But just wants to get a anti-Medusa item. Thinking about picking up his later Diffusal Blade.
Get into the Disperser later. Love that thing.
Potentially, yeah.
Oh,
20
but
seconds until Roche, and your versus Clockwork, so you should not give this up for free. And now we have entered phase 2 of Snapfire, as he has Daedalus as well as the Little Shredder talent. So the hero has now transformed a bit.
yeah. No, we're in an interesting spot. There's a couple big damage dealers, but the big damage dealers from Aster, they're a little tankier. Wind Ranger and TA, not really the ones that can soak up all that burst.
We do have a double gem as well. Gem sitting on XXS on the Tidehunter there, and there's also one on Insania's Rubik. So both teams are sweeping through here, doing a little bit of Minesweeper, clearing out these wards. And they are going to send in the illusion here from Kaka, and he's going to say, Roche is up. But they also have the TA trap from Liquid, so all things are known here. And will they find Kaka again? Where can he hide? Someone give this guy the ninja gear, please. He needs help.
Get it.
He's got to hide.
Don't let him jump him. Smoke. Everybody but TA. TA's kind of in the front right now. Zai. Who does he find? Traps down. Monet walks on forward. Can he get the silver edge hit on? Zai gets it. The broken. But the disarm. And the walk away. He's just fine. He's out of there. Yeah. Kiss is doing nothing.
They don't have the
This
big focus.
is not what they wanted.
They were still pretty far spread out. Kaka's hiding in the trees. Sumail was back using ulti, not getting in there with the Little Shredder quite yet. They do still have the Gobble of Initiation as well as the big ultis.
The tendrils! Oh! 1-2 with the Ravage, but they have the disarm. It's there for a moment. Need to get the Stone Gaze off. Mickey's already dead, though. Mickey's already gone, and now they find Boxy. He's dead also. Kaka is going to fall, but he gets the break off first on to Terra. Oh, wait, he's not. He lives. Nisha dies to the side. This fight is terrible for Liquid. Nobody is dying on Aster. Oh, my God. They got absolutely wrecked.
Bro, that was the best tendrils I've ever seen. Since this hero got tendrils, am I crazy? Did he hit Nisha and Mickey with that tendrils into immediate Ravage? And then Sumail got the Little Shredder onto Mickey, and he was just gone. He evaporated.
Oh, man. And that, I mean, they bought out for that. That was the fight. That was the everything. No buybacks on anybody. They're going to start walking down lanes, and I don't know what Liquid have left now. Oh, man. They also have Refresher Shard on Tidehunter.
I'll have to come back here.
Well, when you have 2 Ravages already between the tendrils and the Ravage itself, it's a pretty powerful thing to add onto the hero.
Yeah, now you have 4. My God. Get this man some mana. I mean, he already has it. He has a sight. This is 2 lanes, most likely. Tidehunter has the talent to anchor smash buildings. I mean, they're taking it all. Oh, Liquid coming up a little bit short in this late game scenario. My goodness. That is 2 lanes and probably a third. Oh. All
right, here we go. This is it. This is the ninja gear right now. Give it to him, XXS.
Toss in 1. Don't have the Diffusal Blade done on Insania.
Kaka's hunting. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows. There's only one thing he needs.
Give this man ninja gear. Well, nonetheless, at this 40-minute mark, I think that they are still going to go up and try and walk for. I mean, Medusa's at 36,000 net worth right now, eyeing up a rapier if Monet wants it.
He can't get it. He's been farming neutral. They're just not dropping.
It's so frustrating.
Sumail got ninja gear. All right, there's 1.
All right, Monet decided to buy Butterfly.
Right, the team's pulling in Kaka. He doesn't get to. He's like, you don't get a neutral, dog. I'm sorry.
Hook shot. Push back. No. Save. Okay. Siamese Cat in trouble. Cookie dead. Zai now looks in for more. This is looking okay. Buyback on the Clockwork. What can they do? Tidehunter dies. Oh, no. Aster, you've gone too far. And Sumail, he's getting ran at. They're all dying. Every single one of them. Monet is going to be hard to bring down. They manage to take down 1, but the damage out. They're trying to kill Monet. He's just not dying. Zai is killing literally the entire rest of the team, and now it's just Monet. Pops the cheese. They have to do it all again. XXS back in, has that Ravage at the ready. Zai gets caught for a moment. Sumail with the double kill, though, takes down Boxy. Now the Ravage comes out. Is it going to be enough to take him down? Yes. Zai goes down. Another round. Ravage 2 connects Mickey. He's very low, but able to get the Hurricane Pike away. Buyback onto Sumail. They want to end it right here, right now. Triple kill. Sumail goes back in, throws him spuddy over, catches onto the Rubik. And now the Rubik buyback. It's Mickey and Insania. Can they do it alone? It is so hard to hold on right now.
He got kisses. These steals Ravage into kisses, but it's just not enough.
Oh, man. They don't have what they need. They can throw the kisses, but it's still a whole minute until they're going to be able to do what they need to. Sumail throws himself forward, gets the kill onto Mickey, and surely that's going to be the end. Aster pull out the victory over Liquid. A long-fought battle.
This one was looking pretty tight the whole way. It's just coming down to how these fights were going to play out. But it was the huge initiations. You can see there at the end that that wasn't the best way to start a fight, obviously, for Aster. Like the fight up top, double Ravage, double Tendrils, looked incredible. Very nicely done. Going in high ground like that, you miss that one initiation with the Clockwork. They get pulled back onto Mickey, and then they start chasing them down after. Zai's going crazy, but they still didn't have a solution for the Medusa. Right. Everything else was being taken down. That was working great. But the Medusa, not so much. And this is where it was looking really good, because they started focusing down Kaka. They recognized, like, this guy's a problem. They get this kill here, too. And this was after a pretty rough start for Liquid, because, you know, Nisha was pretty far behind on the Wind Ranger. They eventually start getting pressured inside their base, but they did fight back from this.
No, they did, absolutely. And these couple of fights here, I mean, Monet just ended up doing so much damage. Ends the game with 56,000 damage done, 9-0 and 13 on Medusa. And yeah, that's the fight that you're looking for that really catapulted them into just such a firm position for the victory here. And it all starts with XXS. Impressive. Really impressive.
Man. I think Monet did a really good job of being very mobile in these fights too. Yeah. Like with the Blink Dagger there as well, like mid-fight just recognizing, oh, hey, I actually still have this up somehow. And just getting the chase down onto Nisha immediately after. And this is where I was thinking, like, oh, is it it? Have you gone too far? But the buyback's coming through. The Scythe was there from XSS to combo. And Sumail, with this big return, just gets a triple kill coming back into the fight. And despite a stolen Ravage, not enough. Look how close he was to going down right there. And doesn't even matter. Buyback, see ya.
Man, sick stuff. And then Sumail, the Force Staff back to make sure that he gets the catch. And yeah, it's just a little flavor on top, the goodness, as they end out that game. My God, Aster pull it out and get away with the victory here in this one. And that continues their streak, 3-0 over Liquid in the past couple of days. And I got to say, you know, if you tune into my stream, you would have seen my tier list with Aster up on the top right there with Gaimin, Gladiators, and Liquid. Y'all didn't listen. Yeah, listen to this guy.
I didn't listen.
It's not just a bald head. There's something inside of it, Trent. My God.
There's so much information coming out that the hair can't even stand it.
Exactly. It gets repelled. Yeah. All right, we're going to go to a break. We're going to come back. We're going to have game number 2. Go for it. That guy.
Number 1.
That guy.
This guy right here. Not going to pick his nose. Oh, it's really
That's
hard.
Great.
Yeah, this guy. Woo!
We're going to a break. We'll be back in a few. See y'all then.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time
And welcome back, you beautiful people out there. Trent knows what y'all want, and he gives it to you. That's right. Dance those dinos. It's perfect. We're ready. The second game should be started in just a couple of minutes here, my man. And we saw in that last game some pretty amazing stuff. We didn't talk about it a ton in the outro, but the sort of performance that Zai put on was it felt like it should have been a game-winning performance, but he wasn't on a hero that could get him all the way there. It was a little sad, but by and large, I wouldn't hate to see another first phase Timbersaw from them.
Yeah, that's got to be a little bit frustrating. I mean, I'm sure that it happens to a lot of players where it feels like you're having this incredible game and stuff, but Timbersaw is one of those heroes where that can really happen on. It kind of reminds me of like a Bristleback game where you kind of feel like you're just owning and nobody can kill you, and you look around and you're like, where's my team? Guys, you're all dead.
No.
Yeah, but they did a good job of dealing with him in the late game with a lot of damage amp, as well as just like getting that early break. Because break is one of those things where people consider it versus Timbersaw, and then you always just have the like, yeah, but if he has stacks, if you break him, it's not like the stacks disappear. But there were a lot of instances where he just never got stacks in those engagements, which I think is pretty rare to happen in the Timbersaw. It just took a lot of good focus, which is again why they shifted so much of their attention to killing Kaka, because he just had the easiest way for the break. But then more breaks came out when they got the Silver Edge as well from Monet after. So just great itemization from Aster. Great play. Definitely a deserved win over that dominating Timbersaw. And this time I remembered to check. So first priority was for Aster last game. And this time it is for Liquid. They've taken second pick. That was their choice.
Yep. All right. So second pick, they're going to give Nisha hopefully a better lane, because the lane early on, man, oh man, with Sumail just beating the crap out of him. And that is the interesting dynamic that I feel like we've seen from Snapfire. Early in the laning stage, first 10 minutes, you're going to maybe double up your opponent in CS. You have this little fall off in the mid game, and then once you hit that 20, once you hit that 25, you're killing it again. And that's basically what we saw in that last game. So Timber, Io, both banned out in the early goings. I'm going to bring up the drafts that way I can see what all things are going to be changed. Enigma taken out of the pool. The other hero that was banned in the last game was the Undying. So that one might be let through, or the Broodmother. What's going to happen?
I mean, my guess would be Undying.
That Undying's let through.
Yeah, Undying should be existing. I assume Brood is probably the banned, right? I guess it depends, because Aster have not been playing the Brood as much as other teams. They're generally more of a ban Brood. In fact, their their only loss was to TSM, who had Brood. And since that game, they have banned Brood quite a few times, and then they left it in, and they're leaving it in again.
Oh.
So, well, obviously, I guess because Aster already did their bans, so what am I talking about? Anyway, Aster, they have picked Brood, let me see here, one time so far, it looks like, in the first phase. They've grabbed themselves the Brood. But it was with the it was not a first overall pick. It's pretty hard to rock Brood there. So this probably means Liquid's picking Brood.
I mean, yeah, I think the thing about it too, though, is like, all right, so they're going to take the Snapfire. Again, you want that flexibility. Sumail showed that he can do it really well. Part of the reason that I think that it's a little scary leaving Brood in as Liquid is because one of the best answers I've seen to Brood, at least, has been the Naga Siren, and Mickey does not really play that hero that often. Not that he can't, I'm sure, but it's just not one of the ones that I feel like we regularly see him on.
That's true.
And they're going to take the Brood for themselves. Okay.
I don't know if this was just a we don't think they'll do it, or we just rather play against their Brood. But, I mean, considering you lost to TSM's Brood, I don't TSM just
what are you trying to say there?
They're saying, hey, we made it out of the play-ins, Trent, all right? Could you not? I was like, I'm sorry, TSM. That was uncalled for. I apologize.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, they also beat TSM's Brood the first time. You know, just a 1-1 situation. But their answer will be the Slarky Malarkey. So not going to be that Naga Siren. It's kind of interesting. I would have thought Naga Siren for sure.
Yeah, same. Maybe they don't like to play it with Snap. I was just going to say, I'm going to need to close my windows because the sun is coming up right now. And it's going to get right in my eyes for these games. So keep talking your smartness. I'll be back. 1 second.
Sure, man. Yeah, so you've seen a lot of Naga Siren versus Brood because, you know, it's obviously a pretty bad time. It's even better versus the Enigma. We've all seen that hero come up to rise because you're riptiding. You're killing all these little units, little annoyances. And, well, if they're not going to pick it, Aster, they're just going to ban it instead. They don't want to deal with both Spiderlings all across the map as well as Illusion. So although Lyrical was just pointing out, hey, they don't play this hero that much, Aster, they don't want to mess with that.
Absolutely. That is what I was pointing out, Trent. Thank you
so
very
smart,
much.
Sky.
I like this. Okay.
Deucer? She's still in? Is there any need to be worried about that? Like, would Liquid do Deucer and Brood?
God, that sounds disgusting. Yeah, they don't want a chance it does end up happening. Now, I will say, Brood does feel like one of those heroes that can carry the game. So Zai getting on this, I would be a little bit concerned if I was Team Aster right now. I don't know how much if y'all out there in Twitch chat or just catching up with it. Some of these brood games, this hero just becomes a monster. You get into like a swift blink later on. You get into all the harpoon craziness, and he just eats heroes up with those late talents.
Hits 25, yeah. Game ends. Just feels like you can't fight versus it. But we are getting ourselves another Elder Titan. I saw today, I believe, the first round of games, the 4 streams, there were 3 Elder Titans picked in the very first game to open up. Yeah, so we obviously were included in as one of those. Am I correct in that ours lost, I think? Yeah, it was Maposhka, right? He lost game 1.
Yeah, they lost game 1.
Then they came back in game 2, but ours was not successful. But overall, the hero has been gaining some popularity here. And you do have options. It can be a 4. It can be a 5. This is probably 5 with a 4 boxy Rubik, just based on how you would want to do the lane setups, I would guess. The initial benefits that I see is the magic amp of all Rubik spells is pretty hype because you already have amp, and then plus more amp with the spirit is really cool. Versus Slark, it can be considered a pretty bad matchup in the past, though, because it's a very telegraphed spell. So if there's any break in the chain, you are going to get a Dark Pact out of there. I wouldn't say it's usually considered an amazing hero versus Slark, so I'm kind of curious about this. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, I mean, the one nice part is that it does allow you to, like, you can catch him in his Shadow Dance.
Yeah.
If there is, like, a time when he's trying to TP out or something, if you can time it all correctly or what have you. But, yeah, I would agree.
Oh, wait, but they didn't ban Faceless Void. Oh, I see. They're going to pick Void out of this. That's my theory.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Faceless Void's left in. They immediately go Faceless Void. Then the ET suddenly busted. Because they had all these other carries they had to consider that they couldn't also ban the Faceless Void. So if I'm Aster, I'm picking a save right here that considers Faceless Void. Because I'm sure they've got that on the mind, too.
Right. I mean, I will say that, like, not having much damage to throw into the Chronos may be a little bit of a concern. But it's just such a nice answer against the Slark that does seem pretty worth.
Yeah, I'd be pretty surprised if they ignored it. I mean, what other carry is that value? The other big heroes typically are like Lesh, but, he's out.
Yeah.
And obviously Bloodseeker's banned. He's like the #1 one. I think their Faceless Voiding. It still looks pretty good to me. You have tools versus Mars. You can get out with the Time Walk. The Lich Frost Armor is okay to help save you when you're inside, as well as be generally disruptive by like throwing out your spells, including the Ice Spire. Can be kind of cool versus Chrono 2.
Yeah. I mean, he has played it fairly recently as well. What else have we seen?
The other thing I was going to say is that when you go Faceless Void, I think it gives so many options to your mid laner.
Right.
Yeah.
There it is.
So that was a pretty guaranteed setup. I would hope that Aster knew that was coming.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be pretty solid, too, when they can sort of take their choice of mids that they want to run it with as well. Probably get some of that damage thrown in there pretty rapidly, depending on what Nisha gets. And then on top of that, I wonder if this means you need to switch Snapfire to like a support role, because now getting like high level kisses stolen by Rubik is a real problem.
Yeah, you could already see it previously. I mean, obviously they still won that game,
right?
And they will take care of that Leshrac. Not only, it's a really good hero versus Slark, but I wouldn't have picked it where you pick the Faceless Void, because I still think you need a lot of ways to enable the Leshrac, and Faceless Void's the perfect way. Like, without the Faceless Void and not having, like, an IO, I think that it makes sense that they could just grab it, but they're still just going straight up Slark counters. They're just trying to give Monet a good game, which, I mean, might also be some considerations based on what Sumail wants to play. Does he want to play Snapfire? Does he have something else in mind that he doesn't feel like dealing with a Leshrac because of it?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I guess that the one thing, you're going to have the counter pick at the ready for Liquid, so you probably are thinking about a couple of different heroes right now, and then you just sort of go with what the best option is. They ban out the Lion, interestingly enough. So they're anticipating it's still going to be the Snapfire mid.
I mean, do you want to lose to Kaka Lion?
Yeah,
I don't want to lose to Kaka Lion. Yeah, that's
that's a fair point.
You feel pretty stupid if it's a half-decent Lion game. I think in terms of the big heroes that are left in there standing out to me, I see Ember for both sides. Looks pretty solid.
You know what I
Lena,
see?
something crazy.
Here's the trivia. What's the other Kaka hero?
Doom.
No.
That's old school. What's the other Kaka hero?
This is the other old school. Kaka Phoenix, baby.
Ooh, that is pretty good.
That sounds nice. Let's go. Maybe not enough control, but I like it with the Mars. Also, just Kaka on Phoenix. It brings warm feelings to my heart.
Kaka Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
You know, that's a pretty good
Vintage. Death Prophet taken out of the pool. A nice combination to throw together with the Void.
10 seconds remaining.
That hero has some sauce. I think that hero's a little forgotten.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she still has a little bit of life left in her.
Okay.
Despite being a floating ghost.
Team Aster's turn
Yeah.
to pick.
Sky.
Interesting. Oh, I wonder if they're thinking about a Quap potentially on Liquid.
It would be fairly balanced. If it is a good, like, if they go some hero that Queen can bully a little bit, that would be pretty nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Take
there's
that,
Ember. It's the big. I think that was the best overall hero left for Aster.
Right.
All right, so what's our big hero? You guys want it? You guys want the big nasty?
Is it time?
Can he Huskar this guy? Can he send him back to the Stone Age?
The other one that sort of had been an answer for a while was Dragon Knight. It's kind of like a slower, less disgusting option.
Come on. There's only one
I
guy
know.
who we want here. The's only one guy we want. It's not
Give
Huskar
us the
either.
Huskar.
No. It's the other guy. It's the big boy. It's Shadow Fiend. Come on.
Shadow Fiend.
Give us the
Ooh.
Shadow Fiend. Give me some swag. Like, he was watching those 1v1 tiebreakers. He's seeing those
could be
happen. He's
cool.
just like, that could be me. You know?
Okay.
Yeah. Chrono for some damage. You got ET, some amp, right? Getting all juiced.
The only thing I don't like about it is that you're against Mars, right? So those right clicks might end up getting gobbled up a little bit there. You know
Not
what
when
I
I
mean?
raise with right click damage later on.
Okay, all right.
Let's
fine.
go right through that arena.
That's fair.
All right. Problems with Shadow Fiend might be the setup. They don't have like the best setup in terms of like actual catch and control in this game. They could go a little
Right.
hardcore and go like Puck, but then you kind of go back the other way in terms of like, do we have enough damage? But you also have ET amp, so that's a little bit in the middle, I would say. Puck that you mentioned, or sorry, Queen of Pain that you mentioned, I think is also still fairly viable. Kind of has the same issue. Shadow Fiend, it's like doesn't have the best setup for like creating fights, but she's also fairly balanced and has the matchup.
You can also slight dodge the daggers as Ember. It gives you at least a way to try and outplay.
Yeah.
And I
That's
always
true,
feel
actually,
like,
I think that's actually Ember favorite these days, it feels like.
yeah. Well, down to the wire. What are we taking, Liquid? A Pango.
Ugh. Gross.
Hmm.
That is definitely decent for the lane, but for the game, I can't say I'm a big fan.
It's interesting. I mean, they have some like very strong, just good lockdown in the chronosphere. And they kind of get now a little bit of like middle of the road fighting, you know, like team fight stuff, depending on what build you go on Nisha. Could get like a Blink Dagger or something like that. But I'm a little concerned as well. It feels strange.
The big benefits are definitely just rolling through arena, hitting Slark in Shadow Dance, or if someone is in the Depth Shroud, you can still output a lot of your damage there. The Diffusal's pretty sick this game too, if he picks it up, which I assume he will. But like versus Slark, versus Mars, versus Sumail, those are definitely heroes that can struggle a little bit when it comes to the mana. Downside though, yeah, the chrono damage. That's certainly the biggest consideration that I would have. Because like it feels like Pango and Brood are both like, we can kind of do damage in Chrono, but it's just these little tidbits. There's no like big sustained damage in the Chronosphere, like a ranged right clicker or something like that. So
yeah,
they have to be very precise with their spells in this game for Team Liquid.
Are Liquid gonna get 2-0'd? Is Aster gonna do it
2 days in a row?
Dude,
That's kind of
that'd be
nasty.
crazy. Aster maybe on the come up here. We'll have to see as we get ready to go into this game number 2. Liquid backs up against the wall. Don't want to start the group stage out on the 0-2, but let's get right on into it now as we get ready for game number 2. Broodmother too. Ugh, gross.
Ugh. Yeah, no one's cheering for that.
Prepare for battle.
Oh, I didn't spend my points. Do I still have time? I earned 2,000 points.
Oh, I lost
that
it
last
all.
game. Yeah, you did.
I lost it all. Sad.
Everyone has gone in on Aster. The advantage is I get more points if I bet on Liquid.
You know what's funny? I saw in game 1 it was like there were just like 10k or 100,000 points or something in the game. After that game, a lot less points in the old economy. A lot of people lost some there. Sorry for all y'all out there. So it goes.
I'm going in. I've gone for Aster again. Take my points.
I believe in you. Big. Can they do it? Boxy, moving on over, is right on top of a ward here. Will run into Monet. Monet says, hey, how's it going? Bye. See you later. And they're going to have to head out together now.
All right, just hit your spells.
True.
I mean, it's just Dota, guys. How hard can it be?
Success zoning back Mickey. Can Liquid manage to get actually any runes here?
Any? Even a single rune?
Oh, yeah, they sneak on in and they get that one. I thought that they weren't going to get the one that Nisha picked up, but is able to move over before Kaka could get in position.
These lanes all look pretty chill. Only thing is they have this ET in the double melee lane, which is it's whatever. It's ET. I don't know if he's gonna do any cute plays. We didn't really see many from Baposhka last time in terms of like sending the spirit through and doing shenanigans.
Right.
But obviously that it's a bit tricky to make it work because it takes quite a bit of time. You have to wait till the camp spawn, you pull through. It's only really good when you're doing rotations to come through. You like come through the twin gate or something.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, the other thing is it's a long time where you don't get that buff. So you get a bigger buff, but you don't end up with, you know, it for a period of time while it's gone. Some good pushing back there. Boxy beating his way into the Lich a bit. On a Pichu. And in the mid lane, Sumail not looking like he's going to get the same type of dominance that he did in the last one, as Nisha is actually staying right on top of Sumail and burning through him a bit here. But
That was nice.
we'll have a slight lead for the Ember.
There's like 3 extra right clicks just based off of super quality body blocking there. As Sumail's going to have it pulled into the tower. Ooh, secured. Nice.
Well played, well played. Up on the top side, Kaka and XXS are keeping the pressure onto Insania. And as you mentioned, double melee into a Snapfire that has pretty good damage and then also a ton of kill potential with the level 2 here. So they're going to have to be pretty careful on Insania not to get bursted. Could look for a moment. If they get too aggressive, Mickey, trading hits, jumps away.
Very scary. I mean, this was a combo. Like when Mars and Snapfire dropped, like this was the combo. Bringing these two heroes in together. They're absolutely dominating for a very long time. And the difference when you're playing Snap 4 versus a melee 5 and a ranged 5 is absolutely hilarious. I mean, you're getting just so much bonus damage, an extra 50% on these melee supports, because it's just so much more likely that they're going to be in that shotgun blast range.
Yeah. Good couple of denies coming out there from XXS too. So 7 denies in this top lane. They're kind of winning all 3 right now again on Aster.
He has almost as many denies as he has last hits on Mickey.
Yeah. Oh, Slark pulled back in. Monet in some trouble. Can't do enough though. A frost shield on Pichu keeps him alive too.
Yeah, forced to throw it out there, kind of defensively to hold them back a little bit from just diving more. But still no first blood here. Who is dying first? My bet, I'm going to have to say, is probably on Insania.
Yeah, he's in the danger zone. Needs to kind of play far forward. There's some decent bets that maybe Pichu could be the one that goes down as well. Lich always a little bit scary in these situations. And Monet is kind of getting bullied away. We'll see. Boxy, can he interrupt it? No.
He'll get the bounty rune, though, more than likely.
Wait a minute now. Oh, Kaka missed his scatter blast on Insania. He just missed it completely.
In the little loop here, though. Right towards the courier. Oh,
Damage.
He actually
Kaka.
missed that blood grenade. That was hype. He, like, juked it.
Oh, man, this is good damage. Kaka, ever since he missed that first round of the scatter blast, in some trouble. But now XXS moving in. Can he get the God's Rebuke Spear? What? That angle.
A tiny tree. The world's smallest tree, and they get the bounty room because of it.
That was, I mean, that's a Mars player. Like, honestly.
I mean, we just all knew Insania was going to die first, so that's really all it was. It was fate.
Yeah.
And
So
quick TP mid there from Insania. So, you know, tactical feed here to give Nisha a bottle fill.
Absolutely. And in the mid, things very even. So a very different type of situation than we had last game. We'll see if up top they do decide to make something happen onto Liquid. As Mickey just going to time walk off that damage. Does go into the 2 points in time walk for the Faceless Void in this lane. Really important. Dude. This hero, I love Snapfire. Right click feels so good. Has a ton of damage. A lot of kill potential.
I just like that she's like a granny.
Okay.
She's just in here, you know. Just let her cook, man. You know? She got them cookies.
Yeah, true enough. Ooh, Sumail. Isha has another swashbuckle in 6. Not going to be able to get there in time.
Cookie up top there, but not enough damage. They didn't like it. Weren't confident in their chances versus Insania.
Well, very static lanes, and up top, that's the favor of the Mars. Down bottom, Zai is kind of putting in a clinic, although, well, okay, able to get the time walk out. Zai is sitting with 13 denies on this Broodmother.
Yeah, I thought it was actually that's feeling that, didn't we? Oh, look at these damage. It still has a salve, though. And PG does return to the lane, but that was costly.
Sania, Cookie. He got caught by the spear to push him back. A good bash out from Mickey, but not enough. XXS, another involvement in a kill up on this top lane. So they are getting the kills up top, but Zai is leading the charge down bottom. A lot of destruction in this lane.
Meanwhile, mid is just a farm fest here. Both heroes have 6, but no real potential for a kill either way. No supports rotating through. It's been pretty quiet on the sides. And it's like quiet in the sense that no one's like dying and just like randomly TPing mid, resulting in deaths that can happen sometimes. But it's just both very like in your face, constantly in vision of each other. So neither mid's really scared of rotations at the moment.
Yeah.
Mad chilling.
Lift. Pichu. He's going to be fine after they drop the frost shield on him.
Wisdoms.
But, yeah. Coming up soon. Looks like it should be a trade-off of 2 apiece. And Nisha just trying to stack up at the same time while Liquid and Aster pull those wisdom runes for themselves. And I think Nisha's about to get a bottle refill, though. Does he end up getting caught here? Sumail?
He
has
scanned
3
that he was
remnants.
here, actually.
Thinking about it. Sumail want to chase for more. He does not have any points in chains, but does have 3 remnants. Goes in with 1. Slight dodge. And there's going to be a TP refill bottle.
3 to tip him.
Just whittling him down. 8-minute mark. Runes coming up. Lich has the bottom one.
Yeah, everybody's moving in right now. They both want to grab this power rune. 2 heroes that are really enabled by them.
Yeah.
But with a ET and a Rubik, it's really hard to contest this top one. But he's going to try and perfectly time it with the Spirit here. Is he coming in?
Oh, it's an invis for Boxy. And Nisha. Wait, they got the scatter blast off. That's some good damage. They're going to try and kill him with the slight. Kaka gets the low ground, but Sumail doesn't have enough mana to chase Nisha.
Okay. I definitely thought Sumail was going to try and do like a double Spirit, like jump in play or something. But just didn't want to. Didn't maybe see it as being... I mean, obviously there's a chance it doesn't even spawn. So if you're dumb, because if it was bottom, he just gets it for free. So unlucky in this case. And they grab their first kill of the game based off of that. Mickey is going to have Chrono here soon, but obviously they don't have that. I mean, it's a little early for supports to be 6, but you don't have that class of supports. He's going to grab it. And bottom lane, Monet, he's in. Maybe a second kill here. Chasing after Zai. Can't quite get it as he moves over to tree. Lyrical has passed on. I've lost him. So.
Oh, hello.
Right.
I'm back. Don't worry.
Oh, hey.
The move was so good that it just broke my computer for a second as they kill Nisha mid. Amazing. And Zai caught as well. Kaka chasing him down. Scatter blast. They have him held in the moment. Monet, does Zai have enough to get out of there? Just barely walking out. Kaka, another punch, but he's living. Oh my god, he gets away from him.
And that was a... Oh, wait, Sumail, he's here. He wants another one.
Seeing if he can. Damage onto Boxy, almost enough. And yes, they get him for the kill.
Buddy.
Kaka now also chased. So back and forth we go. Sumail, he hits pretty hard with this sleight of fist. Zai trying to juke up.
Dude, don't give him a triple. Don't give him a triple.
Oh, Zai, need to get out of there, Sumail. I think he's going to get... Oh, wait a minute.
He was out of mana. He couldn't jump to it.
Oh, and Nisha's over here. He ends up denying himself to the creep on Kaka.
And Sumail will retreat. So that was a true solo kill mid. All the XP and gold going to Sumail as he took down Nisha. Nisha did buy out for his defusal, though. So that is a pretty big deal because now he has something to come back into this with. But that has now really sent Sumail up in this game on this Ember Spirit.
Yeah. Huge. Man, 5-1. And yeah, just taking a look at these net worths. I mean, it's still looking pretty rough for old Monet down here. He has not had a great time, but the catch-up, they've sort of been able to pull Zai down to his level, is what it feels like a bit.
And, I mean, I did like the Faceless Void when it was picked in this draft, too. But that is still something that comes on a little bit later. And, again, right. He doesn't have the best opportunities to get the big chrono. And that is something they really focused on those last bans from Aster.
Right.
Trying to make it as hard as possible.
Sumail? My God. I mean, this early Diffusal Blade is definitely annoying. He has to walk back home now on Sumail after getting a bunch of his stuff burned through. His XXS and Kaka going to clear through this stack here. So that is an annoying issue to deal with, is Nisha's movements on this map with the Pango.
And meanwhile, Monet is trying to pull himself out of the depths here. Lowest of the cores as a retreat to the jungle on Slark. But yeah, that's important. My bad. A little freebie there on Insania.
And up top, Mickey going to have to time walk away as Kaka went after him. Yeah, it's really been a bit tough, it feels like, for Insania to get himself involved. As Sumail found again, Nisha right onto him. Turns with the Chain Frost, the bounces, who are good for a moment. Not that much left for the follow-up. And Sumail, I mean, he just walked back home, and now he has to go back again.
Well, at least he's fast, right? He's got a remnant in the river here, too, so... And he has a Fairy's Trinket. That's going to help a little bit.
Yeah, but a tough one.
Oh, they're going to smoke up without Sumail here, so... Moving through, they have Arena, they have the kisses. This is a smoke pre-blink, so if they get this kill for XXS, it'll give them the gold for Blink Dagger. They obviously want Zai, that's the big one. Depending on Boxy's movement here, they might have to sell for him. They're looping hard. Oh, do they have the spider?
Looking, no, they can't get him. Not in range for the vision. Or for the jump. I'll take that one.
Some gold.
So, it's going to be more farming. Mickey has his Midas done now, and these next couple of minutes will be interesting to see what the decision-making process is. I feel like Liquid are just kind of happy sitting back, chilling for a while. You know, you've got Midas, Faceless Void, and it feels like it's more on Aster to be the ones to maybe make a move, maybe around this Blink Dagger timing for XXS.
Yeah, and I think the last thing you want to do for Aster is focus on a fight on the tower, because fighting under their towers is going to be really bad. What happened?
That's another Midas Monet has.
All right.
Yeah, we're in for those games. That's perfect.
I love the golden glove. But yeah, my one concern would be if Aster try and dive towers too hard. That is where you can certainly run into trouble versus Faceless Void, because, you know, Mickey's not Spectre. He's not just going to randomly appear in these engagements, and he's in a greedy state based on this game. So if he can TP into the fight, that's bad. So don't go where he can do that. Nice grab.
Turn around play. And they get it. They might be able to. And in fact, as they kill off the Brood, they're also in a little bit of trouble with the rest of these heroes. So they connect onto Pichu to start. Seeing if they can find any more. Nisha, spear back. Oh, good play. Sumail there. The cookie onto both. Nisha still trying to do what he can as he chases down XXS, but Sumail shows up trying to help out his teammate, and it will be enough for the kill. So Aster, in spite of Liquid baiting Zai, it still works out well for Aster.
That might have been the luckiest lucky shots I've ever seen. He just kept disarming every time he was hitting him. XSS is just like waiting for his chance to do something. It just wasn't occurring. But yeah, Sumail comes through to bail him out there and grab that kill. So again, that's another second death this game. And both times, pretty tough time where it really feels like they want to get him going. You know, he's like trying to find himself. Now he's going for the Aghanims here. He's been seeing the impact, I'm sure, of this defusal. Just thinking, you know, if I can get a little bit tankier, if I can output this onto everybody, maybe I can really ruin these games. Or these fights, rather.
Well, and to be fair, I think there's also something to be said. Like, I was thinking, where's going to be the damage for Liquid inside the Chrono? But the reality is that these are not super tanky heroes on Aster, you know, with the exception of Mars. And once they get the mana drained, it's just kind of like slowly whittling them down to death anyways.
Yeah, if you survive but have no mana, did you really survive? Is that a life worth living? A manaless hero?
Exactly. Trying to find a pick off now. XXS hunting with the arena ready. Kisses back off cooldown in 7 seconds. The call is maybe to head for Nisha. They find him and a good angle for it. A jump.
Right, don't be greedy under tower.
Oh, Rune spawns over on the other side to DD.
Insania is not prepped for this though. In terms of dire vision, they don't really see a whole lot. Like, look how far back they're playing from their tier 1 tower up top. They think there's a large contingent of enemy forces coming this way, and they are correct.
Yeah. Yeah, wisely not trying to contest for that one at all, and instead giving up the whole rest of the map for the team to farm it up, get where they need to go. So Aster on the front foot right now. Want to see when Monet feels comfortable getting into this game, because he is about to have the Echo Saber. But I think even then, he's probably not going to feel comfortable showing up to fights. On the other side, Mickey. He's just getting back towards the lane now, has the completed Maelstrom after the Midas, so more farming at the ready for the Faceless Void. Can always contribute with his Chrono as well. I don't think we've seen one of those all game, unless I'm mistaken.
No, we have not. Been watching Zai too, just going immediately into the BKB. Sometimes it is just a necessity, and he feels like it is this game, but it just means, you know, no early like Echo Saber or anything either. Just chilling.
Yeah.
Waiting to finally get that up, but it is done now. So when they bring this heat and they bring the fights, he will be ready for it. It also gives him a good opportunity in this game for just escaping. They don't have any way of dealing with that until Kaka picks up his Basher later. And then he little Shredder and stuns him, which obviously will happen.
Boxy stealing for the moment the slight, and we do have almost completed Aghanim Scepter on Nisha. XXS steps forward, they back away, break the Blink Dagger, and it looks like Kaka should be able to get the D ward there. Takes it out. Aster finally trying to put a little bit of pressure on here, but I mean, they still don't feel completely comfortable with it. Dude, neither of these teams wants to do anything. They're both just farming. Although, up top, they find a Chrono with the arena down and the kisses, trying to dodge. Mickey gets out of trouble. Okay. That works.
Bro, I'm tipping so hard right now for Mickey. That was actually a worth defensive chrono. If this keeps him farming, that was great. Now, here's the problem. The chrono, I think, was the reason why they didn't want to push mid. But now that's down. So now it's all on Insania, and he's probably in.
Yeah, that's a quick kill.
So no chrono, no Elder Titan. I am hitting this mid tower right now. 100%. Nothing is stopping me if I'm Aster.
They do have, like, horrifically bad tower hitters, though.
They do.
And, like, if they step up, Pango just swashbuckles them. Dude.
That is true. It's always a consideration with Ember lineups, and then you got a Slark, and you're like, oh, yikes.
Yeah, and, like, you don't have tied with Meteor Hammer. Like, I don't even know. XXS, it's time. Go back for the Meteor Hammer. We need it.
Yeah, that's a fair point. We're not hitting buildings in this one.
Man, this is going to be an interesting game. That's for sure.
Just don't feed.
Exactly. Clearly, that's the answer. Well, somebody that definitely is feeding on the corpses of others is Zai, eating up all the little creeps along the bottom side of the map. And that is one thing that, at least for Liquid, they'll have, is they kind of have a pseudo tower hitter in the Broodmaw. So, could be good stuff there. Sumail has a regen rune at the ready as he's getting whittled down by Nisha a bit. We'll get up to the high ground. And Philosopher's Stone, that is an item that you want in this game. That's for sure.
Is Brew the only hero in the game that just bites?
Give me a second.
Never thought about that. I'm literally looking at the hero list right now.
Lifestealer, does he not bite? No.
No, it's the claws. You know?
Yeah, it's true.
He probably does a little biting. You know, like Undying. Maybe they take a nip here or there.
Okay, I like that.
But Brood is just all bites.
She is all bites. You'd think Primal would be more bites.
Yeah, no, but he's fisticuffs, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
He has some elbows in there, too. He probably does like a big elbow drop. And he definitely does that whole, like, jumping double kick thing, you know? Like stacking the pads like an NHL goalie. He definitely throws that. Lone Druid Bear.
Short. Yes, there you go. But it doesn't only bite.
No, it swipes, too.
It also swipes. There is
Even
biting.
Lycan swipes.
Yeah, crazy.
When he's the wolf. Oh, so it's just Brood, huh?
Crazy.
Oh, guys, I'm glad we all learned this together.
To be fair, her legs are like kind of bad for swiping. Like, you don't care if like a little Brood leg hits you.
No, they're useless.
Absolutely. Gobble, gobble, gobble.
Solving important issues.
That's what we need more cosmetics about. Heroes biting. What would be the scariest hero to have bite you?
I mean, probably Lycan. Chat's saying Lycan or Undying. I think. Chat's saying Lycan, WTF. Guys, Lycan definitely swipes with his claws. He bites his allies, guys.
Yeah.
You know? He's definitely getting the fisticuffs in there, too. But maybe, does he just bite in the ulti? Maybe he does.
I think a scary hero to bite.
He definitely swipes. I can picture the claws.
I think Night Stalker would be a scary hero to bite you. Yes. He like bites you through his forehead.
Dude, what is going on with that face? That face is out of control. This game, though, it's about to get out of control because we got BKBs picked up. It's rushing time. We're hanging in there. We have delayed it through the bite discussion to Real Dota returning.
It's ready. They're ready to go now. XXS looking for an opening or looking to farm more creeps.
Ooh, also
breaking
exciting.
The Blink Dagger. Stolen. Will work again. Doing a good job of covering it, but it looks like this is just going to be a free Aegis. They can't get there in time. So Aegis on Nisha. And Liquid. That was Trent. Can I give you props for that? That was the first time that I've ever just tabbed out of a Dota game to look at the hero lists.
I mean, we had to know.
Chat,
I will let you know they were very upset that we didn't seem to agree on Lycan as much, but I don't know. I can definitely picture the giant claw swipe, but he bites a little. So we're all in this together, guys.
Think about this is Liquid fans here. You're embarrassing yourselves. The Matumba man clap 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 was about him swiping on Lycan. Unbelievable. They call themselves Liquid fans. Wow. Regardless, 9-2. 23 minutes in and continuing to push out these waves.
I think you were pretty accurate when you predicted how this game was going to go in terms of we're chilling.
We're big chilling.
You guys get used to it. We're going to be here a while.
How many towers have been taken? There has been the tier 1 tower mid, I guess,
and
for
bottom.
both teams.
We got
and
3?
Bottom. Four of them.
Oh, yes, of course. I couldn't see that one. Yeah. 4 towers.
Yep.
Not bad.
Not bad.
The usual suspects.
Absolutely. That's what you want to see.
The problem is, like, starting fights is a little awkward. What's crazy is that Monet went this egg so early, and I don't think he's pounced anyone.
No, he's got it to get to creeps quicker.
Yeah.
Than the Slark. Which has worked pretty well. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I say that. You know, he's running away right now. He's not even pouncing to camps.
You know what's interesting, too? Open up the graph right now for win probability. It's a pretty good indicator.
50-50. Yeah, it's
exactly 50-50.
It's like, I don't know, just do something. It's just fight, teams. Let me figure this out here. All right, potential jump down bottom, but you remember there is a BKB, so this has to be.
Oh, BKB, walk away, or the TP, or the nope, don't fight. All right, run away. Bye. Back to farming. Now the roll in.
Juke.
Can they turn it? Can they lift it? Can they do it? Bob the Builder, yes they can. Mickey running away while XXS starts to drop. The spear connects him in the low ground. He speared him into the ground. As Monet hunting, finding Nisha, does the little roll up into runaway, but no, a kill, and the kill into the Aegis. Now, can he get out of here? Blink. No, the timing of the spear from XXS.
All right, now.
And that's what you get for trying to go on people.
I am a Platinum 5 Chun-Li player, and let me tell you, that's called a meaty. All right, so when someone's on their wake up and you cover the option with some damage, or in this case, a stun, that's a meaty. Great meaty spear there from XXS. Clearly playing a little bit of some FGC games lately.
See, I would have described it as a meaty spear as well, with no context of that at all. It's a spear that looked meaty to me.
Well, you know what? That's because it was.
That's right. Tier 1 tower taken down bottom, 10-2. Still, less than 1,000 gold separating these two squads. Zai tries to hold on to this tower, but Monet, we talked about the Aghanims not getting a ton from it earlier. The stacked, they are a building, but can he get away? Monet turns to fight some more. Crota 1-2, pretty freaking good, but where's the follow-up damage? He's rooted. They back away. But the Aghanims, the turn, the damage, it's coming out. Monet able to live, able to get away, but they come on in with the finish from Zai. Nice connection. Still chasing. Nisha wants one. The spear, the meatiest of spears from XXS as they try and find Sumail. Remnant hoping to escape, but no. The Hex, the triple kill from Zai. Last game he was owning. Now he's on a hero that can maybe close this out. 4 dead.
Oh, go get him. The chase down is real. We finally found some Dota here, folks. We're getting in there.
It's one of those no rush 20 minutes type of games. That's what you gotta have.
Everyone just wanted their cool items, their cool spells. They wanted to see what would happen, and finally getting to use some of these BKBs. They've been laying dormant for so long now. Things not really connecting as nice as you might hope for Aster. I talked about Liquid being the ones who had to use very precise spells. They did a pretty damn good job on that one. But the lack of combinations there from Aster. Couldn't really get a good use of this Aghanims from Kaka, especially. I think this is a huge investment this early for a support player. And all I saw him do was pick up Pichu and throw him into the arena when he was really low and he didn't even get another spell off. And,
right.
You think about what else this could be. This could be auras. This could be Solar Crest. This could be Blinks. This could be a catch onto Zai if they had the Basher, but Monet not opting for it. He wants to go for his own Diffusal after this.
Okay. Well, nice steal there by Insania by Boxy in the meantime to pick up that Wisdom Rune. Toss away Zai in some trouble. Hex the turn. Monet misses the pounce. The stomp, though, it comes out, able to get the Dark Path timing. Tries to get away, leashed up for a second salvo, and Monet back on the hunt, gets the kill. So, though Liquid take the last fight, Aster, they have less of these long cooldowns and are just ready to go again.
Yeah, they want to catch those BKBs after they're being utilized there. And although there's no Basher yet from Monet, there is one coming out for Nisha. So just going to be another extended use of this Aghanim Scepter. We also use this tier 3 token. What are you getting here, Nisha? The Defiant Shell. All right.
Oh, big.
All of these attack modifiers being utilized once more.
Roche, 2 minutes till it's capable of respawning as Liquid going to try and reassert some control. They will have Chrono back up now. Let's see if they decide to take a fight.
It's pretty close to this as well, but yeah, they're all just getting out as Aster make their way up to the northern part of the map here. But Fusel's done. I think Aster looking pretty good for this next fight. I'm kind of feeling it. I feel like they've got everything all together here. If the Basher comes out, Monet is just going to be crazy strong. We got to look for the depth shroud placement again. So that's still a pretty strong option for them right now. But it's Liquid who are starting to prowl a bit here. They're halfway through this smoke. There is an OBS here for both teams, so it could be a false sense of security right now for Kaka. But there they go. They see the placement happen, so... Oh, in there from Nisha.
Oh, can't quite get him. Monet just passed by too. Zai leaves one behind, finds Kaka, gets the kill. Pichu, Hex, out in time. So both supports gonna fall. And Liquid in good position now to head on bottom and try and get down some vision for the Roche.
Exactly. That is 100% the goal right now. To ensure that this is going to be your territory. Right now, any wards chilling on their team? They got 1 OBS and 4 sentries on Insania, so...
XXS. Onto him. Tries to burn him down. Pops the BKB. Has to run. XXS in more trouble. Blink back off cooldown in 3. Okay, and he manages to get away.
Kind of
scary stuff.
Yeah, he didn't go for the immediate TP. And now that won't be an option because the Basher just got delivered on the courier to Nisha immediately after that. So it would be a riskier option.
Well, Roche capable of respawning right now. What's the timer going to be? 2 minutes. That, I think, is very favorable for Aster.
Yes, they need 200 gold to finish off the Scythe on XXS. And as we saw earlier from Team Spirit with Collapse, that is when his whole game turned around on this Mars. Just made everything so much easier and more reliable. That as well as the Shard is the other big one. I'd like to see them grab that, but they don't have the benefit that we do of knowing that Roche is going to take a while, so they have to immediately start getting down here.
Right. X finds himself an Ember. Sumail not really going to do that much.
That is a great steal for Boxy. Unfortunately, when you die, you don't keep it. So,
right.
No sweet buyback plays for the Rubik players.
Well, nonetheless, looking for a wraparound, and they're keeping one near the pit. They do find Insania all alone on the other side, and that's big. I mean, that's a big kill to get right now. Obviously, they're going to know that Roche isn't back up. If he can hold out on his buyback, it will be in enough time. No, he's going to buy back. Hard for him to get there. He's got TP to the tier 2. They jump for a minute onto Mickey. Got him under control, bringing him lower and lower. But the time walk, the walk away, does have Chrono ready, but he's holding on to it. XXS taking damage, going to die. Now running away, Insania kind of in no man's land with Zai. Going to try and chase after Kaka. And they will find him. Another Hex laid down. That fight went their way.
Zai's just the bounty hunter, man. You try and escape, you try and get away. He's chasing down the trees, getting the sights out there. No one escapes. When they check Roche again, nothing there.
They'll see it in just a second with the spiders. And yeah, now the call comes out, and they'll head on in to take that. 20 seconds should be enough. It's not the fastest Roche in the world, actually.
So,
but
there was something really small that I think actually set that entire fight up for Liquid, and that was with Boxy using the Remnant. So he placed a defensive Remnant, and he blinked in, and then once they cast a couple spells, like Slark immediately, I couldn't tell if he went Depth Shroud or Ulti, because I just shot the Shadow Dance. Immediately, Boxy jumps out, and he felt committed to chase on the Slark. He's like, well, I have to use this. So I must have been his ulti. Starts chasing after a little bit. Then you have XXS jump in, and it was just like a messy start to the fight that you really wouldn't want to occur. And it's a very creative way for Boxy to use this ultimate. I'd also like to see him make a play with the Shard too, right? Because he's even getting that upgrade available.
Totally. That would be nice. Kaka going to get the the shard now for himself. So has Ags and shard at this point. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, like, the fact that they held Chronosphere on Mickey means that there's so much more time now for them to make these plays.
That was crazy. Yeah. I definitely would have expected him to either chrono immediately where he was or try and go for, like, kind of that aggressive jump after. But probably just worried about, like, buyback stuff and just really wanted to ensure it was for, the, like, 100% the Roche fight. Like, what was actually going to get you Aegis. They want to ensure they have it for that.
Yeah, because if he doesn't have Chrono, rather, after that fight, there's a chance that Aster come back and contest. But now, Liquid trying to assert their dominance over the map. They're sending out the spiders to scout everything out. Monet trying to kill them off, but it's kind of an annoying pursuit to just keep on having to deal with each one of these spiders individually.
It really feels like it's the lack of push that has caused so many problems for Aster this game. They couldn't take any advantage of the lead that they were starting to accrue in their early game. It wasn't a huge lead, but it felt like the fights were just there, if they could force fights. And it's very hard to catch Pango, Faceless Void, and Brood, so what you can do is catch objectives. The towers don't run away, but they couldn't really push them.
Yeah.
Part of that is also down to the ET, a very hard hero to move into offensively, even when you have decent push. So they were really just at a loss for actually advancing the map all too much. And then these big items come out. The Scythe from Zai has been absolutely clutch. And then Nisha just creating the most frustrating Pangolier to play against with this eggs and, you know, mana drain, bashing.
Right.
And big shout outs to Mickey too, because he fully used all the space that he's been given in this game. He's still deathless right now from this Midas Faceless Void. This is the Faceless Void that loses you guys all your pubs. Who goes Midas and sits in the jungle the whole time, and you're just like, oh my god, when are you ever going to do something? But he is keeping it going with the farm.
Right. Yeah, doesn't cast Chrono in the fights. Like.
Yeah, you know? that's the guy. You know
He's
him
doing
well.
it the right way, though.
Yep.
And you guys can emulate this in your pubs as well if you want. As McKay is going to start going up.
If he had got Scythe there and lost Aegis, that would have been so funny. Because he jumped right on top of XXS.
Yeah. Not going to happen this time.
Imagine get Scythed and is speared back to towards the well to one of those trees, and then he just loses both lives. Let's not do that one again.
Yeah, no chance this time around. They are hunting right now. Monet, Sania on him. Has to jump away, but the chase. Oh, he got it off. But they have Chrono. Do they decide to use it? Thinking about it. Oh, no, the turnaround. XXS is there. And now they're on to Mickey. Mickey, jump in, jump out. Still thinking about that Chrono. Second round of Hex. Building up a couple of a fight. And yeah, they're finally going to drop it. That is a nice one. Connects onto both. Easy for the kills.
Absolutely annihilated there. And trying to get something going. I mean, they can sense it, right? They know that the game is not looking good for themselves on Aster. So Manet's trying to find a little pick, or he's trying to create a bit of chaos. Now you have Sumail trying to cut waves and just hoping there's not enough control to continuously keep him down. Nisha not getting the lucky bashes there that might have allowed Boxy to follow up with perhaps a telekinesis and a cookie, and then more bashes. And Sumail's just saying, more creeps, feed the beast. He's out of there.
He knows what he needs to do. He's got to cut these waves wherever he can. But up on the top side, Mickey, he's ready to kill some heroes. They're not playing that much more anymore. They want to end this freaking game. They have a creep wave up top. Don't have one mid or bottom. They're going to get the full value out of this that they can, though.
Ooh.
Whoa.
There goes Zai's Lincolns.
Interesting. Nisha in there, too. Monet is just off farming. I mean, they're losing their entire sets of buildings, and Liquid, I don't think they're leaving. Chrono, 60 seconds away. Monet trying to cut this, maybe get a courier here or there, but that is going to be a second set of racks, and nobody can deal with this top lane. The waves just keep coming in.
It's also a butterfly on Mickey too, so even though he was kind of hard to bring down before, without the Chrono, he can still play a little bit aggressive, utilizing the shard and the butterfly.
Right. Smoke out now, as the age just has expired. Fire, scanning, the big wraparound comes out.
Now, if you were here this morning, it was a 15k lead, and they lost in about 4 minutes, thanks to a Mars Scythe.
That's true.
Can XXS perform the collapse? Can he cause the collapse of Team Liquid?
To be fair, it was also Team... they also lost the Aegis and got a free Aghanim Scepter on collapse. So
we don't talk about that part.
Okay.
That's next. Don't spoil. All right.
All right. My bad.
Next Roche will be Radiant side as well. So
That's pretty big.
Maybe that's how it happened.
Yeah. See if Liquid can pull a game in Gladiators.
Which you would think would be a good thing as of late.
Right.
But not this morning.
Well, nonetheless, it is a pretty substantial lead for Liquid, but as we've said multiple times, we've seen these types of comebacks before, and Liquid not infallible in this situation. Probably going to want to wait for the Aegis.
Yeah, the creep cutting really paying off. Yeah, it's kind of what helped delay this a little bit here. But maybe it's also just the patience of Liquid recognizing that, hey, we really want Chrono.
Yeah.
And they haven't really been in a great spot since that's come back up. Is Monet a target for him? Is this hunting Mickey? It looks like it is. He's got his ninja gear. He wants to see what's up.
Wanting to find somebody, and well, there is somebody over here. It's Kaka with Boxy nearby, found by XXS. Nisha rolling through. Manages to get him with the bash there. That's crazy. So Monet dies to the Chronosphere of Mickey. And yeah, that is exactly what they were looking for. Well played.
I was watching mid. He just straight up Chrono killed him, huh?
Yeah. Nice.
That's a tough one. That's the matchup right there. I mean, they let him know when they picked this ET.
Yeah.
That this was probably showing up here.
Oh, that is a melee rack soon to go down. And they're dodging away from the damage at the moment. But Aster not buying back on the Slark. 45 seconds, a smoke up. Maybe they look to jump with the Hex, but they need this buyback. He has a Lincoln Sphere on him now, too. Yeah, Mickey, hard to kill. Hard to deal with. They want to jump. They want to get the perfect initiation, but they can't quite get him. Run through. Good connection, but Mickey, BKB, turn to fight. XXS starts to fall. They get in on all of them. Isha right there with them as well. They find themselves the double on Boxy. Nicely played. Remnant out. Zai on a killing spree as he found that back line, waiting for Sumail to show up with the nullifier there. A couple quick hits. Double for Zai. GG is called. They tie the series up 1-1.
Boxy with the ultimate counter to Depth Shroud. Stolen Mars Spear with Shard. Yeah, come on out. Come play. We're not done with you guys yet. Don't hide in there.
Yeah,
not quite finished there. And damn, Team Liquid coming back in game 2. No, nobody beats Liquid 4 games in a row. That's what they say. All right. So yeah, 2 out yesterday, but we're gonna get the 1-1. They had their revenge here, and a lot of it coming down to just Mickey, a great pick on the Faceless Void, and the inability of Aster to push this game, to try and get things moving. Liquid recognizing that, hey, we can drag this out with this Brood method that we picked up really early. Speaking of which, losing to Brood in the first phase is definitely feeling pretty rough. Still very possible these days.
Yeah, why did they do that? Why didn't they ban that? I don't know.
Because Undying is spooky. Actually, I don't remember who they banned.
Yeah, that was a rough one. But again, I think it's an interesting series for Aster because game number 1 was this like hard fought back and forth. Game number 2, it kind of just felt like they were always going to run into this problem right here, that if Mickey holds his Chrono for the right moment, they'll win whatever fight he uses it on him.
I also think it was just hard to start good fights from Aster for a long time. Like,
yeah,
this Kaka Aghanim Scepter idea, that this only works if you're like jumping the Mars onto someone. I don't really know. I don't know why this Ags came out first. Yeah. I didn't see a lot of benefits to it. It's a humongous investment early when it felt like they needed to be actually doing stuff. Like, it was pretty greedy in my eyes, and certainly did not pay off for our big gamer here in this one.
No, and it's not often that you see Mars get speared to his own arena.
No,
feels
nice.
bad, man. So we end the day with 1-1 apiece. If you guys missed it, game 2 of the Gaimin Gladiators Team Spirit matchup was amazing. And then the first matchup here, I feel like for Aster Liquid was really good. But Trent, that's going to do it for us. We're going to have a couple other fine gentlemen come in and spell us. It's going to be Gareth and Waga. But thoughts for what we've seen so far in the day? How are you feeling about these teams that are facing off against each other in Group A?
I mean, hey, this is the best teams in the world, right? So there's just going to be more excellent games coming out here on this stream. And I'm just looking forward to continuing here to see who's going to be leading the charge out of the groups. Now we finished the play-ins. We got some fresh faces. Are these teams who have had their chance in the play-ins going to look a little bit better because they're more warmed up? That's the question. Are we going to see more Meepo? Is the hero just going to keep popping up all over the place? That's another big question for us here today. So stay tuned and enjoy yourselves with Gareth and Wagamama.
We'll see you then.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, Sure as the
Welcome back, one and all, to the Riyadh Masters as we get into that main event group stage now. Play-ins all done, and we've got some cracking matches to follow up here for day one of the main event. Wagga joining me, as well as a little dino dancing up on the shelf as well to get started for this beautiful day of Dota.
Beautiful, there it is. Yeah, I mean, this will be exciting here. We get to see EG going up against Team Spirit. Today we have a matchup that I'm not really sure how I'm going to predict. We've been watching and casting a lot of Team Spirit games in DPC, Gareth, and I have a problem with knowing which Team Spirit is going to show up. They are obviously capable of being the best team in the world on the given day, but they also lost some absolutely unlosable situations, or not unlosable situations, but matchups they should definitely destroy. They were struggling. They lost games. They struggled in series. So I want to see, are they here to, be strong from the get-go against EG, or are they going to struggle the way I've seen them in the past?
Yeah, I mean, they're absolutely one of these teams that can appear mortal. They've got these godly moments, but we'll see how they fare. Coming out of their own region, they've definitely had games taken off of them where, like you say, they should be controlling that series and stomping them out, but they drop a game here or there to some lower teams. We'll see on the international stage if they step things up, as we can see our schedule there for today. Already having Gaimin, Gladiators, Spirit, Aster, and Liquid. Now, of course, moving into that second portion, EG, Spirit, and then later on, Tundra against TALON. Should be an interesting one later on as well.
Yeah, will be a lot of good Dota coming up here. I look forward to Tundra TALON as well. That should be an exciting matchup. But we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves too much here. I mean, first we have these guys going up against each other. And yesterday we got to cast VP versus 9pandas, obviously two teams that play against each other all the time. EG versus Team Spirit, though, they don't really match up as often, as obviously they compete in completely different regions. So it's really only the main stages, big events, that they get to face each other. So we'll see here if they're going to have a bit different approach to this meta.
Yeah, then there's also, that kind of roster swap that messes up the match history and stuff like that, where, EG now a South American squad technically with their roster. So, looking back, you got to think, how did they do against Thunder Awake, and how did they do against Beast Coast back in the day? But most recently, 2023, Team Spirit have felt like they've had EG's number. Dream League Season 20, Lima Major, a bunch of 2-0s. There was a 1-1 where EG took a game off them, but overall, it's felt like Team Spirit has done very well against the South American squads in general. So we'll see if that's, turn a new page for EG, find themselves at this international land. They've done very well. Both them and Beast Coast have put up some big numbers this year in particular, getting top 6 in a number of majors, looking very good coming out of their region internationally. And going up against, former TI winners is always a scary prospect, no matter what form they're in.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have that in the back of your head that these guys, they know Dota. They know it better than probably anyone out there. They're definitely with big achievements, and at the same time, I want to say that EG, they have a lot of eyes on them from different players, just for the ability that they have. Whisper gets a lot of hype for his performances generally on the offlane. Also, Kaz has been mentioned many times as wow, this is a stand-up carry. He's really, really fantastic at what he does. So we can't really expect Team Spirit to come in here underestimating EG, because even though you've been doing well in the past, EG definitely are capable of taking this game as well if you give them any chance.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, that kind of conversation about the new patch and how people are fitting in, we look at the off lanes now, and you've talked about it. They're definitely much greedier. Both side lanes kind of acting as position 1.5s almost in the matches we've seen, and that really does fit Whisper's playstyle. You talked about it. He's the one that a lot of eyes are on, and he has played carry from the off lane for years now. He has been the primary carry of Beast Coast and EG from that position 3 with his Timber Saws and Leshrags. So he's slotted really nicely into this kind of newer meta. Whereas Team Spirit, I think the opposite is true. Collapse was that playmaker. He was more of the S4 style position 3, where he's playing Magnus, he's initiating, he's getting things going. He's had to transition a little bit into being more greedy, which can be a difficult move to make.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I've watched as Collapse tries to adapt to the patch and realizes that the whole Blink Magnus style that he had before, not always as ideal in this patch. And I've seen him still go for that build every now and then when, just using Magnus as an example here. But I also see him try to go for Harpoon and more farm oriented on that offlane. Of course, Magnus has fallen off now and not quite as popular on the offlane role. Now it's different heroes that we're looking towards, and one hero I'm looking towards is Broodmother. She's not banned right now, Gareth.
Yeah, right. That's a hero that's left in. But that is like another big topic because Team Spirit didn't play Broodmother until maybe a month and a half ago. Where like we were constantly looking at Eastern Europe saying Collapse doesn't play Brood, Collapse doesn't play Brood. They played it once and I think he lost that game and then didn't play it again for like another 2 months. So it's a hero that they're like not comfortable with in general from the POS 3. So we see the Mars here, whereas Whisper has made that change. You know, Whisper and Amar have both moved from being anti-Zoo kind of players where they've outwardly said we don't like playing these micro heroes to now starting to play the Beastmasters and Broodmothers.
I feel like Broodmother is very easy to get into as far as that. It's not really a zoo. She's so strong on her own now. Like, yeah, you have spiders, but that's really just an added thing. And you just turn on Unify Unit Orders in the settings. Boom. That's it. You know, just control right click. Yeah, control right click. And you're going to be fine. You don't need to micro. You know, change your settings so you can tab scout with spiders, and that's it. And, I mean, we see countless players in different positions and roles. We see carry players, mid players, offlane players, all using this powerhouse. But for the opening this game, it's going to be the Mars coming in here for Team Spirit. Obviously a hero that they fancy a lot for Collapse. And the reaction here is going to be a Legion commander to start for EG. Not usually the strongest hero against Mars, as it's tough to duel into him due to the bulwark.
Yeah, I mean, the Mars, maybe an indication of we're not playing Broodmother and you're not either. Maybe not a hard counter, but a hero that can contend with the Brood in a number of ways. Is the Legion the same kind of deal, where it's like, well, if you're not playing Brood and we're not playing Brood, you're definitely not playing Brood?
Yeah, a little bit, it definitely is. And they go for a very classic 1-2 combo here as well, and EG getting the Sky plus Legion, so you have the big burst and can secure yourselves those dual wins. But you're absolutely right, the Mars and Legion kind of shield off the Brood picks. However, saying that, I've seen Marses absolutely get destroyed on their lanes against a carry Brood or something, so it's not like you can't pick Brood into these heroes as well. You don't really rely on the spiders as much anymore. It's just about the laning stage and her auto attacks that's the powerful thing. But I like the opening here from EG. They just get, you know, they reveal their entire offlane, but at the same time, it's just very stock standard combo, right? It's a 1-2 punch, you duel, you ulti, someone's gonna die.
Yeah, and you make sure they don't have the Mars Skyrath on the other side as well. So lots of like little back and forths already in the first couple of picks of kind of block picking, stealing, and grabbing stuff that's strong on your own side and limiting the options of your opponents as well. Of course, we've already seen Enchantress, Timber, Undying, and Snap banned, not allowing that Snapfire to come in as that flexible pick. And a Chen, who's, I don't know, in my eyes, been rising in popularity through the Riyadh Masters. I've not seen him that much beforehand.
Yeah, he's become more popular. A lot of it comes down to just the fact that Penitence in laning stage is what people are starting to play around now, as opposed to the old style Chen where people were skilling the aura and buying a headdress. Now, instead, it's more aggressive. You skill Penitence and buy a Blood Grenade, and then you kill the enemy. So it became more effective with the introduction of Blood Grenade. Same has been true for many different heroes, but you pair them up, usually with Terrorblade is a big one, and now that they ban out the PL as well, it's almost, you know, indicating that, hey, we want to grab a Terrorblade, which he doesn't stand too well against Skyrath with a big magic damage, but he's a horrible hero to duel in general. Just his massive armor protects him against Legion.
Yeah, I guess another thing worth pointing out here in the grand scheme of things as well, both of these teams were straight into the main stage, group stage, so they didn't, you know, play the play-ins. They haven't had that couple of days of warm-up time. Of course, they'll have had their coaches and players, you know, watching replays, figuring out what's going on in some of the other streams and what the other teams are doing. And EG, they've already played up against 9 Pandas. They've had a little bit of gameplay gone on, and Team Spirit 1-1 Gaimin Gladiators. So both these teams kind of, you know, hot off of some solid wins. You know, EG 2ing 9 Pandas, and just anyone who 1-1's Gaimin Gladiators feels good about themselves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators is one of the, you know, it's the team to beat, basically. They are, if you can take games off them, then you are definitely doing something right. So, very obvious hint here from Team Spirit with a Peel and a Naga ban that they want to go for a TB, and as a response, EG just going to ban out the Terrorblade here. They're like, okay, fine, don't get this hero then. So, kind of trading 1 ban for 2, but of course, it's also that they don't want to play against Peel and Naga. EG are quite comfortable playing them because it definitely plays them really well.
That carry pool is going to get pretty limited though. Go down to the wire with carry picks. Might see like a Drow or a TA pop up, depending on what kind of matchups they've got. All these illusion heroes, melee agi heroes being taken out. It does whittle down and diminish the pool quite a lot. And yeah, Medusa joining them as well now.
Yeah, they continue focusing on it, and it will be interesting to see what they're going to end up with here. I feel like this is usually when you might go into territory where some of those not super popular currently carry heroes can come out, like possibly even a Sven or an Ursa. You know, Juggernaut's another hero that teams like to go back on a little bit when you don't really know what to go for. You know, the all-round carry who can do it all. That's team fight, push, Roche capabilities. He just fits very nicely into anything, basically.
Yeah, the knock-on effect is going to leave a lot of heroes in that mid lane open up for both these mid laners, C-Smile and Lal. It's where, like, assuming Legion Commander is off lane, I know for sure C-Smile has played at mid, and it's one of his, you know, off-kilter picks. If the matchup's good, he will throw it there, but 99% of the time, it's going to be in the hands of Whisper. I think Lal, though, a player for Team Spirit that has some difficulties in terms of hero matchups sometimes, just the way the draft goes. He doesn't get that priority a lot of the times, but they've left him till second phase here. I'm a little curious to see if they grab his Ember Spirit or one of these big playmaker heroes that he's definitely shown off on.
Yeah, I feel like he's shining the most when he plays Ember. Absolutely. From the games that I watch, I also think that he can have big impact if he gets his hands on a Puck, possibly, or Queen in the right game. But it's not easy games to play it here. Going into Legion and Sky, the silence really messes up those heroes. And to an extent can be tough even for an Ember, but Ember can more easily play around it than a Puck, I feel. So we'll see what they get their hands on, but first it's going to have to be EG who have to show something here, and probably, maybe, you might look towards a carry immediately here, since you banned so many carries. PL, Naga, Dusa, Bloodseeker, TB, Morphling, all these were moved in the same phase. The only question is, do they want to wait and see what two heroes Team Spirit go for, and then grab a carry? They could just grab their second support right now.
And just bang out the Alchemist right now. Just whack it out there. It's a hero we've seen both position 1 and 5 from these South American teams. Oh, a Clinks. Okay.
I mean, okay, Clinks is an interesting approach to having something versus Chen, right? Usually people go like CM against Chen to try and be able to kill the creeps. But Clinks is pretty good, because once you get a few points in Death Pact, you can deal with any creep that he's going to have by eating them. And once you go mid-game, late-game, you have 2 charges on that consumption as well. So you can really mess up Chen's game. And I think it's just more of a high-damage dealer. This is curious, though, seeing a Skywrath Legion Clinks. Makes me think that this is going to be either a mid or a carry Clinks.
Yeah, I was going to ask, because the precedent has been set the past 6 months or so that Clinks is like a position 4, maybe 5 hero. But yeah, a couple of Chinese teams, I think Shiro's been picking up position 1 Clinks from time to time. Can definitely slot into that role still.
Yeah,
it's flexible in a weird way.
It is slightly flexible, but I think a good reaction here by Team Spirit. Clinks, a hero that you need to catch. He's very annoying when he runs around in his invis. Now, if you just have some sentries down, you can easily land a hook shot and actually find him. You can go Leshrac as well here. So Mars, Chen, Clockwork, Lesh. They're going to have a double melee off lane probably then, with the Clock and Mars going together, which can pose some weakness to the laning, but they have a lot of stuns at least for when they group up and go together.
Yeah, it often feels like Lesh doesn't have any really poor mid lane matchups, and he often does good against those like Storm kind of heroes who want to be in the creep wave, trying to push out the wave, just lightning storm spams onto them.
Yeah, he punishes actually all the Spirit heroes fairly well, despite them being quite elusive later on, so it can be hard to land your stuns. If you think about Ember, Storm, and even Void Spirit, all of them actually get very close to the creep wave, which is nice for him, but he's going to be up against a Pango. Pango is a hero that I think fit fairly nicely here. You can also use the Clockwork against himself when you play Pango. If you want to roll in with the Pango roll, you can jump in with W, land in the cogs, and just pinball around and destroy the Clockwork.
Bounce back into him. One more round of bans. Are you still leaning into the carry Clinks?
I think, yeah, this has to be carry, I feel now, unless they want to do some weird form of, I don't know, +5, either Sky or Clinks, but both are kind of weird.
Yeah.
It could be done, because you're against a double melee of Clock and Mars. It's not like you can't run a safe lane Clinks or Sky support.
Yeah, and Panda's one of those players. He was playing position 5 Viper back in the day. He's not afraid of pulling something out that he thinks is a bit tasty. I could see it. And it often, I don't know, feels awkward last picking your support unless it's a super gotcha pick, I don't know, like an Oracle or something that completely undoes your opponent's draft. That's why we see Juggernaut and Venomancer banned, right? They're covering their bases here as Team Spirit.
Yeah, they're banning one carry hero, and then the other one is like, well, maybe it's not going to be a carry, it's just ban Veno. So Team Spirit, they're also baffled a little bit by the way that EG are drafting this. EG definitely coming in with a little bit of a curveball here. Team Spirit, much more predictable in how things are going to play out here. The only big question is which carry rounds out their draft perfectly. E.g., you have one more hero you can remove that you don't want to play against. They already covered their bases with a Bloodseeker. Don't have to deal with a Bloodseeker against Pango, so they remove TA. TA would be a pretty tough matchup here for Legion Commander to lane into. Also abuses Skyrath's low armor really well.
Man, it's a difficult spot. Like the amount of carry heroes left is pretty small. And then you're thinking about, like a Drow or something for Yatoro. There's gap close from Legion and Pango. Lots of magic damage from Sky. You might have to go back for I don't know. Yatoro often relies on Ursa and Troll as his backup plans in his carry position.
Okay, Monkey.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay, that's just a good lane matchup as well against the Legion Commander. So goes for the Monkey King. They get some sort of combo here as well with the Arena plus the Wukong's command. They can double drop the circles and just win the fight under that.
10 seconds.
Okay, yeah, I'm down with this Monkey pick. I think it was a smart one.
Yeah, pretty solid. You can get on top of the Scarth Mage. Let Leshrac and Mars be your frontliners. There's tons of ways to catch up to people with Mars and Clockwork. Monkey King can pick his moment to jump into the fight. And he's ready to strike. And last pick for EG, time to show your hand. The Bat Rider. Is that for Whisper? Or is that for Sea Smile?
Yeah, this is definitely interesting. So it's carry Legion, it looks like. Whoa. Okay, carry Legion. And they're running Matthew on the Clinks. Smile is going to be taking the Pango, of course, and Whisper. So it's offlane Bat Rider. They're really debated this Monkey King now. So they get the matchup that they want. They get to have Bat Rider versus Monkey, a good lane matchup that Monkey is not going to be very happy about. And at the same time, the safe lane carry Legion, yeah, it's not going to abuse Mars, but how does Mars and Clockwork punish a carry Legion? That's a tough one.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, how many bait and switches did we have in that draft from EG? Like 3?
Several. Yeah, several. I mean, they do this and they get themselves good lanes. The only question is, do they get into a nice mid game? Do you play out nicely into the mid and late game here? Because carry Legion can be a little bit complicated to run, and is this going to play out naturally? But the lanes should definitely be favoring EG here, and Team Spirit, we'll see how well they can adapt to this.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like a very momentum-based draft from EG. They need to be connecting with these ganks out of Scarth Mage and Legion. Pango needs to be rolling. All of these heroes thrive in these early team fights to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, the only problem I see with it is that, well, I mean, there are many sketch things about it, but the only real problem I see with it is that Clinks is their only source of tower damage this game, other than Legion Commander going up and auto attacking. Bat is not gonna do anything. Sky is useless. Pango, he doesn't do much for tower pushing either. I mean, he can go Orb of Corrosion, but still, it's basically gonna be Clinks pushing towers, and that's it. So if you shut down Clinks with good Clockwork gameplay or Mars getting his blink, then I could see them not getting advantage of that momentum that they wanted. As you said, it's a momentum-based lineup, but momentum you need to get objectives. If you don't get objectives, then what's it all for?
Yeah, it's like opening up that map, you need more space to be catching people, hunting down this Monkey King, trying to find him out. That's, in part what this Bat Rider last pick was all about. Make sure that Whisper can get off the ground and try and catch out Yatoro whenever he's hiding up on top of those trees. We'll see how it all pans out, though. Game 1, we're back to best of 2s. We had a quick day of best of 3s yesterday for those play-in deciding matchups, but now it's back to a proper group stage, BO2s, or 2-game series. I think if you want to be technically correct, you can't have a best of even number.
There's no BO2, yeah. It always irked me a little bit, but,
Same.
I've gotten used to it now.
It was one of those things that I was dying on that hill for years. I was, upset with it, and it's just like, okay, well, everyone else is saying it, whatever. Well, I don't care that much.
Actually, it was the same for me. I used to compete and like play in tournaments a lot, and I wasn't used to people calling it a BO2 because when we play tournaments, we would just say, "Oh, it's just a 2-game series." Yeah. And then I got into like the casting scene. Everyone just calls it BO2. I'm like, what do you mean BO2? There's no best of. It's just 2 games.
It's just 2 games.
But oh well, I've let it slip. That's the way it is.
In the official document, I will say, in the official schedule made up by the admins, it does say 2GS, 2-game series. So
Very
officially
professional, yeah.
Professional, yeah, superb. I had a smile on my face when I opened up the schedule and saw that. But off we go. A quick little pause into 10-man smoke. Get ourselves across the map for this first game between the Eastern Europe squad and the South American team here. Should be an interesting one with this Clinks and Sky support.
Yeah.
And Team Spirit.
Heading out, dropping a nice ward across the river here on Team Spirit, so getting a little bit of a vision advantage for Radiant here on the mid. And we see Smile faking. He's not even smoked, right? Or he's still smoked, so he still goes up, does the fake Iron Branch play, going up, backpacking an Iron Branch, pretending they put down a ward, but nobody was there to see him.
Sneaky. Look at this, wards on top of wards. What's that, 535? Who got this first? Pakar's going to take up the Watcher. Mira with a sentry in hand coming over. Team Spirit is going to guard up that top bounty rune. Maybe think about swinging into that bottom jungle one, but look at where EG are readying themselves. They want both of the bottom runes.
Yeah, EG are going to get that too, and Pakas is in position to control top rune here. They show 3 heroes bottom, so now they're going to try and take 2 top runes. Pakas, is he going to fight for this? Pretty dangerous against Topper. I think you just run.
Yeah, not the best spot to be in. Collapse shows up as well, and it's like, bounty rune is not worth like half of my HP.
You gotta respect the blood grenade battery assault. You would not be moving, and then a spear as well, and you just lose like 70% of your HP probably. But he's gonna back out. 2 for 2 on the runes. Nice and even game. Panda gonna TP to top lane on Sky as he was a little bit far. Wants to be there from the start.
Yeah, block up the large camp. Oh, that sentry. Is it just out of range?
I think it is. I think it's absolutely right out of range.
That's unfortunate. Bound to strike down the bottom. Yatoro Miposhka on top of Matthew's Clinks, but he's the one to get first blood, and Fairy Fire is there. Can he get away? Yeah, he can. He's fine against this Monkey King. And now pushing damage back onto him. This lane already starting really poorly for Team Spirit.
Yeah, that's a really sad time as a carry when you run that far away from the creeps. He lost 2 creeps for it, but also the denies that Whisper was able to get. Deny there and control the lane a little bit.
And top lane pressure as well from Panda and Pakaz. Collapsed down to about 30% of his HP. His Clockwork's gone on a bit of a wander, dragging creep waves around. Something we don't see that often anymore.
Yeah, it's not that common, but at the same time, when you're having a lane that you really don't think that you want to play it fair, it can be nice to try and get an advantage like this. So they're going to get some denies with that. At the same time, the reaction is for Pikas to just pull creeps as well, put them behind his own tower.
Panda. He's going to get the D ward. Unlocks his small camp again. Mira just trying to be as annoying as he possibly can. Will take a fair amount of damage here as he gets chased back, but it's not worth running after him for more than just a couple of seconds.
Mid lane, quite a bit of harassment onto the Pango, but he has Bottle coming out right now, and 2-minute rune's about to spawn, so he's going to backpack his stuff and Bottle up, and he'll be completely fine. Laurel already used his Bottle to try and get a bit of an advantage there, so small CS lead for him. Pretty even, though.
I mean, everyone's so focused on like hitting enemy heroes and fighting. CS in these side lanes, a little behind. Nobody's really losing out, though. Collapsed, given as good as he takes up in that top lane. Amira slowed down. Blood grenade there, but a spear from Collapse will hold them back. Bodyguarding his buddy.
Yeah, that's going to force Clockwork to sit back a little bit now. Maybe even go to base here, but he seems to want to stick around, uses a Tangle, but doesn't have a salve right now, so going to be taking a while before he can really heal up. Bought a salve. Mars also sending out extra Bracer and Tangles here. Try and regen up.
Well, both Lesh and Monkey starting to leapfrog up ahead of their counterparts. Bit of a lead there for the mid laner.
10 seconds for the Lotuses. Both teams want to play for it.
And Mira with the cogs. We should be in a better position here. Let's see if Panda and Pakaz are able to both bully him back. That creep wave pushing further forward means Mira doesn't have the space to go for it.
He gets the control of the Lotus though on clock, and now he's going to salve up, get some regen, come back into the lane, and C-Smile. A bit of an awkward spot here, but he's going to run over, get himself this creep.
Is he?
Oh, Chen. Oh no, he's just taunting him, waiting.
The little hill troll berserker.
Oh,
Bounty rune denier.
This is absolutely despair for him. He has to run all the way back to base, I think. He's got Tango up. Does he really want to try and stay? If he uses the creep to control the water rune as well on Chen, that would be disastrous for C-Smile.
Yeah, I mean, lol. Just sitting on this enemy ramp. Get some more good damage in. Glyph in the creep wave as well, making sure C-Smile doesn't swashbuckle it down. While bottom lane, Yatoro does die to Matthew and Whisper. A lot of damage coming out of that bot lane from EG. As mid lane, the connection of the stun and a solo kill from Lol. Clockwork is rotating in. He's like, oh, okay, you did it on your own.
Yeah, walking in against this level 2 Lightning Storm, level 2 Split Earth is really hard. And now he puts a third point even in Lightning Storm. Going to be even more difficult for the Pango, who's having pretty much horrible start, which is pretty rare. Pangos usually do pretty fine in any mid lane, but look at this CS, 23-9, 12-3. The rune control there from Chen was crucial. If he got that water rune, he wouldn't have died. He could still have gone another rune, or the bounty rune, sorry.
Yeah. That's disastrous for him. I mean, C-Smile is trying to push a bit of damage back onto Lol. He's being doubled up on by this Lash. Yeah. Monkey King CS looks pretty good down in the bottom lane, 20-1, but it's not a comfortable ride for him at all. Constantly being run at by this Bat and Clinks.
Yatoro is doing fantastic, actually. The lane is very, very tough, and his death, it does hurt a little bit, but at the same time, having 20 CS is very good in a lane against both Batrider plus Clinks, where Chen is also focusing a little bit on helping mid with the creep there.
Yeah.
So he's doing very fine, and as long as he gets his CS, gets his items, he will eventually be okay on this lane, but Batrider is having a very strong start. So it will be tough for him to be aggressive, since Bat can always push him away.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask, because we've seen, and I know a lot of analysts and pro players have talked about this Bat Rider build, where I feel like in the off lane we've seen the Firefly and Flamebreak get maxed out, but Whisper here has gone for 2 points in the sticky. Is this because he's against a melee carry?
I think it's partly that. It's more that it's specifically a Monkey King melee carry. He doesn't want to walk in with a Firefly and give a chance for Yatoro to get those Jingu stacks. So instead, he's actually playing a build that's far away and just harassing. So kind of acting as though he's an extra Clinks here. And look behind, there's a Sky wrapping around here to join in.
And Pakaz up at top lane. Well, his heroes are running down bottom. Mira and Collapse right on top of this Legion. Going to take him down. Mira survives on about 100 HP. Killing the carry's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah,
now Panda's come back up here and he's like, oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't even get anything for his rotation there, as it was correctly read by Team Spirit that the rotation came in. They had the ward over on the... or they didn't have a ward, but they placed a new ward over on the portal. It's possible they just checked the portal, to be honest, to see that rotation. Since you can see it in Fog of War, they may just have seen what was happening, and that's why they played aggressive top and backed out bottom.
Just knowing what's going on. Keeping tabs on those portals and Lotus pools. It's just another thing to realize and understand what's happening. Regen rune down bottom for Lash. Nice tasty rune for him.
And the Lotuses were claimed up, so one for the Batrider here. Also one taken top by the leading commander.
Nice bottom lane. Sticky Napalm plus the tar from Clinks. It's like a thematic lane.
Yeah, it's a nasty one. You just get harassed from so far. And top lane, Collapse taking a lot of damage, of course. No duel available yet, so not going to be able to secure a kill or anything.
Matthew trapped in the cogs. The situation you were talking about. Clinks does not like being stuck in there with Mira. He's going to chuck some tar at the Clockwork. That's just going to smooth up all his cogs, let him slip away from there a little bit speedier. C-Smile's closing in with a Bat Rider on the right-hand side, and they will collapse in onto the Clockwork in the end.
C-Smile very happy about getting an easy kill participation there, getting a last hit on it as well. Pango definitely needed this to try and help him come back a little bit, because he's currently sitting at a 27 CS versus 61 at 7 minutes.
Geez.
Laurel is insanely farmed here. Like, he's been clearing a little bit of jungle and also pushing out mid. This is absolutely crazy CS for this moment in time.
He's probably thinking, why didn't we pick IO, boys? We could win this game in 3 minutes if we had this IO Lesh running around. Put up some monstrous numbers. And Poshka's made his way up top. 2 supports in behind Collapse. He's about half a level away from 6, which could be that moment of aggression from Team Spirit in the top lane. Makaz still level 5 himself, struggling to clear out the large camp and hold on to his lane as it's being dragged back to the Radiant Tier 1.
Yeah, and got robbed as well. They stole the big creep there, coming in with a God's Rebuke. He missed his Q on Legion, didn't get it. And yeah, both teams taking some time here to stack up jungle. The Ancients are being prepped on both sides. Mid lane though, C-Smile uses ulti.
Yeah, he goes straight onto the Lash, but he gets pushed to low ground. Good positioning from Lal. Gets away from the dangerous situation that was coming because the TPs from EG were readying themselves for a proper fight. A level 8 Lash and a level 6 Pango. Battle in the mid lane, and Lal's just like, yeah, okay. You can take this lane. I'll sod off somewhere else.
Yeah, he's gonna have to try and find some recovery, honestly. He needs to make side lane rotations, I think, because this Lash is very tough to bring down, unless they bring a lot of resources to try and get it. Top lane now looking a bit more volatile as the ultis are available. The Mars Arena with Chen having double Warpine Raider. Do a bit of damage. You could maybe try something with that.
We could have a crack. Mira guarding this top jungle, so it looks like Team Spirit just aiming to carve a bit of terrain for themselves to play in. 4 heroes all up here, clearing out jungle camps, making sure that EG don't have easy access towards that top tier 1. And EG going to react to this by actually swinging down south, boot Yatra out of his lane, send him to jungle.
It was spotted, so he's going to avoid the gank on the Monkey King here at least. He doesn't get caught by the Legion as they have ward on the portal. Teams having that vision. But Legion just going for a tower now instead, and with rotation from C-Smile coming over as well. This is just a tower trade. Top tower being taken by a Radiant. Bottom tower is starting to be pressured as well slowly. But their creep wave is not there yet, so Chen is actually faster here.
That Warpine Raiders. That's what they're here for. Just push in and bully that tower. C-Smile, DD comes to an end. It'll take a while to take down that tier 1 bottom. It has given a bit of room here for Whisper to clear out Ancients. Farm a couple of stacks.
The big part about Whisper clearing Ancients is that now we have Klink's ulti online. So I think Klink's in general pretty bad early game, but once he gets level 6 you can start making moves. Now he has to be careful not to get caught by some detection. Mid.
Yeah, they've slowed down Lal, pushing back with a flame break. In comes Team Spirit, Mira to defend him. Split up onto 2, beautiful stun, still dies, and Whisper surviving, but the arena's there to catch him as well. Collapse, continuing the fight in a 2-for-2 trade. Seems pretty even. A massive bloodbath in the mid lane, and both teams now waving the white flag, saying, okay, right, we've suffered our losses, time to back up, I think.
Yeah, they spear him there at the end, but not going to be able to do more than just clear up the ward here as Collapse kind of cleaned up there. That was a beautiful 2-man stun. If you didn't get such a nice stun on Leshrac, that would have been worse for them. They wouldn't have been able to get the payback kills.
It does transfer still into pressure from Team Spirit, but here's the Klinks with his damage. Poshka and Mira, they've killed off Panda. Lose the Chen in the trade, and now Whisper's TPing in. Trying to get over the top of Mira, but the cogs are well placed. Flame break.
Lasso, but spear. Nice spear to shield his friend from the lasso here. Keeping him safe.
It's been good from Spirit reacting to this. Yeah, like we said, momentum for EG, a key component of this draft to get the ball rolling, stay aggressive, keep making these plays. And if Spirit, they're trading out evenly. Like that fight mid was slightly favored for EG in terms of the gold swing because Lesh was such a big kill to get. They can come back out, not relying on any cooldowns, and continue fighting back.
Yeah, and he's working on that Bloodstone. He's very close, actually. Only 360 gold to go, and he will have the complete thing ready. And right now we see Klinks just kind of stalking here, trying to find where Yatra is farming. He has the Solar Crest, so if he wants to, he can go over on the Monkey King. Very dangerous, though, with Clockwork in the game. You will very quickly get TP punished, I think, if you show yourself here.
This is just classic Matthew, isn't it? Invis hero behind enemy lines, doing some sneaky stuff.
Stalking.
Yeah. The recon man.
He might set up for Batrider here. If he jumps down on that creep wave, he dies, I think, on Yatoro. Very dangerous. Is he going to see the Klinks? Yeah, he doesn't.
We scanned. He knew someone was coming with the scan turning red. The flame break's going to touch him, and Yatoro dropped to the ground. Matthew and Whisper here with a lasso to take him out of the golden circle. Oh, the TP attempted. Yatoro not going to get away successfully. And in the meantime, actually, Mira with the rest of Spirit have killed off Pakaz. So, again, an even trade. Pos 1 for Pos 1.
Pos 1 for Pos 1. Yatoro, very clean reaction there, but I just wonder if he switched his threats to strength, maybe he would be able to TP out there. That was so close. Looked like he was going to live for a second. But he does go down. Legion as well, dying. Doesn't have a duel to her name yet. Has the Blade Mail available, but no Blink Dagger yet, so see how the scaling goes.
Yeah, right. So what's the goal in terms of itemization for this Legion? Is it just the same as the classic offlane one?
Oh, he's trying to catch, but he got caught by a center stun into a cog push. He's probably going to build normal Legion Commander items, yeah. He's not going to build as a real carry. You have Clinks and Pango, so physical damage exists within your team. You don't need to be like a, full right-clicker.
Well, the hook shots there from Mira, and Yatoro looking to get his revenge on Matthew. Swipe down with a big old stick. Sea Smiles crashing. Ball gonna come onto the clockwork, but Collapse is here. Pakaz with a duel. Some good damage with a swashbuckle to claim the victory. But now an Arena Spear. Collapse and Yatoro lining up onto the Pangolier. Gotta be careful though as Panda joins in. Everybody's arriving to this fight, filtering forward, and Team Spirit are the ones to hold that little bit of high ground in the jungle.
Yeah, I feel like Team Spirit have a little bit more sustainability in these fights. They have more stuff to just keep fighting. And especially with that Chen ulti coming in as well. They did lose the clockwork, and it was an important first duel victory there for Legion Commander. But I see the problem with EG's draft a little bit as, yeah, they're running for these fights, they're taking fights, but then they're also not getting more done on the map yet. As we see again, Matthew just stalking, looking for Yatoro. This is very bothersome for Yatoro. If he gets a Quelling Blade on the Clinks, he could actually, consider solo killing him, as weird as it sounds, or at least force a TP to base. Because when Clinks W's you and Solar Crests, you're not going to be moving.
Well, I just remembered, I've seen a couple of players watching some replays buying Quelling Blade early on, and Monkey King is one of the only heroes I've seen people do this. Why and when do you buy Quelling Blade nowadays on heroes?
I mean, Universal heroes pretty much never buy it, and then it's just certain melee heroes that you wanna have it on. Sorry, as they go up top, you might see Killer Matthew punished for his stalking of Yatoro.
Stop hunting me! Get out of here! Even had Miposhka and Mira behind as well.
Yeah, almost makes you feel like they might be looking towards something more here. 15 minutes. Roche is about to move towards the top area. They have Chen with Solar Crest. Could be thinking about taking it, or just pressure top lane.
And just keep your numbers up here. Think about that arena play. And there's Roshan coming up to the top left corner.
Their intentions are clear now. We know what they're up to. It's going to be Roche, but will EG react to this, I wonder? Not sure they will.
Yeah, not really in position. I mean, Matthew's TPing up here. The Clink's the one who would like to go forward and scout things out.
This is a fast Roche. He's dead already.
Yeah, these Chen creeps. Helping out tremendously. Level 12 Lashrak and doing some serious damage.
Penitence and Solar Crest together is so nice. Extra attack speed for people hitting, minus armor on the Roche. And Roche losing attack speed actually leads to less bashes too, which can speed it up a little bit.
Matthew still lurking. There's a Radiant Sentry off to the left. Just out of range of it, and in comes EG, looking at Collapse. Wukong's commander's dropped, the lasso's there, the Hand of God though, keeping Team Spirit topped up for now, and they've killed off Matthew, trading out the Mars as this Rolling Thunder causes problems for them. And with the 2 circles dropped, EG don't really want to fight straight on into it. So a head-on clash leads to a 1-for-1. EG still fighting into Aegis and getting a little victory.
Yeah, they did get support for a core, so the trade is good, and they were also farming meanwhile over on the side of Pakaz, just, working on that Blink Dagger. Not a bad little skirmish for him to take there, even forcing out the Wukong's command.
And that gives Pakaz time to get his Blink Dagger up. Pretty big wave coming in that bottom lane. He's getting wrapped around on it, looks like. Mira and Miposhka, yeah, both coming through the Twin Gate. Collapse shows on the lane proper. EG have all moved into position here. They want to fight with this Blink duel.
Yeah, he wants to set up here.
And he's the one holding that Aegis, and they'll start with a hook shot into the chain stun. Incredible amount of disables there. All overlapping onto the Pango, and EG still in an area Well, they could look for a pick-off, but they're just scattered to the wind. They're smoked up, but it's time to run. Yatoro and Collapse giving chase, trying to catch up to them, but they're in the fog. Hiding behind the tree line, can't be found. Scarith Mage will. He's the one left to the wolves.
Even Dusting looking at Klinks the same route, but Klinks wisely ran to the south, same as Picasso getting out. But again, Team Spirit just feel a little bit stronger in every big engagement. They do bring a lot of heroes for this. So meanwhile, there was some farming being done. We now have the Blink Dagger very close for Whisper here as he has his travels, and BKB already, of course.
It's always interesting to see teams feeling confident to fight into Aegis like that, though. You could see the idea there for EG to get a quick pick off, maybe snipe the Aegis, get into position, but they were just a little too separated to really connect on anything meaningful.
I think it's such a crucial point in time. Oh, Picasso not
inside
gonna get
the
out
arena.
of the arena.
Completely caught up. Teammates are coming in, but the Legion's already dead. Sea Smile will take down Miposhka. Mira's Courier dying in the fray as well, but he's trapped inside his own cogs. Created a cage they can't get out of.
That's not worth it for them at all. You take down the Legion commander, which is nice, but losing 2 heroes here in the process and having to run away and concede the area. Meanwhile, though, Laurel trying to make the most out of it, pushing mid. Tier 1 tower still standing at 18 minutes. I was gonna say that the thing about Aegis, like minute 15 to 20 or something, you can't really just be passive. Later on in the game, yeah, you can kind of sit back and just wait because it's not that important, but right now it's too early in the game to just accept that the opponent have control of the map. You can't just sit back and let them do whatever they want. You need to be out there contesting, threatening something.
And Monkey King is a Deso now. How well can he survive inside a duel, actually?
He lives. Depends if he gets stunned or not. Like, if he gets solar crested, or if he gets rolled on, or something like that, then that will ruin him. But if he's not solar crested, fighting into the blade mill, he's actually going to be pretty fine. He'll destroy the Legion.
Chen is going to solar crest the Legion. The Klinks is going to solar crest the Monkey King inside the duel. Both of them just stand there, looking at each other, not attacking.
Or they both solar crest their own players and both attack even faster.
Oh, hell yeah. Collapse has been found by Whisper. Hand of God giving a little bit of leeway, but a BKB mid-spear from Whisper will secure the kill with a bit of sticky napalm coming out of his backside. As in the river down to the bottom room spot, Mira inside the Mystic Flare bursts down. Wukong's commander's there and Sea-Smile looked a little stuck. Will roll through all the statues as they whack away at the Pango. That'll cut things short. Clock and Mars dead. EG still 5 heroes up and running.
Yeah, Batrider's here, but he doesn't have Lasso anymore, so a little bit awkward if they want to go for more fights. Could try it. Okay, Legion has queued up Midas.
What?
After Blink Blade Mill.
Okay. What are your thoughts on Hand of Midas in general?
I like Midas, but there's a time and a place for Midas, Gareth. I don't know if this is it, man. Like, it looks like a pretty nice game to have a Halberd. Looks like a pretty good game for BKB. It looks like there are items that could be good to have on Legion here that are not Hand of Midas. I will say that Legion, she needs a lot of things, but attack speed is not really the most important thing for her to purchase. She gets a ton of attack speed, and she has Retaliate. I don't know, this is a greedy item.
So, Midas nowadays, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's more of an XP item than a gold gaining item, right? Oh, hang on a second, Panda. Top lane. Just a quick kill on a support.
The main motivator should be to get experience. Oh, mid jump as well.
Right? Yeah, catching that Whisper with no BKB for 5 seconds, but it looks like he's pretty damn speedy with boosted travel in the wind lace, and he jumps back in on them. Catching out Yatoro's Monkey King with a lasso. Klinks has arrived from the right-hand side, chasing the Monkey King with a swashbuckle and a disarm. The Monkey King tried to mischief, but he can't get away. EG. They bring everybody into this mid lane, and Lol, isolated with no Aegis left, does have the Bloodstone to pop. Pushed around by the Rolling Thunder and a little stuck on this cliff top. Collapse wanted the God's Rebuke, but Sea-Smile juked him over the staircase, and away he goes.
This is why Whisper has a lot of fans around the world, man. This guy, he's so good. He baited them there. You could say that, this is just a misplay by Team Spirit, but he also stood there, aggressively giving them the chance to go on him, knowing that his BKB is on cooldown. A lot of players would chill there, not go up on the creep wave as they didn't have BKB ready, but he felt confident, baited them, ended up being a double kill punishment, getting Yatoro killed as well. This guy definitely knows his limits on Batrider as well as many other heroes.
So yeah, with the main motivator being XP from the Hand of Midas, is there like a talent or something like that he desperately wants this game?
I would just say no. I mean, I don't really see this being a crucial thing. Legion has decent talents on level 15 and 20, but none of them are game-changing. This is just him saying like, oh, you know, I want to keep scaling. Legion isn't the best carry, but we're going late game. You know, we can't really end the game early because of our heroes. Like I said, they don't have the best push heroes.
Right.
So you have to somehow go towards late game. I just think that you keep fighting, though. I mean, you only have one duel. You need to get going. Why pick Legion if you're not going to win duels? Midas is a farming item.
It's the Chen counter. That's what it is.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. He's definitely going to be running around with his Midas ready, waiting for Chen.
Off cooldown. Where's Chen? Where's Chen? Where's Chen?
Any minute now.
We'll find him. Yatoro on top of the canopy, just hoping there's no clinks nearby.
It does make me concerned, though, for EG's chances here, because you have BKB on Batrider, and that's great, and Pango can roll around, that's also fine, but if your carry hero delays the BKB like this, it's gonna take a long while. He's going back for it. He bought the Ogre Club, but still needs Hammer and Recipe. Look at the timings, though, on Team Spirit. They are gonna be first towards their BKBs. They have the BKB on Mars already, and they're going BKB on Leshak. He's gonna have his before the Legion as well.
And they'll have Havas and Forstaff on Mira, saving tools out of the Clockwork, Solar Crest and Drums on the Chen. Tons of auras and ways to continue just keeping these fights going.
Yeah.
AG looking, yeah.
This is what they need to do, though. Try and make smoke ganks, try and make moves. I don't really like that they smoke when top lane is already that pushed in, though. Because see how far it is. Matthew, not even going to push it? This is too obvious. There's no way Yatoro doesn't smell this gank coming.
Where's the
There's
Chen?
no way.
Because don't use it on these... Well, no, you meant to wait for the Chen, but... Midas, the efficiency.
They're just in no man's land right now. There's no Roche. There's no hero on top. You see, Yatoro is definitely not pushing top or farming the top area. They're all going down bottom through the portal now. They're going to walk under a ward, though, if they go this way. Spotted.
And they see Whisper. EG chasing ghosts right now as Team Spirit maneuver down to the bottom part of the map with everybody looking for this big head-on clash. Collapse leading the charge. Whisper might get spotted here as he moves forward. There it is with a jump and a spear. Can they chain stun him? No, they can't. He gets off his BKB. The Wukong's is forced, and EG scattering off to the right-hand side, thinking about a turnaround. Return into the fight with a lasso on the Mars, the Mystic Flare, the combo's there. Blow up, collapse, and Team Spirit now down a hero, going to get chased back themselves. Nice bit of ebb and flow to EG's movement, and the Blink Duel going to collect another victory here for Pakaz.
Yeah, that was a good turnaround. Baiting with the Batrider, BKB Octarine, a little bit too tanky. They did have Vision there on Team Spirit, but the only hero they saw was Batrider, and of course playing into this Legion Commander, she does have a save available, so can't really burst him like that. No continuous disable for them.
Tier 2 glyphed up. Should still fall. Eventually take it down with the Clink's damage.
This fight was really important for him, I think, because like we mentioned, their tower push isn't the best, but just by winning that fight handedly, Clinks allows himself to take that tower. Now, mid tower is, you know, kind of questionable if it can fall as well. It's possible. And Team Spirits, top lane. Whisper's on him.
Whisper, oh man, he's found him. Drags the Monkey King out of the tree line, and there's another duel win for Pakaz. Moving it on to Mira, see Smile going to find a nice little bonus kill, unless Mira can slip away with a hook shot to creep wave the TP out. Ooh, barely dies. Almost survived.
Even played the sound of the TP finishing there, but he still goes down, and Roche is up. They have way more damage than needed here to bring it down pretty fast. I don't think they're going to be up in time here. The Monkey's dead for way too long. So the best they can do on Team Spirit is just push the side lanes right now. But this is going to be Aegis as well, going over on the side of EG. Everything just coming up really nicely for them. And all these engagements they took and the tower they got means that they actually do have the BKB now in Legion. So Midas not really punished.
And just continuing to grow, scaling up. 66 bonus damage now, I think, as well on that Legion. Having a good couple of minutes. Like, these past 5 minutes, I've got him, 3 duel victories?
Yeah, he was at 10 for a very long time, but of course, having the extra dual damage talent and getting 2 duels back-to-back like that, 56 more damage.
This is one of those games that if Team Spirit loses, though, I feel like Batrider's going to go into the first phase bans.
Yeah, I think so. This Batrider definitely doing a lot of work this game, but also the switcheroo, right? The way they drafted. I was concerned about, they're going to get good lanes, but how are they going to play into the mid and late game? Well, we're in the mid game right now, and EG have made a very nice transition to here. Matthew, sitting on the high ground, staring at Mira.
Hello there. Mira with a TP out, knowing there are no stuns. Matthew just being an irritant.
It's not a kill, but it's still painful to have the TP base, because, you have to go refill your resources, and the enemy knows that you don't have TP available now, and they know exactly where you are, so it makes it tough. You gotta go back top, though, and try to contest here, but Wisdom Rune spawning soon.
Yeah, you sat in Fountain, that's where you are.
Oh, Yaturo's been scammed. They might catch Yaturo here if they bring over Batrider.
Legion's coming.
Legion's enough, the two of them kills him.
They just need to stop him from jumping on the trees. There we go, force the bound strike and another victory. Up at top, Team Spirit trying to force the issue here, knowing that they could have the numbers advantage with 2 heroes TPing bottom, but Whisper slips off into the fog. Away he goes. Oh, Collapse was hunting as well. He went a little deeper, looking for Scarth Mage, but he's out of there.
They're playing it so well right now. Really nice movements across the map on EG. Now going towards mid, regrouping. They still have vision in the enemy triangles that hasn't been removed yet as well. They have great info now for this fight. Miposhka in trouble.
Man, this Clinks can maybe solo kill him. Oh, is Pakaz ready with another duel? Nice, 20 seconds CD. We'll move forward, but this is very aggressive from EG. Mira has died to Whisper elsewhere, but Pakaz loses his first life to this Lesh. Oh, Lol has moved so aggressively, though, getting surrounded by EG, who don't want to fight into this still. A little worried about that Lol. BKB Bloodstone, the Lesh. He's had such a tremendous game, Lol has. They've dodged him for a good 15 minutes, but now facing him, still not something they're comfortable with.
Yeah, definitely. They have to be a little bit careful about how they approach bursting this Leshrac, as they had both BKB and Bloodstone. Now going top, they're just hunting right now. Matthew is leading the charge, scanning for where Yatoro is, and he finds him again. Doesn't have his friends nearby enough, but he's got to start, keeping him in place.
Yeah, don't jump on the trees, Yatoro. This Monkey King is not a happy chappy. BKB TP, the physical damage is coming. Ooh, a close one, but does successfully get back to Fountain.
Yeah, gotta be able to get out, but this is not Yatoro's game anymore. He's not able to farm anywhere. This Clinks is absolutely just hunting him. He's gonna have nightmares this night about this Clinks just showing up. Look at him, wherever he goes, Clinks is already on the way. He's farming bottom now. Look at Matthew. He's like, yeah, I can smell it. Bottom side of the map. I'm on the way. Coming in, he knows where Yatoro is, and his only job is to reveal him for Legion and Batrider at this point.
Oh, just a Monkey King radar. Bing, bing, bing.
Yeah.
That's a Chen. No, not going to bounce off of that. Where's the monkey? Where's the monkey? Oh, okay, we'll jump out for this. Arena from Collapse. Matthew getting drifted around there and does get blown up by Laurel and Collapse. EG wanting to continue this fight, though, as Whisper leading forward. I don't know if he wants to straight up lasso the Chen. He'll maybe think about this Leshrac instead. And he's getting burnt down by the Edict, and Law with that BKB given a lot of freedom. The hookshot misses though. Mira doesn't get the connection he wanted, and now the Blink Duel, Mystic Flare, they've got the Blade Mail and the damage of the Lash, killing him off quickly. Wukong's is out, but Collapse with his BKB runs into the middle of 4 of them, lassoed up for now as the Monkey King with the Battle Strike takes down 2. Kaz Invis and C-Smile chasing Miposhka, not able to get the finish. Now trapped in the cogs, pushed back as he swashes to the right. Does get the takedown finally with a double kill. Where's Pakaz? Does he want to come back into this? Mira TPing home. Away they go.
This is very interesting. He bought Shard on Monkey King, which I think is very smart this game. If you think about how the game is going, they're like stopping him from jumping around. They're trying to prevent him. He has the Shard, so now he can use the Boundless Strike to reposition himself. And that was useful for him in that fight, but also could be very useful if Clinks tries to set up on him.
Not again. Yaturo's just screaming for help. Guys, I want to farm some creeps.
Yeah, this is very dangerous. What does your gut tell you? Do you go for it, Yaturo?
Well, Collapse has a gem behind him now.
But look, even then, normally Yatoro would like keep pushing the lane, take over enemy jungle, farm as much as possible. Now he's on breadcrumbs, man. This is not a lot of farm, and he knows that they're top, and he correctly knew that they were top. He pings it afterwards, like, see, they were chasing me again. He's not paranoid. They are actually just hunting him.
If I went for one more wave there, I was dead for sure.
Yeah.
Mira looking to try and stop this Clinks in his tracks, but Matthew has a 4 staff now. Collapse is needed with the Arena Spear. Press the attack is there for the Clinks to survive a little longer. And a Blink duel onto the Monkey King. Legion Commander with a Blade Mail, not really doing much here against this Jingu stacking Yatoro Monkey, but a Whisper, the Flame Break. Do we have the lasso? The shield crashing in from C Smile will take down the Monkey King thanks to that Rolling Thunder. Eventually finished off. And Whisper does still have this lasso as Lol aggressively moves on to the Legion Commander in the backlines. He's 1v3, zoning them out. Over towards the tier 2 at the top lane, though, and Posh getting burnt down by the Mystic Flare. Collapse needed the spear to hold back C Smile. Leshrak still going wild. BKB for Lol, stunning up the Clinks. Pakaz, the save for the press the attack, doesn't even get a single kill.
And meanwhile, still hunting here, the Pango just bullying people out. Man, Laurel is getting kited so hard in this fight.
She can't do a damn thing.
This is very tragic to watch from him. I don't know whose life is sadder there, but I mean, the Monkey King is just getting absolutely focused by everything, and meanwhile, they just control this Leshrak, avoid him getting anything, and he has a Blink Dagger. Blink Dagger, BKB, Lesh. You'd think that maybe he can lock onto a target, but they're pretty elusive.
Oh, Lesh. This refresher orb, Whisper. He's got double BKB, double lasso. They've got the duel there. I think so quickly dispatched with the Leshrak. This was a guy who was like, what, 62 and 20 or something out of laning stage, crushing his mid lane. It's just been a vacuum of empty space for him the remaining time.
Yeah, he really hasn't taken over the game the way you would have expected with how strong he was. He was absolutely massive. Now bottom, Arena used on Whisper. He TPs out with lasso. Oh, he's gonna die to a shard though.
Miposhka being hunted by Matthew and C-Smile. He's popped his dust, but dead in the trees. Yeah, that kill on Whisper, the big one there. 1,000 gold, almost 1,200 for Collapse.
This is still definitely EG just firmly controlling this game. As they go base now with a few heroes, see if there's a little bit of space for Yatoro to get out on the map, man. He is fighting to try and build a Lincoln Sphere, but he needs both the Cornucopia and the recipe.
I still can't get over the fact that this support Clink's like legit item build is Solar Crest into Nullifier. It's just so amusing to me.
Yeah, he went to first as well. Yeah, I mean, it is very carry style. You don't need to buy a lot of items. Solar Crest is good enough to carry you through, you know, the entire early game, basically. That item alone is a lot of impact. So you can greed for that Nullifier. Once you have it, of course, it's going to be annoying for the enemy. You can dispel the Jingu stacks as well, so Monkey King can't lifesteal.
Yatoro needs to start picking up the pace here. Like you said, closing in on Lincoln's. So you got Daedalus into Nullifier queued up next.
I feel like the story isn't even that he needs to pick up the pace, it's that they don't have anything if he doesn't do it, right? The Clockwork plus Mars combo, I'm just not convinced by what I'm seeing so far from the two heroes together. You don't threaten to kill anything. If you go on someone with Mars plus Clockwork, nobody dies. But at the same time, if you go on someone with Sky plus Batrider or Sky plus Legion, then something dies. It's a matter of like having damage access, and Flock is just a little bit too low damage to pair up with Mars, I would say. That's why Snapfire usually, you know, Snap or Lich or something that brings more magic damage. Yeah, or Sky yourself, yeah.
That's why it felt so good in the draft that EG like stole the Sky to pair it with a Legion. Like, you don't get the Mars Sky, we get it ourselves.
Definitely did. And they also get the Aegis here, taking down Roach number 2.
And some big items being grabbed as well. Scythe or Vice.
Lincoln's finally completed here for Monkey King, as he has it. And over on the side of Chen, got the drums plus the Vlads, trying to provide a little bit of sustainability to his team. Leshrak is going for a Hex, and Mars already has his Hex. So the big play here is, can they get initiation with the Mars Hex? Problem is, though, they kind of have to go on Legion, and Legion is Aegis. If you don't go on Legion, Legion can save whoever you go on. Or at least give them a chance to get away.
They see that, right? They see the Lotuses being taken.
Yes. If you look at it, yeah. It doesn't make a noise, though, in Fog of War.
Oh, they don't go chasing. Matthew grabs a few of them.
Oh,
there's the blink, though. Does find the connection onto Matthew. Clink speared back. There's no answer here from EG. They're a little too distant. Oh, but maybe there is. Whisper and Pakaz, they both blink in. Big overwhelming odds, and the Mars being focused. Refresh off the bat. They've killed off Collapse, and they're moving on to Yatoro. The Monkey King's in trouble. Yes, Team Spirit to BKB, but the physical damage from EG is overwhelming them. Lol will TP out, but they lose so much.
Man, the damage they have even when you lose Clinks before the fight starts is so absurd right now. They have all the scaling in their team. Legion Commander got 208 dual damage now with Silver Edge as well, so she's got the crit. Absolutely massive. This is this is just looking very tough. I don't even know how you stay alive on the side of Yatoro. He BKB'd, he had Lincolns trying to protect himself, but even if you BKB, Lincolns can still be broken by something as simple as a single target spell, you know? Even if it doesn't go through, a little Arcane Bolt, yeah, okay, it's gone. BKB doesn't stop Lincoln's procs anymore.
What's the observer signaling to me? 19 to 30, 37 minutes in, 11k lead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, the fight recap isn't there. All right. So
Yeah,
where's the fight recap button? God damn it.
Don't I saying that it wasn't even a fight. It was one-sided. And I completely agree. You know, this was just EG running in. I mean, look at the fight from the perspective of Team Spirit. They just couldn't put up with anything there.
Poor Patrick. He's like, Gareth, you idiot. I'm not showing you something. I'm showing you something's missing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Goodness. Yeah, EG looking very good here in game one. Setting themselves up, still holding Aegis and Cheese in position. Yeah, taking the gem as well there. Panda's grabbed one up. Taking out the enemy Ancients. Make sure Team Spirit's piece of the pie is getting smaller and smaller.
They can barely even get out on the map at all now. This is when, you know, you take a Desperation Tormentor so that you don't lose it at least. But Roche was also taken by EG, so they have that Watcher. If you go up there, they're gonna know you're there. They see you.
They know what's up, and the Whisper, and there's no fear. BKB blinking, straight into collapse. Lincoln's was put on him, a little too late, but the duel is there. Picard's aiming straight for the clockwork, but the damage on the Picard's looking tremendous. Team Spirit taking the Legion's first life inside the Wukongs. The Venn diagram of doom, double circles here. But Lol, I don't know, he should feel safe inside here, surely? No. The duel is there. Yatoro now stuck, slowed to a crawl with 5 stacks of napalm, can't bloody move. Team Spirit getting handled by EG. Not a chance in hell.
2 cores dead, no buyback. They could call GG now, but we'll see if they're gonna try and fight. They did buyback on the Leshrac, but it's just him and 2 supports against 5 heroes. And yeah, the duel, 284 duel damage now as he won 2 duels there with the Refresher Shard.
Actually, like when you put down this arena and Wukongs, usually it's like a signal of this area is ours. Don't you dare fight here. And EG just walk straight through it.
They're too tanky at this point. Yeah. They have Shivas on the Pango as well. Going in on Legion.
Yeah, Picard's half HP. Anyone to save him? The 4 staff down to low ground. Clinks gets him out of danger. See Smile with the lasso from Whisper, catching up Lol, and they've killed the Lash. Dead for 110. The dieback on Lol. Surely here signals the end. Team Spirit getting burst down with another duel victory for Picard's. And game 1 all but done.
They're not giving up. They're hanging in here. And right now it looks like EG are just crushing Team Spirit here. They didn't really have an answer to this Clinks just running around all game, finding Yatoro. Like, the story of this game is just, they had good pickoff heroes. They also got the vision. And yeah, this is actually the story of the game. Yatoro with the help. I feel bad for him, though, because they couldn't really save him. But the problem is that, you know, he could be fine getting picked off like that if his team was achieving something big as well at the same time. But they just didn't. They didn't have the moves. They didn't go for anything. They didn't make anything happen while he was being bullied on the Monkey King, and that just can't happen.
Lacan's 322 bonus damage. Smoked up and looking for a target. Ninja Gear giving him this safety.
Look at the 3 cores with a 24k net worth, by the way. All of them just up there. Very happy and comfortable. 25k net worth lead at this point. So one of them could drop out entirely. They would still have a net worth advantage.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. It was a Pango 10 and 2. And here's a guy who got... What did you say? He got crushed in lane by the Lash?
Oh no, Yatoro again.
Oh dear. Lincoln's broken. 4 staff used. Duel is there. And Picard's another victory. That's 70 seconds with no Monkey King. No buyback for 1,500 gold. Team Spirit, I don't know. It's past the line of needing a miracle at this point. You need some cataclysmic event to take out EG here. Collapse even through the BKB getting burst down. And there it is. GG called. They lose 2 core heroes. And the game will end. Lol trapped inside the cogs. Mira, he's stuck in there with Seasmall and Whisper over the top. Got a few celebratory kills at the very end. 42 minutes. EG with a solid, crisp performance against Team Spirit here in Game 1.
Yeah, this was a very, very strong performance. And this is also, the concern I had for Team Spirit that I was talking a little bit about that we saw in DPC in general. They, in game one in a lot of series, they would drop against teams that, teams way weaker than EG here, teams that they really should crush. They were losing games to them in game one. And if you're losing those games, sure, often they would come back and win game 2 and 3, but this is just a 2-game series. You don't have a game 2 and 3. Dropping a game here, that's half the series lost already.
Yeah, you don't have time to, feel things out, get into the groove of things. You've got to be ready, snap into action. And here we just see how strong towards the end that the Legion and Batrider were. No fear. Go blinking, blind up into high ground.
Yeah, they knew the initiation was used already. The Mars already committed his spells, and they saw the positioning of everyone. That's all they need. If they have vision, and here we see that fight that you were talking about. They dropped the Wukongs. They dropped the arena soon. And
the cogs.
Yeah, the cogs even. All the small circles here, But it doesn't matter. The Legion is pretty tanky, getting a lot of heal from her high attack damage. Tango doesn't take any damage at all at this point, and Batrider kind of just cruising around, doing whatever he wants. Grabbing whoever he wants and just pulling them back into his team.
Yeah, this Panda, position 5 Skyreth Mage, had a pretty sweet game, So many frontliners who just jump in, cause havoc, get the vision that he needs. He's just sitting on the back lines, throwing spells. No real fear. The Clockwork had to focus on hookshotting Clinks. Monkey King and Leshrac really looking at these core heroes to try and kill. So the supporting cast of EG were given a lot of free reign in these fights to do whatever they wanted.
I think they're going to ban Clinks next game. I think just because of, save Yatro's mental state. Very strong mental player, but that game looked infuriating to play.
Do you do Bat and Clinks?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, possibly. Their priority doesn't really need to be in something like Broodmother, right? So you definitely could. It's a matter of pick your poison a little bit. But I think if you didn't have Clinks there, the Battering wouldn't be that big of an issue because it didn't have the vision all the time. That was just the big part. He always scouted out and just stalked around. Yatoro had to double guess himself every single time they was like, oh, can I farm this camp? I don't know. Can I? I don't have a sentry here. I scan. Sometimes he scanned the creep wave before he jumped in. But even if he did that, he's still just slowing down his pace overall. And then, of course, dying a lot to these pickoffs.
Not comfortable at all. Yeah, I mean, you might be right. It might be like Timber Clinks, because if you do back Clinks, you leave Timber in for Whisper, and that's a no kind of situation.
Yeah, he's actually way better at Timber than he is at Bat. He's a strong Bat player. He's a ridiculous Timber player. So I think pick your poison a little bit and accept the Batrider without vision. That's fine. Normally the heroes that give vision, a lot of them happen to be like offlane heroes. You have the offlane Lycan with Wolves, the Hawk from the Beastmaster, something like that. So if he plays the Batrider himself, there might not be that great vision advantage. But that's where the Clinks was just crucial for them here.
Well, there we go. Game 1 for EG. Let's see if they can continue it in this best of 2. A quick break before we return with that second game.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside. Where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you.
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters here as we continue our series between Evil Geniuses and Team Spirit. Game 1, quite an interesting draft leading into some pretty interesting lanes, and that mid-game, EG, they showed what they were made of.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they transitioned so beautifully out of the laning stage. That was very tricky, hard to read. Their draft was definitely a curveball. I think they came in well prepared here to do something strange that Team Spirit were not prepared for. And it worked out really beautifully. They took over the map in a great way, limited the amount of space that Team Spirit could enjoy. But also, I want to go back to Team Spirit and say, what was the real idea between their own stuff here? I mentioned it early in the draft that I'm not a big fan of the Mars plus Clockwork combination. Like, it doesn't threaten to do that much on its own. And if the carry gets shut down, then everything, all the pressure is on Laurel to have big impact and make plays. And he was a Leshrac, and he honestly played pretty greedy. He was not playing as a playmaker. He was playing as he wants to keep growing and, get big and get strong. So I think maybe Team Spirit got hindered a little bit by their own strategy, but EG, they got way better game there in game 1.
Yeah, it was almost as if Team Spirit kind of got, too deep into that mind games of like dealing with the Broodmother with the Mars first pick and then kind of trying to counteract or counterpick the clock into Sky, clock into Clinks, trying to deal with things that way. They got into their own heads, and quite often when you get into this position where you're counterpicking rather than creating a cohesive draft for your own style, you can just lose out in these real chaotic clashes.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. But I think a lot of it comes back to just the pairings that you make. I mean, collapse Mars, it's really good. Just give him any form of companion that you can play around and make plays together with, because he's happy to play that. It's not just a counter to Broodmother. Anyway, new game, and this is best of 2 or a 2-game series, as we prefer to call it. And Team Spirit, 1 game down here, but they can still tie it up at least against EG. EG coming in with the Leshrac first phase ban and Undying ban. So leaving the Brood in there. And of course, right now I see that Timbersaw is not banned, Gareth.
Yeah, we were talking about this at the end of the game. Do we ban the Bat, the Clinks, the Timbers in there? Team Spirit opting for that Ench first. And with this Lesh Undying, it also leaves Snapfire in for a first pick.
This complicates things. I said that I think Clinks should be a ban after the first game there, just because of how annoying he was. But maybe they have a good reaction to Clinks here. Maybe they have some preparation. But do you leave through the Timber? They banned it in the first game. Legion. Wow.
Legion?
That is some respect to Picasso on his carry Legion from last game. I mean, obviously Legion, perhaps they just banned it because it complicated the draft so much, right? The early pick Legion baited them entirely. They picked Monkey King. They thought they were going to be Monkey against Legion, which is a good lane. Then they ended up being Monkey against Batrider, which is a terrible lane. And suddenly they were very unhappy with how things worked out. So they leave the Timber. It's snap picked though by Evil instead. It's going to be Snap being snap picked. Joining here.
Yeah, and I guess the Legion is flexible across all 3 cores, right? Showing 1, 2, and 3, so you never go.
Yeah, mid Legion is pretty damn good actually. It can play very high tempo still. Doesn't have to be farming that much. Once you have Blink and Blade Mail, that's really all you need. You just keep fighting with your supports. And interesting here, we see the Silencer. A hero that's fallen off a lot in favor. He used to be the support along with Undying. It was like the top support of the patch, but then his mana cost got nerfed on W from 15 to 20, and that's literally the big reason why he fell off. Also, they nerfed a little bit initial damage on the Q by 20 damage, but the primary thing is that you can't really glaive spam anymore as effectively as a support Batrider. It's very tough to do so.
They take the Bat. Yeah, they've done this quite a lot in the past, Team Spirit. They love that Silencer. Used to be like a response to that old Pugna Storm, where they would go Silencer Ember Spirit as a second pick duo to try and counteract those combos. Taking the Batrider for themselves, the priority of this hero just rises. Like, Whisper plays it once, and it's like, oh yeah, this hero is pretty sick, huh?
Their intentions are looking very clear right now. Yeah, I mean, Batrider definitely a good hero, but look at the way they banned as well. They banned the Legion, picked the Silencer, picked the Batrider. I think this Legion ban, it's mostly about collapse being countered by it, honestly. Collapse is such an initiation type player. He
Yeah.
wants to jump one hero and burst that one hero, and Legion makes that impossible. We saw what happened when they jumped the Batrider last game. He just got pressed, he attacked and pressed BKB, and suddenly the entire initiation turns around. So now they ban the Legion, get Silencer and Bat, so it's a very obvious game plan. We're going to jump in, we're going to grab one with Lasso, hold them back, global silence, you can't do anything, that hero dies. EG though, they go for a pretty smart move. They pick an early Naga. They can dispel, of course, against both Silence and Bats, that's not too bad, but also having illusions to push out creep waves is amazing against Batrider to try and prevent those ganks and avoid getting caught out.
Yeah, I mean, another one of those saving heroes as well is out there. Maybe not something that a lot of teams play nowadays, but EG have shown both position 4 and 5 Oracle against Silencers, against Bats, against some of these heavy initiation tools. Because you can still do that like Fortune's End precast against Global. You've got ways to dispel things, keep people alive. Not sure how that could fit in here, but maybe something in the back of your head thinking, hey, that's a possibility.
Yeah, Oracle is definitely an option. It's always cool to see heads-up plays against Silencer with Oracle, since you can dispel yourself and then ulti a teammate and dispel them by doing that as well. So you basically remove silence from 2 players. It's a real strong play and gives you still that save that we were talking about with press the attack against Batrider. The lane, though, a little bit weak. If you were to go like Oracle's Naga lane, it's not really ideal. Naga needs like some form of lane bully to shelter her for the first 3 levels, I want to say. She needs to get to level 4, level 5, and when she has that, her illusions are going to start taking over. You can farm jungle super fast, but until then, you need someone with a big presence, and Oracle is a pretty minor presence in lane.
Yeah, he has a sit behind the carry kind of support.
Yeah.
Doesn't really play forward.
Does better with something like a Chaos Knight on the side, or even a Huskar carry or something, and just rely on them to be the beefy damage dealer.
Well, some beefy boys being banned out. Pango, Beastmaster, Tide, Mars, getting rid of quite a lot of these off-lane heroes. So kind of looking at this Batrider as a potential mid for Lyle.
Yeah, definitely could be. Definitely could be. I think that's a big probability here, because you don't really want to lane Batrider against Naga that badly. You can max Firefly and be okay on that lane, but it's not the most oppressive matchup against the Naga. And Batrider mid does good against pretty much any single mid hero. He doesn't really struggle. So I would prefer for them to just consider him Laurel's hero in this game. But then I want to see what they're going to pair up here, because Silencer and Batrider, yeah, the initiation is clean. We talked about that. But what are they going to bring it into? Something needs to murder the opponents. Something needs to bring them down. The damage is missing still. So what's it going to be? Who's going to be the pos 4 hero?
You need the meat grinder. Hell, there it is, yeah. Turn people into sausage.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest meat grinder in Dota, right? The saws all over the place. And they also block a little bit by taking this, remove the possibility for EG to go for it themselves. Not that I think it would be likely into a Silencer, but, never put it past Whisper to play as Timbersaw.
Yeah, they've got Bat and Silencer. I'm not counted. I'm Whisper.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm
pretty good going into a Naga lane as well, right? No, I guess no real position ones want to lane against Timber once he hits level 6.
Yeah, it's a very nice lane for sure. Timber against Naga, he is happy. He can kill the illusion super fast. In general, he can clear the illusions pretty well into the mid and not really a late game perhaps, but he does decent even all game through. So pretty nice pickup here. I think it's a good reaction. Now EG, the Snapfire, who's she gonna play with? I think that this is gonna be a pos for Snapfire, but it could also be, of course, a mid lane Snapfire, which is very popular. Could be offlane Snapfire even.
Yeah, I mean, EG definitely one of these teams that love to flex all these heroes across multiple roles. And Team Spirit right now feels like they're lacking a bit in that objective taking. A lot of magic and pure damage, good catch, tons of DPS. Not really good at taking towers or objectives right now. And I started thinking like, oh, do they want a TB or one of these heroes that can do that? And then you realize, wait, they're against a Naga Snapfire. It gets a little awkward picking your objective taker when you're already soft counted by a couple of these heroes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and say it again, man. This is a Sven game, I think. The Yatoro Sven, I'm a big fan of it. I think he does really well on it. Also think that he could go for his Juggernaut against this, especially seeing the Venomancer now come out. Makes me feel even more Like that could be the option here. A little bit annoying hero for Sven perhaps to deal with, but they need something that does pretty well against Naga, something that also brings a bit of tower push to the table. And yeah, I definitely don't think that TB is an option anymore, but we'll see what they want to go with. I mean, they can have a strong lane no matter what he goes for. Silencer usually is very competitive on that safe lane.
I'm pretty sure Veno is usually a Whisper hero, but looking back, the C Smile has played it. Yeah, Whisper, Whisper, Whisper. So they've got Flex on the Venomancer as well for the mid lane if they want to put him there.
It's a big part of like EG's identity, I feel, that they're an unpredictable team in the draft phase. Like they are in general pretty capable of swapping, a little bit like we saw before with like Sacred, being
and Dark Mago.
Yeah, exactly. Dark Mago and Sacred just having a lot of overlap between each other. It can be a very good thing. It can also be a little bit awkward though, because then you have two people practicing the same hero. You feel like, could we have a bigger, potential?
There's wide in that hero pool. Well, Medusa, that last pick in the second phase. So Bat mid, Timber off, Medusa in that carry role, Sansa 5. As Batrider is still the one that's potentially flexible as a 4, so we'll wait until that last pick to see if they show their hand a little more. This last ban phase, though, it still feels like both teams pretty open and flexible. Kind of difficult to get a read on what they're wanting.
Yeah, I mean, Mira definitely loves playing the support Batrider, even though it has been nerfed. I wouldn't put it past him to go for that as well. So we'll see if EG decide to ban out mid heroes here or pos 4 heroes, what they think is more important. They're gonna ban the mid heroes, yeah. I mean, Batrider pos 4 not as strong anymore, but the combination of Bat plus Timbersaw is still a very strong lane.
Especially when Bat can just like leave the lane for a bit and go and stack. You could make massive ancient stacks for your Medusa and Timber.
Yeah, he really could. He really could. And help with the rune control, potentially. Depending on which mid-heroes you have, maybe rune control is going to be very important. As EG, get rid of Laurel's Ember here. Ember is a hero who's very good against Naga. Once Naga gets the end snare, it can be annoying. But the general matchup is hard. Did you know, by the way, there's a counter. I'll teach you a little counter between Naga and Ember. So Naga doesn't like Ember that much. If you get Aghanims on Naga, then if Ember Sleight of Fist to try and dodge your end snare, it still hits him. And when the Sleight of Fist ends, he's rooted. Like it hits
follows him.
Yeah, because it hits invulnerable units with Aghanims.
Right.
So Sleight of Fist doesn't actually dodge it anymore if you get Aghanims, and then Ember just dies. It's a little trick in a pretty bad matchup otherwise. But back to the draft, they actually ban out Underlord. Interesting.
Yeah.
So they're thinking it could be a Laurel Timber, and that it's an Underlord against Naga, which is very, very strong matchup with a plus 4 Bat.
I was wondering what this last ban from Spirit is, because like the most normal, average way of doing this is snap mid, Naga carry, Veno off lane, and maybe Rubik 5, give Matthew some kind of sneaky ganking hero.
Yeah.
There's so many ways of doing it. That's a Wind Ranger ban.
Yeah, but I mean, if you don't know exactly what your opponents are doing, ban the hero who could go in any position as well. Wind Ranger could fill in many different roles here, off lane or mid, even as a support possibly. I'm not 100% sure, but I think we're gonna see Whisper on the Venomancer here. It just looks like a pretty good core Venomancer game to me. But it's not great to be against Medusa as Venomancer. That's one thing about this Medusa pick, is that she doesn't care about the HP percentage loss, right, from Venomancer. Is potential damage there.
Yeah, I mean, at this last pick, looking at Team Spirit's heroes, this feels like a pretty good Nyx game as a pos 4, but I have a really poor read on that hero in general.
Nyx for
EG.
For EG here? Yeah, I mean, against Timber Batrider and Medusa, definitely there's a lot that you can do.
Like playing with a Veno?
They could fit it here. They could definitely fit it. I mean, since they have so much flex in their team, I think it's a hero that would be interesting to see them go for. But Nyx is tricky. It's very all in on getting kills. If you can't get kills, then everything falls apart. Lycan?
That's a Lycan.
Into Dusa? Okay, sure. I mean, Lycan does really well against Silencer, and he doesn't do too well against the other 3 heroes, honestly. I think Medusa is pretty damn good against Lycan. You get tower push, though. So they had extra pushing power. They were missing some of that. But this pick baffles me a little bit because I don't
Wolfbite
feel
Naga.
Yeah. I'm not sure about this pick. Honestly, that was a curveball to me.
That's a curious one. Last one up for Team Spirits. The puck for Laurel in that mid lane. So it looks like it should be shifting that bat to the 4 for Mira. A collapsed timber there grabbed up. So things locked into place pretty simply for them. And we see there Panda, Pos5, Veno.
Yeah, it's going to be a support Veno here. And Lycan, the offlane Lycan. I'm curious to see how this is going to play out. I was calling for the Laurel puck in last game, but obviously the Skywrath was there, so you couldn't really play it in that game. A little bit tough. But here, decent puck game. There's still Rubik Insta-Lift, though, which can set you up for trouble if you get chain ensnared or jumped by a cookie. But this game mostly comes down to how big impact this Lycan can have to me. Because I think if he gets off to a good start, gets to take towers, and gets an early Helm of the Overlord, then I could see them definitely destroying this game. Or if he goes for just the Harpoon Manta build, which is also very strong.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at this lineup from EG, I think Tundra. I think they're going to play that wide map, cutting waves, making the map smaller for opponents. And especially when you're looking at Puck, Timber, Batrider, wanting these team fights, wanting this like individual pick-off into... converting into an objective with that global silences coverage. If you make the map smaller, they've got fewer places to choose those fights to actually take them properly. And then you have that knock-on effect of Yatro's Medusa having less area to farm. But that's going to come after that laning stage breaks down.
That is what they did last game. They restricted Yatro's space a lot. This time, though, he's Medusa. He's going to get an early Manta style, and then he's going to use those illusions to push out lanes. I am only hoping for one thing. You know what I'm hoping for?
What's that?
No Midas on this Medusa. Don't. I was talking briefly with Sing Sing, who's also co-streaming this, about the Midas Terrorblades and Excalibur as well. We're talking about the Midas Terrorblades and the Midas purchases in general. Some of them seem a little bit sketch. I'm not 100% sold on them, and we'll see what Yatoro does in this game as we get ourselves into this game 2 between Team Spirit and EG.
Yeah, they've been a bit curious, like using Midases as these like stopgap items, like 20 minutes in, buy a Midas, 10 minutes later, sell it. Kind of having it for a 10-minute period just to try and ramp up your experience gain. But yeah, it's been a little bit odd. We'll see what Yatoro decides, because currently he's got himself, Wraithband, Bassi, and Treads queued up. That's what, there we go, the Manta after. Wagamama, smile on your face.
I mean, this is the stock standard build for Medusa. I think it's very hard to argue that Manta can be delayed for a Midas, because why? Sure, you get a bit of attack speed, but having illusions literally allows you to farm another place at the same time. Having more attack speed you can't put a price tag on being able to farm multiple areas at the same time as a Medusa. That's so valuable.
And those illusions are scary as well with the mana shield on them. So difficult to kill.
Yeah, at first it didn't work at all. That was good times. And it just insta-died.
The range creep looks at the illusion, it falls over. Yeah. Well, Lala's out here, smoked up. Should get his ward placed down before anybody gets nearby.
It's the ward. Not too deep of a ward, but still going to give him very nice vision for the mid.
And EG up towards that top rune spot, sending wolves forward.
Yeah, they saw Timber was smoked, so maybe that gives a little bit of a read here for EG that, they probably put a deep ward because they were smoked. Usually, team smoking out and then showing on mid like that means that they have been, invading a little bit for vision.
Oh, Matthew's been spotted there. He walked right in between the Timber and the Puck, found a nice avenue up into that high ground. I don't know if he can steal that rune, though, even with wolves nearby. Team Spirit, 3 heroes strong in the vicinity.
Yeah,
even Panda.
Team Spirit don't really know how many heroes are up here, though, so it's a little bit scary for them. They only really see the Naga bottom, so they think all 4 heroes could be camping on that.
And EG with that high ground ward sees everyone coming. Wolves being chased, put the blood grenade into Gale. Matthew, what's he got leveled up? The Fade Bolt for a bit more damage onto Miposhka, and Scatterblast from Sea-Smile to secure it. Make sure there's no funny business.
Yeah, Laura was trying to get to deny, but not gonna happen there. So that extra little bit of gold's gonna give him some nice early items here on Sea-Smile. See if he just got super early bottle, or if he decides to go for some magic stick, which is the usual. If you get first blood out of mid, upgrade magic stick, and that's what he's gonna do. Send it out.
I give you that little leg up against these spammy heroes like Puck. We've seen these snapfires just crush lanes, like, I don't know, unexpectedly sometimes. Just come out and completely handle people. C-Smile's been playing this for ages.
Yeah, she's very annoying to lane against because of the Q. The Q actually gives you a massive 100 attack slow for 1 second. Obviously slows your movement speed too, so you can't really move. You also can't really attack. It's sort of like a soft stun, and it's very spammable. 85 mana cost, so she secures CS and she bothers you a lot. We can see she's just trying to make the puck come up so she can keep trading hits.
Oh, nice phase shift. Get away from some of that damage. Does get cookied on. Lol taking a bit of a beating there. Yeah, we were talking about, you know, Whisper and this kind of being his patch with the side lane carries coming into play. A similar story for C-Smile. A lot of these mid lane heroes which were unconventional not 6 months ago now being primetime heroes like this Snapfire. He's been playing it for years.
Yeah, definitely. He's probably very happy that the hero's, you know, become a mid-meta hero now. Top lane, some nice plays so far with Lycan there. A little bit of body block harassment brought the Medusa a bit lower than she wants to be. Only at 100 mana now. And if you get her low enough that she can't really continuously spam the snake, of course, then that makes it tough. For now, though, she's going to be fine. Bottom, blood grenades. Trading hits, TP out even.
And chucking stuff at Panda. Send him back to the tier 1. Nagasar in 5 last hits. Definitely feeling worse for wear in that bottom lane against the 9-3 collapse. The untouched Timbersaw should have a pretty easy ride.
And he's gonna get given solo experience here. Spatterai TP'd all the way to Fountain. That's obviously gonna be bad for him not being on the lane, but I think it's fine. I think Timber is happy here, 1v2 laning a little bit and getting experience. They're not pulling, pull is blocked, so he's just gonna be contesting the Naga here as much as he can, try and stop her CSing.
I mean, how do you deal with this Timber later on down the line? Is it all down to the Snapfire rotating?
Yeah, I think sometimes the best way to deal with Timber is just head in the sand. The way I like to call it is don't look
he
at
doesn't
him.
exist. La 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 la.
Yeah, I mean, you can invest resources to try and go and shut down the Timber, but you also can think to yourself, is it better to just make rotations somewhere else? Can I go bother the Medusa? Can I, you know, pressure another lane? Because Timber ultimately doesn't actually push towers that fast. It's his creeps that push the lane fast. So maybe you send someone down there to try and get rid of the creeps. You know, if you can push out, spam the lane a little bit. But other than that, ignoring Timber is usually a good call in the early game.
Is it worth bringing 4 heroes to kill him? Nah, probably not.
Especially if you don't get the kill.
Yeah, that's for damn sure. Drag back from Matthew onto Miposhka. Body blocks from the Wolves. Silencer gets himself back under the tower. Wave is going to aggro onto this Rubik, though. Blood grenade and some damage over time. Matthew, he's going to pop his wand. He's got Lotus to play with as well, so not a massive deal for him.
Yeah, Miposhka tries to fix the pull there by trying to pull it to a small camp, but Wolves secured the last hit on that. Mid lane CSing right now, 19-2 and 18-2, but still 3 creeps to take here. So C-Smile coming out with a bit of an advantage this far. I also think that he has purchased a little bit more regen on Puck already.
And 4-minute rune coming up. C-Smile going to secure that top one. Bottom, we did have Mira swing in just to make sure there's no one lurking around. Not afraid to leave Collapse down here solo, like you said. Yeah, she's getting solo experience, already level 4. A couple of points in that reactive armor make him untouchable. This is just EG trying to weather the storm and secure farm for Pakaz in the early stages.
I like what they're doing, just going up and auto-attacking the illusions there. Both heroes focusing down on the illusions. And Mira is gonna attempt to go for a pull here, but Panda trying to mess with him. The Gale, the right clicks actually do a lot of damage to that.
I'm going to jump over from Lol, gets onto the enemy side of the river. Try to do a bit of damage to the snap. It does get quite a lot on him, and C-Smile silenced up. Here. This is dangerous times. Both of them, I think, have raindrops, you know, trying to mitigate a lot of this damage. Well, down a bottom lane, they've slain Mira. Panda, blood grenade on him. The whirling death, the chain missing. Panda, very slow Venomancer, slithering along. He's trying to get a bit of distance from Collapse, dodging, juking, trying to get away from the chain, but there it is. The meat grinder comes in.
Very clean by Collapse, faking it out a few times there, getting in his auto attacks too. 2 auto attacks required there to really secure the kill. Play that very nicely.
And now mid lane. Mira's in there with a flame break. Lol orbs over C-Smile. Raindrops are keeping him alive for now, but the physical damage from the right clicks is enough. As EG rotate both supports here. They want a cross kill. I'm not sure how easy this is going to be, though. Mira's telekinesis back into the Gale. Flood grenade there, but the coil is there for Lol, trapping in the Rubik and getting him a double kill.
Laurel gonna run away now, has no mana for an orb, but he's gonna TP back to base, and that's a very common thing we saw just there. Someone dies on a side lane, then they TP mid bottle refill, and use whatever you have to get a kill on mid lane. So in reality, Laurel is happy that his bottom support died first in the engagement that happened there, so that he first got the TP bottle refill, and they could go over on Smile.
I wish you'd die more often, supports.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's helpful for mid.
Oh, it's healthy bit of death. And Medusa, 31 and 7, not being too bothered by this Lycan in the top lane. And Whisper getting his farm on as well.
One good thing about Lycan against the Medusa is they can spam the Howl non-stop for big attack damage reduction. And when you go late game, you could go for the Howl reduces total attack damage. Obviously, planning for level 25 is not really a thing so much in pro games, because most of them end way before that. But it gives you a bit of sense of security that, oh, if we go ultra late, like, Medusa isn't going to be impossible to deal with. We can just spam Howl a lot, and, you know, she has to deal with dispelling that somehow.
Well, they're still going to go on her. Wrap around from Pakaz. Naga Siren's arrived into this top lane, killing off Yatro with just an ensnare and a run forward there.
It's a very big rotation there, but Pakaz coming up top, like, it doesn't take him too long time, and now he can go up here, start farming the creeps in this area if you want, but...
Wisdom Rune. Matthew, he's got it. And he grabs it. And Miposhka out on an island here. They get found out by Panda and Matthew, but he just TPs away, knowing the stun is already spent.
I don't know how many times I've seen a Rubik just lift someone, toss them to the side when the Wisdom Rune spawns on 7. It feels like one of the big reasons why people like Rubik current patch is that he guarantees sort of the Wisdom Rune.
Oh, Mira. Playing with fire a little bit here. Gets over the cliff tops and into the trees. Pakaz sending Yatro back, and the kisses. Just chucked
He's
in
just
there.
waiting for him.
Covering fire from the Snapfire. And Whisper still chasing Mira, huh? Yeah. The Firefly ends, the wolves are surrounded, and the Batrider's dead.
Just covered both tracks. If he runs down, dies to the small wolves, run up, dies to a big wolf. Didn't really have an escape route there. Ultimately, the duration of Firefly, not long enough.
Gonna feel pretty good for Pakaz though, right? Like, Timbersaw hits 6, you don't want to be in that lane, so Naga rotates top, gets a kill on the Medusa, keeps Medusa out of the lane, and now farms that area of the map that Yatro wants to be in. Kind of forces the hand of Spirit here to put Collapse up top and defend the tier 1.
Yeah, it's a good move, but at the same time, bottom tower did fall before that rotation, so you could say that Collapse has now cleaned up bottom by getting rid of the tower, and now it's up to Team Spirit to start adjusting where they have their heroes. Yatro is currently just farming some jungle camp, but he probably wants to make his way over to a triangle, and then think about farming bottom and triangle area.
EG, I'm going to slow down a little bit. Naga Sirens down that bottom right hand corner. 2 heroes mid. And it looks like 1 hero going to be stacking up the Ancients over on that left side of the map.
Yeah, have to prepare and get yourself a little bit of extra gold. Mira is actually going to get a snipe on the courier down here on bottom.
And Whisper, he's going to TP out of top, knowing how potent that Timbersaw can be. Gets a good read on Collapse's damage output. Successfully escapes, but Pakaz might not be so lucky.
Doesn't have
3
ulti.
heroes right in around him. Yeah, you're right. No Song of the Siren to save him, so he's just going to get burnt to a crisp.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really skill Song of the Siren by level 6 as Naga. He did put a point in Ensnare, and that's already more than, you know, a lot of carries will do. So he's going to go down there. No way out, really, and they can't even punish it. They move heroes over here, though, on EG, but the vision advantage is for Dire on the cliff.
A difficult spot on the map to play into.
Yeah, but this is what I was talking about. Head in the sand. Timber is top. They don't want to play against Timber. Timber is too strong right now, so they go somewhere else. They simply don't want to be on his lane, so that's why they rotate bottom.
Was that a dead courier just floating in the middle of the sky down there? Oh, double raindrops from Miposhka.
Yeah. Mana regen, I guess, at least. Nah, that's a mispurchase for sure, but he's got to get some mana regen. Pretty expensive. Would be cheaper to buy a mask at that point.
Oh, plus 100. Helm creep down. Collapse very happy with that. Panda still looking for his level 6 in the mid lane. And yeah, Matthew still level 4 actually, 10 minutes in. It's been a tricky one for EG supports here to find some foothold on the map. And hoping their cores can clear out some of these stacks they built up.
Yeah, It's going to be a rushed Lotus Orb on this Timbersaw, by the way. Playing against this matchup, you completely understand why. He can dispel the End Snare, get rid of the Veno stuff, and also protect people from the Ruby Lift, Fade Bolt.
I mean, is this a game where the Venomancer can think about Spirit Vessel? Like POS 5, Veno, we've seen Rush Aghanim Scepter in quite a lot of the games.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we mainly saw the core Veno. Support Veno is weaker top.
This is.
Ulti.
Global, though, cancels out that initiation and collapse. 20 stacks of the... Oh, man, that magic burst damage. The haste rune gets him in position to blast him.
Yeah, that was close. That was really, really close to his TP. Man, first series and this series, so many TPs that are just barely not in time. Nice reaction with the global silence there against the kisses, but glad he could TP out during it.
Yeah, they bring everyone up here with the catapult wave. Finally clear out this tier 1 tower. And at what point do EG start thinking about Roshan with this like Lycan Venomancer?
Yeah, once you can secure that Team Spirit are not really in an active position to contest it, but they have pretty strong fighting heroes with the Puck having Witchblade already, and the Batrider, you know, also being a threat. I think you're not going to go for Roche too early here. They have decent Roche, but not fantastic.
Okay. And then that looming threat of the Medusa. Yatro's tucked himself back. Not looking amazing on the net worth, but definitely catching up after that laning stage, getting booted out of the top lane.
Yeah,
Panda right now farming.
He's slightly behind, but at the same time, the two other cores in his team are both doing fantastic. The Puck leading the way along with the Timber. So he's still going to get towards his Manta in a pretty good timing, and he, you know, thanks to him not going Midas, he's going to have that Manta in a good timing.
Hell yeah.
Same with the Naga. Pakas also going for Manta immediately here.
Oh man, Panda disappears. Level 10 Timbersaw.
I'm not too sure. You asked me about the POS 5 Venomancer. I'm not too sure, to be honest, because we don't see a lot of people play the support Veno. It's very uncommon. Usually it's the core Venomancers, and support Veno is just... I think you try and get, like, I don't know, maybe a Pavis or something, and that's
Medallion?
Yeah, Medallion is decent. It's not fantastic on you the same way it's on, like, a Clink or something, but it's a good item. Definitely acceptable. I don't think you can really afford too much this game. A Vessel would be nice to have, but I don't know if you can really get there.
It's a pipe dream. The reason I was asking, because I remember Stinger was playing POS 5 Veno a couple of days ago that we saw, and he really did rush the Aghanim Scepter as a support. But that was in a game where they kind of stomped lanes and they were winning and leading. In this kind of situation, you probably want one of these more incremental items, buy a few small components as the Venomancer. Lycan down at bottom, hunting Mira. Team Spirit bringing a couple of members down here to guard. Make sure that EG don't have easy access into the backline supports.
That's a Lycan ulti though, committed, so a little bit of a window here for Team Spirit if they want to start grouping up. They're going to heal up the Batrider. He's low HP mana right now. Once he comes out, he's going to join and they're going to smoke somewhere. However, move is coming mid. Rod of Atos.
Let's see if they can catch him out. Phase shift used, coil dropped. Still on the phase shift from the Rubik, but he's been pumped with silences. Matthew can't get away, and now the Snapfire trying to cook you out of the range of this Timber and Puck. Still giving chase while Mira's over the top of Panda, burning him down with a Firefly. Sea-Smile dived under the tier 2. Blown up by the Waning Rift and the Timbersaw catch. Dominating Puck. Panda died to Mira in that solo kill on the right-hand side. And Team Spirit starting to run over EG.
Yeah, Team Spirit just absolutely looking hyper active here. Compared to last game, they're just completely taking over. They got the bottom Wisdom Rune, they get the top Wisdom Rune as well, so both Collapse as well as Yatoro enjoying themselves a little bit of extra boost there on the experience, and an Archean Rune for Puck. No better rune to have on this hero, and he also has Travels already delivered.
Nice.
So the map is now very open for ganks, and I think Team Spirit in a fantastic lead.
So that's another hero, another topic which we've touched on, you know, covering Eastern European DPC. You were talking to Sing Sing about it in terms of itemization for the Puck, and maybe it not feeling super good that you kind of have to go Witchblade, but having a good game here, Puck's item decisions seem pretty straightforward, right?
Well, yeah, I would almost have expected him to go for a Blink Dagger over this Travels, but this does allow them to play more of a farming approach. The Witchblade is just a good damage item. You don't really have another option early on, but it's working out fantastic. Witchblade is, you know, still very active and strong in fighting. And all he needs to do is be available with Timbersaw. So the travels facilitates that. He can join in, because Timber has tons of damage, but he can't lock people in place. They can just TP out. But now, with the threat of Puck just traveling in, Timber becomes even more scary as well.
Yeah, then I guess you can kind of have Timber and Bat holding hands somewhere, and then the Puck joins in, because Bat has Blink, or is very close to it. It has the Blink delivered, yeah.
He got it delivered just now, so with Blink and Smoke in his inventory ready, he might go for a move after stacking up Ancients here, just prepping more farm for his Medusa, who's, you know, didn't have the strongest lane ever. She was doing fine, but now she's starting to take over, and he's going to be top of that net worth very, very soon.
Yeah, even stacking for himself, gone from, what, 5th to 3rd position. Slightly overtaken by the Naga for now, but that's going to change quickly.
Yeah,
Matthew
number 1 is coming.
Yeah, it really is. And Matthew in a pretty good spot there to get some deep ward coverage, but in the mid lane, caught out by that Bling Lasso play. Puck over the top, tries to cookie, and he's dead to rights.
That was a good catch. The Invis Puck there sneaking in, Invis and Arcane Rune. I mean, double Rune usually is very, very strong. And just to get himself in a good spot to initiate. And for now, EG just look a bit greedy. They don't really look like they're making moves. All of them are just farming. As I say that.
Tumble, boing. Miposhka, he will get lifted up. TP cancelled. Looked like he might have found an avenue to escape there, but EG, they're now starting to invade this ancient spot. Yatoro, he's under vision. Noxious Plague. A lot of sticky poison thrown at them, and Mira getting slowed down and burst by the physical damage from Whisper. Rubik might be in a bit of trouble, though. Spot above there as the Puck. Oh, the Waiting Rift steal. The turnaround with Lotus Plague saves up Lol. Right place, right time, but Lol has moved into this Lycan, who grabs a triple kill. Seasmile's lurking in the shadows, waiting on the outskirts of the fight, while Whisper keeps fighting into Yatoro. Now the Naga, the Snapfire, they just unload the damage on her. It's just ignore Collapse and go absolutely wild on the rest of these Team Spirit heroes.
Yeah, and then they just song and TP out. Like, this isn't even a song to do anything but save Matthew there. It's not like any core was in danger, but they don't need to save the song for someone else. They keep Timber from getting a single kill there as they exit. And Lycan, big impact in that fight. He went for the Helm of the Overlord build as well. That's the entire thing now. And it was very funny to see the triple heroes jumping in. A lot of
tumbles.
A lot of tumbles coming in.
Honestly, though, MVP, Matthew. Like, before that fight started, we saw Seasmile die mid, maybe because Matthew was out migrating into that enemy triangle and he got that high ground ward down. So, EG saw everything in that fight.
Yeah, that was really, really good vision. And it's also where the Wolves can be big for just scouting as well. But, of course, having deep wards help a lot. And, yeah, the fights, Team Spirit probably thought that they were stronger for team fighting and ultimately didn't connect that well. The fight started with them running away from Lycan ulti, and then they tried to turn it into a fight, and it was just hard for them to do so. They didn't get to start the fight on their own terms. And EG now, as I said that they weren't making moves, they made a very, very crucial move there with the Lycan and the Rubik to start.
That Helm of the Overlord. Massive creep, the Ancient Granite Golem there to play with. Collapse, still trying to get involved here, playing very far forward.
Yeah, they don't have Snapfire Kisses yet, so they know that no Snap Kisses, no Song. Lycan just got his ulti back, so Team Spirit playing pretty confidently here, going up and taking over the map. Top lane, Panda. Just being sneaky here.
Right on the edge of the scan as well.
He's setting himself up to farm the enemy jungle.
He's in the mines, Waga.
He is literally in the mines. He yearns for them. Setting up a British tourist attraction here.
Get into the mine shaft. Go down the elevator. See what awaits you in the deep depths of darkness. Lol poking up to the enemy high ground. No vision there for Team Spirit, though. It's a little worrisome, but they do blink lasso the Venno. Drag Panda back in. He gets a couple of spells out, though. Ulti plus Gale onto Mira. Shapeshift Lycan hunting for Miposhka. The summons and creeps going to slice through him, and now Mira's in trouble with the kisses over the top. Yataro's going to come in with the help of the coil. They've blown up Matthew, and now Timbersaw's joining. Coil snaps to the cookie. Seasmile going to get slowed in the chakra, and he's dead. A double for Collapse. Whisper TPing out. And Pakaz, out on the map, not involved.
I mean, it wasn't as bad as it could have been there, at least, because they managed to get 2 pickups in the back, but they're getting absolutely handled here, and it by you know, a lineup with Medusa. You do have your Naga farming, but Naga doesn't do that well against Medusa later on. The matchup isn't the easiest. So, a little bit worrisome for them losing that fight. The Lycan ulti was very early. But ultimately, it's all about the puck. The puck is not being controlled enough. They just have the Rubik lift for now. They need some more tools to deal with him. I'm looking through their purchases here and see if they're trying to get something. Naga is going for a heart. She's about to complete it in just 100 gold. So I'm not going for an early orchid or something like that.
Yeah, Rod of Atos not the easiest to land either.
Yeah,
clicking on the Venomancer.
Venomancers, yeah, he's going for Aghanims with 2,600 gold in his inventory, so surely he buys the point booster now. Yeah, there he goes. Stops holding his money and buys it. A big thing, by the way, previously in some ganks that I find to be very odd. If you throw Noxious Plague as Veno, and it gets disjointed, say, by Phase Shift or Blink or something, or Manta Style, in the case of the gank that we saw, then it still spreads to all the targets nearby. The spread effect still happens. That's how Batrider died from the slow earlier. There was a Manta dodge on the ulti, and that immediately meant they triggered. If you didn't
threw it at Medusa and it just like spread everywhere.
Yeah, if he didn't Manta dodge on Medusa, then Batrider wouldn't get slowed yet. It would wait, but then of course the Medusa would be slowed instead. So she basically just passed it on.
Hot potato. Doesn't want to touch it. Spirit gathering up pretty much everyone down bottom. Timbersaw, the only one out there.
Yeah, Butterfly means that they want to go for Roche here. Not a great timing for EG to fight into Team Spirit here, since the Illusions and the Lycan Wolves, even the Venom Wards, the auto attacks from Snapfire, none of it can really connect that nicely on Medusa. So Medusa has a massive power spike right now, and that could lead to them taking maybe Tier 2 Tower or maybe Roche.
Miposhka by the outpost. I see Small just trying to clear out that mid wave. Lal is waiting to collect it though. Make sure that map equilibrium just shoved across the river. Give Team Spirit a bit more leeway heading down to that bottom right corner.
Yeah, we can see the builds being queued up on the puck. He wants to go for a Sange and then goes for the Aghanim Scepter. Interesting. Really going Aghanim Scepter is not too common on puck anymore, ever since it changed into the enemies are attacked in Dream Coil.
Yatoro is kicking out everyone from that bottom jungle.
There's a nice spell for Mystic Snake, or for Rubik here. Mystic Snake, gonna be very, very synergetic for him. Double nuke. Panda again in trouble.
Yeah, he steps out of line.
I mean, that's what supports do. You have to try and push yourself into dangerous areas sometimes and provide information for your team, try and get some wards down, you know, be sneaky. Sometimes you get caught on your bullshit, and that's what happened to him there.
Well, it's a bit of information, right? You know there's a couple of heroes there. They're pushing tier 2. They're not in Roche. We don't need to bother about contesting Roshan right now.
Yeah, and look what Team Spirit do with that. They transpose from giving information, we're all bottom, to immediately smoke to start moving top. Obviously, though, there was a ward nearby, and they see that there's no one behind Medusa right now, so we'll see if the smoke is going to connect. It might, but they're playing pretty safe here on the side of EG, just trying to farm the map.
I'm going to try and connect with that Timbersaw. Utilize his massive damage output.
And set up for a tower. They got the tier 2 tower bottom. Yatoro just solo pushing it, pretending as though he had backup, led to him getting the tower. And at the same time, EG didn't want to show top, because, yeah, they might have backup bottom, but they could also be behind Collapse. And they didn't want to risk it. Correctly so, they stay away from either.
Yeah, I mean, good luck dealing with Collapse right now. Pretty much untouchable as he just chains straight forward in towards Pakaz. Trying to slow down his retreat.
Nice spell to steal for Rubik. Tons of damage.
Yeah, great stuff for him to grab. Team Spirit, they are maneuvering up here with everybody. How are we looking on the timer? 30 seconds till night? So this makes sense. Pushing out his tier 1. Gather themselves up, readying for that transition of Roshan into the top left corner. But Mira, Lotus Orb on him to get rid of the ensnare. Rooted up though by that Rod of Atos, and looking like he's going to die to Naga Illusion as Bat's gone. Yatoro is going to have to Stone Gaze here as the Lycan diving into the back, looking for the supports. Miposhka shredded, does get off his global. Before dying, the kiss is cancelled in the middle of that, but now Yatoro, he needs Collapse here to try and protect him. He's lost all of his mana. Yatoro close to death, and he will fall in the end. collapse. He's like the only one left standing. He's got a 1v5 right now. Matthew with the lift up, dragging back into Whisper. He blows up the Rubik. Collapse. He'll slip away. Pops is great at healing Lotus, but Lol doesn't really want to join in anymore.
Yeah, he's chasing though. He knows Lycan doesn't have ulti anymore, and Lycan also doesn't have boots, so he's trying to catch that. He gets held in place though.
Can I kill him?
I don't think so. He has Lotus ready. He can keep walking. He's very hard. I think actually saying he has Lotus ready isn't very descriptive anymore, since there's Lotus Orbs. But yeah, Lotus Orb, Lotus pools, you know. Get the Lotus Orb ready.
Multi-Lotus. He's just sticking around and going back in. He sees Panda, knows how quickly he can take him down. Does get some poison and goo thrown at him.
It's like, don't kill my friend, I beg of you, but
just come back here. Get slapped. Stop moving.
Chain
Lotus
stun
Orb in 3 seconds. The chain stun from the Cookie. Whisper with the damage, trying to control up, and they do kill off the Timbersaw. His unstoppable streak finally put to an end.
Ooh, he gave him a lot of gold too. Look at that, over 1,500 gold going over their way. Very, very nice.
And then they're into the pit. This was Team Spirit's plan, right? To win a team fight top and then shift back into Roche, but it's EG who come out on top in the end.
Yeah, and now they have Assault Cuirass as well in Lycan, so this Roche is pretty damn fast. They have Orchid over on the Naga. Team Spirit want to contest this, but they're not quite in time.
Without the Timber? They're still in position here, looking like they want to fight. They've got to bail on this, surely.
There's no way. There's no way they fight without Timber. They're trying? Okay, Yatoro is going in. Yatoro wants to take this fight. I don't know what
this is a risky one. They do get the Blink Lasso. Mira finds a great target. See Smile, BKB up. He's going to die. The physical damage overwhelmed him even through the BKB as Whisper shape-shifted just to sprint away from danger. Team Spirit, I mean, they come in, get a big pick off, and now they're looking at Pakaz.
I'm surprised that he's just running away there on Lycan because, you know, the lasso was used. Timber's dead. I feel like he could have ulted and just run in, done what he did in the previous fight, kill down the silencer if he shows himself, or maybe even threaten to go over on the Medusa again.
Pakaz throwing some nets at Yatoro. Scardy's here for the Deucer now, though. Pakaz, no mirror image, holding Aegis. Manta style ready as well, but a coil in from Lol, snapping it onto the Rubik, and the Timber Chain. Slices straight through Matthew. Whisper with no shapeshift, gonna have to TP out. There's a lacking of stuns here from Spirit to stop him.
They're gonna kill his creep, though. That's pretty big. The dragon is very important for Lycan. Going for this Helm of the Warlord build, you really don't want to lose your mega creeps, or your ancient creep. So he's gonna go straight to ancient camp again and try to find a new creep.
That's like 250 gold. Nice chunk of change there. Yatoro frontlining. There's a DD rune spawned down at bottom. Medusa just gonna pop a Manta, run it back.
It's also a big thing for Lycan which creep you have. He's gonna go over here and find the Thunderhide, but it's nowhere as strong as the dragon.
I mean, does he just die to collapse here? There's Timbersaw. He's a little alone trying to find that snipe on Whisper, but the kisses and the slows, the gale and everything, but half HP Timber gets away with the help of that global silence coverage. And now Pakaz being eyed up by Mira. Blinks away from the ensnare as Lal and Miposhka waiting in the wings. Yatoro even looking to join in.
Medusa,
rooted up by the Rod of Atos, surrounded by these Lycan creeps. Dangerous territory for EG to invade into, though. They 4-man smoke, still trying to play into this Naga Aegis. But Team Spirit very strong with their front line.
Yeah, Team Spirit have that DD rune on the Medusa, so holding that, if they fight into it, they know that she can just pop that DD rune, and that would be a very dangerous fight to take for EG. So they're just relaxing a bit now, backing up. They use the smoke and try to reposition, maybe get some deep rewards. Right now, the vision advantage is pretty big for Dire, as they decide to go for this early gem. Got themselves some really nice vision planted as well.
Pakaz being zoned by 2 Deucer illusions. Get out of here.
Yeah, those illusions. I mean, they farm so fast and also push people away. Bottom lane, collapse. In pretty populated territory here. 3 Radiant heroes are nearby.
Whose territory is it, though?
Timberman's?
Is this your home, EG? I don't think so. You're being evicted. Timbersaw. The big bad wolf, huffing and puffing, blowing your house down. Whisper, his little puppy right now, not shapeshifted up, collapse, Lotus Orb up, bouncing spells back and forth. See Small, BKB'd and still trying to fight into this as they do lasso Venomancer up on the right-hand side and shred through him, but collapse. He's dead in the end. Whisper with a shapeshift, big damage at the mirror with the crits. Okay. Will they reclaim their house?
Lycan does have a lot of damage. He's going for a Hex next on the Lycan as well. It's really nice to get some control against the puck, be able to lock down heroes and get some kills. I like the idea of him going Hex and then maybe even back for a Halberd as well for the Medusa, since he can kind of get away with just going for these control items now. His damage is already pretty damn good on Lycan.
I love these Hex pickups. We've had so many games where like offlane Lycans and Beastmaster literally just go, okay, help me the Overload, Overload. Oh, Coil misses.
Coil gets duped there. Nice little 4-staff by Rubik.
There's like 2 core items, then it's like, okay, I need Blink, Hex, Refresher Orb. And then I've got Blink, Double Hex.
Yeah, it's very nice when you have all those things. But Puck already preparing for it, though. He's buying a Linken's for himself, so he's going to be ready. Probably not preparing for the Lycan's Hex necessarily, but more so the Rubik Lift and the Orchid on Naga. But the more things you have, the harder it is for Puck to survive, right? If you have Orchid alone, maybe that's not going to be enough. But if you have Orchid and Hex, and then, you know, maybe someone else triggers Linken's as well, then suddenly Puck's game is really hard to play.
Let's do a welfare check on the Venomancer. On 7 and 14, he's got his Ags.
Yeah, he has Ags, and I think, you know, he's working on that 4-staff. Definitely would be nice for him to have some way of repositioning, as we've seen him die like 6 times to Timbersaw, just cutting him down. But yeah, the Aghanims is definitely pretty damn useful. Gives you some value when you die, right? Because even if he dies now, the effect of the ulti still, or the effect that happens.
You're spreading the plague. Medusa illusions, ever present. Just clearing out an entire creep wave. Not even 3 heroes could take them down. And a Maelstrom grabbed up by Yatoro now. So a way to deal with these Naga illusions and Lycan summons a little better.
This is it's looking like they're shutting them out in a nice way and aiming to take control of the top part of the map. It's a funny game though, because EG, I don't feel like they're as far behind as the gold indicates. It's a 9,000 gold lead, but really EG have put up some pretty strong fights as well.
Yeah, especially with this Naga hitting her timings.
Oh, her butterfly is on courier. She gets it before it dies.
That was a little close for comfort.
That was very clutch. If she didn't get that, that would have been 2 minutes and 40 seconds of not having your butterfly. Could have been a big timing window for Team Spirit to play on. But she was there close enough.
What is that? That's like then a 15k gold lead that Team Spirit would have, basically.
Yeah, essentially. It would be really good timing.
Yeah, Team Spirit there. Now this gold lead is the gold lead. I think only the Puck is holding on to a tremendous amount of money. Everyone else is buying out, spending up.
Yeah,
EG are going to smoke.
Working on a BKB on the Batrider and a second Lotus Orb over on the side of Silencer as well, making sure that they have more dispels.
Where are EG heading? Straight into their Ancients? Dire have scanned them. Bloodstone delivered by the Timber.
They're going on him? Oh, he jumped away.
He's already chained out of there. Who can they chase now? Rod of Atos, a Cookie, catching Yatoro a little bit. Chuck a Gale at the Timber on the right-hand side as they do blow up Miposhka in the backlines. This Lycan making life a living hell for Spirit supports. But with their front line still tanking through everything, Collapse and Yatoro just stand there fighting. Whisper and Picard's not quite sure that where they want to be right now. They're thinking about evacuating this top area of the map with a Song and a TP out. Looks like they do not want to battle anymore.
Yeah, they don't have Lycan ulti. Lycan went in, did his job, and now he's gonna just run away. Same Snapfire already used her ulti. So instead, mid, we see Laurel TPing to mid, shoving mid. Seasmile is still here.
I mean, with that information, Picard's has gone on the Deucer now. Yatoro, he's been surrounded. Doesn't have the backup of anybody. Seasmile's zoning out Laurel. Yatoro is dead. Picard's has come in and got the job done. They do lasso the Snapfire up to the cliff top, though. The BKB not going to work out for her. Collapse and Laurel wanting to snipe out Matthew. Not able to get on top of the Picard's Naga Siren, and a good lift back by the Rubik gets him a bit of distance, but the chase continues. The Siren's on the puck, though.
Trouble.
This Orchid might be in a spot of bother, but he's going to get the fake shift and the orb out. Whisper still being hounded and harassed by this collapsed Timbersaw. Chakrams and whirling dance causing a whole world of hurt and pain. But Collapse is a little alone now. He's on the wrong side of the tracks, but he's so tanky they can't do anything against him. Panda's got to seal Totem to high ground. You're right, he does. I don't care tier 3s and tier 4s. I've got heroes lined up in my sights.
Oh yeah, Whisper's a good Timber. I'll show you. Collapse pulls out his own Timber here and is having an absolute field day, just doing whatever he wants. 11-3, level 23 in this game, and they don't have a good Timber counter in their lineup. Like, none of their heroes are amazing against Timber. All of them are actually quite bad. And he's showing it. He's letting it show here as he's now going to get the Shard coming out as well. That will greatly help him run people down as he gets that Flamethrower as well.
And push buildings as well. I mean, at what point do you take your heads out of the sand?
Well, yeah, you need to start addressing him. He gets both Wisdom Runes. That puts him to level 25. He was just level 23. He has the second Chakram now. Uh-oh. This is getting dangerous, Gareth.
Yeah. That is an awful lot of damage.
He is going to cut people up so fast. I love the fact he's going for a Blink Dagger next. I think it's absolutely the item he needs. And yeah, this game is going to start blowing wide open. He has the Travels ready to join his team. Thinking about TPing through. He sees bottom, sees that Pass is in the area.
It's kind of amazing how Timber has like changed over the years from being I tank, me tank, to being like one of the best, if not like the best, magic and pure damage bursting heroes in the game.
Yeah, at least in this game that we're seeing right now. I mean, he's saying, puck step aside, Snapfire, move over. This is Timbersaw. I'm going to show you how to burst.
EG are readying themselves for a contest on Roche, but Nagasaren's a little distant. Got to migrate through the river. Far to the northwest as Roche drops to half health. Kisses starting to rain in onto Team Spirit. Bit of covering fire from Madame Howitzer. Lars looking for the jump. They do see the Rubik. Looking for the quick snipe onto Matthew and should get the job quickly done. Lasso on the snap as well. Mira found a secondary target. C-Smile in trouble. Nagasaren trying to loop in behind them as C-Smile TP's away. Where's the rest of EG? They're lurking, hiding in the trees. Whisper is in the tree lines. Pakaz is trying to steal Roshan. He might get it done. He songs up. Roche close to death. Can they finish it off before the song ends? The Aegis is in hand and he's TPing home. And he stuns and he catch nothing to stop him.
Wow. Wow,
No.
wow.
What?
That was a really clutch move. Holy.
I was watching Naga on the map and wondering, what the hell is he doing?
Holy, that was a really clutch move. That was a terrible fight overall. And he managed to spin it around to have a good ending. That was absolutely crucial. He didn't get the cheese though, so he only gets 1 star. Sorry, could have been better. Only took the Aegis.
Left the cheese.
Yeah. It's a tip for the enemy for the hard work they did, you know, bringing down Roche solo.
Have you seen what Collapse has got as his neutral item? He's going to show C-Smile what it is.
Oh,
Timeless Relic burning through the Snapfire. He's in a 1v4 situation, but he kills off C-Smile, takes down the Lycan. The puck is joined in to help him out and bring the numbers up as Collapse. Oh yeah, he regens up a ton of mana. I think he ate a Lotus there to chase into the tier 3s and get on top of Panda. Shadow Amulet time for the Venomancer. Hide away, don't play the game, please leave me alone. Collapse. He's taking a little bit of chip damage, but I just don't think he's bothered at all. Panda's the one taking the brunt of the damage, dies in the end, pops his ulti as the Nagasaran gets lassoed back into them. Yes, you've got Aegis, but you could die twice here potentially. Flame Break and the Global Silence giving coverage, but Mira BKB slips away from the Naga's damage. Now with the slow, the Skadi keeping tabs on Pakaz. Collapse, he eats up the cheese. The Snapfire buying back to try and fight. Slow to the Chakrams as the Puck and Timber keep on chasing. Shadow Amulet's there, but Pakaz on the right side, we see her. Nagasaran slowed to a crawl, TPing out, again successful with a lack of stuns, but EG is still being run over, dived by their tier 4s. This Timbersaw is untouchable.
Absolutely amazing for him. He can do whatever he wants. They went on him. They thought that maybe we can kill him. Pakaz has to be careful stepping up here. But you see how easily they reinforce. They have that Global Silence always ready. They have the Travels on the Puck, and people just reinforce so easily. And you do not bring down Timber fast. 4.5k HP, you don't need Aghanims if you're this tanky.
Yeah, Panda getting coiled up and slammed by the Chakrams. My god. Collapse with his damage. Bloodstone's up, permanent mana regen. And the barracks starting to get taken down by Team Spirit.
Look at Mira coming in.
Yeah, lasso on to C-Smile. I mean, he bought back previously, so a death here means he's gone for 100 seconds. Pakaz on an island. Stranded here. He's got no one to play with. Body blocked into death, and that might be it. No buybacks for EG, and their base is crumbling.
It's all falling apart. This Timber is doing absolutely whatever he wants. He wants another kill, gets another kill. Level 27. Lycan ultis to run back into his fountain, but not really much more he can do here. Yes, Hex, but Lincoln's is ready on the puck.
Complete monster. This Timbersaw. Straight onto the tier 4s. And Panda and Whisper. Oh, you just don't last long. I get the Scython to collapse for a couple of seconds and rest. There's no safety. No breathing room.
Too long of a slow, just can't really get away, and the Chakrams eventually will find you. Still refusing to tap out here. They do not want to call it, but I don't think you have a choice. This game is over. Lycan doesn't have ulti. They just kind of watch as their throne gets brought down here. Team Spirit going for a little bit of a dive before the game is over.
Classic Team Spirit fashion as well, right? Lose game 1, a little bit of sloppiness. EG look very good. Game 2, they come out swinging. Collapse Timbersaw. Beautiful
like
stuff.
If this was a 3-game series and we would see game 3 here, I think Team Spirit played them again. And that's the thing. That's what I don't like about Team Spirit, honestly, is that game 1, they tend to have this weakness, and then they look like a completely different team in game 2. I do want to say shout out to Whisper on the effort that he did here, because this might be 9, 1, and 10 on Lycan in a game where you lost. So definitely, did the most that he could here. He got a lot of kills. He ran down the silencer a lot, but ultimately the hero didn't address the Medusa, the Timbersaw, the Puck. These heroes, that's the problem with the Lycan pick. He kills supports, but you don't kill the Timber and the Medusa here, surely.
Yeah, Collapse completely unanswered in this game. Really, just running in 1v5 in a lot of these fights to start things off. Break vision, get a kill, get the numbers advantage, and then these boots of travel come into play from Team Spirit. EG here, we see them, fighting back, but whenever they got a teamfight win, it was always on the back foot, like on their doorstep. Yeah, they get a couple of kills. They rebuffed Team Spirit for a while. A good steal on an Aegis later on down the line as well is like a silver lining, making an awful situation a little bit sweeter. It just was never a resounding victory in any of these actual engagements.
Yeah, no, it was very, very difficult. The fights that they did win was when Team Spirit kind of overstayed or split up, like when Medusa stayed top after a team fight win, and they traveled the Puck mid. Medusa should probably not have stayed, or Puck should not have traveled. Doesn't really matter who's in the wrong. The team was in the wrong, right? They split up a bit too much, and then they lost extra resources. But overall, this game looked very controlled from Team Spirit from the start to finish, I want to say. EG did have some moments of hope. They, did have stuff going for them, but ultimately, I'm not too sure about the post 5 Venomancer being reliable. I'm also not really happy with the way they picked Lycan into those heroes, even though he got a lot of kills. He didn't seem like he solved the existing problem of the Timbersaw, of the Medusa. And ultimately, Team Spirit, they round out the series here, 1-1.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, another one of those drafts where, EG trying to do these bait and switches, moving heroes around into different positions, kind of trying to unsettle them, but a really good showing just in the draft in general from Team Spirit to, solidify their own game plan, what they want to do rather than trying to mitigate their opponents or meet and match what's going on there. And like you said, 1 apiece, rounding out this best of 2 in the group stage for the Riyadh Masters. And I think we've got about a 20 or 30 minute break until our next series, which is going to be Tundra against TALON. So we'll see you then.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still,
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters group stage as we move on from our EG Spirit series into TALON against Tundra. A bit of alliteration there as we head into some great Dota 2, Waga.
Yeah, this should be very exciting here as we get to see Tundra, of course, very capable of doing a lot of different strategies and different gameplay. Top level team going up against TALON, who also have some great players on their sides. And this should be a good battle here. I'm excited to see what both teams are going to bring to the table. Are we going to see 9 mixed up with some of the mid heroes? Are we going to see some experimenting? Will the draft look, sort of ordinary, or will we see curveballs the way we saw in the previous series that we just had, where EG came with a little bit of a surprise in the way they drafted?
Yeah, tons of stuff you can do. I mean, Tundra, it's felt like they've been quite consistent since winning TI, still getting top level results, going into Dream League, the majors, coming third at Bali, which TALON didn't compete at. But TALON, they've been, I don't know, a little inconsistent, I want to say. Looking back, they were third at Lima Major, but then doing well in their own region, not showing up at Bali. Berlin Major and Dream League Season 19 weren't great for them. Then they hit 4th place in Dream League Season 20. So they show they can post great results against top-tier teams. It feels like it's about hitting their rhythm, really.
Yeah, it's a bit like that. I mean, it's about having a patch that favors you, perhaps, or having a style that fits for the current patch as well, and how you're performing so far. They're one series up here in the group stages. I believe is their current result as they played against Team Secret and went 2-0. So they managed to get a clean win in their previous game. Them and BetBoom are the only ones who are sitting at 2 points right now in Group B. So we'll see here if they can take another point or two here up against Tundra, how it's going to go. We're heading into the draft here, so we'll see exactly what approach the teams are going to go for.
Yeah, find out what those priorities are, because we see these shift up all the time, team dependent, patch dependent, and what you're aiming for yourselves. And it still feels like these, Enigma, Timbersaw, Broodmother, Chen, Undying are kind of the big ones for me, looking at those first phase bans. But TALON have been banning out, Monkey King, Bloodseeker, and Chantress can slip in there as well.
Yeah, it's, going to be a Darkseer as well. First phase ban here. Definitely a hero that 33 can be quite obnoxious if he gets his hands on. I always feel like 33 and Saksa, they have such a strong offlane duo. The two of them really know how to, pester the enemy safe laner as much as possible. And that's usually a feeling you have. If you play against an opponent in Dota and they're annoying you, then they're playing good Dota. That's basically high praise, like an annoying player. A lot of players in interviews will say this too, like, I hate playing against that guy. He's just annoying. He does little things.
It's like no matter what we pick, how we play, it's just there's no solution to this irritants constantly coming our way. Yeah, I mean, I remember a Skitter interview talking about Saxa as well. He's getting a little upset that Saxa's stealing all of his heroes. This position 4 Saxa guy, he's taking up, Slark and stuff like that. Ember Spirit, Batrider, all these kind of wonky position 4s that really are very annoying in the laning stage.
Yeah, he likes playing heroes that can high harass in laning stage usually. We see the target bans here on 33, quite common against Tundra. A lot of teams do this. They're banning out the Doom as well as the Darkseer. So we'll see if Tundra decide to go for a first phase pick for 33. A lot of times they don't. A lot of times they wait to the second phase still, letting teams keep exhausting their bans against them. But yeah, I was going to say Saksa, his laning heroes that he plays, tons of them are just so high harassed. Like, we would play those Hoodwinks, the Maranas,
the Techies.
Techies, of course. I guess everyone hopped on that after a while, though.
I guess Techies hit a little bit with a nerf stick. Not as popular as he was just a month ago. We'll see where they head. And yeah, you're right. We could see like an Enigma first pick here that, Tundra flex later on for a 3-3 grab later on down the line. But then we could also see these Visage and Lycans be literally last picked for them. As it is TALON to first pick with Undying in the pool. That could be a solid option, but it's Enigma that is the first pick.
Okay, so open up with the Enigma. Definitely a hero that a lot of teams are prioritizing very highly. Wouldn't be surprised to see Tundra respond with the Undying still into that, since Undying pairs pretty well against Enigma. You can get the Shard, and then you can save someone during Black Hole even with the Tombstone grab. And Tombstone in general does pretty well against the Eidolons and Enigmas. Overall positioning is hard to get a blink off when the zombies are on you.
Give me that gyro again. Give me the old Parker gyro we saw the other day.
Oh, wouldn't surprise me, actually. I mean, Tundra definitely have run carry gyro in the past. It's certainly a hero that we might see here as Skeeter plays a very good gyrocopter.
He sure does. Well, Pango, Batrider first up, so this could be the Saxa Bat position 4, could be mid, Pango flexible, keeping things open. But I don't know about you, probably looking at 9 Pango, Saxa Bat.
Yeah, most likely. 9 plays a really strong Pango as well, but 9 is also very sneaky of a mid player. He likes, baiting people and then taking something else. So we're gonna see the Queen of Pain here. The Koto Classic, actually.
Yeah, one of those heroes you really rose to fame on. Usually a response to the bat mid when you kind of know it's a bat mid, but this keeps their options open, maybe forces that bat into the 4 guaranteed.
Yeah, this is, this is also a spot where you could consider being sneaky and do like +3 Pango, +4 Batrider, and give 9 the chance to counterpick some weird 9 hero on the mid lane, bring out some random like Witch Doctor or whatever on the mid lane against the Queen and just win.
Is that the matchup? Witch Doctor against Quap? That's the
Witch Doctor wins against Queen. Yeah, she does.
The only person on the planet.
I've actually played this matchup with 9.
Of course you have.
It's actually nearly unplayable for Queen because you skill the heal. You get Maledict, you get heal, and it's very difficult to play the lane for Queen.
Your dagger does nothing.
Yeah, and just by standing, within the heal aura at all, if you get maledicted, you can't keep trading hits. You have to back out of the heal aura or you just absolutely get destroyed. And it sounds weird, but that's the kind of stuff 9 brings to the table. He has a lot of understanding to these strange mid heroes that can sometimes be good. He's played his Caudal mid was, kind of famous after a while. People started doing it, more people than just him. But he played that. He played Oracle mid. He played, Witch Doctor's mid. He's done a lot of weird stuff. And I'm hoping that we get to see something like that. Queen is punishable.
Yeah, the Rubik mid could come out as well. Lots of options.
I mean, they're against Enigma, so it would almost be surprising to see Rubik not get banned here in the second phase by Talon.
Yeah, having instant disable against Quap, the steal against Enigma, Fade Bolt against Eidolons just in the lane.
They banned Silencer and Naga though, so they already covered their bases a bit there. I think Rubik is maybe on the chopping block there for the ban as well. Tundra, on the other hand, going to ban out the Tiny. Also got rid of Morphling.
Yeah, I mean, Tiny, one of Q's real prime heroes, and then during the Bali Major, we saw the resurgence of Tiny Enigma lane in particular. Those toss back into Eidolons, very strong lane to play into.
Yeah, it's very good. I mean, tossing into Eidolons is good, and then later on you just have so much potential. You can sometimes give a little lift to Enigma to get him closer into the fights, toss him in. You can toss people towards the black hole. There's a lot of nice interactions. I think the 2 heroes work really well. You also get the 1 melee, 1 range, very natural laning stage.
And then it can be super annoying playing a Pango into Tiny as well. The avalanche, like multi-stun instances, stopping your roll, gets real irritating. It's all round a good sound ban. And there's the Visage removal.
Okay, so they're not getting rid of the Rubik here, prioritizing instead to not play against Visage. So they're really thinking that this is a mid Pango for sure. Not expecting this to be a double offlane possibly from Tundra. I mean, Pango offlane isn't very common. It's definitely not. It can be played, but it's not so oppressive.
Yeah, it feels like the only player I've seen in recent times has been Sacred, picking up that offlane Pango, because that was one of his key heroes. Really has been a mid lane special hero for the majority of the past couple of years.
He benefits too much from bottle and rune control, is the thing. Yeah. He has so much mana requirements, so playing him on offlane is very complicated, since you can get Vanguard for sustainability, but if you don't have mana to keep spamming spells, what point is it to have a Vanguard, and why not just be an Axe or something else at that point?
Oh, this looks familiar. We've got Bat, Timber, and Pango. Our last series was full of these heroes being very annoying to deal with.
Definitely, we saw what the monster of collapsed Timber. He just we looked at the stats after the game. He actually did more damage than the entire enemy core trio combined. That was a fantastic game of Timber. We'll see if Talon have a better reaction to it here, if they can counter it a little bit nicer.
I mean, maybe not as a freer game as that last one. He's against Quap and Enigma with some pure damage, quite a lot of burst.
True. Both heroes adding pure damage is really key. Having the capability to burst them. And there we go. They respond a little bit more with Monkey King, a hero that does well against Timber. It doesn't automatically win or anything. You can still just, avoid scaling up your E on Timber and go for a max QW build and burst the Monkey. But it's a good matchup nonetheless.
10 seconds.
Yeah, and in your mind, does this now move Enigma into the position 3 role, or are you happy with Enigma Monkey King against the Timber Bat?
I think you can play Enigma Monkey for sure. If that's what they prefer to do, they can definitely go for it here. I think you can throw it towards the offlane as well. It comes down a little bit towards what they want to pick as their 4th hero here. I assume they're going to pick their pulse 4 hero. Yeah. Well, I mean, that looks really good with Enigma, though. You could do Enigma Spirit Breaker on the offlane, but ultimately the question is: are they gonna last pick a pulse 5 here, or is it gonna be a last pick for the offlane?
And Jab's gonna pick up a carry.
Dude, I'm so happy to see this Spirit Breaker too. The Spirit Breaker against Batrider is very good. Good against Timbersaw, good against Pango. This is a great Spirit Breaker game, and I think that hero is still very good, even though teams are not rating him as highly anymore. I believe a lot of that comes down to the mid to late game where people just learned to buy Nullifier against this hero. Get rid of Bulldoze, get rid of the possibility for him to save himself, and you just slow him with every auto attack. It's one of the big reasons why the hero is not as popular.
Yeah, and potentially giving even more credence to that Rubik pick we talked about. Good against Enigma, got instant lift against the charge. And Batrider has a bit of a way to play around with that Flame Break to push Spirit Breaker away, but yeah, you're right. The Nether Strike into Pango and Timbersaw really can hurt Tundra here.
Yeah, they need to get something here that, solidifies the draft a little bit on the side of Tundra. If it's going to be a mid Pango and it's going to be a Timbersaw offlane most likely, then what sort of approach are you going to have against this Monkey King? Are you going to maybe go for a Slark approach here, where you can protect against the Wukong's command? You're going to start by going for a Clockwork. Definitely not a bad hero to have against both Monkey and Enigma. You can provide some vision into that Fog War, find people on the tree lines. You can also just stop the Black Hole even if he has BKB, so very useful for many different reasons here.
10 seconds remaining.
I give a ton of catch. Bat and Clockwork both going to really unlock the potential of Timber and Pango to dish out that damage in the mid game. Tons of ways to get on top of people.
Yeah. This makes me think that they want to go for some form of a ranged carry, because this is looking very likely now. Like, that's just going to be a +5 Clockwork, and then they have, Bat Timber most likely laning together, Pango in the mid lane.
Gyro.
Something could change, though. Something could change. Who knows? There could be a curveball in here already.
Yeah, like carry Batrider.
I think Skeeter is not the one who flexes way too much on them, but who knows? I mean, I could totally see Clockwork be a mid hero for 9 as well, definitely playable. But I don't think that's what is going to happen here.
Yeah, then last pick for Talon. We've got our mid Quap, safe lane Monkey, support Spirit Breaker in one of those roles. Enigma's still flexed. Offlane hero, last pick for them. I guess Tundra's just going to cover bases, like ban out one support, one offlane or something.
Maybe. We'll see what they are most worried about. They actually think there's a +5 that's missing right now. So they think it's Enigma and Spirit Breaker, which I agree, that would be a very strong lane. So it's quite possible there's just the last pick +5. Undying somehow making it all the way to the very end here, not getting picked up. Still very strong hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Give me a Jab's Pudge or something.
5 seconds remaining.
Something real spicy.
The Pudge. Pudge sitting in a tree line, just hooking.
Oh. No gyro.
Talon, they did their homework, they've seen what happened to Enigmas who don't ban Gyrocopter earlier in this tournament. It can be very problematic to deal with once he gets that Aghanims, gets a Divine Rapier, gets an Aeon Disc, gets a few items. At some point, you black hole him, and then what?
He just side guns you down.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you can still see Skitter grab, the Drow Ranger or something, one of these ranged carries. The DK
totally.
is like technically a ranged carry.
They do have really good frontline already. There's like so many heroes who go in first. There's Batrider is like semi frontliner. Pango goes in, Timber goes in, Clock goes in. They need someone sitting at the back doing tremendous damage. At the same time, you probably don't want to pick something too susceptible to the Spirit Breaker, Monkey ganks, getting jumped by Queen. So they want to find that hero that's survivable enough to not get jumped and die, but also has damage enough to abuse the fact that you have so many frontliners in a team fight.
So Medusa's out of the conversation because she's too slow in damage output?
I mean, I don't love her here. She'll be okay because Midnight Pulse doesn't actually hurt Medusa. That's a nice little interaction. Does like no damage. But yeah, they do get more information before they make their choice. So ultimately, Tundra don't have to stress too much. They just need to prepare some options in their mind right now and see what Talon are going to go with, what +5 is it going to be, and then they can sort of finalize. I mean, there's still possibility to go for. I was gonna say Venom maybe, but the Rubik even is still there.
Yeah, they take it. That's a number of decent spells to steal. What does this mean then? So Spirit Breaker Enigma, you said, is already a strong lane. That leaves Monkey with Rubik, so he'll have that telekinesis to stop Timber Chain, keep Monkey on top of him. If we don't see these lane swaps from Tundra.
Yeah, looks pretty nice. Looks standard, but it's not some absurdly strong lane that they have. The Rubik Monkey, it's all right. Can definitely find kills if Spirit Breaker comes through the portal though with a nice little charge. Then that's when kills can start happening. You gotta look for those early movements in a game like this.
And whenever I watch Tundra draft, I just feel out of my depth. Like the levels that they're playing on. You know, Aoi coaching them, snaking with the big brains. 9 and 3-3 with these wild picks. They do go back for the Medusa in the very end. Ticks the box of being survivable against the Spirit Breaker ganks. Doesn't care against Enigma, like you said.
Yeah, she can just itemize really aggressively as well and get tons of damage built. Like, it's not like Medusa can't deal very high damage. If you go for the Manta into Butterfly build, he can then even think, I mean, obviously you want to go for an Eye of Skadi, but you can think to go towards something like a Nullifier against the Monkey King and the Spirit Breaker as well, to just be able to dispel them. Or you can go straight into a Daedalus for even more damage. So many options here for how they want to play this. Overall, though, I think I would say Tundra's lineup is a little bit complicated to play against the Wukong's command and the Black Hole here, because you have so many heroes who want to play on the front line.
Yeah, I'm just looking back to see how often they've played Timber. 3-3's played it a couple of times in the past month. They've swapped it over to 9 a couple of times at the Barley Major as well, but some good victories with the Timber Saw at the Barley Major. Looks solid for them for Tundra. See how it goes here, because previous series we got to witness the collapsed Timber Saw, which absolutely took over Game 2 against EG. We'll find out if 3-3 can have a similar storyline here in Game 1 against Talon. Of course, this is day 1 of the main group stage for the Riyadh Masters. If you're just tuning in, we've had some play-ins, we've had playoffs, we've had all sorts of grand games coming into this big old event.
Yeah, and can't wait to go and see what these teams are going to be doing here. We had a little bit of a disconnect from Jabs. That's probably why game is still not quite starting up yet. But seems like he's back, reconnected now, so we'll probably get underway in just a second here.
So how do you see the first few minutes going with these lanes?
I mean, the Enigma can be very annoying to deal with in the early game, since he pulls the lane back a lot. I think there's going to be heavy contest on blocking camps. Whenever you pick Enigma, you want to stop the opponent from pulling, so you can hold that creep wave back. So that puts more stress on your support to go out there and really fight for those sentries, fight for the D-wards. But I think I'm going to try and keep a bit of a close eye on mid lane here as well, because it looks like a lane where you can have a lot of outplay. Queen of Pain generally has a lot of mechanical room for showing off your skill, and of course Mikoto, he is a fantastic queen player, but at the same time he's going up against 9 on his Pango, who enjoys playing a lot, so keep a close eye on that.
Yeah, absolutely. See what magic they've got up their sleeves. Looks like Makoto is going to be out to lane first, get his ward down before Tundra get near. He's gone off across the other side of the river. Gets it quite deep. I don't think I've seen that ward too often.
Which ward are you talking about?
The Quap Radiant ward placed where Skitter is right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird ward, but it gives him really nice vision into, if he goes for Bounty Rune. The lane vision is actually that nice, because the trees are obviously blocking a lot of it. So you can't really use it that much to pull aggro high ground. But it's a sneaky ward.
It's going to see that smoke. Tundra with a late smoke 30 seconds before the horn sounds. Lots of pings coming out. They're prepping for top runes and bottom runes. Timber and Bot are down south, 3 of them rotating up top. Snaking sees Jabs and Q. Makoto comes in. Tundra just going to waddle back to their high ground.
They're still trying to contest this. They have Clockwork Field kind of strong, but I think Talon are stronger here. They have a lot of heroes. They got the numbers.
First hit bash, but 9. 3-man shield crash, very tanky. 3-3 grabs one of the runes, but Q and 23 Gonna grab another couple. So in the end, 2 for 2, I believe, as Skitter does take the 4th on the map. 23 being forced back with 3 stacks of napalm on him already and a blood grenade chucked at him. A lot of damage over time. But blood grenade doesn't work with the sticky napalm anymore, right?
No, not as far as I know. I mean, it sounds like it would be too strong. I would have to try that in demo mode, but yeah, I don't believe that it does. What's the tick damage on it? It looks like it did a lot of damage, though. Tick damage on it is 15. Actually, it might have worked, because it looks like it took a lot of damage, and Saxa using it there. I'll have to test that out. I don't play Batrider, really.
I feel like I remember someone else saying that it worked for like the first day of the patch when blood grenades got added, and then Valve were like, nah, that's not allowed. It's a bit illegal.
I think that it was fixed, that it worked, but it also looks like he took so much damage there on Monkey King, so I'll keep an eye on it, because he has one more. I'll let you know if it does or doesn't work.
Good stuff. Yeah, Ollie, trading hits with him right now. Fadebot into Saxa, just try and keep him away from the Monkey King. You can have that nice natural 1v1 against the Timbersaw, which Monkey King's going to feel okay about with the Jingus being built up. Jabs up at top, getting bullied back by Snaking. Tundra, looks like they've actually been able to hold their wave in a pretty decent spot, even against this Enigma.
Yeah, for now, lane is in a nice position, but they do have those extra creeps, so it is going to push in, especially with the extra Eidolons coming in here. So eventually lane is going to start to push, but they haven't gone the D-ward yet on their pull camp. Looking towards Clockwork, he is not buying a sentry either, so they're not going to have their pull on top. And that, against Enigma, is a pretty worrisome thing for me. I think that sets up Talon to have a pretty good time on top lane.
Let's keep dragging that back. Large camp all blocked up.
Yeah, blocking both big and small camp is a play that's really nice for Enigma. Bottom.
3-3, trying to trade. 23 does die in the end to that blood grenade, I believe. Saxa gets the kill. 2 for 1 trade out, though. Talon feel comfortable down there, even with losing the Monkey King. Snakekin taking the Malefice and the bashes out of the Spirit Breaker. Chips away at the Clockwork. Send him out of the lane, so now Medusa's left alone.
And she's already half mana. Like, she's not really dangerously low, but not high enough mana that she can like fight for these CS alone. They're gonna pull back onto the range creeps and try to power deny her here. Medusa doesn't have much help from her Clockwork anymore, as he doesn't have too much resources.
Tower regen, please kick in, top me up. Use every little thing you can.
That's the thing to note about Medusa. She doesn't actually benefit from being under tower herself. Like Clockwork, of course, gets his HP, like you mentioned there, but Medusa, a lot of carries are happy to be under tower. Medusa doesn't actually get that much for it.
Where's the tower mana regen for us? Where's the free Bassie?
Oh boy, that would be something.
Mid lane, 15-5 for the Queen of Pain. 9 starting to slip behind a little bit. 11 and 2 for the Pango. While up at top, Sneaking, going in there with a battery assault and the cogs onto Q. A charge and a blood grenade ready. Gonna get chucked at the Clockwork. Let's see if we can get some RNG luck here. That's 17%. Charge on cooldown for 10 seconds. Just gonna let Snaking back up and get the bounty.
No proc yet. He does take the top rune, so making sure that there's not going to be any water refill for Queen if she wants to walk over there.
Now, charge into mid. Q's coming in here. Half HP on 9. Shield crash already used, but under tower, not a safe advance for the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, this mid lane is starting to really go south. Pango is holding on, but once you get level 3 on the Shadow Strike, the lane is almost over, and you need to start doing something to try and help, especially with the rune control now. Top rune going to go the way of Radiant. And that means 9 is going to be a thirsty Pango.
Nothing to refill. Oh, there we go. Clockwork, thank you.
Yeah.
Come in and refill my bottle.
Fixed.
Saxa, courier hunting. Oh, Rubik. A little bit of miss micro there. Loses his boots for a bit. At least he didn't drop the item like Yathro did earlier on.
Yeah. He seemed to get rid of it.
Blades of Attack got denied out.
Oof. That is costly.
9, crashing into Makoto. Trying to trade back with a swashbuckle. Every time he moves forward, he's taking so much damage, and now they know Swash and Crash on cooldown. This opens things up for Ollie to rotate in, lift him up, force the Fairy Fire. One more touch, he's bottling through with the tower regen on him. He's surviving through the Shadow Strike. Wait, Spirit Breaker charging him from across the map. Here he comes.
Oh boy.
A big mad cow. He's on your tail. 9.
He's
TP
only
from
level
Saxa.
2 though. I don't think he has this.
Oh, Flame Break's there to cancel him, stop him in his tracks under tier 2. He's going to get burnt down and killed. 9 swipes in with a swashbuckle.
Good read coming in. I think the reward may have seen the Spirit Breaker, but it doesn't provide that much high vision. I'm not sure it saw him. I think that was just a read. They knew that it was coming.
Yeah, Skitter or Snaking making the call. Spirit Breaker's missing. Little pull there from the Clockwork. Dragged away by the Enigma. 22 and 12 for Jabs. And in fact, top 3 last hitters, all Talon heroes. Laning stage going very well for them. You add in the denies as well. An impressive start from them, so we need these rotations from 9 at level 5 to come into this bottom lane. Found a strike out from 23, but they've claimed it.
23 just so close to the tower there, really kind of asking to get ganked. He did have, you know, a friend on his lane, but that friend disappeared, and suddenly you're just way out of position. It does leave mid tower open, and with a little bit of creep manipulation, Mikoto gets the creep wave under tower as early as possible.
I don't know, who expects a level 5 Pango to be rotating?
Yeah, but that's the thing, against Shadow Strike, a lot of melee heroes do not want to stay mid. Look at this, level 3 Shadow Strike is very, very painful. You can't really do much in that lane. A charge coming top just to bother Medusa here, but bottom? I think he can low.
Simbasaur trying to chase him, breaking down some trees. Saxa 3-3, going to drag the wave as Snaking comes through the twin gate. Coming behind this tier 1 tower. And they've got a catapult there as well to play with, so quite a lot of tower damage coming here. Talon, they're the ones being forced to make a move. You know, they've got options. Do we come and defend? Do we just leave it?
So nice seeing his courier come through the portal. Clockwork's courier sneaking down there.
Off he pops. A bit of a holiday. Yeah, Monkey King just going to keep jumping over the treetops. Doesn't feel comfortable here at all.
He's not touching creeps at all, and I think he's out of position now. I think he's going to go down.
Yeah, looks like he's probably going to die. Blood Grenade, sticky napalm. Tries the Boundless Strike to stop them. But 3 heroes from Tundra all here. We can see on the map, Spirit Breaker was waiting for the Wisdom Rune, so he didn't want to get involved. Now they're relying on this Queen of Pain rotation to get a kill on Snaking, but trading a carry for a pos 5 feels pretty bad when Talon, you know, feeling like they're winning the lanes, but they're the ones reacting to Tundra's moves.
Yeah, pretty painful as well to go down there after hiding for so long on Monkey King. That's the thing, you played safe, and then you still died. So he wasn't really farming, wasn't really doing anything, and then he still goes down in the end. That's the worst kind of death as a carry. If you die when you're like being greedy and farming, like his first death, that's fine, you know, at least I got something. But that second one really cost him quite a bit. He TP's mid, we see a rotation towards top here. Queen joining in, they want to get this kill.
Yeah, like they've already shut down this Medusa quite a bit. Pretty low on the net worth along with the Pango, and if they get this black hole in, they can get the kill. They don't even need it. Oh, that's a Sonic Wave screaming over the dead corpse of the Medusa.
Listen, it's hard to predict if Medusa dies or not when she doesn't have any mana anymore, because, like, how
she's full HP!
Yeah, she was dying from Malefice ticks. Like, he wasn't sure that a Malefice tick is going to bring him down there, but, yeah, he was dead.
Right, not too quick at pushing the tower, though. No catapult means it's a slow, arduous slog to bring down objectives. They'll ditch on that top lane. Again, just come back, try and react to what Tundra are doing. Trying to alleviate that pressure on the side lanes by bringing 4 heroes mid, hunting 23. Rocket Flare Scouts gives the vision, 23 stuck in the cogs. Yeah, you get a 3-man Boundless, but you're being crashed upon by this 9 Pangolier. A charge across towards Saxa now as Jabs comes in to try and play. The Rolling Thunder with a shield rune on 9 makes him very difficult to deal with. They snipe out the Clockwork. Ollie will try and chase back 9 here, but he's swashbuckled away.
Yeah, they tried with a pre-click lift before he comes out of the Rolling Thunder, and then it lifts him immediately when it ends, but not enough lockdown there to try and bring him down. Big stacks over here for Medusa to rotate towards. Might want to push 1 creep wave mid and then go and farm that. Off now we see a dive.
There we go with the black hole. Spirit Breaker.
Oh, he bashed him out of the black hole!
He bashed him out of the black hole! 9, is he still going to die here? Oh, he's popped his 1, surviving in the tree lines. He's out of there. He's actually skirted away from the aggression. Snaking just going to run into the midst of this aggressive line from Talon, give his life to save his Pango.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely an unfortunate thing there happening from Q. And Jab's probably not too happy. He's like, I have the Pango, dude. Did you have to punch him out of my black hole? Not even light can escape me. What hope have you until Spirit Breaker shows up?
70%.
Plenty of hope, apparently. Yeah, 70% chance.
Just break past the event horizon, get back into real space.
Oh. That really would change Interstellar a lot if you could just have a Spirit Breaker.
Oh, we've got plenty of heroes to do that, right? Chaos Knight, Kotal, Enigma, all messing with time and space, chasing the light and the darkness. There's Talon. I had a poke at 9 there, but the shield crash makes him very tanky when he's found 3 heroes in the midst of it.
Top, jabs, hitting jump.
With this Chakram on him, gonna attempt the TP and snaking. Ooh, they've got the damage, didn't even need the hook shot.
Yeah, easy kill there. Very, very, very high burst, of course, coming out from Timbersaw. This hero brings tons of pure damage. And I want to go back to something we said before this game even started, by the way. I mentioned how Tundra, they make the life of the carry so miserable. Look at 23, and look what he's doing this game. Like, he's recovering, but he has 4 deaths. He had 4 deaths minute 8 on the Monkey King, who was supposed to have a good lane. But it's just not really been safe for him.
Yeah, he's the one who's meant to be in net worth by now, but instead, he's just behind a little bit. Timbersaw right up the top. 3-3 having a great old time. Yeah. Farming out a couple of stacks now as well.
Timber is just an amazing hero in the current patch, though. He's really in... Even after a minor nerf he got in the E patch, he's still in, like, you can first phase pick him, and he's going to be amazing. It doesn't really matter too much what you're up against.
Yeah, and a lot of these players got over that fad of buying Aghanim Scepter first item, right?
Yeah. I think that was a big trap.
9. Sonic Waved. Caught out by that charge and jump from Q. Finished off by Mikoto.
This time a very, very clean, quick burst. I'm not going to be able to get away from this one. But meanwhile, let's give some time for 33 actually to clear up the Ancient. So not just Medusa having a taste of that, but this Timbersaw taking a lot of farm on the map, trying to get himself to the Octarine as soon as possible.
And Saxa roaming through the river. Jumps up to high ground and stops the charge. Flame Break, great tool against the Spirit Breaker. But the Arcane Rune going to get grabbed up by Q. Makoto's going to come in and slay the bat. Tundra not really wanting to react to that. Just keep on farming.
Yeah, Tundra's game plan is pretty passive this game. Like, their heroes don't really group up and go for towers here because they're missing that tower damage hero. Whereas we see a little bit more intentions of doing that from Talon. They have the Enigma with Eidolons, they have Solar Crest. They want to be the ones to turn up the pace and play for objectives here.
And Black Hole coming off cooldown right about now. Another strike ready in 3 seconds. Green lights going up. And 23, the one that's kind of baiting Tundra in here. Wukong's command is down. Skidder getting pushed back into it. Stonegaze is out, so jabs. Oh, nice Black Hole. Beautifully placed, but the hook shot even better. Snaking cancels it, allowing Skidder to slip away. Well, that was a real nice turn of events, but Q's going to get caught up in the Chakram. All he attempted with a Cogs push back as Makoto goes diving. In behind the tier 1, he's lassoed up. He was chasing Skitter, looking for the easy snipe. 23 is going to try and clean up in the back lines. Makoto jumps away, the Medusa down, but 23 trapped. In the Cogs with a Chakram on him. Fighting the snaking and 3-3. Oh, he mischief dodges all the damage from the Timbersaw. And now the turnaround play, but 3-3 is too strong. Burst out the Monkey King while Makoto's still lurking in the shadows. And Timber basically 1v4ing at this point. Charging forward, trying to chain into another target, but that...
Mikoto getting away from Saxa. He's gonna get away because he got rid of the 6 stacks he had on him. Links away from Chakram. Wow, that Black Hole was so big. Look at 9 though, his positioning. He's thinking about going in behind here. I don't think he can.
Sneaky.
It's a bit much. Gotta respect Jabs though for the attempt there. That was a very nice play to turn around and cast the Black Hole away to the side, but Clockwork in the right place at the right time, snake in. He had the read on the situation and what to do there.
I guess 9 was thinking, hey, 14 minutes is coming up. Maybe if I get in there, snipe out one of these low HP heroes, grab the Wisdom Rune. Doesn't want to go for it, though.
We see Snaking doing the Tranquil Boots trick as well in this game. He's locking the Tranquils and unlocking them and locking them and unlocking them.
God.
It's a way to, you know, instead of dropping your Tranquils, you can just keep doing this. So even if you get hit, doesn't matter.
The efficiency. And not many players who do that anymore.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Maelstrom trick on Windrunner, right? Buying the Mithril Hammer and getting your Maelstrom, and then you disassemble over and over until you get BKB for the Mithril Hammer instead. But it's very micro-intense. That one is even more annoying to do. The Tranquils one is pretty easy to do.
I always think of Earth Spirit players when I see this. And Milan and Pablo and stuff with the Tranquil Boots. Disassemble and reassemble. And we think back to the old days of that Axe build with Tranquils Arcane, with the old Tranquils that were activatable.
Oh yeah.
Swapping between them all the time.
More
about
top. The gank is coming. High-paced gank.
Saxer. Straight onto the bat. Try to tumble away. But Talon bring the numbers. Tundra in the vicinity. 3-3. Breaking vision. Looking to clear out the Eidolons. And 9 moves forward. Swashes back. Jab's going to go for the TP home. Shield crash. Rolling Thunder. Ooh, 9 trying to move forward. He's not going to get the connection though. It's just Ollie left here. As Mikoto and 23 do move back in, aiming for snaking. Raindrops pop. He's surviving, but not for too much longer. 9 trying to swipe down onto Q, stuck in the chakram, and 3-3's cleaning up. A lot of damage from this Timber Saw as the Sonic Wave clips onto 9. Jab's trying to get there with the Malefice and the follow-through. 23 Savage will jump forward, but he's already dead. 3-3 and Saxer, this Timber and Bat, dodging away from the rest of Talon.
A little bit of a tough fight to take there for Tundra, as Talon did it really cleanly. They got the first pick off there, went in, killed Saxa on his Batrider who was showing on the lane, and this was an intended bait. They wanted to bait with the Batrider and then punish, but they were too far away, so ended up being a little bit hard to catch Talon. They ran away. Beautiful TP out there by Enigma, using the Malefice to stun the Pango so he can't roll on him.
Oh, hello. Are we going on this? Telekinesis into charge. 23 Savage setting up, and Makoto's coming in from the northwest. Skidder has that stone gaze, just hit the reset button, back up.
He's got the split shot now on Rubik. It's time to transition. You know what to do, man. Queue up the Mask of Madness right now.
By the Quelling Blade.
Your farm begins now.
Skitter. We'll go back to these stacks. Medusa sitting around 7k, along with the Pango, a little behind the Queen of Pain and the Monkey King. This Timber Saw, 10,500 net worth, 16 minutes in.
Again,
pretty good.
Another absolutely huge Timber game here with his early travels and Octarine as well. He's going to be ready to join for a lot of fights. The extra low cooldown on travels with Octarine helps a lot. So he deeps out to top lane, but soon he'll be ready to join on bottom lane if action erupts there.
Yeah, so historically we used to see like itemization as a counter to Timber. The Shivers Guard, Skadi, Spirit Vessel. Doesn't look like anyone's going for that right now. Monkey King's grabbing a Diffusal Blade. He's got it, and he's running forward to this Timber. Cancel the chain with a Boundless Strike, but the Flame Break pushes them back. Another strike there with a Black Hole from Jabs. That will grab them, and the big ticket kill on the Timber Saw was what they were looking for.
Damn, that's really nice. Not only do they get the kill on Timber, which was almost 1,200 gold for that kill alone, but they also get a bonus kill on top of it. Nothing to scoff at. Getting the kill over on Batrider as well, 600 more. Putting themselves in a really nice spot now as well to D-ward and take control on top. So Roche could possibly happen here before 20-minute mark when it moves back bottom.
Yeah, why do we no longer see this? Oh, hang on a second. Spirit Breaker's in a bit of trouble. 9 and Snaking pairing up to find a little snipe in that mid lane, while Skidder at bottom being focused. 23's got him stuck in the Wukong. Stone Gaze buying a little bit of space. Skidder slipping away. We've got no mana left, but the follow-through from Talon just not there to gap close on the Medusa. Slithering out of danger is 9. Rolling Thunder to turn and play aggressively. Stolen Rolling Thunder, though. Watch for Ollie. The Rubik with the green cube could come in hot here as 23 needs a bit of saving. Back up, where are you? The crash from the ball. Now the cube's not going to help him. 23's dead. We'll TP out as Ollie. Rubik gets out of there.
Good punishment there and not losing Skeeter. The fact that he lived there, very important for him. Not going down, and instead you bring down this Monkey King again. And Monkey, 6th time that he dies now, and he's going for a Differ build as well, which is attempting to be active early, have a lot of good fights early on, and try to counter the Medusa. But this is not a farming build. So if he doesn't have good fights going for him, he's really going to struggle to transition into mid and late game, whereas Medusa obviously just hits creeps. Easy peasy.
Yeah, I think he even just finished off Orb of Corrosion as well. So going back into that item after Diff Blade.
Yeah, very, very fights committed, and we'll see if it works. I mean, obviously the big 5-man rotations are really strong from Talon, but these skirmishes, they're still not very clear. Pango is quite strong, the Clockwork does a lot, and Batrider has had really big impact so far, I want to say, on Saxa.
Yeah, I mean, Timber Saw just doesn't have any cooldowns to worry about. Any fight is a good fight for him right now. Yeah, why do we no longer see these kind of item counters to Timber Saw? Is it too greedy for supports to be buying Spirit Vessel?
The thing is that a lot of the items are just very expensive. Cores don't really want Spirit Vessel because the only one who pretty much enjoys it is like if you play mid Invoker. So most core players don't want to have Urn or Spirit Vessel, but because it just doesn't fit that well for the hero. And Shivas and Skadi are just very late items to try and get. So the timing, I mean, you can't reasonably have one of those now. So Timber just kind of dominates early game really hard almost every game that we see him, unless he gets destroyed in lane. And this game...
There was a time when we had that, mid Kotl. I guess offlane Veno's always a guy who likes Spirit Vessel. But even Tundra used to be buying these urns and Spirit Vessels. 3-3 loved them on his Enigma and stuff like that. But now you've got Solar Crest that's just so much nicer.
Well, the thing is that you can just go Lotus Orb, right? If it goes Lotus Orb, then your Spirit Vessel doesn't really do that much. Bottom. Nice try with a hook.
Flame Break. Inside the Wukongs, though, Saxa getting shredded by the statues. And the wraparound, Spirit Breaker charges in towards the Timber Saw. Nether Strike will bonk him back. In comes 9, the 2 cubes and balls rolling into everybody in the Black Hole and the Timber Saw. They'll find that kill quite simply. It's 23 and Ollie will pair up to take him down. 9's Pango trying to get out of here, but Makoto has the gap closed for days. Spirit Breaker keeps tabs on him, Pango's dead, and Snake King still being hunted. Boundless Strike into the jump forward, 23. Diff Blade slow inhibits the movement of the Clockwork. Malefice and another charge coming in a second. They should be able to follow through on this. No matter the battery assault, they'll swipe into him. Verdurous Dale on the floor as well. I don't know who that belongs to, but it doesn't do anything.
That was a nice play. The Spirit Breaker cancel his charge at first there instead of, well, cancel his cast of the charge, walked closer so that he could stand in melee range to Clockwork. Then he can charge him if the bash guaranteed. Minor detail, not really important for the kill. I think he would have died anyway, but they're playing it very clean here. The execution is good. Meanwhile, on the side of Tundra, though, that start was sketch. They saw the monkey, they tried to get him, used the hook. Okay, it failed. But then they keep diving in, trying to go with the Batrider onto him, and gets caught in the Wukongs, and everything just backfired from there. From that point on, the fight was not winnable, really. And that's another kill on the Timber. Very, very costly, as he, is such a big target in this game.
Yeah, I guess silver lining for Tundra is Skitter's had a bit of uninhibited farming time. Just inhabiting that top jungle, clears out a bunch of camps, goes to a little bit more of a safer area near the outpost.
He's really not going for the hyper greedy approach though, of like Butterfly Rush, instead going quite the opposite, going Manta into Hurricane Pike immediately to have a counter to the Wukong's command. Can also stop the Spirit Breaker charge with it, which is very nice. Push yourself to safety and him away. But that means you're not really scaling for a hyper DPS here on the Medusa.
Yeah, then we're going to have this back and forth of Hurricane Pike into Harpoon, which Monkey King is now aiming for. You're going to slip away. Get back here.
Just get yourself both the items, and you can control everything yourself.
All over the place. Bring back that good old Scorpion from Mortal Kombat. Hook people into you.
Get over here.
Exactly. Finish him. 23 disassembling stuff. BKB is done.
Yeah, full BKB. So he's going for the Mage Slayer, or probably a Mage Slayer next. He's actually going for the Harpoon as well. So very possible that he goes back for another Echo Saber just to get that.
Tormentor. Looks like Tundra. For the Chakrams, we'll make short work of it. Get a shard for Saxa. Not the best one for a position 4 Batrider.
Yeah, but it's one out of the way, sort of. It's not really impactful in this game, but that just means the next Tormentor at least can maybe give you something. You would much rather have had this on Clockwork. That would have been super good for him. Having the flying vision against the, fly around and have some vision against the Monkey King would be very useful.
And it's like next time it's going to go on Pango or Clock or Timbersaw. There's some like real big shards for them still to grab.
Queen full Aetherlands plus Aghanims now, so he has that extra range as well to easily apply the Shadow Strike to a lot of heroes.
Tundra all smoked up here though. Looking for a way in. Batrider no blink, Aetherlands and Windlay, so pretty speedy with a long range lasso.
Yeah. I mean the Aetherlands on Batrider it's an interesting approach, but it's good, but if you had a blink dagger there, maybe that could have been a jump. Aetherland's good in certain situations, but sometimes you really wish you had that blink.
Can you cancel Black Hole with that?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. It also depends on how the Black Hole is cast.
Yeah.
You can cast a Black Hole right on top of yourself as Enigma, and then it will be very hard. But you can cast it far away or not.
9 out in the open. Very ballsy to go clearing that creep wave. Talon were very near. They're all gathered up around the Roche pit. 10 seconds till nighttime, so we will start wandering up through the Twin Gate, and Talon in position, ready to take it. Probably want to fight first, though, with this Black Hole, Wukong, Sonic Wave, tons of ways to battle in these small choke point areas.
So game is in a bit of a lull right now, so let's look at item times a bit and see what we have here. Top, of course, Roche is going to be started now, but we've got BKB coming in for Enigma. He's very close to it. Only needs about 150 extra gold here. Queen Pain obviously just finished up the Ether Lens with the Aghanims, so nothing new there. Glimmer Cape soon on the Rubik with his 4-staff. Ooh, they're charging in on Bat. They want to get a pick off before, or charging on Clock, sorry.
Yeah, they see snaking. Chain stuns. Slow him down. He'll pop the cogs. His death was inevitable, though.
Nice quick pick. I think they're just gonna go back, but looks like maybe they will try and go for tower first. Nah, it's gonna be Roche.
There's so many things that you want to get done. The creep waves to push, towers to kill, glyphs to pop, and Roshan still...
though, both the tier 2 towers on the other sides are being pressured, so this is gonna be, you know, potential Roche attempt here, but Tundra are getting a lot of map control for this.
Yeah, finding trades.
Oh, another big item, by the way. We have a full BKB coming out for the Spirit Breaker. Well, he has the recipe. Final component.
Oh. That's all that double BKB. Tons of ways to get in and out of these fights. Great way to contend with a Clockwork as well as a Spirit Breaker. It's always a painful matchup.
We're not going to see them contest this Roche, it looks like. A little bit too late. So just farming items. The Medusa now 250 away from Butterfly. Pango has gold for an entire Aghanims, but he changed his mind and queued up a Manta style instead.
Okay.
He doesn't want to go for the Ags. Or Lincolns even. He changed his mind again. It's going to be a Lincolns. He bought the NFT for it, so we're going.
Can't figure out what he wants. Oh, Talon. They've got all the vision in the world, and the charge comes across onto 3-3, forcing Q to BKB quite early on. He's looking to bait them in and drag them to a fight where Enigma can jump. And they've caught snaking out, but he hookshots out. 23, the Wukong's command comes to an end with the Flame Break pushing him around. Lasso is there as Knight is crashing over the Rubik. Ollie trying to jump out with the shield crash. The Enigma has BKB'd up and Jabs is walking in. Gets out the Midnight Pulse in the Black Hole, but he only catches Clock. Skitter on the sideline is going to do a lot of damage from the right-hand side. Makoto Monster Kill does take down Saksa, but Jabs is dead. Monkey King jumps in. 23 Savage with Makoto here, battling into 3-3. Q can't connect with the charge. Tundra, too strong, dragging this fight out for longer and longer. Now 23 with his BKB, looking to TP home. The Chakram, the damage, it gets the kill. Skitter with a double.
Oh boy, and they bought back on Ollie as well. He bought back, TP'd bottom, portal through top, and immediately changed his mind, portal out again. He's like, nope, not joining this. Everyone is already dead, and that also means Tundra gonna get themselves that Roshan. That Black Hole, unfortunately, didn't connect. He was in a tough spot, though, because he already got lassoed and grabbed, pulled back. He struggled to find a good spot. He casted a little bit more to the right. Maybe he could have gone to Medusa and the Clockwork, but ultimately, that fight was pretty scrappy, thanks to the way Snaking managed to survive with the initial jump out. Very good hookshot to get safety on the creeps.
Yeah, it was like that full disengage, right? Tundra went concave mode. They see the Spirit Breaker, baiting, going in with the BKB charge. Okay, they're on Snaking. Everyone else literally falls back 1,000 range, making sure there's no chance for a Black Hole. Snaking gonna get jumped in the mid lane. Trying to clear out a wave there. Pops the Pavis. He's got drums and a... attempt to get out of there, but Saksa returning with a favor straight onto Q. Swipe him with a chakram damage.
Yeah, get that return kill. So even though you lose your Clockwork, you get something for it. They did commit the Pango roll, so maybe that's a little bit of a space, but at the same time, Black Hole on cooldown. I don't think that Radiant want to take any fight at all. I think Talon, they're just going to try and farm whatever they can. Only has to be careful in mid lane even.
Dota is so wild sometimes, It's felt like Talon have been the ones dictating the state of play, what's going on in these with their movements across the map, but it's Tundra who've had an okay lead for the past 10 minutes, and now it suddenly spirals into a 13,000 lead after that team fight.
I think a lot of it comes down to the carry difference, honestly, because, this Monkey King went for a fighting build, and you want to dominate the game when you go for this build, but he didn't really have a very good start at all. He has got 7 deaths now, and meanwhile, Medusa just farmed, and once she had her items, she joined the fight and was really massive. He can't fight the Medusa because of the Butterfly. He also can't really fight the Timbersaw because he's just too tanky. So the Monkey just couldn't do anything, whereas nobody can stand next to Medusa when she continuously auto-attacks. It's not that she bursts people, but she will over time, definitely destroy anyone who doesn't respect her positioning.
Yeah. Talon relying on these pretty long cooldowns. Wukong's Black Hole, Sonic Wave. If you're able to withstand that burst, use a buyback, drag the fight out. Tundra look like they're in a better spot. Out executing Talon here in the last couple of fights.
They're going for mass Lincolns here to counter out the Spirit Breaker, by the way. Very good build to make Spirit Breaker sad is to have Lincoln Sphere. They already got one on the Pango, and now Medusa also purchases Lincoln Sphere next.
Another one of those compounding items, right? We've talked about Blink Daggers, you were mentioning the Force Staffs. Every additional one of those items you have just amplifies the previous one.
Greaves, pipes, the more the better. have 5 Greaves, amazing.
Man, the amount of times I'm playing support IO in my game and I see my offlaner buy a mech, I'm like, dude, I beg of you. I've already bought the chainmail. What am I meant to do with it?
And you see, he's already got more, he's got the mana boots, he's on his way to Greaves,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to be the one to sell, am I not?
Yeah. Oh well. Life goes on.
It is what it is, man. And it is what it is for Talon as well, as the tier 2 top doesn't look like they want to defend it at all. Just taking time to farm. They're working on an MKB for the Monkey King. It's literally his bar. He wants it. He needs it. Somehow he still needs to pay for it. And when he has that, he can fight against Medusa. But until then, they're just going to have to give up stuff. So tier 2 gone. Tormentor. This time going to go towards snaking. So he gets that jetpack.
He pawned it. He sold it to a pawn shop.
Yeah.
He's going to try and rebuy it. Lasso. Catching all these Rubik. Straight into the damage with 9 and Skitter. Not a chance of survival. Oh, they knew, right? He bought back previously, so he's gone for a long old time.
Yeah, he's dead for 70. I mean, it's like one of those moments where even if you didn't check that he bought back or paid attention to it, you see 70 seconds dead on a support minute 31, you're like, oh yeah, you bought back. Okay, well, that sucks for you.
Now a struggle to defend high ground. Tier 3's being broken. Skitter from the low ground. Will shift up to high and start working on these barracks. And Midnight Pulse dropped on you.
She doesn't care. Medusa doesn't really care. Actually, now she has enough HP from the Manta-style Hurricane Pike and Lincoln Sphere to have a little bit of reason to care about the Midnight Pulse, but definitely not a hero that is too bothered by this.
23 Savage being pinged out. Clears out that bottom wave. And still a bit away from MKB. Let's see if he can kick things into 5th gear here and come back and defend.
Yeah, I mean, they just realized that he's working on that MKB. They know that his timing is not yet, so they want to punish it as much as possible. Now it's completed. He TPs back immediately. Monkey wants to take a fight. They need a good Black Hole. They need a good Wukongs. Otherwise, I don't see them winning the fight. Both those abilities need to hit cleanly.
Tundra have already got what they came for. Full lane of barracks, and there's a DD rune to fall back on as well.
Yeah, they're gonna possibly pass over the bottle for Medusa. 9, yeah, you can already see turns around instead of insta-taking. It's like, here, take this, and yeah, we'll go high ground again, yeah?
Sippy sip. Fill it up. Aegis for 10 seconds.
We're just gonna time out. A little bit of a charge over to snaking here, but not gonna commit.
Nah.
They're smoking out. Lanes are okay, but it's gonna get suspicious very quickly as no hero is showing anywhere. You don't have a Manta hero to push side lanes. You don't have Chen creeps or anything. Tundra already know. Look at them. Look at them. They're all 5 together. They're saying something is sus right now. Right now, we don't see anyone. And the
Talon eventing. Talon eventing.
Yeah. They actually did see them vent.
All down bottom. Spirit Breaker shows. Well, that's where they are. We'll smoke ourselves. Off we go. Tundra 5-man. Heading into that bottom jungle. Playing into their own vision. And they'll see, yeah, the Hellbears are walking around. I know there's people somewhere in the vicinity.
The smoke is harder to avoid. They are farming under a ward, though. The Timber Chain was spotted, so they ping it out. But it's harder to know what Tundra are up to right now. They could just go on the high ground as well if they want. It's DD on Medusa. Illusion as well. Oh boy.
That is really scary.
She could use that to fix the lanes. He's going to send one to top and one to bottom. Just start pushing lanes with that. Gives more freedom to the heroes, and now they're going to go for a fight.
Saxa cut the wave bottom as well, so Talon really being hemmed in here. This net is closing around the little fishies. 9, Lincoln's popped and blinks away. Rolling Thunder going to come back towards them as the hook shot from Snaking, trapping 23 in the cogs. He's in a lot of trouble. Half health already, forced to BKB, but he's been lassoed up and the Wukongs will come to an end. Monkey King dead for 70, didn't get a chance to hit anybody. And Skitter with his DD rune charging forward towards Q. Spirit Breaker will get a little charge off to the left. He's got that Observer Ward to the creep camp. That's going to get him a bit of distance while the rest of the team are killing off Ollie's Rubik, and 3-3 did find the Spirit Breaker in the end. Cuts him up into stakes.
23 made a mistake there at the start of that fight. He got hooked by the clockwork, but you can still keep jumping though. There's no, yeah. He could just keep jumping away, but instead he jumped down, trying to go for a BKB plus ulti, but he got bursted way too quick there, just gets brought down. I'm not sure why he didn't just keep using tree dance, unless I'm mistaken here.
I just got shocked and surprised. Oh god,
Yeah.
what's that? Didn't have time to react, huh? That's meaning Tundra now, plenty of time to get back to another lane of barracks. Top lane is pushed in naturally from the creep wave, so Talon have to defend top. They've got to figure out how they want to fight Tundra right now. Pretty massive lead for this Western European squad, and they're just breaking high ground.
More stuff coming in as well. We have a full Hex now on the on the Medusa. Well, I guess she's like a Naga, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, she got the Hex, so tons more mana and also more control here. Gonna be even harder to go in. Without BKB ready on Enigma, that means it's even more challenging for him to get a Black Hole off now.
What even was her model in Dota 1? Like Slardar was like a Naga Myrmidon?
She was a form of Naga, but which one?
Naga
was
Queen,
she?
Queen
Yeah.
Queen Vash? Something? My memory fails me, man.
the Queen one. Right? The same as the hero that you could buy in the tavern.
Yeah, it was Vash with a J at the end. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Oh, right.
The Dota 1 knowledge still locked deep in my mind palace.
Gorgon. She honestly looked a lot like she does here. It's like very similar. Other than the fact that he has a bunch of cosmetics equipped.
Oh, Mikoto. The glyph on the creep wave allows Timber to TP in. That lasso into Rolling Thunder. The black hole from Javs. 3 caught up in it, but the damage isn't following through. Where's 23? Where's the right click? Where's the DPS? It's just non-existent. Jabs and Q on the runaway. Ollie's hidden under the Glimmer Cape. 23 now joining in to try and clear out 9. They get the kill on Pango. Wukong's out from 23 now and looking for 33. Timber's also tanky though. Now Skit is here. Big old Medusa. We'll send them back with a Stone Gaze. Tundra reset. Not bad for Talon getting that snipe on the Pangolier.
Yeah, they get something, but that cost them the buyback as well. So Mikoto now not going to have that Shivas anytime soon. Going to be hard for him to get there. And I think they're happy to just reset on Tundra. They didn't close out the game in this fight, but at the same time, they can back up. Roche going to be spawning pretty soon. So we get tier 4 items coming out now. Looks like he went with the... okay, he went with the Penta-Edge Sword on Medusa.
Fair enough. More damage.
Probably didn't have the best options then.
Probably not.
Hey, it's pretty okay when you get to use his modifiers talent if you want that. You can apply it to a lot of heroes.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, chat. There's people in chat who know more. Lady Vash. That's what she was called, not Queen.
Oh, right.
That's the name we were looking for. Well, anyway, Talon coming out of their base. Trying to break out here, and Saxter breaks the tree. Brings the monkey to his knees and snaking with a great hook shot. Beautifully placed onto the two of them. 23 will try and get over the cogs. Battle back into the clockwork now. Q standing nearby with his flamethrower. Shakram Timbersaw causing them problems. They buy back clock and back.
Low run.
23 being chased down. This Monkey King with no BKB and no survival tools. Dead for 80. The rest of Talon, tail between legs, running back to their base.
No buyback as well available for him, and now they're gonna have to defend. They do have Black Hole because they bought Refresher on Enigma, so he has Black Hole available, but no BKB though. Might not even matter, he gets jumped. Yeah, just gonna go down.
Jump straight into the base. Jabs and Q slain by the big beasts of Tundra.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be the final kill as they go for a GG here. Mikoto says game is over, and indeed Tundra with a very strong game 1 here.
Incredible stuff. This Timbersaw really is going up the pecking order in terms of first phase bans. You just cannot let this hero slip through when you're against, Whisper and 33 and these guys who show such tremendous skills on it.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's showing why Timber is being first phase banned. Even if you pick Monkey King, even if you try your hardest to counter it, it's tough, man. It's just tough. The hero is too strong. Ever since it became a universal hero, his right-click damage in lane is so good now with a stat build that he actually doesn't really lose. Like, he doesn't lose the way they should in certain matchups. You see some of the highlights from the game?
Yeah, just highlights of 33 running at people, putting chakrams on them. Snaking did a pretty damn good job on his clockwork as well. The amount of a 2-man hook shot. causing chaos in these fights, resetting a little bit to allow the rest of his team to come in. And 23, you know, he tried his hardest, bless his little socks, but this Monkey King had a pretty torrid time through the majority of this game.
Yeah, he was a black hole. He was trying to go for the 2 hero of 9 and Clockwork, and 9 barely dodged out of it. Managed to stay himself far away from that black hole with a swashbuckle. But this fight was sort of the beginning of the end, right? This is where everything just went south.
Yeah, if you miss out on that perfect initiation, you know, the bait with the Spirit Breaker, the Blink Black Hole, and the Wukongs, you need all of these puzzle pieces to be clicking into place perfectly. And if they don't, you whiff on the 1 spell or 2. Tundra have no big cooldowns really to rely on. They just continually fight, chase you down, bring you to your knees.
Yeah, the problem I see in this game is just that they didn't have tower damage beyond like Enigma, and they also committed for like an early game fighting build on Monkey. I think if you went for more the Deso build, like build up and get your own farming speed going as well, then maybe he would be more okay with a slow game. But I feel like he went for this early diff and he was never fighting Medusa. He was just fighting Batrider, Clockwork, Timber, Batrider, Clockwork, Pangle.
Yeah.
You know, it was always Batrider starting on him, Clockwork following up, and Differ doesn't really help you in that situation that much. He did get some kill from it, but he also got killed a lot.
Yeah, I mean, a solid start from Talon. Lane stage, you know, first 6-7 minutes, they were winning 3 lanes, it looked like, but that transition into mid-game, you know, this is what Tundra are unknown for, right? Don't necessarily care about the be-all and end-all of laning stage victories. We'll get that mid-game map control and team fight picking their moments very wisely, and they take game number 1 in this best of 2 against Talon. We'll find out how it develops, though. Game 2 coming up after this.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
Welcome back here to the Riyadh Masters broadcast as we bring you Talon against Tundra in a game one where, well, Talon looked very good in the laning stage, but breaking out of it was a real struggle for them.
It was, yeah. They couldn't really find their groove in a good way. I think a lot of it comes back down to the Clockwork and Batrider just non-stop running in, kind of forcing either just pickoffs on supports or even winning fights. You know, like there was not much time for them to make those big moves. We saw it at some point. They managed to 5-man and go onto a big target, bait someone else to come and try and help them, and then get those pickoffs using the Black Hole, using the strength that is the Wukongs and Black Hole, these big team fighting spells. But they didn't really manage to force those engagements early on that often. And as a result, they kind of just fell behind to the Medusa. She was free farming, and at the same time, Timber saw.
Yeah, Timbersaw. I mean, it's the big topic, right? We see this Enigma first pick. He's seen a lot of priority shifting up to this first phase ban, first phase pick, because he is so flexible. But Timbersaw kind of got left through to the second phase, 15th picked by Tundra in that game, and just again, even against Midnight Pulse, Sonic Wave, this Spirit Breaker charging on him, Rubik stealing his spells.
Monkey in the lane. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It was, on paper, they have the things that you need to shut down a Timbersaw, right? But it's very complicated right now. It's not as simple as just, oh, we have the heroes, we can do it. Because like you alluded to in the game, Timber mainly gets countered by items. There are certain heroes that are very good against him, but generally, item counters are big. Once the Shivas comes up, once the Eye of Skadi comes up, if you have a Spirit Vessel, then he cannot heal. That's a really big thing. Orchid or silencing, hexing him, these kind of things are very useful as well. But if you don't have sufficient damage output early on, which most heroes don't, you just can't really kill him. And even Monkey King could not really battle up against him. We saw it in pretty early team fights. They were auto-attacking into a Timber, trying to bring him down, but just incapable of doing so. So I think that hero should go into first phase ban here for Talon.
Go in the bin. Get out of here. Well, I think therein lies one of Tundra's greatest strengths, having a player like 3-3, because you're afraid of his, Lycan, Beastmaster, Visage, Zoo heroes, Enigma scary in his hands. You ban out some of these, you steal them away from him, then he picks Timbersaw, and you're like, oh yeah, he can play that really well as well. It's such a sort of varied play style that he can bring to the table, and this draft becomes much more difficult for Talon to deal with. We'll see, though, how they contend with it here in Game 2. Best of 2s in the group stage, so a chance to even things out and get a draw up against Tundra here. We'll find out how it all pans out for us, though.
Yeah, we head into the draft, and Tundra themselves are going to start with banning out the Broodmother here, as they are not wanting to just grab it first pick. They have some other plan in mind. Talon now get the choice. Like you said, banning 33 heroes, usually the approach that most teams have against him. I mean, 33 is just a very, very capable player on many different heroes, so it's a very complicated situation of just pick your poison. But you have to pick a lineup that works well with what he gets. And I think Timbersaw is just so strong that even if you try and pick something that's good against it, it's still very complicated. I would rather just see them get rid of it. They still ban out the Darkseer first, though, so we'll see if they plan on getting rid of it in second phase, or second ban.
Yeah, and then the potential flex of 9 being able to play at mid as well, depending on the matchups. It can be a real scary prospect. Brood and Io, the bans coming out from Tundra.
Okay, so they get rid of the Enigma here themselves, not wanting to give over the potential for a first pick Enigma for Tundra. But yeah, Wisp being removed kind of signals to me that Tundra, they're worried about some form of Wisp-lesh combo or like something that can run away with the game. They want to have a nice and slow game, let Skeeter get really big and let the other 4 heroes, play the regular Dota that they usually do. Just 4 heroes kind of fighting and Skeeter farming is very often the recipe to their success. And they didn't ban it. They didn't ban it, Gareth. Now you have 5 heroes to counter it. Last time you didn't. Now you can. Every single hero that you pick should be a hero that is like, I'm happy to be in a game against you, Timbersaw.
Yeah. So we saw the Monkey King attempted. Batrider has always been this historical kind of counter to Timbersaw through magic damage. And I know Tundra are not afraid to first pick this Timber when they've got the potential to pick up the Saxabat as that second pick as well. So it could be a good pick for you and a steal against Tundra. But Talon opting for a Silencer +1.
Get Silence is what I was going to say. I was thinking Skywrath, they go Silencer. That's also good. It's a hero that can lane pretty well against them. If you really hate Timber, you can go for a Skywrath on the +4 as well. I think it's overreacting, though. It's better to have different type of annoyances, because if you get 2 heroes like Sky and Silencer, Lotus Sword becomes all that much more valuable, and you'd rather have like a Spear Breaker or something as well, so you can still and lock him down, do something, and they get Storm. Early pickup of the Storm here. Are we gonna see possibility for Tundra to react the way we've seen earlier from other teams here, taking a Squad X approach with a tiny reaction to just gank, because both Silencer and Storm are pretty good targets for a Tiny to jump on.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, do well in the lane, just jump and burst them once you get that Blink Dagger. Definitely got the options for it. Yeah, looking back, most often when they first picked this Timber Saw, it's been like a Bat or a Bloodseeker picked up just to try and shore up some of their other lanes or give you that lane partner to go along with the Timber.
Yeah, Bloodseeker would also be very nice to grab for Tundra themselves, in the sense that it's a hero that does well against Timber. It's actually one of the better heroes to counter him. So it saves you ban in second phase if that's an idea that you have. They're gonna go Doom.
Hang on.
So this is, this is when Tundra are throwing their curveball. Most likely now, this is 9 on Timbersaw and 33 on Doom. However, Saxa has played support Doom. Yeah. Saxa knows how to play that. He definitely enjoys it.
Skitter has played carry Doom as well.
Exactly. So there's flexibility on this Doom and minor flexibility on the Timbersaw as well, making it a little bit less obvious for Talon how they want to play this.
I mean, sometimes drafting against these guys like Tundra, it's like you're blindfolded, spun around, trying to throw darts at a dartboard when you don't know where it is or what's going on. You're like, hang on, I can't aim at a target. Got no idea what's happening.
Yeah, I think the one downside here with putting a mid Timbersaw is that being Timber against Storm, at some point, it's a little bit bad that you can't really damage Storm that easily, and you don't get that much value from your Chakram or your Whirling Death for CSing. A Storm can back out of it quite easily. So I like the reaction by Talon, the heroes they grabbed versus Timber. Now, we'll see how the second ban phase unfolds here.
I mean, there's still the option to go like Undying and stuff here, right? Snaking's hero pool. You can see some of these lane dominators. Still going to remove the Bat Rider, though. With that threat of Doom and Timber both being flexible, you don't want to have Saxa having that guaranteed initiation tool, which he showed off tremendously in that first game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Doom Batrider is a very high kill potential lane as well, especially if you skip Devour a little bit and get some Infernal Blade, get the Blood Grenade, stick a Napalm, Flame Break. Suddenly it's super hard to get away from the Scorched Earth and you just die. So,
and super nice to have like initial catch onto a Silencer. Like if you find him in the fog, make sure the Global isn't there. Batrider just undoes an entire hero.
Yeah, we're gonna see Tundra ban out that Bloodseeker since, like I mentioned, can be a really good option against Timbersaw. Can also lane very nicely against Doom, so it gets removed. We'll see what they want to go for here. It makes me feel like this could be a type of game where you get yourself some nice range damage output. You have the Storm on mid, you have a Silence support, get yourself a Drow carry, and then some off-lane melee stuff to go in and kind of tank the main hate from the enemy, and you could have a really nice team fight.
Who would that melee hero be? Like an Underlord or something?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe you go Mars. I'm not sure.
Something to kick things off. Front line a little bit. Talon's still afraid. I mean, Tundra played support Visage right at the Barley Major, but I think that was Owie playing it when he was standing in for Saxa, but still this ability to put 9 Timber, position 4 Doom for Saxa, Visage could be there for 3-3.
Yep, he definitely enjoys taking it as well on 33, so his Visage, we've seen it time and time again. Many options here. You can't really just all in on the fact that this is going to be an off-lane Doom and just feel fine about that. Whatever hero you pick as a carry should lane well against multiple things. That's why I kind of went towards the Drow, because if you have a double range matchup with Silencer plus Drow or something similar like that, it's very hard to shut it down, no matter what heroes you end up going with here when you have Timber and Doom already picked.
Where's our boy Meepo been today? He was looking pretty hot during the play-ins. Not seeing him really contested at all. Is he now kind of a last pick kind of guy?
Yeah, I think he will be. I mean, later phases he can be picked. Usually, we used to see a lot of Meepo paired up with Silencer. Used to be a really nice combo. You kind of jump someone with Meepo and then silence. Global Silence comes out and Meepo just makes sure you get number advantage early. But that's like years and years ago that was a popular strat. We could see Talon bring that back though. The old toolbox could open it up and find a meepo. But against Timbersaw, all that pure damage, you don't really want to play meepo. You can right-click the Timber pretty hard, but I mean, at some point his armor just gets too severe to deal with.
Too nasty. I do remove the Undying. Now one of Snake King's laning tools gone. Rubik, tons of spells to steal, having that Arcane Supremacy with Scorched Earth, Timbersaw's entire arsenal. Often feels very good.
Timber Chain feels amazing. I mean, the mobility and the damage of it's definitely nice, but having Chakram, also a great source of damage, so pretty nice Rubik game, and gets themselves a little bit of lockdown as well. A Silencer only provides that silence, really, right? That's the name of the hero. He doesn't actually give you any stun, so now pairing up a little bit, making a gank trio possible. Rubik, Storm, Silencer could definitely be running around. Then you just need someone who can farm, and then a frontliner who can push lanes.
I just had one of those boomer Dota flashbacks, remembering DDC playing Silencer like 7-8 years ago, literally sitting in Fountain against an Enigma, waiting to press R.
Yep, that has been gameplay. Yeah. I mean, sometimes your job is very simple. You have one button. Here, monkey, watch screen. If you see this, press this. Okay.
Follow the algorithm.
Now we've
yeah. We've seen Terrorblade used against Leshrac, and the Skadi Rush come out from Parker as that anti-healing kind of deal. Is that something that Talon... Never mind, they cannot
Tundra,
be considering
that. Yeah, Tundra. Just keep going. Smooth transition here, Garrett.
Yeah, so what do you think about this Terrorblade for Tundra Walk?
I agree. Very well read that Terrorblade was going to come out here for Tundra. It's obviously great when Storm has non-stop jump around and TB. I don't know, man. They just want to play TB here. It's pretty good against the Rubik and Silencer. They don't really bother him that much, but it's not that good against Storm, to be honest. All the magic damage, Storm's mobility also makes it hard for TB to lock onto him. But
could you stroke my ego a little bit here? Would it have been a good pick for Talon? Like, would it have been a fourth pick for them?
It could have been played. It's concerning to me, though. It's too much pure damage from Timber, and then you still have the Doom as well. I think it would be dangerous. Depending on which two heroes we would see from Tundra, maybe you could go for it, but overall, it's a little bit sketch. We saw it work against the whole Lesh IO combo, but Timber is very oppressive early on.
It's a different beast.
Yeah, it's just the laning stage would be tough for Terrorblade, I would think.
Okay, so we're not in the realms of like a block pick there from Tundra. It's something they wanted, not necessarily thinking about what Talon were going for. And it's the Meepo, there we go.
In the toolbox, we bring it out, the Silencer Meepo combo. Meepo does do very well against Terrorblade. Doesn't do as well against the Timbersaw. He's decent against the Doom, and he's pretty good against Lion, honestly. So this is an interesting pickup here, seeing the Meepo added.
Right, I'm on Dota Buff, and I've clicked the Meepo button on Talon's draft page, and I see nothing.
Yes,
0
because
to 0 out of 0.
They've been smurfing, Gareth. They've been practicing in your pubs. You know that Meepo you met, the 23-0 Meepo? Yeah, that was them. All of them.
Let's say it's a 23 Meepo, right? It's going to be a carry with the Storm going mid. Or is it offlane? We've seen offlane
it can
Meepo,
be
right?
offlane. Yeah, exactly. That's why I was thinking more. I think it could very well be an offlane Meepo against the Terrorblade in lane. You have good armor. You're very tanky. You don't care that much about a Lion stun into a Terrorblade meta hitting you. Obviously, it hurts, but that's what you have a +4 for as well to come and help you. A little bit of Fade Bolt, you could be fine. I think that's a +3 Meepo is what I would prefer to see. We'll see if that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about like the archetype of heroes that the players play, Jabs has always been that one that plays Enigma, Nagasar in offlane, some of these, zoo heroes. So he's going to be the one more comfortable with microing stuff than 23, I'd imagine.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think that adds credence to what you're saying. Beastmaster, Underlord, Elder Titan, all being removed as it looks like Talon thinking this is going to be a snaking hero in the last spot. Yes. We'll probably need our 23 hero in the last pick for Talon now.
Let's see exactly what they want to get rid of. I like the Underlord ban and Beastmaster ban when you have TB in your team. Of course, so they think that it's going to be carry Meepo. And maybe that's still the safest way to run it here. Get yourself a real offlaner. That's what Tundra are worried about, at least.
Meepo can be a bit of a vacuum cleaner, right? Soaking up the entire map of farm. Very often plays like the carry from the mid lane, the carry from the off lane. And Storm can be a little greedy as well. It's like adding another actual carry hero could be a touch too much.
Yeah, I think possibly you don't want to go for that. And yeah, at least on his main account, Jabs doesn't have any real Meepo games from what I can see. So very possible that he just doesn't want to be the one playing it. It is the type of hero that you kind of have to be comfortable on. If you're not, then it's very rough. At the same time, though, I don't see that many Meepo games over on 23 either. So
it's going to end up being a support Meepo.
If it's 23 Meepo, on his main account, he has 16 games with 37% win rates.
Okay.
Last played in 2020.
Oh, that's a while back.
Yeah, and his Dota buff is public, so I mean, he has a day ago played Faceless Void and so on showing. So I'm interested about this Meepo. Is this something they've been Smurf practicing, or because
must be 16
games, 37% win rate doesn't really sound like let's do it at the biggest tournament that we are ever gonna play in, outside of TI.
It's definitely one of those heroes that's been on the rise, right? Through Bali Major, the first couple of days of Riyadh. We've seen Ace pull it out plenty of times for Gaimin Gladiators. Beast Coast EG, they've grabbed it up a couple of times.
Okay, so the last pick Chen there is a good fit. Of course, the Chen Terrorblade, the classic combo. How could we miss that was still there? Banning the ET and the Lich makes sense, but honestly, that's just to protect your Meepo, right? It's just concerns that these heroes destroy Meepo.
Oh.
All right.
So it's going to be Jabs Meepo, hey?
Jabs on the Meepo.
So we're expecting Rod of Atos build as usual?
Yes, this should be the current offlane Meepo with, classic kind of power treads into Rod of Atos, and then you just go fighting, build from there, you get yourself Shard, Aghanims, and off you go. As many team fights as possible. The benefit in this game is that you can't really Doom a target. I think Doom is also one of those things you can save yourself from. They did stop Black Hole and Duel, that he can't Mega Meepo, he can't pull Meepos out of those anymore. And Chrono as well. But Doom, I think you can still save the Meepo who's doomed. Just stack him onto a tower. We good?
Yeah. Put him on the totem pole. Get him out of there. So 3-3 is just going to be looking at this Makoto Storm. He is the target. I doom him only.
Yeah, really. I mean, there's Medusa or Meepo. Those zeros are not targets. He could go for the Rubik even if he wants to give some particular hate. Could always be nice to remove him.
Yeah, so 9 Timbersaw mid against the Makoto Storm mid. 3-3 Doom with a Saxa Lion going to be against a Medusa and Silencer. So double ranged into that. And then Jabs and Q, the Meepo Rubik against Terrorblade and Chen.
Yeah. I mean, I still think the Rubik Meepo is pretty potent there, but obviously probably not going to shut down Terrorblade in the early part. But once Meepo is level 4, that's when everything changes. It always is. Meepo needs his buddies. If he has his buddies, then he's strong. But until then, we should see a slight advantage for the TB Chen lane there. Interesting to see how lanes are going to play out, though. 9 on Timbersaw. Going to have a big role here playing the active playmaker as 33 in his Doom. Pretty much one of the greediest Dooms that I've seen, at least. He kind of pioneered the whole Midas straight into Octarine build in, a year ago or so when it started becoming really popular. He was the one kind of leading the way on that build. So yeah, we're probably gonna see 9 just take the activity.
Yeah, you've touched on a word that I wanted to ask you about, greedy, because we talked about this Meepo maybe being that vacuum cleaner sucking up all the farm on the map. Medusa, very greedy. Storm needs quite a bit of farm. On the opposing side, you said it, there's a Doom, there's a TB. They're going to be farming a hell of a lot. Are both of these drafts equally greedy? Does one of them have like a power spike earlier? What kind of timings are we looking at?
Both teams can play it extremely greedy, actually. Both are like triple core that wants to farm quite a bit, but the big timings, I mean, probably the biggest one is going to be the like Storm timing when he gets active and starts joining fights, whether it's him just having his Witchblade, Falcon Blade combo and starts running around from lane to lane just fighting. At the same time, though, it comes down a little bit to the rotations from Chen, honestly. It's not really an item timing, it's more where he wants to put his efforts, where he wants to crack open the map with his creeps, how they're going to position it.
Well, I like this from Q already. Early ward down in that southern part of the map. Look out for where the Chen is. I think he blocked one of the camps as well. So he blocks one, sees vision over the other.
Yeah. Grab the Watcher as well while he was down there. Gonna head back out.
I mean, quite often we see this from Doom players. Get some wards down to see what kind of creeps they'll be able to gather for themselves. As we have got double sentry there for snaking, already prepared himself to have to deward and get some early vision down.
Yeah, and we see the Tundra players doing the Tundra item builds. They've been doing this for over a year now. It's like 2 years going or something. The branch team, they love their branches. They love upgrading Magic Stick and getting branches as well, as TB has to upgrade Magic Wand with 3 branches. Doom has upgraded Magic Wand with 3 branches, so both with the same build.
Yeah, first it was Tango and Salve sharing, then it was Mango spamming, now it's wands and branches. They're always finding this little leg up in the laning stage just through supreme itemization and efficiency.
Yeah, it's just the efficient stats, and getting those Magic Stick charges early really sets you up to outplay your opponent in the lane when you have a big Magic Stick that can maybe surprise the opponent with how hard you are to bring down.
And probably see 9 grab one in a little bit as well after his bottle. Talon already starting out here with Ollie just running towards the Timber Saw. Throw a couple of spells on him. Saxa giving it back. And a bit of wave dragging from Medusa, just trying to keep it in front of the tower without putting them in the aggro range.
Yeah, for now, top lane, a lot of trading. Actually, it pulls 2 creeps. He didn't really mean to do that on Saxa. This is not going to help him too much, as now Medusa has a lot of creeps high up on the lane, more creeps than you have down far, so this is a very awkward spot for Radiant in particular, even though both teams have to kind of juggle the creep aggro here. He gets away from it though. He's going to force the Medusa under tower.
And he does get the D-ward on the large camp. I don't know if Ollie didn't check that the sentry was there for the Lion. He's got a second sentry anyway, so okay. Ollie actually reblocks the camp a second time. There's a lot of expenditure here with the sentry wards being bought out by snaking, Ollie, Saxa, and really trying to control up these creep camps early on.
Yeah, looking at bottom lane a bit, we see the Meeple versus Terrible matchup here. TB so far doing really great in last hits. He's got 8 and 1, has 3 more creeps to kill. So far only missing a single CS. Well, there's another one. A little bit of cast a curse. Never hurt.
Unlucky. Now, what's the big laning stage timing for Meepo now? Is it level 4?
Yeah, level 4. Level 4 is all you're playing for, really. He's got 1 point in Q, 1 point in E. Yeah, put 1 point in Divided We Stand as level 4, and then you skill up the proof as well.
That's a little unusual, right? Quite often we see these lanes really pivot from level 2.
Yeah. Meepo has a slower power spike than most heroes, but his power spike is around his ulti, which he gets early. But his spells aren't that impressive before he has ulti. Again, fights for the D-wards here on this big camp. Blocked up by Oli, but again D-warded by Saxa as he centered it up.
A small camp pull. A couple of creeps coming back into the lane. So 23 should be able to hold this in front of his tier 1 for a little bit. 3, 3, 9, and 1. What kind of skill build is he going for? Like, going for aggression or going for greed?
Oh, he's going Scorched Earth. You can't really go for too much aggression against Medusa with Infernal Blade because she has mana instead of HP, right? So the E isn't that strong. Bottom lane we see now Q actually might go down here.
Penitence, the Centaur Courser, chasing forward, and first blood for snaking.
Nice little Courser, just getting some auto attacks and underestimating the Penitence. Dangerous thing to do. 5-second duration slow. Long duration, and of course having that 20 bonus attack speed. It's very nice, like giving a little bit of power treads to your Centaur Courser.
And Skitter got some good damage on jabs as well. Metamorphosis and that reflection forces the Meepo to salve already. Skitter just continues free farming as Tundra having a pretty spectacular early laning stage. TB doing very well. Timber against that Storm in the mid lane looks reasonably even for now. Nine has hit that point where he's untouchable.
Yeah, this is really looking better than expected for the Chen and the TB. I mean, the lane is very strong, but right now the Meeple Rubik, they're not getting anything done. Q looking for a D ward, but doesn't find it as it goes in. In fact, gonna end up only pulling half the creep wave.
It's so rough trying to move around this lane. Chen, he can play the lane, he can play the jungle, comes out with some creeps, grabs a mud golem for now.
This is also a ton of solo experience for the TB, who's already up to level 4. Well ahead of the Meepo, who's still working on it, halfway to level 4.
He really needs to hit that timing. Skid's pretty far up the lane here, but again, just no real threat to him. Yeah, Snaking's back in lane.
he's feeling safe. That's the downside. I mean, TB doesn't threaten the Meepo too much, but I also feel like the Meepo, you know, can't fight for CS that much because of the illusions here. He's just getting out CS'd, and Rubik is falling back to stack Ancients now. He can't really have positive impact on the lane. So this lane did not work out the way that Talon wanted right now. It's definitely Tundra just running the show on bottom.
Snaking. He's coming up top. Double Mud Golem through the Twin Gate. 23 sat about half mana there. 2-1 charges, Ring of Bassi. If they can get on top of this Zeus, so 23 absolutely could die. Sax is a little deep though. Blood Grenade. Arcane Curse, and the last words on him. Tries to pop a bit of heal, but in from the back. The Mud Golems are coming. Ollie, Penitence on him. Shard Golems now arriving with even more pebbles and rocks to throw at the Silencer. A little difficult to chase him down with a hero, though, as Snaking is getting battled by the Rubik and the Medusa. Snaking's dead, and a double kill for 23.
Wow, that's not what you expect to happen in laning stage. Medusa getting a double kill, and meanwhile, 33 was nowhere close to this. The creep wave is just really far back, so he didn't want any part in this, and turned out to a really awkward fight, and Rubik finding a way to be useful in the early game. Not helping his Meepo necessarily, but instead coming up here top, gonna get a kill, and that will put him towards his urn that he's actually buying. So they want the Spirit Vessel against Timber this game.
I mean, 3-3 just cycling through the trolls he's eating. Grabs one for healing. Now grabs one for Mana Aura. He's got his Vanguard ready, so sitting pretty in that top lane. While 9 in the mid, gonna get defended by Sax's Lion, making sure that Ollie and Q can't get right on top of him. Even Meepo coming across for a bit of a party here with one of his clones.
Yeah, he can always run around with one Meepo and then farm with the other. Is a nice thing for Meepo rotations at least. Storm has a regen rune. TP's bottom.
Skitter feels this coming. The aggression from Jazz there, a little too much.
He didn't sip. He let the regen time out. The hell, man? That's illegal. Regen runes on Storm are never meant to time out naturally. You keep zipping.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Oh, he had a good 5 more seconds on it or something. Could have jumped a little bit.
Oh, farm out little wolf camp. Still sticking around bottom, but it looks like Tundra have the perfect read on this. They are nowhere to be seen, hiding back in the fog. Saxo's going to grab Wisdom Rune after stacking some Ancients. Oh yeah, look at that. Juicy gold ready for 9 to come and take.
Both teams have stacked up Ancients, but it's Radiant with bigger stacks right now. Definitely got a lot of money available. I think you go and take that with Timber here. 9, just go and get rich, man. Bottom lane, though. They're thinking about not giving it up. I think you should give it up, but if TB wants to defend, they can always try. I don't think they're doing it, though.
Snaking says, nah. I'm going to go top, Twin Gate with my creeps. We can put some pressure on their tier 1. Just let them have this. It's a freebie.
Yeah. Top tower, not being pressured by 33, but he's pulling the creeps into the jungle, farming small camp and the creep wave at the same time, so he's just really rushing towards that Midas. Gonna get it as soon as possible.
What's his courier doing, though?
It's an agent. It's delivering an item. Special package for Doom.
They're standing there, waiting for Doom to come across. Courier got told to sit, and it is very obedient.
Maybe he was baiting with it, you know? Get someone to go on it, doom them.
Come and snap my courier, I dare you. Well, they trade out tier 1 for tier 1. Saxa's eyeing up 23 under this Radiant Observer ward.
Okay, that actually gives away that he was next to an enemy creep, or enemy hero. The fact that the tornado was cast, yeah. It's only cast when there's an enemy nearby, so 23, aware.
Oh, he's got to be. He's zipping onto 9. Arcane Curse on him. They do cancel the Timber Chain jump, so a good move there as Saxa. He's backing up 9's Timber, but the damage will take him down in the end.
That was clean by Mikoto. They didn't actually have high ground vision, so it's a little bit hard there to cast the Electric Vortex perfectly, but he waited for Timber Chain, didn't get fecked out or anything, and just pulled him back. 9 gets punished for being a little bit too far out of position. Speaking of that...
Yeah, Snaking. Trying to be oppressive here, right? Stealing jungle away from the opponent, looking to take over that top part of the map, give 3-3 a bit of free space. Dies and forces a rotation from Talon, but that's a good kill nonetheless.
Yeah, it's very nice for them. They get to Bounty Rune as well, both top and bottom at the same time, so things are looking pretty good here. 4 kills for them. They did remove bottom tower. Map is, you know, evenly balanced in towers taken, but I think they're more active now in looking for kills. At the same time, though, we see Tundra just farming. That Midas coming in on Doom soon. He's got 4 levels in Devour, no point Doom yet, and TB is just hitting creeps with a Midas as well. This is all over Greed, man.
Greedy. And 3-3 gonna get punished. Meepo's come in with the help of the Storm, trapping him in the nets. All caught up with the roots and jabs with Q, the stolen Chakram. That's what secures the kill in the end.
Nice pick off. See if they're gonna try and do something more with it, or if they're just gonna back out. Probably just gonna try and play it safe here, get back to farming.
I mean, this is one of those games where we're going to look at the map and we'll see no neutral camp dots on the map at some point, right? Do some Meepo Storm, we're going to farm everything.
I don't believe it. I've never seen it. The map always has some annoying, pesky little dot somewhere. Something you can't reach. If it's not a creep, then it's a Tormentor. And that counts too, Gareth. If the Tormentor is not taken, yeah, I'm not satisfied. Everything needs to be dead.
Okay.
Roche, Tormentor, and all the creep camps.
I believe in both these teams' abilities to kill everything on the map.
We need
just
to get
obliterate it.
Need to get that TB Manta style, Meepo Manta style, Medusa Manta style, and then just send them all over the place.
Nah, just salt the earth and kill everything.
Sentry everything.
Sentry, yeah. Well, that's the way to do it. Right now, Talon on the aggressive, though, going into tier 1 mid. They're not sitting back and farming. They're trying to push the issue. This is quite early on as well. Like 11 minutes in, your Medusa's joining in fights.
Yeah, Medusa is, well, she's joining in to open the map more. They need to get more farming grounds. This is not sufficient. They need to have bigger maps. So this is very much in her own self-interest here to get access behind this tower. You know, open up the enemy jungle a little bit more.
See, at least Jabs knows what's up. He's got one Meepo out farming some jungle camps. TB's farming that southern part. They're starting. They're working on it. No defense of this tier 1 mid at all from Tundra, though. Very content to clear out the stacks for 9, so he ramps up his farm. And Tundra still looking pretty good in the net worth department, but Snaking's going to get blocked in by his own wolf, caught in the Chakram, which is still held by the Rubik. 9 thinking about turning around and playing here with a mana drain out of Saxa. 23 losing a lot of his effective HP, but they've got the global, and that stolen Chakram just doing so much work from Q.
Yeah, and the silences and the disables, really well done. The way they're, stopping this Timber Chain out. Looks like 9 just cannot escape, and Timbersaw really not having effectiveness here, so did a good job with the 5 heroes that they picked in terms of just being able to control him in the fights. Both the Rubik and Silencer having big impact, but also a Storm, and the constant roots as well from Meepo.
Midas, 10 seconds.
33.
Still on cooldown.
Just farming.
Gonna get zipped on. Koto, long go, runs out of mana, Doom thrown on the Storm. 3-3, still surrounded here. Q and Ollie with a stolen Doom.
Oh, wow.
This really is a fun game for Q, isn't it? Chakram and Doom and Timber Chain and Lion Spells.
That was an angry Doom usage by Q there, just making sure this guy is not getting away. I think they would have gone him anyway, but...
You doomed my Storm, I doom you.
Oh my god, look at the amount of gold they got for killing Doom. 33,345 gold? That's a lot of money, Gareth. I know he's fun, but damn.
You had me for a second there. 33 what?
It's the comeback mechanic. The rubber band is back.
It's more than the net worth of an entire team. All talent. Gonna platform in this Radiant Ancient spot. And 3-3. I mean, he's respawned and come back up top to continue farming, but look at who's ready and waiting for him. Fade Bolt, Vortex, dragging back into the damage, trying to Scorched Earth and run away. Akurto, a little bit more mana to play with here. With one short zip, they'll find a secure kill, but Saxa wanting to turn this around. Spike and Hex, reflection from Skitter. Oh, the Finger of Death and the final touches. Yeah. It's going to get a stack up as well.
Got it in time within the 3 seconds there. Gets the kill. Very nice. You gotta get that scaling. You know, if you get, Aghanim Scepter on Lion here, you can get some big damage. Big damage, but don't think we're gonna have time for that though. He's probably just gonna try and get his blink. Play the utility. How close is TB not to Manta? Ultimate Orb, 400 gold away.
I mean, how much value is the shard on Lion? Like after his blink?
Pretty good here.
Buy it, or just wait for... Oh, TB. Silenced up. No chance to sunder. Magic burst damage is there.
Oh, and they're behind Meepo coming in.
Oh, you're right. They've been snared up. Snaking. Hand of Midas on cooldown for TB for 30 seconds. I mean, you just buy back. Go and use it.
Yeah. I mean, This Midas, I'm telling you, man, I'm not on board with Midas Terrorblade. I think it's trash, Gareth. I'm gonna say it like this. Anyone who buys Midas and Terrorblade, I don't know what the hell they're doing. Why not get the Manta style? He died. You know why he died? Because he was out of position, farming a dangerous area. No one could have farmed that dangerous area. More illusions. Make more illusions, man. I don't get it. Teams.
I don't know.
Teams are getting ultra greedy on Terrorblade, who's already a greedy hero. You need to get some stats, man.
I mean, what, we've seen 3-4 games with TB Midas and they've lost them all?
Yeah, Ramses played it and lost, right? And,
Heritage. I think there was one more, but I can't remember.
Yeah, Heritage. Well, I know that Jim Park didn't do it. He was a man of honor.
Yes, the Scardy Russia. Well, 3-3 has said, I don't want to be top anymore. 9, please.
Snaking is in danger here. He's gonna go down.
Oh, he sure is. Just relentless from talent. They see a hero, they kill a hero. You show on this map and they just bring the numbers.
Ooh, look at that stolen int on Silencer already at 15 minutes. 20 stolen int. That is quite an impressive number, actually, for a game like this.
Oh, God, he's 2-0-9. I guess it all kicked off with that double kill top, right? Getting Medusa a double kill and being nearby.
Yeah, got going. Actually, this is a game where, as a support Silencer, you can try to just get Hurricane Pike and some Wraith Bands. That's it. He's going for 4 staff now. I actually think he could make that transition, and it's really good against Timber.
Roleplay's Enchantress?
Yeah, basically. Oh, Oli in danger.
Well, he's got raindrops to give a bit of protection, but the Finger of Death from Saxa just bursts through the remaining HP he had. Talon trying for a response. 9 bodyguarding, but 23. He's going to join in, and it's not just 5 heroes from Talon, there's 8 of them. Jabs has brought a whole family to come in and help out, even getting the courier snipe as well.
The courier goes down as well. I think Tundra right now, they just don't have anything going for them. They're just trying to farm, and anywhere they don't go, they can be punished. Pop, they're chasing now with Rod of Atos Meeple.
Yeah, there's the catch, the poof's in. And the global silence, make sure there's no Sunder. He's trying to just physically right-click through the Meepo, the Fade Ball, the bit of control. The Sunder does come into play, and there we go with the Hand of God. They turn around and kill off Jabs. Tundra finally having some answer to this aggression.
Yeah, that was a really important turnaround. And this, they could use the meta to go immediately into Roche, get themselves Aegis to protect them from all these pickoffs. But Talon are coming over. They lost Meepo, but he'll be up in time as well. This is a dangerous Roche. They are committing for it.
Yeah,
they have that penitence. Did he use it? Yeah, there it is.
Pop the Lincolns. Use the penitence.
This is way too late, though.
Coming in, and Ags on Meepo. He's respawning in 10 seconds. 23, straight into the pit with a Stone Gaze. Makoto zips in and out. Focusing Lion, hexed up for now. 23 is doomed. The Medusa trying to get back up to this little high ground of the Twin Gate. At the very least, they've delayed the Roshan take as Makoto snipes out Sastra in the back. 9 front lining for now, and this Doom is about to wear off. Medusa can still keep slithering forward, doing a bit of chip damage here and there. And 9, he's looking for this kill on Makoto, but he's being kited, controlled. And there's the damage. The high five, not going to come from the opponent. Maybe his teammate will give it to him. But Talon with another resounding victory. Oh, look at him. What a handsome devil.
That was a really nice play, just going in with the Medusa there, charging in, knowing that they can't really commit on her. That's not going to work for them. They did expend a Doom after she used ulti. I think that's one of the worst targets that you can ever Doom, because that only stops her using Manta Style and Mystic Snake and possibly Magic Stick. That's not really big value, man. So Doom being committed, Storm had a free reign. He just jumped in, jumped deeper, and kept going for kills. And yeah, just a little bit greedy with the not only itemization, but also going for that Roche. You know, it looked like they could transition into it, but ultimately, the death timer on Meepo was pretty low. He got back to the fight really fast, too.
Yeah, he's pretty bloody farmed as well, this Jabs boy.
It's away!
Not caught out.
Yeah, Finger Death was ready there, but they didn't really have the damage to bring him down. A little bit too low.
And they're just falling back. Tundra can't really get a grasp on this map. 23 stealing their ancient stacks. 9 is going to wander up to high ground and meet the full force of Talon.
He can't leave.
No, you just can't. You're stuck in the mud. Jabs, gonna take the kill. How you doing?
Jabs is feeling himself now. Very nice rotations overall. Jabs didn't have the best laning stage, but just running at people, kind of finding them, setting up, and waiting for either Storm or Medusa in this case coming in, and his supports as well. They just bring down people. It's not about solo killing. this Meepo. It's all about just setting up, making sure a team has good fights, good vision.
Oh, big steal from Rubik. He's got Devour.
Oh, yes.
How do you play into this? Rubik with Devour. This Meepo with a Jabanim Scepter. It's impossible.
Yeah.
Rubik, Spirit Vessel, and Ether Lens. And tons of big items here for Talon to play with. And Medusa still up at the top of that net worth. Feeling pretty good about themselves.
Yeah, Medusa even hitting high ground here. Probably should be a little bit careful going too far, but really testing the greed level of Tundra here. See if she can just farm.
Makoto covered by the global. Q, what's he going to steal now? As the Earth Spike's there from Saxa to try and slow down jabs. This Meepo will not stop going though, and snares him up, catches out the lion into the totem pole. Mega Meepo, he's here. Waddling back though, a little escape from jabs for now, just to reset the fight and think about how they re-enter onto 9's Timber. They'll zip in. Spirit Vessel's ready. They've got the catch with the Vortex. 9. A Hand of God buys them a little bit of time, but they're just being chased down relentlessly. 23 with the Stone Gaze and the ensnares are landing. Another net and root onto the TB with a stolen hex like you called out. This Skitter Terrorblade has to sunder back onto jabs. He's the one with the Aegis though. Even if he dies here, not a big deal for Talon to lose him the one time. And jabs are going to jump straight back in with the additional army. We'll find Skitter in the back. The ensnares, no, he's saved with the Pavis there and Sax's defense of that tier 2. They get Skitter out of danger, kill the Aegis. Talon
still going in. Yes, Blink. He's chasing the Timber. Wants to catch him.
Come back. Get over here. Good stun from Saxa. Catches out the Storm. Maybe 9 with a blood grenade from Saxa. They'll try and kill the Storm, but he's alive. Talon just do not lose anybody.
Yeah, they lose absolutely nothing. That was also the fight with Meta, and they're still chasing here. Blink from Meepo, chasing up. He knows Saxa wants to portal out. He doesn't have time, though. He keeps running. All he can do is try and buy space and time here for his team, as he knows the inevitable is coming.
Eventually dies.
Yeah, even a little bit of Delta split towards the end there, trying to avoid getting all his Meepos impaled.
Limit the end of game damage numbers for Saxa.
Yeah, and now Meepo goes top. He doesn't want to give any space for this Radiant team. It's just high-tempo Meepo gameplay.
Yeah, no breathing room whatsoever. He is everywhere on the map. Skitter, no Sunder on him. Does get back to tier 3, but Jab has found a simpler target to kill. The Chen is gone. And Tormentor is up as well.
Easy Tormentor here. Meepo is a fantastic hero to take Tormentor with as well, since he soaks so much of the damage on his bones. Don't really take any damage.
Who's getting the shard from this? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, yeah. The scaling.
Yeah.
Get that Glimmer Cave out of your quick buy.
Yeah, 25 minutes is coming up. Get some Wraith Bands, man. Start putting points in that W. Honestly, though, this shard is really nice for a Silencer, because now he can silence on his auto attacks. So he can add even more silences into that Timber Saw to mess with him. And it's really bothering him, because he doesn't have magic immunity yet. He doesn't have... or debuff immunity, sorry, as it's called now. He doesn't have a BKB, he doesn't have Lotus Orb, he doesn't have a way to deal with getting silenced. He just has to endure it. He has some status resistance, but that's only 12%.
Yes, it's been a much calmer game for this Timbersaw in terms of what we've seen previously popping off. Zip in from Mikoto again with his global silence, making sure that the Doom and the Chain cannot defend. I'll come in with a quick snipe. Utilize that global silence ulti, and now Meepo, the second wave of aggression. He gets doomed up on one of them, but 3-3 he's out on an island here. Nobody from Tundra wants to come and fight this. They've dropped both supports. 3-3, I don't know, he's just standing on a cliff hoping that he's going to fall off to some safe straw matting underneath, but...
Guess he chooses where his corpse is going to fall, Gareth. That's about it. Didn't really have authority over anything else. Oh, the mighty have fallen, man. Ruling in hell, too. Yeah, nothing at all.
Wow, Meepo's on the Timbersaw. Whirling Death with a stolen Doom. Yeah, and a stolen
too, why not?
Chakram. Alright, Q, calm down, buddy.
Q is styling on them this game as well. This game is just completely Talon all over. Like, look at their stats right now. No death on Storm. Zero deaths, 7 kills, 10 assists. And Medusa didn't die a single time. Both their +1, +2 having a perfect game going. Rubik 7, 2, and 14. Silencer. I mean, all of them are just absolutely owning, because I ultimately don't feel like Tundra are doing anything. They went for this Midas on the off lane, Midas on the safe lane, and then also playing a Timber mid, which is not really the playmaker type hero that you expect it to be. It's not like he can non-stop go and fight. And now they get the bottom Tormentor. Meepo Solons it, so that's going to be shard over on Rubik as well. And he almost has Aghanims. Jesus Christ, he's farmed.
He's massive.
Oh my god, I didn't check his items until now, but look at his gold, dude. He's 1,000 behind the Doom, who went Midas Octarine. What?
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's involved in... He's 90% of the kills, right? What you said, he's 21 involvement out of 24. Nutty.
Absolutely amazing gameplay for him right now, and he is gonna be a big threat this game. Once he gets the Aghanims, having shard already as well, feels so good. Mikoto found 9.
Hello. What are you up to? 9? Farming Ancients, eh? A lot of magic damage coming his way, and look, 23. I mean, he's just joining all these fights. The Medusa is battle ready. Q to get another kill.
I think this is a great reaction to Timbersaw, Rubik and Storm, and then Silencer as well. Like, all of them, the 3 of them, coming back to that, mentioned it before, but they have ways to catch people. Bottom, speaking of catching, 33.
Meepo! Right on the Doom.
Yeah, why don't you Doom? You know, Rubik will be happy to take Doom again, but... Oh, Saksa, he left base.
Oh no, is he in trouble? Oh god. That's a little awkward.
Just walk down.
I love Meepo's voice lines though. His voice acting is like S tier for me.
For crying out loud.
They're on the high ground. Glyph. Utilised here by Tundra just to try and hold them back. Who's out? Is that snaking? Farming? Up near the mines?
Yeah, snaking, he recruited a few people to join their cause, but I think they need more than 4 creeps to turn this game around.
So, running a little low on resources here. Skitter and 9 trying to rebuff the aggression. 23 Savage there with a Stone Gauge, just going to reset. Not going to finish off the barracks just yet.
Meta immediately pops Stone Gaze, reset. Even though the barracks is really low, they don't want to fight into meta if they can avoid it. And this is very tough now.
Smoke up, chase out. Find a Strangler. Medusa attempting a TP. A little risky here, but Talon, they get out.
Yeah, they didn't have Lion close enough. Lion doesn't have a blink or anything. He doesn't even have Tranquils, actually. He has Windlace, but that's it. Pavis, not able to catch that.
Yeah, Lincoln's on the Medusa helping too.
It's tough as well, because he's the only hero that, you know, you want to send forward to try and catch like that. I guess you have your Doom, but he doesn't have Blink yet either. 27 minutes.
Oh, Q, finger of death. There we go. Wicked 6 streak removed. A lot of money. 822 plus 594
that's a
for a Rubik?
1,400, more than 1,400 gold for a Rubik minute 27.
And Chen got it like
Chen got it.
800 gold.
Oh, he's buying a drums for it, you know, but probably not the hero you want to get the big payout on here. That's 4 Midas uses right there that he got paid out.
Massive.
5 even. The nerfed Midas.
Just hits the jackpot on the slot machine. And 20 seconds to go for that next Roshan. Both teams going to start thinking and prepping about it. You know,
no, I see a cheeky play. I see a cheeky play. The Ogre Magi. He's coming to kill it. No, he didn't Frost Shield. He could have killed the Wisdom Rune, but he didn't Frost Shield before he walked through the tier 2 tower. He's going to try and deny the Wisdom Rune.
On the right-hand side?
Yeah. Well, the creep died. He died to a tier 2 tower because he walked on the tier 2 tower without shield. Unlucky.
Oh, well. Gave it a shot.
Top. Looks like the place where both teams want to congregate for a fight now.
Yeah, 1.5 minutes till daytime. Roshan could viably be up right here, right now. It's always interesting to see, you know, how you prep for this. Like, do you set up for top and hope he's ready? Do you get ready to go down to bottom, wait on the twin gates?
Yeah.
Tundra say none of this. We're going mid.
Well, Talon are going to start Roche very soon. Tundra, they just rushed down to try and catch the Meepo, but Meepo pushed 1 creep wave, went jungle, and now he's pooping away. And now they start Roche. This is very, very clean reaction by them.
Yeah, they should have it pretty easily before the time shifts.
Courier dies on the secret shop. This is why I feel using the hotkey on the courier to send courier to secret shop is something I'm never gonna do. I'm always sending it manually because I click for it to hide in the trees. But if you send it with the hotkey, then it just AFKs over the shopkeeper, and then your courier dies.
Yeah.
You can save a courier today, chat. Save it today. Don't do this.
Manual selection. Oh,
Cannot
my God.
save a Timber today, though. I think he's going to be going down here.
Yeah, even with that Lotus Orb, not offering him enough protection. Skitter sends an illusion forward to watch his friend die.
Cheese over on the Storm, Aegis over on the Meepo. Both of them feeling so strong. And now Meepo heading over to buy his Hex because his courier died. But over there is a little trail of creeps. Could it lead to him? Chen? He's going to go on the creeps.
That's some free money. It's always nasty for Chen to try and rebuild the army. There is that Scythe of Ice. So top lane pushing a little bit towards Tundra's side. Mid being cleared out by the Rubik. And bottom lane inhabited by the rest of Talon.
I'm watching Chen. Snaking is like staring at an ancient camp. He has a shard in his quick buy, so he wants to be able to persuade the ancient creeps. But if he can't do it, he's gonna beat them down. So he's just gonna start farming here. The only place on the map he can be.
Surely killing off the dragons.
It's better than nothing. Right now, I don't think Tundra can make a move. They're just respecting Aegis, so sitting back, hiding in base. But this gives so much time for Talon to just enjoy full map control.
Yeah, I mean, TB with his hand to Midas, he's been keeping tabs on this top net worth spot. 20,000 for Skitter. The rest of his team very far behind this Doom and Timbersaw, miles away from him. But potentially, with a high ground hold, Metamorphosis with a bunch of illusions, if Talon go a little too deep, fountain diving and fishing with this Storm and the Meepo, there could be a chance for Tundra.
It could happen, but I mean,
it's a 2% chance.
The Terrorblade has some farm. The problem is, Manta dodge.
Manta dodge. And now the Storm zips in with the global silence over. Lion gonna get away from danger as Mikoto forced to BKB and now run away with his limited mana pool.
Kiting meta. They're just running away. They know meta is now used, and this is a terrible spot to be in. I was having a conversation with someone about this recently, how the meta when you're behind. I was actually talking to Sing and Excalibur again earlier today. If you are behind as TB, you force this meta, it feels so awful because the enemy can just disengage. So they're smoking out now, this desperation. They want to get something done immediately, but Roche is already taken. You can't go for your tier 2 towers that easily. And look at Talon, all just moving together. Not gonna lose anyone to this smoke gang.
And just clumped up, poofing around.
This is just the timing as well. Like the moment this meta is over, now it's gone, they're gonna go back to bottom lane and push. And without TB having meta, like you said, the others are far behind in net worth. I haven't actually seen a Timbersaw have like this hard of a game in this entire patch.
No.
He's 0, 9, and 1 on 9. I actually can't remember last time I saw him this shut down as well. He's got absolutely nothing this game.
Oh, it's like you said, counterpicked, itemized against. This Timbersaw has been completely shut down, and oh yeah, hello, Jabs, just going wild solo. He just stuck completely. Lotus Orb with the Timber Chain, trying to get a little bit of room, but the Storm Spirit will close that gap. Meanwhile, pushing high ground down bottom, 23. He's there.
Well, they did see that there are 2 heroes top at least, so, you can try to do something bottom, but you're not killing that Medusa with Rubik behind to toss her back to safety. Global Silence back off cooldown again as well. And now the push is coming in. 40 seconds on that meta.
Lincoln's Manta jumping from Jabs. They see the Lion using this Global Silence to try and pick somebody off. The Storm zips in, looking at snaking, but Makoto again with his BKB and the runaway. They want to focus buildings instead, just try and claim these objectives. While that Metamorphosis is still down and Timbersaw is dead for 10. Maybe now with a stun back on the line and the Chakram on him, but Saxa seems reasonably healthy still.
He tried to toss him back, but the stun actually stopped it.
Nets being chucked around everywhere, just Jabs having a punt in it. Mega
Meepo and then blink out.
Look at that. The Meepo's flying around.
Looks so funny, the little swimming animation. He's got a tall tower now as well in this Meepo. Damn, he's stacked.
That's as simple as that.
Get to level 25, make the tower even taller.
It just feels like Talon are in no rush whatsoever.
Yeah.
They can do whatever they want.
And meanwhile, a smoke again coming out here. This could be the move though. Tundra, finding Illusion Rune, they want to take it, but just gonna grab it on Timber for Dispel.
Skitter, this is your moment. Hand to Midas off cooldown.
Very safe positioning here. Talon reading it excellently. Nobody's pushing on the side lanes, just backing out. They know what's happening. They saw the rune get taken.
Just hold position. Hold the staircase. Wait to see if someone comes.
This is good. Good discipline. They're going to smoke up now. They kind of wanted to take Tormentor there, but they're going to go for a smoke move instead. More important, get kills on the enemy.
X9 has showed mid. That gives the opening. Lotus Orb. Preemptive there from 9. Will drag back the Storm with a Vortex and a stun from the Rubik. Getting a bit of chain stun on the Storm, but in the end, Jabs will arrive with a Roots and ensnares. 9 dead for just under a minute. I can see the pings from Q saying next, go another one, ping the Chen, ping bottom lane, go, another target, let's have it.
He's feeling so strong with these spells. Chakram and Impale is like crazy strong power spike.
Well, they do him up one of the Meepos, yeah, I mean, 3-3's jumped in aggressively on this. The rest of Talon have surrounded him though. Doom caught in the Chakram, gets back to high ground, but lifted right back into the waiting arms of 23. In the end, he'll fall with no buyback available. Tundra down 2 heroes, and yeah, there we go with the chat wheel lines.
Yeah, this is all but over already. I don't know what they can do. The used meta as well, half duration down on this Metamorphosis.
Another zip. Mikoto's in. AoE Vortex. The Jabs in 23. Overlaying the damage. Oh my god, it's just not a chance for Tundra to stand in their own base.
They just got way too greedy this game. I think maybe they saw this lineup of Storm and thought like, okay, you're playing Storm, you're playing Meepo. You know, it looks greedy. It looks greedy with the. Let's just go triple or double Midas and then Timber as well, and we try and farm here. But I don't know, man. They didn't have anything they were attempting to initiate. The no blink Doom just going for full farm mode, like 33 prefers to do, and then 9 not having a great matchup in lane, getting, you know, the Timber versus Storm is not fantastic, not terrible, but he got shut down way too hard by his support moves. This Rubik, the Silencer, and Storm, they just had his number.
It was like Talon had no agency this game. They had no control over their own actions. They can try a little bit of movement here and there, but it's just Talon having this death ball into solo pick-off. They had every element that they needed to control the entire map and push objectives. I love that highlight, the hover over the hand of Midas in that clip.
I'm gonna check, man. Yeah, we see replay of the Roche fight. This Doom on Medusa. Suddenly not really doing too much. She just backs out like, okay, walk back in again. Nobody really cared about her anyway. She could probably have just stayed in auto attack, to be honest. But yeah, overall, this game was completely Talon's from start to finish. It looked like a completely different matchup than Game 1, where we saw Tundra just look way stronger as a team.
Yeah, and now, you know, thinking forward from this series into the group stage and main event, this is something where Talon have showed, you know, offlane Meepo, they can pick it up for Jabs. Potentially, if they've done it before, you know, my data might not be fully correct, but this is something that other teams have now got to start looking at and adding to the ban repertoire against Talon.
Yeah, I mean, probably. I'm gonna have to go in deep into the files here, Gareth, and have a little look at how many Midas Terrorblades have been successful at the Riyadh Masters, because I don't know, man. I think that this build, it just asks for the opponent to take control of the game. It's way too slow. And I'm glad to see that Talon, they played very active Dota. They had really great moves. And overall, they just completely stopped Tundra in their tracks. The Chen could never get going to facilitate push on any lane because everybody just kept getting picked off. And the Meepo worked out fantastic for them here.
Yeah, that rounds it up. I mean, Talon looking like they're pretty damn solid, swinging back into Tundra. And of course, this rounds out the day of group stage here. We've got some highlights, though. Play of the day, as we can take a quick peek at some beautiful action coming in here. Team Liquid against Aster. We're going to see what happened.
Okay, so the Ravage. TA gets bursted. Easy bring down.
Sumail Snapfire is shredding into people. And Snap and Medusa, just this damage spilling out everywhere. Oh, nice little cookie. The gobble up of the illusion. Yeah, Timber saw. Oh my god, look at that.
Yeah, that damage. That was a very clean team fight, actually. The way they fought that. Absolutely no way you could fight it. The Aghanim Scepter on the Snapfire there, too. Very interesting.
Oh, now the Colonel's Choice, presented by KFC, of course. Celery. Damn. Oh, this is the moment.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Blades of Attack.
Oh, god.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is a high risk, medium reward play right there.
Yeah.
Low to medium, low.
And then the save of the day presented by our favorite, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib.
The save of the day, bashing the Pango out of the black hole. The 17%. That's a meme save of the day, production. That's a meme save of the day.
10 out of 10. A good choice. A good choice. But yeah, that rounds out our day of play here at the Riyadh Masters group stage. Plenty to go. Plenty more days to play through. I think it's like well over a week of gameplay still. But yeah, from Waga and I, that's good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could Where